to prove that what others have is the best. I chose not to select the top combat class, the King of Poisons. Instead, I chose the despised Thief class. Seeing this, everyone praised me for being foolish. To this, I simply scoffed. Because I possess the transcendent talent of the Thief of Heaven, beyond 3S level, it not only perfectly matches the Thief class. Every 30 days, I can gain a new 3S level talent. In the cramped rental apartment, several news articles on the computer stood out, with experts angrily denouncing the multiverse game as nonsense. Deep analysis of the truth behind the multiverse game. Is it the pinnacle of holographic technology or merely a capitalistic scheme? Bullshit experts, a slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. I sat up straight, disdain written all over my face. What do they know about doomsday rumors and capitalistic schemes? This is clearly the prelude to the awakening of gods and demons. The multiverse game is a groundbreaking holographic virtual game that swept the globe in just a few days without any promotion. However, 3 months after its launch, the game descended into reality, unleashing unimaginably powerful monsters and terrifying vengeful spirits that ruthlessly claimed countless lives. The order that humanity had painstakingly maintained collapsed in an instant. Only players who gained power within the game could stand against them. In my last life, I believed those experts' nonsense, thinking it was just a money-grabbing trash game. As a result, I played for a whole month before entering the multiverse game, only to struggle to survive in the apocalypse, ultimately dying for a hidden quest reward. I was betrayed and killed by the Dragon Guild in a dungeon. In this life, I will settle all scores with the Dragon Guild. At exactly 10 o'clock, I immediately opened the game pod and lay down inside as the door closed. My consciousness arrived in a mysterious space. The system detected that the player has logged into the game and is undergoing talent awakening. Error, error. The cold notification sound echoed in my mind like an alarm, distorting the space around me. Due to a location error, the game is automatically updating. Please wait. I was suddenly alarmed. A location error? I had never encountered this in my last life. Could it be due to my rebirth? After 10 minutes, ding! The game version has been updated. Please check the game announcement for details. Ding! The player's talent is unknown. The system cannot fully activate it. Based on the player's data, a preliminary solution is provided. Every 30 days, you can obtain a new SSS level talent. Do you accept? The system's voice thundered, leaving me somewhat dazed. What kind of miraculous existence is this? In my last life, players with SSS level talents were few and far between, and now, I can obtain one every 30 days. Could my rebirth have caused a mutation in my talent? After the shock, I immediately chose to try it out. Ding! The player has chosen to accept the plan. The talent has been activated. As the Thief of Heaven, after selecting a class, the first SSS level talent will awaken based on the chosen class. Ding! The system detected the player's talent, which matches 3 special hidden classes. I suppressed my racing heart and focused intently on the 3 hidden classes before me. The first was the Dream Master. In my last life, in the Dongying district, a player awakened a similar hidden class, the Dream Realm. That guy was elusive, killing without a trace, and was a nightmare for everyone on the battlefield. The second was the King of Poisons. Just the name sent chills down my spine. In my last life, in the Siam region of Southeast Asia, a poison-based hidden class, the Hex Master, single-handedly poisoned over 100 people. That terrifying method still sends shivers down people's spines. However, despite the overwhelming power of these 2 hidden classes, my gaze was firmly locked on the third class, the Fate Thief. The word thief is branded deep within my soul. It is the class I know and trust the most. The term fate is equally mysterious and unpredictable. Any class related to fate is undeniably powerful enough to overturn the rules. Moreover, the Fate Thief class perfectly aligns with my class characteristics, as if it were destined. Without any hesitation, I directly chose the Fate Thief. Ding! The system detected the player's class as a thief, activating the first SSS level talent, Fate Treasure. Fate Treasure effects. 1. Experience gain increased by 10 times. 2. Skills can be upgraded using fate points. 3. Upon death, you can choose to return to a selected day, reviving in full status once a month. Fate points can be obtained by stealing important items or completing major events. After reading the introduction, my heart swelled with excitement. This talent was tailor-made for me. A 10-fold increase in experience means my leveling speed will leave others in the dust. Other players won't even get a whiff of my exhaust. Skills can be upgraded with fate points, breaking the game's established rules. The most outrageous effect is the third one, a full status revival once a month, essentially giving me an extra life. Ding! The multiverse game is officially launched. Enjoy your game. As the system prompt echoed, countless players flooded into the multiverse game. Wow, this lighting effect and touchpad are simply cutting-edge technology. Oh my god, My talent is only a single level. Am I destined to be cannon fodder? Haha, I awakened a B-level power. My life is destined to be extraordinary. Various discussions erupted in the newbie village. I looked around to confirm there were no acquaintances, then pulled up the attribute panel. Player Qin Xiao, Faith Thief, level 0, 100%, Strength 16, Stamina 16, Spirit 16, Agility 21, Health 100, Mana 100 out of 100. Skills, Shadow Strike, Shadow Step, Shadow Cut. Talent, Exclusive Fate Points, Class Exclusive. Critical hit rate, 100%. Shadow Strike level 1, causes weapon damage to the target with a 150% critical damage bonus, adding a layer of fate mark. If stacked above 3 layers, it can be detonated directly, with a maximum of 13 layers and a cooldown of 1 second. Shadow Step level 1, after casting, the player merges into the shadows, entering stealth mode, increasing movement speed by 10%. While in shadow mode, attacking a target can add 2 layers of fate marks, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Shadow Cut level 1 uses shadow power to steal from the target, with an 80% chance to obtain a random item. Repeated stealing increases the chance of obtaining rare items. Each successful steal adds a layer of fate mark, with a cooldown of 1 second. Compared to the pathetic assassination skills of ordinary thieves in my last life, I couldn't help but laugh. This is definitely a hidden class. The power of these skills is simply crushing. I whispered in admiration, my eyes gleaming with excitement. Just this level 1 skill is so powerful. What kind of world-ending force would the higher level skills possess? Plus, I have precious fate points, a rare resource for skill enhancement. Any improvement at the game's start is crucial, so I didn't hesitate to enhance Shadow Cut. Ding! Skill Shadow Cut has mutated into Fate's left hand. I eagerly checked the skill description, Fate's left hand level 1, which increases the success rate of stealing using fate power to 100%. If you steal more than twice, there's a high probability of obtaining the target's most valuable items. Successfully stealing items rated S or higher grants fate points. The stolen items are not limited to food. With a cooldown of 1 second, as I understood the attributes of Fate's left hand, my breath became rapid. This is simply an extraordinary existence, and it's not limited to food. Does this mean I can steal the target's skills and attributes, even the elusive contracts? Once this bold thought appeared, it spread like wildfire. It's time to act. I turned my gaze to the vast area outside. The newbie village is filled with countless opportunities and resources. It's time to pull ahead. In the open area, players were already battling wild boars and goblins. Monsters at level 1 or 2 may seem weak, but they are quite powerful for newbie players. Killing these monsters is not an easy task. What terrifies players even more is that in the multiverse game, each death deducts 1% of their real-life lifespan. Damn, this wild boar is too fierce. It almost killed me in one hit. Be careful to coordinate. Don't just rush in blindly and get yourselves killed. After glancing around casually, I decisively activated Shadow Step, my form instantly merging into the shadows, increasing my speed. I soon arrived at the entrance of a valley, where strange clucking sounds could be heard, mingled with a faint, foul odor. Deformed Monster level 4, Health 240 over 240, Attack Power 15, Speed 7, Defense 10, Skill, Claw Strike. The Deformed Monster delivers a powerful blow, with a high probability of adding armor penetration and critical effects. The valley is filled with these half-human tall deformed monsters, which not only number astonishingly but also have attributes higher than monsters of the same level. The explosive damage of their claw strike skill is extremely high, even tank classes can't withstand 2 hits. Thus, few players come here to level up. My goal isn't to kill these deformed monsters but to obtain the high-quality equipment dropped by the boss. After observing the positions of the deformed monsters in the valley, I stealthily approached a lone monster, stopping just before I would trigger its alert. From my fingertips, a wisp of black energy surged forth like an invisible tentacle, reaching toward the unsuspecting victim. Steal successful. I obtained 5 copper coins. As the notification sounded, I found 5 copper coins in my hand. The deformed monster nervously scratched the ground, tilting its head and making a few confused sounds. I didn't pause and continued to use Fate's left hand. Steal successful. I obtained 7 copper coins and then 6 more. After several successful steals, the deformed monster became increasingly agitated, nervously looking around. In the next moment of its cries, I silently appeared behind the deformed monster, unleashing my skill. The shadow dagger struck precisely at its vital point, causing a flurry of bright red damage numbers to appear. A critical hit of 52, simultaneously stacking 7 layers of fate marks. Give me explosive power. Like a small bomb, it blew the deformed monster's massive body into pieces. A critical hit of 632, an enormous number popped up. I killed a level 4 deformed monster and gained 25% experience. This experience is simply delightful. Plus, I got a 10x experience bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Just one level 4 deformed monster gave me 25% experience, while other players struggle to kill level 1 wild boars for only 0.5%. The difference is night and day. My previous attack also attracted the attention of other deformed monsters, who rushed at me with angry cries. Seeing this, I quickly merged into the shadows, my form disappearing from their sight. The deformed monsters, losing their target, could only spin in place, emitting angry and frustrated shrieks. Meanwhile, I moved quickly in the shadows, gliding like a ghost among them. The dagger in my hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each strike reaping a deformed monster's life. Steal successful. I obtained a damaged feather, a low-quality 10-piece set, and 25% experience. The notification sounds kept ringing, and my experience bar surged. Before long, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended, announcing that I had leveled up to level 2, gaining 2 skill points and 8 attribute points. A warm sensation surged through my body after the upgrade. The previous fatigue vanished completely. I immediately allocated 5 attribute points to agility and the remaining 3 to strength, instantly feeling much lighter. I used the 2 skill points to upgrade Shadow Strike and Shadow Step. The critical damage of Shadow Strike increased to 200%, and the movement speed of Shadow Step rose to 20%. After quickly handling the points, I looked again at the deformed monsters still wandering around. With the increase in my attributes and skill levels, my monster killing efficiency naturally soared. Just stacking 3 layers with Shadow Strike's critical damage made it easy to deal with level 4 deformed monsters. In just a few minutes, I reached level 3, and my attribute panel improved again, with Shadow Strike's critical damage reaching 250%. A slight smile appeared on my lips, and the excitement in my eyes was unmistakable. Who dares to slaughter my subjects? Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the silence, as if it would tear the entire valley apart. I looked up toward the depths of the valley. A hunched figure appeared in my view, wearing a tattered alchemist's robe, with hair a mess like a bird's nest and a face covered in various scars. Its blood-red eyes burned like hellfire. The mutated queen, Buck, level 8, health 5000/5000, attack power 80, movement speed 10, defense 50, skills, alchemical poison, berserk sword tower. This is the boss. I narrowed my eyes slightly, finding it interesting. Without any hesitation, I instantly entered an offensive stance. I quickly reached out, and ding! Steal successful. I obtained Buck's Frenzy Potion, a red vial appearing in my hand. Buck's Frenzy Potion increases attack power by 30% and decreases defense by 50% for 30 seconds after injection. Although the side effects of this Frenzy Potion are severe, it's practically a divine artifact for players seeking extreme output. Unfortunately, it's not my style. I shook my head and stored the potion. While waiting for the cooldown, I swiftly stole again, applying 2 layers of fate marks to the boss. The mutated Queen Buck anxiously twisted its drug-addled head, frantically searching for the thief. Who is that sneaky little thief? Come out! With its roar, a thick green poison spewed from the tip of its staff, instantly filling the valley. I realized that this boss was faster than I had imagined, but I was prepared. Suddenly, a vial appeared in my hand, exuding a faint herbal fragrance, Buck's antidote. I swiftly uncorked it and drank it down. A cool sensation spread throughout my body, causing the poison that touched me to dissipate like it had met its nemesis. This boss's skill is interesting, but that's all it is. I chuckled coldly, continuing to circle around it. After stealthily stealing again, I quickly retreated. Damn it, where are you? The mutated queen became increasingly agitated, and the green poison in the valley thickened, almost solidifying. I quietly lurked behind Buck, moving like a ghost, still and silent, ready to strike. This instinct was honed from my previous life of life and death battles. With 11 layers of fate marks, your doom is at hand. A cold voice echoed like a judgment from hell as my dagger struck like a viper, aimed at the mutated queen, adding 2 layers of fate marks to myself in the process. Qin Shen did not hesitate at all and instantly detonated the mark. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted within the poor chicken-like monster. Like a small bomb with tremendous power, directly blowing its massive body to pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. -632 critical hit. Mark. Detonated. A huge damage number suddenly jumped out, taking away all of the chicken-like monster's remaining health. The shrill cry of gok gok abruptly stopped, and the massive body of the chicken-like monster crashed to the ground, spilling a pile of shining copper coins. Congratulations! Player for successfully killing a level 4 chicken-like monster, gaining 25% experience. Turtle, this experience. The experience gained from defeating a monster of a higher level was indeed incredibly rich. coupled with the insane 10 times experience bonus, just a level 4 chicken-like monster allowed Qin Chen to gain a whopping 25% experience. It should be noted that other players were still struggling outside the novice village, painstakingly killing a level 1 wild boar or goblin, at most earning a pitiful 0.5% experience. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. However, Qin Chen's attack had also attracted the attention of other nearby chicken-like monsters. They immediately abandoned their fights with each other and all locked their hateful gazes on him, brandishing their crude stone axes and screeching as they lunged at him. Facing the tide of chicken-like monsters rushing in, Qin Chen remained completely calm. After successfully killing the first chicken-like monster, the cooldown for the Shadow Step skill had already ended. He once again merged into the shadows, his figure instantly becoming blurry, disappearing from the monster's sight. Those chicken-like monsters that had lost their target could only turn in circles in confusion, letting out angry and unwilling screeches. Meanwhile, Qin Chen moved quickly in the shadows, weaving through the dense crowd of chicken-like monsters like a ghost, his rough dagger acting like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each strike precisely claiming the life of a chicken-like monster. Theft successful. Obtained damaged feather. Theft successful. Obtained inferior stone axe. Congratulations player for successfully killing a level 4 chicken-like monster, gaining 25% experience. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his mind, and Qin Chen's experience bar was rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Before long, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Congratulations player for leveling up to level 2, gaining 2 skill points and 8 attribute points. After the upgraded light faded away, Qin Chen felt a warm current surge through his body, sweeping away all fatigue. He opened the attribute panel and saw that he had gained 8 attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured 5 points into agility and allocated the remaining 3 points to strength. In the next moment, his body felt significantly lighter. As he swung his arms, it seemed as if the air itself emitted a faint hiss. That was the sound of breaking air brought about by the increase in speed, while the growth in strength made the dagger he gripped feel more stable. The 2 skill points from the upgrade quietly lay in the skill bar. Upgrade Shadow Stab and Shadow Step. Qin Chen glanced at the skill Left Hand of Fate, which required 3 skill points to upgrade, and immediately made a decision. He would not hold back any points in the early stages. That would be the most foolish approach. With the addition of skill points, the description of the skill Shadow Stab changed instantly, with the critical damage at the end rising to 200%. The effect of Shadow Step was also enhanced, increasing the movement speed in stealth mode to 20%. After quickly handling the upgrade points, Qin Chen once again focused on the chicken-type monsters that were still wandering around and leaped forward. With the increase in attributes and skill levels, his efficiency in killing monsters naturally soared. He only needed to stack 3 layers of marks combined with the critical damage of Shadow Stab to easily take down a level 4 chicken-type monster. Although the experience gain slightly decreased with the rise in levels, it was still worlds apart compared to other players. This gap was enough to instill despair in anyone. In the valley, Qin Chen moved with elegant and quiet steps, his figure like a butterfly weaving through shadows, passing through countless monsters. Unbeknownst to those monsters, several fate marks had appeared on their heads. Explode. With a low roar from Qin Chen, those chicken-type monsters entangled by fate marks instantly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sound of explosions echoed through the valley, as if the heavens were collapsing. Blood mist filled the air, and severed limbs and broken bodies flew everywhere. The entire valley trembled. Qin Chen bathed in the golden light of experience, feeling the thrill of leveling up. Level 3. His attribute panel rose again, with significant increases in agility and strength. The critical damage of Shadow Stab reached a terrifying level. 250% critical damage? And that's just the base? A slight smile appeared on Qin Chen's lips, and the light of anticipation in his eyes was particularly evident. If he could land a critical hit, that damage. Who? Suddenly, a roar filled with rage shattered the tranquility of the valley. The voice was like sandpaper scraping against steel, sharp and piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Dare to slaughter my people? The owner of the voice, filled with uncontrollable fury, seemed ready to tear the entire valley apart. Qin Chen raised his head and looked deep into the valley. The mist was slowly dissipating, revealing a hunched figure in his line of sight. It was a strange person, dressed in a dirty, tattered alchemist's robe, with hair that looked like a bird's nest. His face was twisted, covered in scars of various sizes. One eye was blood red, burning like hellfire, while the other was covered by a black eye patch. He leaned on a staff, the top of which was embedded with a skull that glowed ominously. With each step he took, the ground trembled. Is this a boss? Qin Shen squinted, feeling the immense pressure radiating from the figure. Interesting. Mutated Chicken King Buck level 8 health, 5000 to 5000 attack, 80 movement speed, 10 defense, 50 skills, alchemical poison mist, frenzied stomp, without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the mutated Chicken King appeared, Qin Shen entered stealth mode again. Then, he reached out. Ding! Theft successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Buck's frenzied potion. A bottle of red potion, exuding a strong scent of blood, appeared in Qin Shen's hand. Buck's frenzied potion. After injection, increases attack power by 30%, decreases defense and magic resistance by 50%, lasting for 30 seconds. The side effects of this frenzied potion are indeed severe, but for some players pursuing extreme output, it is like a divine artifact. What a pity, it's not my style. Qin Shen shook his head and casually put it away. Taking advantage of the cooldown, he pulled out another hand and placed 2 layers of fate marks on the opponent. The mutated Chicken King anxiously rotated its single eye, frantically searching the valley. Who is it? Who's sneaking around there? It let out an angry roar like a wounded beast. Despicable thief! Get out here! Accompanied by its roar, a thick green poisonous mist erupted from the skull at the tip of its staff. The poison mist instantly filled the entire valley, the air thick with a pungent stench. Qin Shen's heart sank. This boss's reaction speed was faster than he had imagined. However, he was well prepared. Buck's antidote. A bottle of green potion emitting a faint herbal fragrance appeared in Qin Shen's hand out of nowhere. Without any hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and drank it in one gulp. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and the green poisonous mist that had touched him dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis. This boss's skills are interesting, but that's all there is to it. Qin Shen sneered, ignoring the threat of the poison mist, and continued to maneuver around the mutated Chicken King. After stealing a quick attack, he gracefully retreated. The mutated Chicken King became increasingly agitated by Qin Shen's actions. In the valley, the concentration of green poison mist grew thicker, almost solidifying. Yet it could never catch Qin Shen, flailing about like a headless fly. Damn it! Damn it! Where are you? Qin Shen was right behind Buck. Each of his movements was silent, floating like a ghost. When he was still, he was undetectable. When he moved, he struck to kill. This was an instinct honed through countless life and death battles in his previous life. At this moment, every subtle movement he made was filled with power and skill, elegant yet deadly. With the 11th layer mark, your death is imminent. Qin Shen's cold voice sounded like a judgment from hell in the ears of the mutated Chicken King. The dagger struck like a venomous snake, swiftly and accurately, targeting the mutated Chicken King's vulnerable neck. Shadow Strike. As the red critical hit was dealt, 2 layers of fate marks appeared above Buck's head. The next moment, the marks detonated. Boom! A violent energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing the mutated Chicken King's body. It let out a piercing scream, trying to struggle, but was consumed in an instant by the terrifying critical damage exceeding 1,000, draining all its vitality. Its massive body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crisp system notification sound followed as expected. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the elite monster mutated Chicken King Buck and receiving B-grade treasure chest X1. Congratulations, player, for gaining 500% experience points and successfully leveling up to level 5. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the title Chicken Slayer. Not bad. Qin Shen's gaze fell on the treasure chest on the ground, glimmering with a metallic sheen. A good start. The first elite monster dropped a B-grade treasure chest. In heavenly games, when ordinary monsters die, if they drop equipment, it appears in physical form. However, this drop rate is extremely low, and most of the time, the equipment is mediocre whiteboard gear. Only elite-level monsters and above will have their drop items coalesce into treasure chests. This rule applies equally in both the game world and the real world that will descend in 3 months. The level of the treasure chest corresponds to the player's awakened talent level. It was only natural for him to receive a B-grade treasure chest. However, Qin Shen did not rush to open the chest. He first allocated the attribute points and skill points gained from leveling up. After leveling up twice, he received 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. He continued to allocate points primarily to agility and secondarily to strength. Shadow Strike increased by another +3. Qin Shen's choice was clear. He wanted to maximize the advantages of this skill. The critical damage of Shadow Strike also rose to an astonishing 300%. The remaining 2 skill points were invested in Shadow Step. The movement speed in stealth mode increased again, reaching 30%. Not bad, this attribute is enough to handle the upcoming challenges. It's time to open this treasure chest. Come on, let me see what surprises you can bring me. Qinshan said softly, slowly placing his hand on the treasure chest. Fate's left hand. Activate. The next moment, the crisp sound of the system prompt rang out again. Ding. Fate's hand theft successful. Congratulations player for successfully stealing equipment Dagger of Hatred. Name, Dagger of Hatred, B grade 1/2, attack, 80 to 130 equipment level, level 5 class restriction, melee class. Durability, 50-50 strength plus 5 special effect, when a critical hit occurs, critical damage increases by 30% and applies a layer of bleeding effect. The mutated Chicken King, Buck, hates everything, including you who is currently using the dagger. Qinshan looked at the menacing dagger in his hand, the blade seemingly flowing with a hint of dark red light, slightly different from the exquisite item in his memory, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. However, the attributes of this Dagger of Hatred made his eyes light up. Not only was this a rare B-grade equipment, but the 1/2 in the equipment description clearly indicated that this was likely a piece of a set. In heavenly games, the attributes of sets are often more powerful than those of standalone equipment of the same level, and collecting a full set can activate additional set effects, which is something all players dream of. Unexpectedly, this mutated Chicken King dropped a set piece. It seemed his luck was indeed quite good. The surface of the silver treasure chest that had been visited by the left hand of fate showed some subtle cracks. Its luster dimmed considerably, but it was still not completely shattered, clearly able to continue the theft. Qinshan did not hesitate and activated the skill again. Theft failed, gains silver coins. X8, the cracks on the surface of the silver treasure chest became more pronounced, resembling a porcelain piece covered in spider webs, as if it would shatter at any moment. Qinshan knew in his heart that this chest could withstand at most one more erosion from the left hand of fate. Ding! Congratulations player for successfully stealing equipment Boots of Hatred. Name, Boots of Hatred, B grade 2/2, durability, 50-50 agility plus 5 special effect. When gaining a speed boost effect, the boost effect increases by 30%, increases critical hit rate by 5%, and if the critical hit rate is already full, increases critical damage by 15%. Qinshan looked at the lightweight leather boots in his hand, the surface also flowing with a hint of dark red light, resonating with the aura of the Dagger of Hatred. This was indeed a set. He immediately equipped the dagger and the boots. Set. Effect activated Poison of Hatred, all attributes +1 each time damage is dealt, an additional layer of bleeding effect is applied. A warm current surged through his body, and Qinshan felt a slight increase in his strength, agility, spirit, and stamina. More importantly, the bleeding effect brought by the set effect would undoubtedly further enhance his output capability. Qinshan also picked and wore the whiteboard equipment dropped by the chicken-type monsters he had previously killed. Although the attributes were average, it was better than nothing. Compared to the shabby beginner outfit he had when he first entered the game, he had undoubtedly undergone a transformation, and his strength had greatly improved. In that case, I can go explore over there. In Qinshan's plan, there was an excellent location that would allow him to further widen the gap with other players. Meanwhile, as Qinshan was leveling up quickly, the novice channel was already in an uproar. Wow! The goblin's attack is way too high. I'm only level 2, and it killed me in 2 hits. Who says otherwise? This game is too hard. I fought for ages, and my experience bar barely increased by 1%. Stop complaining, hurry up and find a team. You can't survive alone. I don't know how those big shots on the leaderboard level up, their speed is like they're riding a rocket. Who knows? They're probably all big spenders or have studio support. We ordinary players should just grind and level up honestly. Qinshan was not interested in the discussions in the channel, he only found them noisy. Fortunately, they had arrived at their destination. After crossing a rugged wasteland, Qinshan reached the entrance of a cave. The entrance was filled with jagged rocks and overgrown vines, making it particularly concealed. This was the only dungeon entrance in the novice village, the Abyssal Cave. The Abyssal Cave was home to a large number of wolf-like monsters above level 7, and the dungeon boss was a level 10 elite boss, the Abyssal Wolf Demon. Player level 2 low. Do you want to enter the dungeon deep cave? Yes. Qinshan did not hesitate at all, being overleveled was not a problem for him. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and Qinshan found himself in a dark and damp cave. A faint fishy smell lingered in the air, the ground was slick with wet stones, and water droplets occasionally fell from above, making a crisp sound. Not far ahead, several robust wolf-like monsters seemed to sense Qinshan's presence, perked up their ears, and let out low growls. Their fur exhibited a strange dark purple hue, looking particularly ferocious in the dim cave. Deep evil. Wolf level 7 health, 450 to 450 attack, 45 movement speed, 12 defense, 30 skill, bite. The deep evil wolf bites the target with sharp teeth, with a chance to cause bleeding effect. Qin Chen immediately entered stealth mode, hiding his figure in the shadows to avoid alerting the monsters. After observing the situation of the monsters in the cave, Qin Chen quietly approached one of the deep evil wolves from behind and struck down with a knife. The fate mark detonated simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations player for successfully slaying a level 7 deep evil wolf, gaining 35% experience. Ding! Congratulations player for successfully stealing the skill Bloodthirst passive skill. After dealing damage, recover 10% of the damage dealt as health. All the way through stealth, all the way through slaughter. Qin Chen's experience points skyrocketed, and he soon reached the depths of the cave. His level also rose to 7. Without hesitation, he invested all the skill points gained from leveling up into Shadow Spike, raising this core skill to level 7. He vaguely felt that when Shadow Spike reached level 10, a qualitative change would occur, perhaps leading to a more powerful skill effect. In the depths of the cave, a larger stone chamber appeared before Qin Chen. In the center of the chamber, a gigantic wolf-like monster lay there with its eyes closed, resting. Its size was a full double that of an ordinary deep evil wolf, its dark purple fur as hard as steel, with sturdy limbs bearing sharp claws, and several sharp bone spines growing from its tail, looking exceptionally fierce. Cave Deep Wolf Demon Level 10 Elite Health 12,000/12,000 Attack 120 Movement Speed, 15 Defense, 80 Skills, Shadow Claw Strike, Deep Roar. Pack summons surrounding the Deep Wolf Demon were a few slightly smaller but equally powerful deep evil wolves, clearly its guards. Guarding Wretch Level 7 Delete Health 5500/5500 Attack, 60 Movement Speed, 13 Defense, 150 Magic Resistance, 150 Skill. Colluding Wretches. Passive provides the Deep Wolf Demon with 300 points of physical defense and magic resistance, and increases its health limit by 300 points. When the Deep Wolf Demon's health drops below 50%, the Guarding Wretch will sacrifice itself to restore 5,000 health to the Deep Wolf Demon. Deep Wolf Demon Level 10 Elite Health 15,000/15,000 Attack, 120 Movement Speed, 15 Defense, 80 Magic Resistance, 50 Skill. Claw of the Deep. A claw attack formed from the power of the deep, dealing 200% physical damage and adding 50 points of dark attribute damage. Lone Wolf. Passive. When only the Deep Wolf Demon remains on the field, its attack power increases by 50%, critical hit rate increases by 20%, and critical damage increases by 50%. The difficulty of this dungeon is indeed not low. In the previous life, countless players rushed to conquer this deep cave, paying a painful price. As far as he knew, each player had to die more than 3 times on average to barely clear the level. The passive skill in collusion of the Guard's Bane made it exceptionally difficult to kill both the Wolf Demon and the Bane at the same time. If the Wolf Demon was killed first, the Bane would provide a high defense and health bonus. If the Bane was killed first, the Wolf Demon would become even more ferocious due to the Lone Wolf effect. Coupled with the boss's impressive stats and skill damage, this was nearly an impossible task for novice players. But for Qin Chen now, it was not impossible. In the next moment, Qin Chen's figure moved quickly in the shadows, the left hand of fate in his hand swinging continuously, silently leaving a layer of fate marks on both the Abyssal Wolf Demon and the 3-headed Guard's Bane. He did not detonate them immediately but began to call out the names of the Guard's Bane one by one. With the high base attack power from his B-grade equipment and a 100% critical hit from his talents, each of Qin Chen's attacks could deal considerable damage to the Guard's Bane. Although he had only stacked 3 layers of fate marks, combined with the terrifying critical hit from Shadow Strike, it was enough to instantly kill a Guard's Bane. One Guard's Bane didn't even have time to let out a wail before it fell in a flash of black light. Seeing this, the Abyssal Wolf Demon let out an angry roar. Its claws, infused with shadow power, suddenly struck towards Qin Chen's direction. Claw of the Abyss. The claws tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. But Qin Chen had already predicted its attack, moving sideways like a ghost. The wolf claw grazed past his body, creating a gust of wind, yet it didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The agility and grace of the robe were fully displayed at that moment. Qin Chen's figure leaped in the shadows, like a jumping sprite, his dagger continuously reaping the lives of the Guard's Bane, occasionally reaching out to strike at the Abyssal Wolf Demon. One by one, the Guard's Bane fell in the black light, and the roars of the Abyssal Wolf Demon grew increasingly frantic. When the last Guard's Bane turned into a white light and disappeared, the Abyssal Wolf Demon had already accumulated 11 layers of fate marks. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Chen's mouth, a cold arc forming on his face. It's over. he whispered, his figure shooting towards the abyssal wolf demon like an arrow released from a bow. The dagger in his hand shimmered with an extremely piercing cold light, accurately stabbing towards the vital neck of the abyssal wolf demon. Shadow strike. At the same time, the long accumulated 13 layers of fate marks were instantly detonated. Boom! A destructive energy erupted instantly, like a series of bombs being detonated, directly engulfing the massive body of the abyssal wolf demon. It didn't even have time to trigger the lone wolf effect before it was reduced to countless pieces of flesh under the terrifying energy impact, scattering on the ground. In the next moment, a crisp and pleasant system notification echoed in the silent cave. Ding! Congratulations to the player for becoming the first in the entire server to clear the mysterious cave dungeon. An announcement will be made to the whole server soon. Congratulations to the player for receiving the first clear reward for the normal level dungeon. Please open it as soon as possible. Congratulations to the player for killing the mysterious wolf demon and obtaining a B-level treasure chest ×1. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 8. A series of message prompts echoed in Qin Shen's mind, almost like a bombardment. But the corners of his mouth merely lifted into a pleasant arc. In the game of the heavens, aside from one-time dungeons, most dungeons are divided into 4 levels: normal, nightmare, torment, and hell. One must clear the prerequisite dungeons before challenging higher-level dungeons. This also means that as long as one's ability is strong enough, it is possible to clear all 4 levels of dungeons in one go and receive 4 first clear rewards. As for the server-wide announcement ringing in his mind, Qin Shen paid it no mind. After all, as a T1 level veteran player, he had long been aware of this thing's existence. The world's #1 guild in his previous life, the Dragon Walk Guild, had built its reputation through repeated first clears of dungeons, allowing it to reach the pinnacle. However, while this was beneficial for guilds, it was of little use to solo players. Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes fixed on the silver light that had appeared out of nowhere in his hand. The reward for the first clear of the dungeon was the most important, and if he remembered correctly, the first clear reward for the normal level dungeon seemed to be extra skill points? With a thought, Qin Shen directly used Left Hand of Fate. Ding! Cannot be selected. Cannot be selected? Qin Shen looked at the silver light in his hand. Disappointment showing in his gaze. He had thought he could brush up on some skill points. In the next moment, he clenched his palm tightly, crushing the silver light in his hand. Without any special effects, 2 skill points simply appeared on his panel. But he did not use the skill points immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the treasure chest on the ground that was flickering with silver light. He pressed his palm against the chest and used Left Hand of Fate again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully stealing equipment: Mysterious Crossbow. Name: Mysterious Crossbow, B-level, 1/4, type offhand weapon, attack frequency, single shot, attack, 100 to 125, equipment level, level 7, class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, stamina +5, special effect, automatically draws back, loading a bolt every 3 seconds, dealing piercing damage. Qin Shen glanced at the attributes of the mysterious crossbow and nodded slightly. If it were a main hand weapon, this weapon would be utterly useless, but since it was an offhand weapon, it could still be of some use. Qin Shen did not focus on this weapon any longer. Instead, he used Left Hand of Fate once more on the treasure chest that was already showing cracks. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully stealing the item token of the master of the mysterious cave. Qin Shen looked at the red wolf head token in his hand and directly stored it away. This item was likely a quest item, so he would check it later. He used Left Hand of Fate again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully stealing the item property. Certificate of Dawn City. Item description: a property certificate for a house in Dawn City, perhaps belonging to some overconfident warrior, or maybe from the mysterious wolf demon dwelling in the cave? The treasure chest shattered with a loud bang. An ancient parchment scroll appeared in Qin Shen's hand. Dawn City was a city built by NPCs, where various items and equipment needed by players were sold. Moreover, when being chased by monsters, one could enter the city to take refuge. But all of this required a prerequisite: one must be a resident of Dawn City. One of the conditions to become a resident is to own property in the City of Dawn. It can be said that this is a nice piece of equipment, but currently, he has no use for it. After dealing with the treasure chest, Qin Shen's next task was to allocate his points. According to previous conventions, he still focused on agility as his main attribute and strength as his secondary, directly raising his agility to 46 points and strength to 27 points. The reason he didn't max out his agility was that once any attribute reaches 50 points, it hits the limit and one must complete a trial task to break through that limit. Therefore, there was no need to max it out, he just needed to tilt the resources a bit in the early stages. After allocating his points, Qin Shen began to challenge the next difficulty level of the dungeon. In the novice village, a tall and strong man swung his sword down on a goblin's head. Gah! The goblin let out a scream and raised its club to strike back. The man merely thrust his sword, the silver blade flashing like a meteor across the sky. Sizzle! The blade pierced the goblin's neck, and bright red blood splattered everywhere, as if paint had been accidentally spilled on the ground by a painter. Looking at the dead goblin, the man remained expressionless, while the crowd behind him cheered. Brother Wang is mighty! Awesome, Brother Wang killed a goblin in just 2 moves. Hearing the praises from the crowd behind him, Wang Longxing's face remained impassive. If Qin Shen were here, he would recognize this person at a glance, mainly because he was the president of the world's #1 guild, and his reputation was simply too great. It was rumored that Wang Longxing, the president of the Longxing Guild, possessed an S-level talent called Lonely and Unmatched. His ability seemed to be related to the number of people under his command. The more people he had, the stronger he became, and the more benefits he received, but the specific details were not known to outsiders. Look at you all, so unambitious. Wang Longxing glanced at the cheering crowd. Behind him, it's just a goblin, we need to go deeper to kill higher-level monsters. The dozens of people behind Wang Longxing nodded in agreement, picking up their weapons to clear a path for him. In essence, they were just weakening the goblin, and then Wang Longxing would come in to reap the rewards. As for why they were willing to expend effort to help Wang Longxing clear a path, that was of course because they had shed their lowly desires and were striving for higher ones. He pays. Wang Longxing effortlessly harvested the lives of goblins with his sword. His level had already reached level 5 with such a leveling method. Even without using skills, he could kill goblins with just normal attacks. However, the killing speed was still a bit slow, which was why he had his subordinates help him. With this approach, reaching the top of the game would be a piece of cake, right? Wang Longxing's lips curled up, revealing a pleasant arc server announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Shen for successfully being the first to clear the mysterious cave dungeon. Wang Longxing's smile froze, and even the flesh on his face began to twitch. How is that possible? He widened his eyes. How could this happen? He had spent countless amounts of money, gathered dozens of people to help him level up. Coupled with his S-level talent and hidden profession, he was barely at level 5 at this moment. How could anyone be faster than him and clear the novice village dungeon? There couldn't possibly be someone cheating in this game, right? Wang Longxing's expression gradually darkened. He did not believe anyone was stronger than him. This person must have mastered some unique technique. You all level up on your own for now. Wang Longxing instructed the crowd and then found a player who was fighting monsters alone at the edge. You log out and have your family check this person's identity. Yes. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Shen for successfully clearing the Yuri Cave dungeon for the first time. The voice of the server announcement echoed around the world. In the grasslands, a beautiful woman hunting wolves with a bow froze in place, maintaining her drawn bow posture. In the forest, a Southeast Asian man was chanting spells, his mouth stuck in an open position, unable to close it for a long time. Inside the cave, a man covered in blood, having just pulled his long knife from a goblin, widened his eyes. At this moment, almost all players with A or S level talents noticed Qin Shen at the same time. Whether they were in battle or conversing with NPCs, they all stopped their actions simultaneously. And in their minds, a single thought emerged almost simultaneously: who is Qin Shen? The surprise was so great that even some skilled players performing extreme maneuvers lost their lives. If even the experts were affected, one could only imagine the reaction of the ordinary players in the novice village still fighting rabbits or ganging up on goblins. Ha! There's already a god clearing the dungeon? No way, are there people cheating in this game? If they're cheating, then they're cheating? Does anyone know this god? I want to team up. But whether they were top talent holders or ordinary players wanting to ride on someone else's coattails, none could influence Qin Shen's actions. At this moment, he stood before a giant wolf. This giant wolf was covered in hair as sharp as steel needles, resembling a porcupine. Whenever it breathed, the needles would writhe. Coupled with the bone spurs on its tail and its blood-red eyes, it was truly chilling. If this monster were to roam free, it could probably slaughter all the players in the novice village. Yet at this moment, it faced only one person, a human who appeared weak compared to its size. But in stark contrast to their sizes and imposing presence, the giant wolf was covered in wounds, blood flowing from its body. Meanwhile, Shen stood opposite, not even a speck of dust on him. Roar! The giant wolf let out a howl, one that was completely different from an ordinary wolf's. It was not a piercing howl but more like a tiger's roar. The moment it roared, the giant wolf suddenly pushed off with its 4 legs, opening its massive mouth to bite at Qin Shen. Shadow step. Qin Shen's figure vanished like a ghost before the giant wolf, and immediately afterward, a sharp pain erupted from its back. The giant wolf did not hesitate, turning its head to bite at the Qin Shen behind it. As a level 10 boss of a hell-level dungeon, a normal attack from the master of the Eerie Cave could wipe out a level 10 player's health bar. Facing the massive mouth coming at him, there was no panic in Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes. In fact, the corners of his mouth began to lift slightly. Detonate! The 11 layers of fate marks stacked on the master of the Eerie Cave exploded violently. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion echoed in the cave, like thunder from the heavens crashing down to the earth. Filthy blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and Qin Shen had already used Shadow Step to escape the spot, otherwise he would have been drenched in blood. Almost the moment Qin Shen retreated, a dazzling golden light appeared around him. His level had now risen to level 9. Finally. So challenging to tackle a hell-level dungeon, huh? Qin Shen dusted off his clothes. During the earlier battle, he had almost been bitten several times. With his current defense, being bitten would mean instant death. This is the difficulty of a hell-level dungeon. Even level 10 players must perform extreme maneuvers to clear it solo. There were even rumors that without a talent level above B, anyone daring to challenge a hell-level dungeon alone would be defeated in an instant, no matter how many times they tried. However, none of this mattered now, as the moment of harvest had arrived. Qin Shen looked at the treasure chest on the ground, his eyes revealing surprise. Because at this moment, the chest lying on the ground was not the usual silver but gold. The golden chest lay amidst the blood-soaked ground, looking out of place. S-level chest? If an ordinary person were to fight, even if they defeated a hell-level boss and had incredible luck, they would at most receive an A-level chest. So even with Qin Shen's talent, obtaining an S-level chest could be considered extremely fortunate. What he looked forward to most now was to obtain another piece of the Abyss series equipment. He had already gathered 3 pieces from this series. Besides the previous crossbow, he had obtained 2 pieces of equipment from the earlier 2 dungeons. They were Abyss Cloak, B+ level effect, increases stealth effect by 10% and adds an extra 12 agility points. Abyss Belt, a level effect, increases backpack capacity by 50 and adds +3 to both stamina and spirit attributes. At this moment, a golden light appeared in Qin Shen's hand, which was the first completion reward from the hell-level dungeon. He instinctively used the left hand of fate, but the prompt indicating he couldn't select it popped up again, and he could only crush it in frustration. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained a special attribute. Assassin Rookie, skill damage increased by 15% acquisition method. During a solo run of a hell-level dungeon, you must not take any damage throughout. Attribute introduction, only true strong players can earn this honor. Interesting. Qin Shen nodded. Even in his previous life, with an A-level talent, he had never received this attribute. After all, even soloing a normal dungeon could result in taking damage, let alone a hell-level dungeon. At this moment, Qin Shen shifted his gaze to the S-level chest on the ground. This glittering golden chest was the real main course, which is why he saved it for last. As long as he could use the left hand of fate to steal an S-level item from the chest, he would surely gain fate points. In that case, upgrading other skills would become inevitable. Qin Shen pressed his palm against the golden chest, his thoughts stirring. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen equipment Abyss Necklace. Name, Abyss Necklace, a level, 1/4. Type, accessory attribute bonus, strength +5 attribute bonus, stamina +5 skill. Abyss Barrier skill effect, generates a barrier formed by abyssal power, capable of withstanding 1 attack. Ding! Abyss set effect has been activated. Set effect, all attributes +1. Each attack carries abyssal power, causing piercing effect. Each attack carrying abyssal power is no small matter. This means that whether it's a ranged attack or a melee attack, it could even poison the enemy, this skill effect would be useful. Just imagine if an enemy drinks a cup of poison, instead of dying from the poison, the abyssal power erupts within them, leading to internal bleeding and death. This kind of death would leave even a detective puzzled, not knowing how it happened. However, Qin Shen didn't stay excited for long. He continued to use the left hand of fate, trying to steal more items from the chest. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen the item Alia's Ruby. Item description, you can go find Alia, perhaps she will give you a generous reward? Please don't think of anything strange. A ruby appeared in Qin Shen's hand, and he stared at it in slight astonishment. How did this thing come out? It is known that this ruby has an exceptionally low drop rate, although its apparent use is just to exchange for 20 gold coins. But in reality, it has a much greater purpose. Just thinking about that purpose made Qin Shen's lips curl up uncontrollably. One could say that this item's effect is even better than the equipment he just obtained. Continue stealing. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen the item, Map of Dawn City. Item description: a map to Dawn City. If you don't follow the map, you might die. A map made of sheepskin appeared in Qin Shen's hand. He unfolded it and saw that it marked a safe route to Dawn City. From the drawings on it, this route was particularly rugged, sometimes going forward, sometimes backward, and sometimes even making a turn. One could say that without this map, almost no one from the novice village could survive to reach Dawn City. And now, this map was in his hands. Qin Shen's lips could no longer be restrained at this moment. He originally wanted to maintain the demeanor of a skilled player, but even a master would be unable to suppress a laugh upon receiving such generous rewards. He had been quite reserved. Continue stealing. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an S-rank skill book. Blink. Skill name: Blink. Skill effect: instantly teleport within a distance of 100 meters, with a cooldown of 15 seconds for each use. Surprise, joy, ecstasy. Qin Shen's emotions changed 3 times in a short period because he never expected to actually draw an S-rank item. What thrilled him was not just obtaining an S-rank item, but player successfully stole an S-rank item, gaining fate points ×1. This meant that he could upgrade another skill. Qin Shen opened his personal panel, his gaze sliding over each skill. Although Blink was incredible, Shadow Step was already sufficient for him at the moment, so he wanted to upgrade. Do you want to consume 1 fate point to enhance the skill, Shadow Strike? Yes. With Qin Shen's agreement. Every muscle in his body tensed and relaxed dozens of times. Each tensing and relaxing tore at his muscles, yet a warm energy repaired them. This was not just a regular muscle workout. In Qin Shen's perception, it felt more like a reshaping of his muscles. Congratulations, player, the skill, Shadow Strike, has been enhanced and mutated into Fate Spear. Fate Spear, level, S rank, type, passive, skill effect: every damage dealt by the player will cause 300% critical damage, and whenever the player deals damage in any way, it will instantly detonate all fate marks on the target. If there were no fate marks previously added, it will cause triple fate mark detonation damage and additionally apply triple fate marks. Incredible. Looking at the skill description on the screen, the only word that came to Qin Shen's mind was incredible. Besides incredible, he couldn't imagine anything that could describe this skill. It completely treated Shadow Strike as a normal attack, but not just any normal Shadow Strike, it was an enhanced Shadow Strike. Not only could each attack deal critical damage, but it could also trigger the detonation of fate marks. If it were just this skill alone, it might even prevent Qin Shen from stacking fate marks. But there was a subsequent entry: without fate marks, it could create 3 fate marks worth of damage out of thin air. It even applied 3 fate marks to the target? What does this mean? It means that Qin Shen can deal damage equivalent to 6 fate marks with just 2 normal attacks, without using any skills. Such an exaggerated effect reminds Qin Shen of the master of the Abyssal cave he faced before. If he were to use this skill now, 2 normal attacks would be enough to take down the boss of this hell-level dungeon in an instant. This is simply not a skill that a human should possess. In an ordinary online game, only a world boss that requires the entire server to deal with would be worthy of such an exaggerated skill. And now, this skill is with Qin Shen. Qin Shen's lips curled up, but then he quickly composed himself. No, he still needs to remain humble and cautious. Although this skill is incredibly powerful, he cannot let it go to his head. After all, there are countless heroes in the world, and there might be other powerful beings with the same SSS level talent hiding out there. He needs to progress quickly. With this thought in mind, Qin Shen's sharp gaze turned towards another path in the Abyssal cave. He is only level 9 now, he should first raise his level to the novice village's cap of level 10. With that, Qin Shen stepped deeper into the cave, into the even darker depths. In the forest. As time passed, Wang Ling's fluctuating emotions due to the server-wide announcement had calmed down. Because he also received an announcement. Regional announcement. Due to player Wang Ling hunting too many goblins, the nearby goblin camp has elected 10 goblin warriors and 1 goblin champion to form a hunting party to kill humans. All players in the area, please take note. Upon receiving the news, Wang Ling was not afraid, instead, he felt even prouder. Ha ha ha, he shouted, if others can get an announcement, so can I. The people around him quickly began to flatter him. That's right, that kid just got lucky. If we're talking about strength, it has to be our brother Wang. I say, brother Wang's strength is solid, that kid might have just taken shortcuts. With strategies. After all, the game just launched, who knows what strategies there are? Exactly. Listening to the flattery, Wang Longxing surprisingly found these usually unremarkable guys a bit more agreeable. Just as they were discussing, rustling sounds came from the bushes in the distance. 11 goblins emerged. These goblins were completely different from ordinary goblins. Typical goblins would only carry a wooden stick and wear a loincloth. But this group of goblins was dressed in thick cotton clothing, wielding somewhat old knives and shields. One goblin stood out particularly. It wore a horn iron helmet, was clad in chainmail, and wielded a massive double-headed axe, looking quite fierce. Is this the hunting party? A player stepped forward and swung a knife at the goblin in front of him. But unlike ordinary goblins, this goblin moved extremely swiftly. It quickly blocked the attack and then struck back at the player. 200. With just one attack, the player lost half of his health. Not good, everyone retreat. This is a level 5 elite monster. Everyone almost retreated at the same time, including Wang Longxing. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to take on a level 5 elite monster alone. Quickly organize the formation, we must not fight them. One-on-one, there are too many elite monsters. Wang Longxing shouted while also pondering a question in his heart. Did that Qin Chen mentioned in the server announcement face such a difficult predicament? Absolutely impossible. He could only take on one boss at a time, so as long as he defeated this raid team, there was no doubt that Wang Longxing would be stronger than Qin Chen. Under Wang Longxing's command, dozens of players arranged themselves into a tight formation, with players holding swords and shields at the front, followed by spearmen. This was the formation they had obtained through strict training, and they would not falter even against elite monsters. The battle was about to begin. 10 goblin warriors charged forward, brandishing their worn-out swords and shields. At the moment of engagement, even though the players had the advantage of being human, they were still struggling under the attacks of the goblin warriors. If it weren't for the players with swords and shields standing in front and the spearmen behind them, they would have been taken down in an instant. But even so, Wang Longxing had to weave through the formation to attack the goblin warriors just to barely maintain their formation. The silver long sword in his hand drew arcs, like meteors streaking through the air. But these meteors were so deadly that it only took 7 moves to slay a level 5 elite monster. It was truly terrifying, he was strong to an astonishing degree. However, Wang Longxing's state of mind became increasingly calm during the slaughter. After all, a true strongman should maintain such a mentality. What did the first server announcement matter? As an S-class talent holder, that so-called Qin Chen was merely someone he could easily surpass. And he, Wang Longxing, was the number 1 in the world. With this thought, Wang Longxing performed a beautiful sword flourish and effortlessly cut the throat of a goblin warrior. Thus, all 10 goblin warriors were wiped out. Opposite all the players, the goblin warrior was now leaning on its double-handed axe, its eyes half closed, as if it were asleep. When the last goblin warrior fell, it suddenly opened its eyes wide. Let me fight it! Wang Longxing shouted, and the long sword in his hand erupted with dazzling light as he thrust it towards the goblin warrior. Ding! The goblin warrior swung its double-handed axe, instantly knocking Wang Longxing's sword away. Then, it swung its axe again. Bang! Wang Longxing was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a player behind him. 800. Wang Longxing's health bar was almost completely emptied. He struggled to stand up, looking at the goblin warrior in the distance with wide eyes. Is this a level 5 boss? He exclaimed in shock. All together! Wang Longxing then shouted to all the players. As soon as he finished speaking, all the players rushed forward, almost simultaneously. Using their skills, especially the archers at the back of the team, who shot 2 arrows in quick succession. Facing the arrows coming at him, the goblin warrior merely waved its double-handed axe and easily blocked them. But even with such a relaxed motion, the sheer number of arrows inevitably struck him. 50. After consuming a few health potions, Wang Longxing seized the opportunity to thrust his sword, and a silver sword energy shot out from the blade towards the goblin warrior. 300. Brother Wang is amazing. Brother Wang is mighty. The nearby players immediately began to praise him, though this time with a hint of sincerity. After all, that was a level 5 boss, and as a player of the same level, the damage dealt by Wang Longxing was too severe. In the end, the arrogant goblin warrior paid the price for its arrogance, collapsing under the attacks of dozens of low-level players. At the same time, a silver treasure chest appeared on the ground. A treasure chest has dropped. Quick, let brother Wang open it. Upon hearing this, Wang Ling strode over confidently and effortlessly. Opened the silver chest. A silver light shot out from the chest, and when the light faded, Wang Ling saw the contents inside. A long sword, about 4 feet long and plain in appearance, lay inside the chest. Name, Goblin. Greatsword, C grade, type, main hand weapon attack, 30-40 equip level, 5 class restriction, non-attribute bonus, strength +1 special effect, increases damage by an additional 10% on critical hits. Such good attributes? Wang Ling suddenly reached out to grab the goblin greatsword, a smile spreading across his face, but his eyes were filled with ambition. With such great equipment, the next server-wide announcement would be his. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Shen for becoming the first player in the entire server to reach level 10. Wang Ling's smile froze again. How is it him again? This time, the entire server was once again in an uproar. 2 server-wide announcements belonging to the same person, wasn't that a terrifying thing? If one server-wide announcement could be considered a coincidence, then 2 announcements were a display of strength. In the novice village, gasps of astonishment echoed. Wow, where did this god come from? No way, right? I'm only level 2, and he's already level 10? Bro, are you going to hang up? He's the same type as Qin Shen. Meanwhile, in a dark cave on the other side, Qin Shen stared at the level 10 elite monster lying before him, momentarily stunned. Is this really level 10? Confusion flickered in his eyes. He hadn't even noticed his experience bar, and unexpectedly, he leveled up just by casually taking down a small monster. What a waste! He had originally intended to find a boss to level up. People always need a sense of ceremony. This opportunity to level up was truly wasted, just like that, on a level 10 small monster. The key was that the battle wasn't intense. He hadn't even noticed the small monster, just casually shooting a crossbow, and ended up leveling up. Sigh. Qin Shen sighed, opening the treasure chest of the level 10 elite monster. When he looked inside, he only saw a long sword. B grade? Looking at the long sword in his hand, Qin Shen shook his head and casually stored it in the system space. He had no use for it. It wasn't that he, as a thief, couldn't use a long sword, but mainly because the attribute bonus of a B-grade weapon was too weak. After opening the chest, Qin Shen opened his personal panel and allocated his attribute points in a main agility, secondary strength manner. Player Qin Shen, Faith Thief, level 10, 100%, strength 47 plus 12, stamina 10 plus 15, spirit 10 plus 5, agility 50 plus 12, health 2500/2500 mana, 1500 skills, 1, Fate Spear, S grade, plus 3, passive skill, 2. Shadow Step, B grade, plus 4, class exclusive, 3. Fate Left Hand, S grade, plus 2, 4. Blink, S grade, equipment, Dark Cloak, Dark Necklace. Items, Alia's Ruby, Dawn City Map, Talent Exclusive, Fate Points X0 Class Exclusive, 100% critical hit probability, skill points, and attribute points gained doubled. Qin Shen's gaze swept across his personal panel and he nodded in satisfaction. Now, at just level 10, he had already reached the limit of his attribute points, which would surely cause an uproar in the outside world. Generally speaking, the limit of attribute points is something players only have a chance to touch when they reach level 20 or even higher. Yet now, he had achieved such a level at just level 10. Just thinking about it made the corners of Qin Shen's mouth rise uncontrollably. In his previous life, his panel at level 10 was far worse than it was now, and even so, he managed to become a T1 level powerhouse. Now, he far surpassed everyone else, and with the knowledge he possessed in his mind, there was no doubt he would stand at the pinnacle of all players, becoming the T0 player among T0 players, or even, the strongest among players. Qin Shen spread his arms, his cloak billowing without wind, his robust body resembling an iron tower. This time, Qin Shen murmured, a figure flashing in his abyss-like eyes. I can seize fortune, and I can also contend against misfortune. I will not let you die for me again. With this thought, Qin Shen closed his eyes, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, only coldness remained in his pitch-black gaze. He was still not strong enough, so there was no time to rest. He had to find a way to increase his strength immediately. However, there was an urgent matter that needed his attention, which was Qin Shen looked at the chat channel, where the friend section displayed the symbol of 999+. Did just 2 server-wide announcements really cause so many people to add him as a friend? Watching the constant stream of friend requests pop up, he reached out to click close, only to see a server-wide announcement appear below. Qin Shen, I want to talk to you. Are you interested in chatting? Fong seeing this name, Qin Shen was slightly taken aback. A server-wide announcement required a gold coin in the early stages, a sum that new players could hardly afford. Even if they could, it would be painful to part with, but Kong Fong probably wouldn't mind. Because in his previous life, he was known as the god of money. He was a powerhouse among T0 players. And even a strong guild like the Dragon Walk Guild could not compete with him in terms of wealth alone. If that were all there was to it, Qin Shen wouldn't have a particularly deep impression of him. After all, there were many strong players in this game. But Kong Fong was different. Although he had money, he did not bully others with it and even had a very good reputation. It was said that as long as a player sought his financial help, he would almost always provide assistance. Unexpectedly, such a top figure would seek to collaborate with him in this life. Was this a turn of fortune? With this thought, Qin Shen clicked on the friend request, found Kong Fong's request, and clicked to accept. If he was wealthy and a good person, then why not collaborate? Almost the moment the friend request was approved, a message popped up in the chat box. Kong Fong, big shot, do you want to join my team? As long as you join my team, I can offer you the best treatment, and any equipment we produce will be available for you to use first. If you have any financial issues, don't worry, I have a bit of money, I can mobilize hundreds of gold coins at any time. If it's cash, as long as you need it, I can send you a salary of 5 million every month. Looking at the messages that popped up in the chat box, a slight smile appeared on Qin Shen's lips. These conditions were too generous. If he weren't a reborn person, he would definitely agree. Even hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to 5 million. Unfortunately, at this moment, 5 million was of no use to him at all. Qin Shen, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to going solo and I'm not accustomed to team collaboration. Kong Fong, in that case, can we cooperate in other ways? Other ways. Qin Shen looked at the messages in the chat box, chewing over the words, and finally sent a message. Qin Shen, I can give you a chance, go ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, a stout, amiable young man broke into a smile. Kong Fong, boss, you're so powerful, you must have a lot of equipment. Do you have any that you don't need? Can you sell me some? After all, I have plenty of people here, just lacking equipment. Qin Shen, I'm just a lone wolf, I really don't need that much equipment, but I don't want cash, just game currency, is that okay? Although Qin Shen seemed to be asking, his tone was entirely unarguable. Kong Fong, of course, boss, whatever price you say goes. Qin Shen, how about this, I'll give you a wholesale price. Level 5 equipment, at least 10 gold coins each, and if the quality reaches sea level, it will be 20 gold coins each. Kong Fong, deal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kong Fong let out a sigh of relief and turned to the dozen or so men and women surrounding him. He said, we have equipment coming up. Equipment? Captain, are you contacting that level 10 player? A female archer blinked and asked. That's right. Kong Fong nodded. He won't bring us a bunch of junk, right? After all, we have enough equipment of our own. At this moment, a person draped in a black cloak, their face concealed, spoke up. No way, after all, he's a level 10 big shot, said the female archer. What do you mean no way? Everything has to be seen in action. Who knows what tricks he used, the masked person retorted. Just as everyone was arguing, a massive treasure chest appeared out of thin air in front of Kong Fong. He wasn't overly surprised, as he knew this was a package from the mailing system. Kong Fong reached out to open the treasure chest and saw 15 pieces of equipment lying inside. These weapons could be said to cover all categories: swords, spears, halberds, daggers, bows, almost encompassing all professions and types. But the most crucial part was that all these weapons were actually of sea-level quality. Name: Wild Boar. Longsword, sea level, type, main hand weapon attack, 40-50 equipment level, 5 class restriction, non-attribute bonus, strength +2 special. Effect: there is a chance to trigger an additional attack when attacking, with the additional attack damage being 50% of the base attack power. Kong Fong browsed through the attributes of each piece of equipment and he was increasingly astonished. The attributes of these equipments were just too good, right? In their entire team, only 2 people had equipment with such attributes. And now, there were 15 such pieces of equipment right in front of him, enough to arm the whole squad. What's wrong, Captain? The female archer asked. It can't be that this equipment is too poor, the masked man sneered. That's a possibility, someone nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the female archer hurried towards Kong Fong, her high ponytail swaying. When she saw the weapons in the box, their attributes appeared before her. But what the female archer was most focused on was undoubtedly the bow among the weapons. Name: Wolf Hunter Longbow, C. Grade: type, main hand weapon attack frequency, single shot attack, 45-50 equipment level, level 5 class restriction, non-attribute bonus, agility +2 special effect, increases damage by an additional 10% on critical hits. Powerful. The female archer picked up the wolf hunter longbow, her watery eyes filled with shock. The attributes of this bow are almost double what I currently have equipped. Isn't that too exaggerated? She murmured, her gaze full of disbelief. Because what one could get from opening treasure chests purely depended on luck, obtaining suitable equipment was difficult, and acquiring high attribute equipment was even harder. Yet Qin Shen had sent over 15 pieces of such equipment at once, showcasing the depth of a level 10 player. See, I wasn't wrong. A level 10 big shot wouldn't lie to us, the female archer said proudly to the others behind her while raising the longbow. And the variety of these equipment shows that the big shot must have hunted many monsters, otherwise, how could it be so complete? In response to her words, the masked man could only nod, you're right. The conversation between the two did not affect Kong Fong at all, as he was busy making money. According to their previous pricing, these equipment were worth a total of 300 gold coins. Even with Kong Fong's financial resources, he couldn't help but feel a pinch. After all, this was the early stage. But he did not go back on his word and immediately transferred the money. The advantages brought by these equipment were far more precious than 300 gold coins. Ding! Kong Fong has transferred you 300 gold coins, please check. On the other side, Qin Shen looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him and nodded slightly. He needed a large amount of gold coins, the more the better. Although he was currently living in a cheap rental, he had no interest in cash at all. Because once the game descended, the global order would collapse in an instant, and at that time, this game currency would become the only currency in both worlds. Even 1,000 taels of gold wouldn't be able to exchange for one. So the gold coins he currently obtained were equivalent to being more precious than 15 tons of gold, though it couldn't be calculated that way. After all, gold coins could be exchanged for gold, but gold couldn't be exchanged for gold coins. At this moment, Qin Shen stretched and the bones and muscles of his whole body made a popping sound. Time to get to work. He looked towards the distant wilderness. In his previous life, after reaching level 10, he had directly left the novice village, causing him to miss the greatest opportunity in the novice village. This time, he wouldn't miss it again. In the next moment, Qin Shen's figure disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! In the wilderness, a passionate gale blew through, causing the tender dogtail grass to be pressed down to the ground by the strong wind, appearing particularly helpless. A tall, muscular man draped in a black cloak suddenly appeared in the wilderness. Qin Shen glanced around and then turned to look behind him. Not bad, it's very convenient for a traveling skill, he nodded. Qin Shen had just tested the teleportation spell, which he had never used before, and found that this skill was particularly suitable for traveling. Especially in this novice village, without vehicles or special skills. This teleportation spell was simply an excellent tool for traveling. As for others using it to escape, this has nothing to do with Qin Shen. Generally speaking, it's him who lets others escape. Qin Shen walked through the wilderness, his steps steady, looking in no hurry. Now he was the only level 10 in the entire server, and he possessed an SSS level talent. If he were anxious, the entire novice village would probably be wiped out. As Qin Shen made his way toward the wilderness, a player who had just killed a wild wolf stared at him in a daze. It was hard not to pay attention, after all, the name Qin Shen was so prominently displayed above his head. Noticing the other's gaze, Qin Shen glanced at him but did not quicken his pace. He had never thought of hiding his whereabouts. Of course, if he wanted to hide, it wasn't impossible, but there was no way to do so in the novice village. The ID displayed above players' heads in the novice village couldn't be turned off. Only after leaving the novice village for the major cities could they hide their IDs. Seeing Qin Shen gradually walk away, the player ignored the corpse of the wild wolf on the ground and directly opened the chat channel. Brothers, I saw Qin Shen in the Wind Whisper Wilderness. No way? What's he doing there? Isn't he level 10? Why hasn't he left the novice village? Wind Whisper Wilderness, bro, you're quite the daredevil. That place is full of wolves and snakes. You really dare to go there? Isn't there a level 5 poisonous snake monster there? I heard the drop rate is particularly low, and the equipment that drops isn't useful. So why is Qin Shen going to that place? Does he know something? Just as the discussion in the channel heated up, another player closed the chat panel and walked up to Wang Ling, who had just slain a goblin warrior. President, Qin Shen went to the Wind Whisper Wilderness. Wang Ling looked over. At this moment, he had already formalized his guild. Those who had always called him Brother Wang might think he was from some foot massage parlor, so he now required his subordinates to uniformly call him President. He went to the Wind Whisper Wilderness? Wang Ling frowned. I remember that place has nothing but a bunch of poisonous snake monsters, right? There weren't many monsters in the novice village suitable for leveling up. This didn't mean there weren't many types of monsters, but rather that there weren't many suitable for leveling. For example, goblins and wild wolves were suitable for leveling, they provided enough experience and had a decent drop rate. The most crucial point was that goblins had a complete leveling route: ordinary goblins, goblin warriors, and goblin champions. With these three types of goblins around, players wouldn't lack for equipment. Wild wolves were the same, and they were even easier to kill than goblins. Goblins were humanoid monsters, while wild wolves had a particularly simple attack method. Besides these two types of monsters, the remaining ones were particularly troublesome. Especially the level 5 poisonous snake monsters. If bitten even once, players would suffer from poison effects that caused continuous health loss, and their own attacks would also cause health loss. Coupled with the low drop rate and the poor quality of the equipment that dropped, almost no one was willing to go to the Wind Whisper Wilderness to kill level 5 poisonous snake monsters. What was Qin Chen going there for? Have you found out? What is he doing in the Wind Whispering Wilderness? Wang Longxing asked the player beside him. President, I'm not really sure, but someone in the chat channel said they saw Qin Chen in the Wind Whispering Wilderness. The person replied, and several others mentioned it too. How could he go there? Wang Longxing paced back and forth. Just then, the player suggested, President, why don't we go take a look? This person comes and goes without a trace, and if we miss this opportunity, we might never know how he became so strong. Alright. Wang Longxing nodded and ordered in the guild channel, everyone stop what you're doing immediately and follow me to the Wind Whispering Wilderness. Almost the moment he issued the command, nearly 100 players near Wang Longxing instantly halted their actions. They were paid players, so they were much more disciplined than regular guilds. Just as Wang Longxing was preparing to gather people to head to the Wind Whispering Wilderness, on the other side, the female archer approached Fong. Captain, the chat channel is going crazy. Someone said they saw Qin Chen in the Wind Whispering Wilderness. I got the news too, the masked person nodded. Captain, should we go take a look as well? We might get something out of it, he suggested. Fong shook his head at the two. No, they didn't notify us, so how can we just go on our own? Besides, he's a level 10 player, even if we wanted to get involved, we wouldn't have the qualifications. Let's focus on leveling up and preparing for our upgrade. Once we reach level 10, even if we don't seek him out, he will come looking for us to collaborate. Facing Fong's words, the masked person could only nod. I understand. The other team members had no objections either. Meanwhile, in the novice village, several powerful teams were also gearing up to set out. In this world, it wasn't just Fong and Wang Longxing who had money and connections. There were plenty of wealthy and influential people. As long as they were willing to spend, anyone could form their own team. After all, making money from gaming was much better than toiling away in a company. In the center of the Wind Whispering Wilderness, Qin Chen entered stealth mode, moving through the shadows to reach this place without a single monster attacking him along the way. With such a large level gap, if he could be detected by monsters, he really wouldn't be able to survive. Finally, Qin Chen stopped among a cluster of massive stones resembling a stone circle. In his previous life, the Wind Whispering Wilderness was never a favored leveling spot for players unless too many good spots were occupied. This was mainly because the monsters in the Wind Whispering Wilderness were quite unpleasant. Although there were a few wild wolves, they were far from enough. Yet, there was someone who had a particular fondness for snake-type monsters, and that player had been leveling in the Wind Whispering Wilderness, persevering all the way to this spot. Then this guy, for some unknown reason, adjusted the positions of the stones according to the orientation of the Big Dipper. By sheer coincidence, he summoned the greatest opportunity in the novice village, a projection of the muddy snake demon from the first layer of hell. As long as he successfully killed this monster, not only would he awaken early, but he would also gain the rare luck attribute and a top-notch special attribute. Qin Chen lifted a stone several people high and began to adjust its position according to his memory. These stones were exceptionally tall and wide. With just a slight change in position, Qin Chen's actions would be hidden from view. So if there were other players here, they would probably think a new monster had emerged from the novice village. For example, a stone golem or a stone giant, and they would never suspect that it was a living person moving the giant stones. Because such a power attribute is a bit exaggerated, even a warrior class specialized in strength would need to reach at least level 5 to obtain such power. Soon, Qin Chen moved 6 giant stones. And he picked up the last one, walking towards the position of the last star of the Big Dipper. Boom! The 7 giant stones representing the Big Dipper suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and black beams of light shot up into the sky. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Chen for successfully summoning the Hell Monster Projection Mudplow Serpent Demon. The light on the giant stones gradually dissipated, and a black circular magic circle appeared on the ground. Finally, a monster with a human upper body, a snake lower body, 4 arms, and covered in scales crawled out from the magic circle. Upon seeing the Mudplow Serpent Demon appear, Qin Chen chose not to attack but instead used Shadow Step to quietly slip into the shadows. At the edge of Wind Breath Wilderness, Wang Ling looked at the distant light, and combined with the previous floating announcement, he immediately understood everything. Good, he said. I said, why did this kid suddenly come to Wind Breath Wilderness? It turns out he really got some clues about a hidden quest. Everyone, speed up. Let's hurry and see if we can snatch this monster. Yes. At the same time, more than a dozen teams that had also come to Wind Breath Wilderness became restless and quickened their pace. On the other side, a masked man exploring the forest suddenly caught up with Fong. Captain, should we also go to Maple Creek Wilderness and try our luck? I heard that the Dragon Walk Guild and many other guilds have gone. Fong looked at him helplessly. If they want to go, let them go. Do you really want to fight them for this piece of meat? Winning would waste time, and losing would be a pure loss. Let them fight among themselves. Besides, we and Qin Chen are partners, we shouldn't always think about stealing. They're monsters. Yes, Captain. The masked man, though reluctant, could only nod in agreement. At this moment, Qin Han was hiding in the shadows, watching the Mudplow Serpent Demon slaughter the venomous snake monsters. This creature from hell attacked indiscriminately, even if it was another monster, it would kill without mercy. Its terrifying attribute values made the slaughtering efficiency exceptionally high. Name, Mudplow Serpent Demon. Hell Projection, Level 10, Boss, Health, 14500/14500 Mana, 3200/3200 Attack Power, 500 Movement Speed, 10 Defense, 100 Skills, Tongue Extraction Silence, Tail Strike Earthquake, Tongue Extraction Poison. Tongue Extraction Silence, a power from hell that can designate an area where spell skills cannot be used. Tail Strike Earthquake, the Serpent Demon's tail, tempered in hell, can produce a shock effect. Tongue Extraction Poison. The Serpent Demon's venom carries hell's poison. Entry, Revolving Serpent, at the brink of death, can shed skin and be reborn, fully revived, January 1st. Terrifying. This was the only impression in Qin Chen's mind after reviewing the attributes of the Mudplow Serpent Demon. Not to mention those exaggerated attributes, just its skills alone could be described as both offensive and defensive. There were skills that could incapacitate mages, skills that could poison and disable warriors, and skills for large area attacks. A boss of this level required even Qin Han to proceed with caution. Moreover, his gaze was fixed tightly on that entry. This was the entry he wanted to obtain. Although the effect of the entry would diminish after killing the boss, it was still a rare life-saving tool. After all, dying in this game could genuinely reduce one's lifespan. Not to mention that Qin Han had received news that this entry could be used as material to further synthesize higher-level entries. So no matter what, he was determined to get it. However, given the current situation, he didn't need to take action. The pawns had already arrived. Qin Han looked into the distance and saw hundreds of players marching towards them. Every poisonous snake monster they encountered along the way didn't even have the ability to attack before being killed instantly. At this moment, the Mudplow Serpent Demon, towering at 10 feet tall with 4 arms and wielding 4 long spears, also spotted them. It twisted its serpentine body, its blood-red vertical pupils fixated on the players, and its humanoid head spat out a forked tongue. Is this the monster? A player said as they approached the Mudplow Serpent Demon. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, a long spear fell, impaling the player on the spot like a candied hawthorn, and bright red blood splattered, staining the surrounding players. 2000. Everyone was shocked and took a step back. This monster was brutal. Seeing them retreat, the Mudplow Serpent Demon swung its remaining 3 spears and charged at them. Slaughter! Slaughter! More slaughter! The Mudplow Serpent Demon used the spears like clubs, each sweep taking a player's life, and each thrust impaling a player on the spear. Mages and archers, fall back. Warriors, hold the line with your shields, someone shouted loudly, trying to command the hundreds of players, but no one listened to him. Most players either chose to flee with their heads down or hurriedly pulled their teams to run, while a few players stood up to resist, only to be killed instantly. Fire! Just then, dozens of arrows and fireballs rained down, striking the Mudplow Serpent Demon. The arrows and fireballs pierced its scales, causing it to bleed for the first time. In the distance, Wang Ling, who had arrived led his team of nearly 100 into the battlefield. "Everyone, gather around," he shouted. As soon as he said this, dozens of teams rushed towards Wan Longxing, fearing that if they were slow, they would die. Seeing this, the mudplow serpent demon did not pursue them but instead pulled out the spear, stuck in the ground, and assumed a standoff position. Wan Longxing glanced at the mudplow serpent demon, feeling particularly satisfied with his decision. Fortunately, he hadn't acted rashly, otherwise even his team would have suffered heavy losses. This thought flashed through Wang Longxing's mind for just a moment before he turned to the gathered players. "Everyone, although you are all quite powerful teams, you can see that this boss is truly formidable. If we spread out, even if we fight until the year of the monkey and month of the horse, we won't be able to kill this boss. I suggest we unite to take down the boss, and as for the rewards, we can distribute them later based on each person's contribution. What do you all think?" He looked at the leaders of these teams. At this moment, a team leader clasped his fists and said, "We will follow President Wang's orders." With him taking the lead, the remaining leaders expressed their willingness to follow Wang Longxing's command. Wang Longxing's lips curled up. The captain just now was someone he had bribed heavily. Indeed, people are no different from sheep, especially these lower-class individuals, who have no use other than blindly obeying others. Although he felt disdain in his heart, Wang Longxing still maintained a posture of selflessness on the surface. "Pikemen, hold the front. Archers and mages, attack from the back," he shouted orders loudly while drawing his sword, ready to take the lead. This was a great opportunity to build the reputation of the Dragon Walk Guild, and as the president, how could he miss this chance to shine? "Kill!" Wang Longxing raised his sword and shouted at the mudplow serpent demon. In the next second, dozens of arrows and fireballs flew towards the mudplow serpent demon. Faced with this situation, the mudplow serpent demon stood still, but its forearms wildly waved the long spears in its hands. The arrows in the air were not down, but the fireballs accurately struck its body. Boom, boom, boom. 50. 70. A series of numbers appeared, invigorating the players in the back. After all, what if it was a boss? Wouldn't it still have to obediently be worn down by ranged attacks? Before they could celebrate for long, the mudplow serpent demon suddenly raised its long spear, aiming at the players. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and all the mages were about to chant spells, only to find they couldn't speak at all. Not good, this boss has silenced spellcasting. Prepare for melee classes. Wan Longxing shouted, then quickly lunged forward with a sword thrust, the bright sword light instantly separating from the blade and piercing the mudplow serpent demon. 250. Kill. This attack seemed like the battle's horn, and hundreds of melee players rushed forward with their weapons. Slaughter. A terrifying massacre. Every time the mudplow serpent demon swung its weapon, several players would die, but it was not unscathed either. Because every time it attacked a player, the remaining players would retaliate. Although it had silenced spellcasting, the archers were still alive. They directly launched close-range shots at the mudplow serpent demon's eyes or other vital spots. Even ants can kill an elephant. In numbers, let alone these players. The mudplow serpent demon's health was visibly dropping at an alarming rate. Wang Longxing stood among the team, occasionally stabbing the mudplow serpent demon. But each time, he would retreat out of the attack range as soon as the mudplow serpent demon launched its attack. However, after such repeated assaults, a hint of confusion arose in Wang Longxing's heart. Where did Qin Chen go? As a level 10 player, he couldn't have been taken out in one hit, right? But thinking of the mudplow serpent demon's terrifying performance, he felt that this question might not be impossible. Of course, this confusion was not limited to him alone, others were also pondering the same question. In the distance, under the shadow of a giant rock, Qin Chen stood leaning like a tall tower, dressed in a black cloak. The aftermath of the battle far away stirred up a fierce wind that made the cloak flutter violently. Yet, Qin Chen merely fixed his gaze on the distant fight with his abyss-like black eyes. He popped a candied fruit into his mouth, the sweetness spreading throughout his mouth. Qin Chan's attribute values visibly began to rise. Strength plus 15. This type of food was a temporary item that could increase attribute values, but food in the game was often more delicious than in reality, so some players pursued the taste rather than the attribute boost. Some even completed various stringent conditions to obtain a hidden profession, chef god. The dishes cooked by the chef god could significantly enhance temporary attribute values, making this profession quite powerful in a supportive role. However, Qin Chen ate the candied fruit for no other reason than boredom, to pass the time. The hundreds of players on the opposite side were taking far too long to grind down the mudplow serpent demon. After eating another candied fruit, Qin Chen cast Left Hand of Fate on the mudplow serpent demon. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing an item, Hellworm.
Item description: this is a food favored by most demons, rich and juicy, a must-try.
A palm-sized white worm appeared in Qin Shen's hand, but unlike usual, the head of this worm resembled a human head.
Even with
Qin Shen's experience and temperament, he couldn't help but frown at the worm lying in his palm.
Are the creatures of hell this disgusting? Who?
In the distance, the mudplow serpent demon raised its forearms
and roared loudly. Who stole my delicacy?
Its voice seemed to be filled with the sulphurous scent of hell, sharp and hoarse. Although no one had heard its language before, they could all understand the meaning of its words.
What does it mean?
The crowd attacking it, upon hearing the mudplow serpent demon's furious words, all looked puzzled.
Could a boss of its level really be stolen from by a thief? Or did it have a hidden cave that was being robbed?
But compared to these questions, the commander Wang Ling was more focused on quickly killing the mudplow serpent demon.
Don't get distracted, he shouted.
Archers, keep firing.
Warriors, hold the line. Remember not to take it head-on.
Just as Wang Ling's words fell, the mudplow serpent demon raised its massive tail.
Die, you food.
Tail strike quake. The enormous serpent tail crashed down onto the ground, sending a visible shockwave spreading outwards.
Bang bang bang.
The warrior players surrounding it were sent flying.
500.
In just one hit, the health bars of the warrior players attacking it were emptied by more than half. It was known that there were dozens of them. With such a large number, having their health bars reduced by more than half from just one skill showed how formidable a level 10 boss truly was. No wonder even a strong level 10 player like Qin Shen could be taken out in an instant. Such strength was enough to kill any solo level 10 player. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was still using the left hand of fate to steal items from the mudplow serpent demon.
Ding!
Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing an item, cooked eagle claw demon egg.
Item description: the eagle claw demon preys on juvenile mud
plow serpent demons, so after maturing, the more powerful mudplow serpent demon will in turn prey on the eagle claw demon. This retaliatory predation will span the lives of both types of demons.
A fist-sized item, resembling a serpent egg, appeared in Qin Shen's hand.
He unhesitatingly put it away, and the mudplow serpent demon seemed to sense it, roaring loudly once more.
Who is it? The mudplow serpent demon scanned everything around with its beast-like vertical pupils.
But no matter how loudly it roared or how furious it became, Qin Shen still maintained his hidden posture in the shadows. Faced with a thief that left no trace, the mudplow serpent demon could only wield its 4 long spears, venting all its anger on Wang Ling and his group.
What on earth is going on?
Wang Ling squinted, sensing the strangeness of the situation. Although he didn't know everyone in the team participating in this boss raid, he was sure that none of them had the ability to provoke a level 10 boss to this extent.
Who could be hiding in the dark? But no matter
who it was, the boss's rage was worth celebrating. After all, the opponent didn't have a rage buff, the so-called anger would only disrupt its attack rhythm. Listen to my command, thieves set traps, warriors fall back, archers keep firing, draw the boss over.
Wang Ling shouted loudly, confident that the mudplow serpent demon couldn't understand his orders.
Yes. The warriors, who were already eager to avoid such heavy losses due to the mudplow serpent demon's continuous attacks and dwindling numbers, immediately echoed him.
After seeing them retreat, a hint of hesitation appeared in the demon's vertical pupils. Even though it couldn't understand the player's words, it could clearly see the thieves setting traps. But in the next moment, the little reason it had left was instantly burned to ashes by its overwhelming rage. I will kill you all.
The mudplow serpent demon roared loudly, its foretongue revealing its mouth, dark green venom dripping from its sharp teeth onto the ground, corroding the grass into black ash.
Ding! Congratulations,
player, for successfully stealing equipment mudplow serpent ring.
Name: mudplow serpent ring. A grade, type, accessory level requirement, 10 class restriction, none attribute bonus, agility +6 effect.
Backpack space +50 skill.
Mudplow trap, can restrict target's movement speed and actions when activated. Powerful.
This ring is considered strong among its tier, especially as it compensates for Qin Shen's current
shortcoming control.
Plus, with the additional 50 backpack spaces, the value of this ring is priceless, even more so than equipment of the same level.
This is because accessory type equipment is always more expensive than weapon type equipment.
The reason for this is that this game is different from others. There are no so-called equipment restrictions, you can carry as much as you can hold. But a person only has 2 hands, so no matter how much you can carry, how much can you really take? However, accessory equipment is different. With 10 fingers and 10 toes, you can equip rings on all of them. In his previous life, Qin Shen even heard of someone putting a ring on that unspeakable leg.
Such a multitude of equipment slots has led to a high demand for accessory-type equipment. Qin Shen put on the ring and looked again at the battlefield not far away. At this moment, the Mud Snake Demon's health was nearly depleted from the player's attacks. Just one more powerful strike, and the Mud Snake Demon would be finished. At that moment, Wang Ling stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, get back!" He stood in front of the Mud Snake Demon and angrily commanded, "Stay right there." This stern reprimand transformed into a tangible force, instantly freezing the Mud Snake Demon in place. In the distance, Qin Shen's eyes, hidden in the shadows, glimmered with a hint of light. This was one of Wang Longxing's innate skills, Command and Prohibit. Command and Prohibit level A-type, active. Skill effect: for every 100 people under command, it grants 1 second of control over enemy characters of the same level. During this control time, the enemy character cannot take any action. For every level the commanded enemy is above their own, the effect is weakened by 1/10. What a domineering skill! Qin Shen's lips curled slightly, a trace of a smile appearing in his abyss-like eyes. What a pity! Die! For me! Wang Longxing roared, and the long sword in his hand shot out a silver beam of light. 250. The Mud Snake Demon let out a howl, its scream particularly mournful. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Revolving snake. Before the players participating in the siege could celebrate, a dazzling red light erupted from the Mud Snake Demon. This red light was so enchanting, as if it was filled with an indelible bloodlust. Crack, crack, crack. The fallen Mud Snake Demon emitted continuous sounds of breaking, like bones cracking. Black scales fell from its body, revealing patches of red scales underneath. Roar! The Mud Snake Demon stood up once more, letting out a deafening roar. Its cry was so loud that it raised a wall of dust from the ground. Not far away, the players who had long been prepared maintained their attacking stance. The reason they didn't attack the moment the Mud Snake Demon revived was simply that its resurrection process ended too quickly. The archers had attempted to attack, but unfortunately, it had little effect. Charge! This guy only has this last life left. Wang Longxing ordered loudly, and over 100 players rushed forward recklessly. They had already honed their attack methods against the Mud Snake Demon in previous battles. This time, the Mud Snake Demon's health decreased even faster than before. Watching the Mud Snake Demon's health plummet, Qin Shen nodded slightly. If he hadn't been there, the Mud Snake Demon would surely have fallen to this group of players. These people were quite capable, managing to defeat this level 10 boss with level 5 or even lower strength. However, this was also related to Wang Longxing's excellent command. Perhaps this was one of the effects of being a lone wolf? But what a pity! The Mud Snake Demon would only belong to him. Qin Shen snapped his fingers, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the Mud Snake Demon's health had dropped to below 1,000. Wang Longxing shouted, "Everyone, combine your attacks and prepare to unleash your full strength." Full strength. All the players raised their weapons, ready to launch a desperate charge against the Mud Snake Demon. Detonate! Qin Shen, hidden in the shadows, snapped his fingers. Boom! The lower half of the Mud Snake Demon exploded, and even its chest followed suit. 1000. Despicable creature, enjoy your remaining life, for when hell descends, I will surely kill you. Ah! The Muddy Snake Demon let out its final roar. And in the next moment, its upper body shattered under the terrifying tearing force. Qin Shen tilted his head slightly. It seemed that the level of this monster's main body was quite high, otherwise, how could it endure for a while and say a few words before dying? But this could also be seen as an alternative version of "I'll be back." Qin Shen didn't take the threat of the Muddy Snake Demon to heart at all, but the other players were different. What's going on? How did it die? Who dealt such high damage? Just as the players were discussing and at a loss, the system announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Qin Shen for successfully slaying the Hell Monster Projection Muddy Snake Demon. Qin Shen? How is that possible? Wasn't he killed in an instant? On the other side, Wang Longxing's eyes widened as he scanned the area but couldn't find Qin Shen's figure. But the anger in his heart was burning fiercely. Get out here! Qin Shen, how dare you steal our monster? Wang Longxing clenched his fists and shouted. He was unwilling. So unwilling. Their monster was actually stolen by someone who hadn't contributed at all. How could he swallow this anger? In the distance, under a giant rock, a tall and strong man stepped out from the shadows, his cloak rustling in the fierce wind. Finally, the man stood under the giant rock, his body appearing so small compared to it. But in the eyes of all the players, his figure was far more majestic and towering than the giant rock. At this moment, the reward notification had already sounded. Congratulations to the player for slaying the hell projection, unlocking lucky attribute, and gaining 2 points in the lucky attribute, bringing the player's lucky attribute to 12 points. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the B-grade attribute Serpent of Rotation. After suffering fatal damage, you can choose a random location within a 5-kilometer radius to resurrect at 30% status. Cooldown time 30 days. Congratulations to the player for obtaining S-grade treasure chest X1. Qin Shen glanced at these rewards and then looked ahead, as Wang Ling was angrily running towards him. Qin. Wind. Even though it was their first meeting, Wang Ling shouted without regard for his image, "How dare you steal our monster? Don't you have any shame? You're still the number one in the whole server." As Wang Ling spoke, the other players began to accuse him as well. "Don't you have any shame? We spent so much time fighting, and you just stole it all. By yourself? Are you an animal?" Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Qin Shen simply stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "You fools, this monster was clearly lured out by me, how could I not kill it? If we're talking about stealing monsters, it's clearly you who presumptuously stole my monster, right?" Qin Shen's words were filled with indifference and mockery. But the one emotion that was absent was seriousness. Wang Longxing's eyes widened, and for a moment, he couldn't think of how to refute. Just then, another person stepped forward. "You're talking nonsense." A player named Yanhua stepped forward, and from his position, it was clear he was a member of the Dragon Walk Guild. "The monster you attracted is yours, does it have your name written on it?" At this point, Yanhua scanned the crowd with his gaze, and before they could respond, he continued, "Moreover, this is a server announcement, and everyone received it, which is why you all came over. If this monster is yours alone, then why did the server issue an announcement? Isn't this giving us a chance?" "Yeah. The server made an announcement, so how can you claim it's your monster? You bastard, give me all the rewards." "No, he also owes us extra compensation, after all, he hogged all the experience." The players from the Dragon Walk Guild began to echo each other, even drawing their weapons, looking ready to surround Qin. "Chun. Are you threatening me?" Qin Shen looked at the aggressive crowd, still maintaining his posture with his hands behind his back, seemingly indifferent to their threats. The wild winds blowing across the desolate field tore his words apart, yet the arrogance and confidence within them reached everyone's ears. "Bastard!" Yanhua stepped forward with his sword and shield. "Are you really that strong at level 10? We have over 100 people here, even if you are level 10, you can't kill us all before your mana runs out." "That's right. Charge and kill him." All the players participating in the siege drew their weapons, preparing to deal with this legendary level 10 player just like they would a boss. So what if he was level 10? Wasn't he just a mere mortal? Seeing their actions, Qin Shen's gaze shifted slightly, as if in fear. Yanhua laughed, "Are you scared? If you're scared, hand over the treasure chest and we might spare your life." "Ha!" Qin Shen sneered, "Fool! You!" Yanhua was furious and was about to draw his sword when he saw Qin Shen's figure dissipate like a shadow in the air, leaving all the players who had surrounded the mud snake demon frozen in place. Right, Qin Shen had already reached level 10 and could leave the novice village at any time. Their attempt to surround him was completely meaningless. Moreover, I remember that PK is prohibited in the novice village, right? Aside from being able to steal his monster. It seems we can't do anything to him. A spearman spoke up. "Yeah, isn't that the basic rule of the novice village? Who's fanning the flames here? I almost forgot." An assassin nodded in agreement. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Yanhua and Wang Ling. "Oh dear, you guys are messing up my train of thought." A team leader sighed. Besides, he reached level 10 first, the first in the entire server. If we really fight him, it would probably be just like fighting a boss. Next time, don't fan the flames, it makes me anxious. This was a lie. He had long been displeased with the Dragon Walk Guild and Wang Ling. He was just seizing the opportunity to express it. Earlier, they had a common interest that allowed them to unite, but now it was completely different. "Yeah, stop with that nonsense, our average level isn't even 5. How can we target a level 10 player?" Another team leader nodded in agreement. "He might even be able to solo a level 10 boss. With so many of us, if it comes to a real fight, we probably wouldn't be enough for him to kill." At this moment, a player proposed a rather constructive idea. What if he doesn't solo kill in the game but does it offline? Then wouldn't that be even more useless? Can't regain face in the game, so trying to regain it in reality? That's just pure incompetence, relying on family background? Ha 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 ha. The players from these teams laughed heartily without a hint of concern for Wang Longxing's feelings. Wang Ling, who had remained silent, clenched his fists as he listened to everyone's comments about him. These opportunistic turncoats were truly despicable. But the most despicable of all was Qin Shen. If it weren't for Qin Shen, how could he have suffered such a great humiliation? If one day he could take revenge, he would make sure Qin Shen quit the game, otherwise, how could he possibly swallow this anger? Thinking of this, Wang Ling looked again at the two captains who had spoken. Unfortunately, these two guys were prominent figures. Moreover, since the novice village prohibited player PK, otherwise he would definitely take action and make sure these two captains could only stay in the novice village. Wang Ling took a deep breath and ordered the players of the Dragon Walk Guild. Alright, since everything is over, let's go. We must seize the time to practice, and then. He gritted his teeth, the force so great that even his bones began to crack. We must repay Qin Shen for his guidance. Yes. The other captains, seeing this, also gave orders. Let's go, no need to watch the excitement, leveling up is the priority. The crowd dispersed, but at the very end of the team, someone looked at Wang Longxing's back and began to whisper. Where did Wang Longxing's usual arrogance go? Can he really swallow this anger? What can he do if he can't? Can he single-handedly take down a level 10? Boss? Don't you think he looks like a dog? Hey, that's too much, he's more like a monkey at most. Qin Shen had no chance to hear these players' discussions, for at that moment, he had completely left the novice village. Tianyao City, teleportation array. A figure like an iron tower stood within the teleportation array, slowly materializing from nothing. His muscles were so strong that even specially made equipment was outlined with contours. Outside the teleportation array was a circular plaza, vast enough to cover tens of thousands of square meters, entirely paved with white stone slabs. Just a glance would evoke an inexplicable sense of the sacred. Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes scanned the surroundings, and besides curiosity, there was also a sense of expectation. As expected, most cities' teleportation arrays are quite similar. I wonder what this city will be like. Just as Qin Shen was talking to himself, a voice suddenly rang out, causing him to grip the dagger in his hand tightly. You must be the celestial being, huh? You really came early. Following the direction of the voice, Qin Shen's muscles instantly tensed. Not far away, a woman with shoulder-length black hair, dressed in black leather armor, was casually tossing a dagger in her hand. She was tall, with a full chest, delicate and fair hands, and with her beautiful face, she could be described as a rare beauty. But all of this was merely from an outsider's perspective. The moment the woman's gaze fell on Qin Shen, every muscle in his body tensed up simultaneously. It was as if the figure before him was not a shy beauty, but a beast capable of threatening his life. He had faced both the shadowy wolf demon and the mud snake demon with an easy and carefree demeanor, slaying them without a second thought. Yet at this moment his muscles were taut, and he even began to tremble, indicating that he had instinctively entered a state of combat. In the real world, once a person enters a combat state, adrenaline floods the body, causing muscles to quiver. This was not fear, it was a testament to a warrior's spirit. But precisely because of this, Qin Shen felt a deep wariness towards her. Not just anyone could provoke such a state in him. What level had she reached? Why are you silent? The woman sheathed her dagger at her waist and tilted her head to look at Qin Shen, her silky black hair fluttering in the breeze, making her appear exceptionally charming. But Qin Shen merely regarded her coldly, his gaze devoid of any tenderness. His heart was as hard as stone, he cared nothing for beauty. He was only concerned with one thing. Who are you? Qin Shen asked, frowning. In his previous life, he had visited Tianyao City, and while he wasn't intimately familiar with the strong there, he knew their names and appearances. In his memory, this woman had never appeared. So was she friend or foe? Qin Shen could not fathom it. The woman blinked her enchanting black eyes and suddenly chuckled. You people from the celestial realm are so curious. I am Alia, the Scythe of Shadows, sent to lead you to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. Alia? Headquarters of the Shadow Sect? Qin Shen chewed on these two words, frowning slightly. He remembered that he had previously obtained an item called the Alia Gem. Could it possibly belong to this woman before him? However, now was not the time to discuss this matter. He still had other things to attend to. For instance, the other party had clearly mistaken his profession for that of a shadow assassin. This was also a hidden profession, particularly skilled in assassination. Their professional traits allowed them to blend into the shadows and strike any enemy, making it one of the hardest assassin professions to guard against. After all, is there any place in this world without shadows? It was evident that due to the three skills attached to his profession, the other party had misidentified him as a shadow assassin. Yet there was one thing Qin Shen had never understood since his previous life. How did these so-called mentors receive accurate information to find them? In his last life, he had encountered a mentor of the thief profession who came to greet him. So, did they use some special method? But no one could answer Qin Shen. He knew it was pointless to ask these mentors, as their unified response was, "I don't know. Let's go." Alia, seeing Qin Shen deep in thought, did not linger. After giving him all the instructions, she quickly walked out. Qin Shen hurried to keep up. Both of them were agility-based professions, and even without running, their walking speed was far faster than that of ordinary people. They walked along wide streets or darted through narrow alleys, but their speed never slowed down even a bit. However, even at such a speed, it was enough for Qin Shen to once again experience the unique customs and culture of Tianyao City. For example, the streets were filled with people in white robes, while they were the only two in black gear, making them stand out remarkably. So whenever they entered a place, everyone invariably turned to stare at them as if they were rare animals in a zoo. Before long, Arya stopped in front of a black Gothic building. She turned to Qin Shen and said, "This is the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. Next, I will lead you inside to complete the initiation ceremony, and the sect will also provide you with the opportunity to break through the 10th level barrier. Moreover, we will offer new sect skills for you to learn, but all of this is contingent upon." Arya's black eyes curved slightly, like a crescent moon, "Your choice to join the Shadow Sect. So, what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Do you want to join the Shadow Sect?" "Of course." Qin Shen nodded. "Then let's go." Arya nodded slightly. Qin Shen followed her into the interior of the Shadow Sect. In the game of the heavens, regardless of the profession, once a player reaches level 10 and arrives at the main city, they will definitely be recruited by the corresponding professional organization. This can almost be considered an ironclad rule. In his previous life, Qin Shen entered the Thieves' Guild as a rogue, while some unique professions, like Taoists, would be recruited by the three major Taoist sects, not just a single sect. He had heard of someone who obtained the profession of Five Thunder Taoist and entered one of the three major sects, the Talisman sect, who would throw out a large number of talismans before each battle. However, joining a sect is not a hard requirement. If one chooses to forego it, they would become a free player. But free players, unless they gain great opportunities, would fade into obscurity even if they possess S-level talent. Let alone reaching T0 or T1 levels, even entering T2 might be impossible. This is the support that major sects can provide to players. Therefore, for players, the optimal choice is definitely to join the corresponding professional organization, at least to get through the early stages first. Under Arya's guidance, Qin Shen stepped into a small room. In the center of the room stood an altar, on which was a statue covered with a black cloth, the identity of which was unknown. On either side of the statue were two pure black beeswax candles. At this moment, the two candles were burning fiercely, emitting a rich fragrance, and the faint light from the candles cast large shadows throughout the room. "Elder, I have brought the celestial being," Arya said, stopping in front. Qin Shen tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, frowning slightly. Because almost at the same moment Arya spoke, an old man shrouded in a black robe appeared before Qin Shen. His speed was too fast, so fast that Qin Shen couldn't react, so fast that the faint candlelight on the altar didn't even flicker. "Oh?" The old man in the black robe made a sound of approval. "You are quite interesting, little celestial. In such a sudden situation, you think of fighting rather than fleeing? He. The old man in the black robe let out a low laugh. "You have quite a bit of courage, celestial." Qin Shen remained silent, only staring intently at the old man in the black robe. Because he realized that he was clearly looking at the old man's face, yet he couldn't see it. The shadows clearly did not obscure his vision. What was going on? At that moment, the old man in the black robe looked Qin Shen up and down, suddenly letting out a gasp. Beside him, Aliyah tightened her grip on the dagger at her waist, turning to Qin Shen and asking, "What's wrong, elder?" "It's nothing." The old man in the black robe shook his head, the shadows on his face dissipating like mist, revealing his true features. His face was covered in deep wrinkles, carved by time, showing signs of age. But unlike ordinary old men, his gray eyes were sharp like those of a hawk. Yet at this moment, the old man's eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. "The shadow of fate, huh? He. He let out a low chuckle. "How wonderful, Aliyah, you've really brought back an extraordinary fellow." "Elder, what are you talking about?" Aliyah tilted her head and asked. "He only has shadow power." She had confirmed it. This guy was undoubtedly a shadow assassin. After all, who else would possess such intense shadow power besides a shadow assassin? The elder's gray eyes shifted to Aliyah, shaking his head slightly. "Aliyah, you don't need to worry so much. This is a great thing. A tremendous good thing." He smiled. The elder turned and approached the altar, using his bony fingers to flick the candle flame. What I see in him is a presence far beyond shadows. It is the shadow cast by fate, it is. Only an existence known as the Thief of Fate can cast such a shadow. Thief of Fate? Aliyah exclaimed, even instinctively taking a step away from Qin Shen. If the Fate Hermits find out about this, they will definitely put this guy to death. She sighed and shook her head. Qin Shen just stood there, listening to the two of them converse as if it were a cutscene. To avoid affecting subsequent events, he did not participate in their discussion at all. At this moment, the elder turned around and pointed at the altar in front of him, saying, "Swear, Aliyah. I want you to swear to the shadows, never to reveal this person's special nature. If you dare to violate it." He smiled, the wrinkles on his face crumpling together. "The shadows will punish you." "I understand, elder." Aliyah performed a hand-over-heart gesture and approached the altar. "Great shadows, I swear to you, if I reveal the identity of this celestial being, then please take back all the gifts you have bestowed upon me." The elder nodded at this and then waved his hand, saying, "Leave now, the ritual is about to begin." Aliyah bowed again, performing a hand-over-heart gesture, and retreated from the room. The elder watched Aliyah leave before turning his gaze to Qin Shen. "You are very fortunate to have gained the favor of the Thief of Fate, but remember, this is both a blessing and a curse. However," he paused, "everything I want to say will have to wait until you pass the trial, so for now, go through the trial." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder flipped his hand, and a dark silver pendant appeared. "Take this, celestial being." Qin Shen took the silver pendant, and a prompt sound immediately rang in his mind. "Congratulations, player, you have successfully triggered the trial mission. Mission name, Trial of the Shadow Sect. Mission content, please use the trial token to go to the Shadow Secret Realm instance. A completion rate of over 30% is considered successful. Mission reward, upon successful completion of the trial, the player will break through limitations and officially enter the game world. The higher the completion rate, the more additional rewards you can obtain." Qin Shen merely glanced at the mission introduction, and he understood the process of this mission very clearly in his heart. At this moment, his breathing became slightly heavy. It was not tension, but excitement and exhilaration. Because only by completing the trial task can his level break through level 10 and continue to rise, which is the true entry into the world of the celestial game. But that is not the most critical part. The most critical part is that only in this way can the power of the celestial game truly enter the player's body, even extending this power into reality. By that time, even in the real world, Qin Shen's body will be digitized, and he will even be able to break free from the limitations of the game pod and enter the game in his true form. It is precisely for this reason that scattered players have so many disadvantages. After all, if they want to obtain trial tasks, they not only need to trigger them themselves, but most of the time they are also random. If, under such circumstances, they can still squeeze into T1 or even T0, then their luck attribute must be maxed out. While Qin Shen was contemplating strategies, the elder's words interrupted his thoughts. "By the way, there's one thing I want to remind you of. Before entering the trial, you can ask Aliyah about the information related to the shadow trial so you can be prepared." "I understand." Qin Shen was slightly taken aback, then nodded. He thought he would directly enter the shadow trial, but unexpectedly, this elder actually allowed him to ask Aliyah for details. Is this the benefit of an SSS level talent? The moment Qin Shen nodded in agreement, the elder disappeared. Just like when he appeared, Qin Shen didn't even notice. When he realized it, the other party had already vanished, so fast that the flames of the two candles on the altar didn't even flicker. "What's wrong? Staring into space?" Aliyah, as if she had foreseen it, casually tossed the dagger in her hand and stepped back into the room. "It's nothing." Qin Shen shook his head. "Is that so?" Aliyah stopped throwing the dagger and sheathed it at her waist. "You really are quite favored. The elder is usually very strict. Even those with slightly softer personalities would be ruthlessly shown the door. And you?" Aliyah tilted her head slightly, her smooth black hair resting on her shoulder. "The elder asked me to help you." "Alright, enough talk. Let me tell you about the information on the shadow trial." Aliyah's explanation was exceptionally detailed, covering every little detail. To those who knew about the trial, it would seem like a teacher guiding students in preparation for the college entrance examination. Once Aliyah finished explaining, Qin Shen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you. By the way, I have one more thing to ask you." "What is it?" Aliyah raised an eyebrow, her watery eyes revealing scrutiny. "Have you been to the Abyssal cave?" Aliyah's eyes widened slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "It means nothing. I just have something to show you." Qin Shen smiled slightly, his hand opening and closing, revealing a blood-red gem that resembled pigeon blood in his palm. Under the candlelight, Aliyah's eyes flickered slightly. What is it doing in your hand? Arya shifted her gaze from the ruby to Qin Shen. I found it in a deep cave, and now. Qin Shen handed the ruby to Arya, it's back to its rightful owner. Arya took the ruby, gripping it tightly in her hand, silent. Alright, I should enter the trial now. Qin Shen smiled slightly, holding the dark silver pendant, ready to use it, but Arya suddenly looked up at him. Qin Shen. Arya had learned his name during their previous conversation. A hint of hesitation appeared in her voice, quickly replaced by determination. The shadow trial is full of wonders, but based on my judgment, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass with your strength. However, if you want to improve your completion rate, it's best to start with your own skills. Thank you, Qin Shen nodded. The moment his words fell, he tightly grasped the dark silver pendant. Suddenly, a thick shadow enveloped Qin Shen. Qin Shen felt a moment of dizziness, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a world shrouded in mist. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, gripping his dagger tightly. Dense white fog covered everything. Even as a level 10 player, he could only see things within a 50-meter radius centered on himself. Such a degree of visual obstruction meant that any ranged class entering here would be rendered useless on the spot. Whether it was a mage or an archer, it was the same. Just as Qin Shen was surveying the area, he suddenly turned his head towards a position, and then his figure vanished like an arrow released from a bow. In the next moment, bang! A black arrow struck the ground where Qin Shen had just stood, and the energy that erupted from it created a nearly 1 meter wide hole. A confused voice emerged from the mist, and a humanoid monster, entirely black as if coated in tar, stepped out of the fog. It held a longbow that seemed to be made of shadows. Name: Shadow of the Forgotten Archer. Level: 11 health, 15,000/15,000 mana, 1300 attack power, 300 movement speed, 16 defense. 30 skills: Shadow Shot, Swift Arrow. Shadow Shot converts shadow power into arrows to shoot enemies. Swift Arrow can gather all its shadow power into a swift arrow, which will explode upon hitting any target. After reading the enemy's attributes, Qin Shen's arm muscles tensed slightly. No wonder Arya reminded him to focus on his skills after entering the shadow trial. It turned out that without the concealment of shadow power or movement speed, he probably wouldn't last long in this trial. After all, this was a ranged attack monster, and judging by its previous attack power, being hit would likely mean instant death. Thinking of this, Qin Shen showed no signs of tension on his face. In fact, the corners of his mouth even lifted slightly. In his previous life, he had entered the game much later than others, so how did he rise to the ranks of T1 players? The answer was he enjoyed every moment of it. Before the archer could draw the bowstring to shoot the next arrow, Qin Shen's figure vanished from the spot. Sizzle! When his figure reappeared, the dagger had already sliced through the archer's neck, but instead of bright red blood, dark shadows sprayed out. The archer seemed to feel no pain, swinging the longbow in an attempt to strike Qin Shen. Qin Shen simply evaded its attack with agile movements, while using his dagger to carve cuts into the archer's body. When the fate mark on the archer reached 13 layers, Qin Shen did not hesitate to use detonate. Boom! The archer's body exploded with a thunderous sound, blood splattering like ink in the air. Before it could fall on Qin Shen, he had already left the vicinity. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, dozens of shadow monsters of various professions and heights appeared out of thin air, almost surrounding Qin Shen. Interesting. Qin Shen's lips curled up, and he immediately slipped into the shadows. Shadow Step. This time he delved deeper into the shadows, moving even faster. Indeed, this was an other world that resonated with the power of shadows. Almost at the moment Qin Shen disappeared, the dozens of shadow monsters that appeared because of him stood still, staring blankly at their surroundings, trying to find the culprit who summoned them. But Qin Shen's figure had vanished. Even from the perspective of the shadow monsters, it was impossible to find him after using Shadow Step. However, Qin Shen did not attack these shadow monsters for the time being. Instead, he slipped through the gaps between them. It wasn't that these monsters were too troublesome. Without coordination, the more monsters there were, the less effective they became. After all, the attack range was limited, and as long as Qin Shen was willing to maneuver, their attacks could even hit their companions. But all of this was meaningless. He had not passed the trial yet, and even if he killed the monsters, the experience gained would be minimal. This was the shackles of levels, a constraint that could only be broken by passing the trial. Thus, Qin Shen maintained Shadow Step, weaving around the shadow monsters. Although this was a world shrouded in mist, he could still see the surroundings clearly. The undulating land had no trees or weeds, only bare soil. But even the soil was not normal. It appeared in a grayish form, as if it were a substance condensed from shadows. As for the previous shadow monsters, they remained in place, showing no signs of movement. Soon, a broken stele appeared in Qin Shen's line of sight, inscribed with ancient and twisted characters. Although he had never seen this script, his mind automatically translated it. All things have shadows, that is the dark side of everything. What does this mean? Qin Shen tilted his head. Ding! Congratulations, player has found the Shadow Realm stele. Exploration level increased to 5%. Just as Qin Shen was about to take a step to leave, a voice suddenly appeared, freezing him in place. Ah, a new trial taker. Qin Shen suppressed his body, almost instinctively wanting to attack, and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A vague shadow appeared in his line of sight. This shadow was different from the shadow monsters. If the shadow monsters were thick tar, then this shadow was like ink mixed with water. If it weren't for the white mist enveloping the world, no one would have noticed this shadow. Name: Shadow of the Fallen Trial Officer. Carlo level? Health? Mana? Attack power? Movement speed? Defense? Skills? Who are you? Qin Shen stared intently at the shadow not far away, gripping his dagger tightly. The moment the other party showed any sign of movement, he would launch an attack without hesitation. But fortunately, the shadow seemed to show no malice. It stood still, hesitating slightly in response to Qin Shen's question. Me? I am. The shadow covered its head with its hand, appearing in great pain. The ruler of the Dawn World. No, that's not right, I am the trial officer of the Shadow Realm. Carlo. By the end of the sentence, Carlo's voice had transformed from earlier hesitation and struggle into a coldness as hard as steel. Tester, may I ask why you summoned me? Qin Shen kept his eyes fixed on Carlo in front of him. This guy's performance was indeed suspicious, as if he had a hidden task. But even if there was a hidden task, based on the current clues, it would be difficult to trigger, so it was better to complete the trial task first. Thinking of this, Qin Shen said, I summoned you to improve the trial completion rate. What should I do? The shadow named Carlo hesitated for a moment, then began to walk away with mechanical steps. Seeing this, Qin Shen used Shadow Step to follow closely behind. The distance between him and Carlo was not far. If the other party launched a surprise attack, it could definitely harm him. But Qin Shen was confident that he could distance himself before Carlo made the next attack and would not be killed in one hit. This was because he had stolen a piece of equipment that greatly enhanced his defense from the treasure chest obtained after killing the Mud Serpent Demon. Name: Mud Serpent Demon. Leather armor. S-class. Type: armor defense. 300 equipment level. Level 10 class restriction. Non-attribute bonus. Stamina plus 15 special effect. Mutated silence spell. 3% chance to trigger silence effect on each attack. This was Qin Shen's confidence in daring to follow Carlo. With such defensive attributes, Carlo would definitely not be able to kill him in one hit or cause a drastic drop in his status. So, what would it matter to follow closely behind Carlo? As long as it dared to attack, Qin Shen would dare to let it know the price of revealing its health bar. It is worth mentioning that after obtaining this equipment, Qin Shen also successfully stole a bit of fate points. But he did not use them, mainly because he was already at level 10, he wanted to wait until he completed the level 10 trial task and obtained new skills before using them. What if he got an exceptional skill? Soon, Qin Shen followed Carlo to a desert. The yellow sand filled the sky like waves, undulating over towering sand dunes, and even a glance made one want to clench their teeth tightly. Otherwise, even without eating, today's lunch and dinner would already be settled. It was too desolate here. However, more than the endless yellow sand, what Qin Shen was concerned about were the tombstones buried in the sand. These tombstones were either missing a corner or the upper half, or were left with only a larger fragment, recording the incomplete past of their owners. Congratulations, player has discovered the burial ground. Completion rate increased to 41%. Interesting, it seems following this guy was indeed the right choice. Qin Shen smiled. But the most important thing was still Alia's reminder. If it weren't for her, he really wouldn't have known that Shadow Step could play such a significant role. Without Shadow Step, just the shadow monsters encountered along the way would have been enough to leave him in a difficult situation. Just as Qin Shen was pondering, Carlo had already walked into the group of tombstones. The moment it stepped into the forest of tombstones, shadows began to emerge from those remnants. These phantoms were completely different from Carlo, emanating a thick black aura, as if the malice and resentment buried deep within their chests could not be vented. After they appeared, Carlo turned around to look at Qin Shen. Everything you want is right here, it said. Before the words fell, a roar that silenced the swirling yellow sand echoed through the stone forest. Kill. Finish him. Qin Shen gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes as dark as the abyss, fixated on the vast expanse of phantoms in the distance. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a figure clad in leather armor weaved through the phantoms. These phantoms were either burly or thin, but without exception they all wielded menacing weapons exuding a terrifying might. Yet, for the man moving among the phantoms, none of these fearsome things could instill fear in him. Explode! Boom boom boom! Qin Shen's figure passed by 3 phantoms. And immediately these 3 phantoms erupted with a thunderous blast. Ink-black blood splattered everywhere, causing even the raging winds carrying the yellow sand to pause for a moment. Death! Death! These seemingly terrifying phantoms were now tasting the very things they once brought to their enemies. Qin Shen skillfully maneuvered among the phantoms, his strange steps preventing them from effectively surrounding and attacking him. In fact, their attacks would even hit their own companions. This was the experience of a T1 player. This was the strength of someone who could reach T1 even after entering the game a month late. After slaying another phantom, Qin Shen's gaze shifted to a warrior. This warrior was entirely shrouded in darkness, composed entirely of shadows. It wielded a spear in one hand and a massive shield in the other, balanced. In offense and defense, just a glance was enough to instill fear. Name: Shadow of the Fallen Knight. Lost. Level 15. Elite. Health 20,000/20,000. Mana 3300/3300. Attack power 700. Movement speed 15. Defense 200. Skills: Piercing Spear, Sweeping Spear, Sturdy Shield. Piercing Spear launches an attack forward, dealing 150% damage and ignoring 30% of the enemy's defense. Sweeping Spear attacks a 3-meter area in front, dealing damage to all enemies within this area, with a 20% chance to stun them. Sturdy Shield grips the shield tightly, using it to deflect enemy attacks, with a 30% chance to nullify the attack provided the attack does not exceed one's own defense. With terrifying and powerful attributes, among all the phantoms, this was the strongest Qin Shen had encountered. But he did not panic, he simply tightened his grip on the dagger and approached the warrior named Lost. The towering Lost, standing 3 meters tall, tightened his grip on the spear and raised the shield as he walked towards Qin Shen. Both sides moved towards each other, one small and one large, yet their momentum was identical. Dominant. Fierce. Indifferent. At this moment, the momentum of both sides seemed to have transformed into a tangible force, intertwining together. The two moved closer to each other, and when the distance between them was less than 3 meters, Loster struck first. Piercing shot. Bang! Qin Shen skillfully dodged the attack using Shadow Step, the spear crashing into the ground and causing the yellow sand within a few meters to explode. He did not maintain his stealth state for long. As to those phantoms, using or not using Shadow Step made no difference at all. Perhaps it was because they were true experts? Seeing that his first attack missed Qin Shen, Loster immediately unleashed a second strike. The thick spear sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Bang! Qin Shen dodged again. But this time he did not evade to the sides, instead, he closed in on Loster to avoid the attack. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. What Loster wielded was indeed a spear, and even with sweeping skills, it could not respond as flexibly as a sword or knife against an enemy so close. So once they were in close quarters, its demise was imminent. Sizzle! The dagger sliced through the heavy armor made of shadows, inky blood splattering out and dyeing the yellow sand a color closer to that of shadows. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Qin Shen's figure darted back and forth, creating wounds on Loster's body, causing the inky blood to erupt wildly. Detonate! After stealing 3 items, Qin Shen unhesitatingly detonated the fate mark on Loster. Bang! Loster's massive body fell to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Having defeated Loster, Qin Shen did not stop his steps and launched an attack on the remaining phantoms. 1, 2, 3. Countless phantoms fell under Qin Shen's dagger. With each appearance and each attack, one would perish. His dagger was less a cold weapon and more like a submachine gun wildly spraying bullets, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly see. Meanwhile, Carlo, who stood frozen in place watching, witnessed all of this, his originally mechanical and rigid mind slowly regaining rationality due to overwhelming shock. After a moment, when the last phantom fell, a prompt sound echoed in Qin Shen's ears. Congratulations, player, trial task completion rate increased to 73%. Is that all? Qin Shen turned to Carlo, about to ask, when he saw a pillar of light made of shadows shooting up into the sky from the depths of the burial ground. Boom! The black pillar stirred up a wave of air, churning the yellow sand within a kilometer radius, making it rise and fall like ocean waves. In the next moment, a massive hand broke through the sand dune, sharp and menacing claws that instilled fear at first glance. Following that, wisps of shadows emerged from the broken monuments, gathering at the dune where the claws were. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, and the entire dune was flattened in the blink of an eye. The falling yellow sand resembled a torrential downpour. In the downpour, Qin Shen stared unblinkingly at the distant phantom. This phantom stood a towering 5 meters tall, still composed entirely of shadows, but its form was starkly different from the other phantoms. It wore a twisted crown draped in tattered finery, and wielded a two-handed sword, looking exceptionally imposing. Name: Shadow of the Fallen King. Level: 20 Elite. Health: 30,000/30,000. Mana: 10,000/10,000. Attack power: 1500. Movement speed: 20. Defense: 400. Skills: Blood of the Common King, ends with a sword. The blood of the fallen king, even if it is just the shadow of a deceased king, it harbors terrifying power within. When he uses this power, all displacement skills within 100 meters will be prohibited, and an attribute judgment will take place. All attributes not exceeding 40 points will suffer an attack from the shadow power. Must end with a sword. The shadow of the fallen king will indiscriminately sweep and punish all traitors. With the sword in hand. A level 20 elite monster? Even Qin Shen's eyes widened slightly. He truly did not expect that the shadow could hide such a surprise. No wonder no one had ever mentioned in his previous life that someone had passed the level 10 trial with 100% completion. Perhaps similar things were hidden within those trials. Such a terrifying monster could make even those with S-level talents bitterly regret. But the corners of Qin Shen's mouth slightly lifted, and the eyes in the dark abyss no longer revealed indifference or calmness, but rather excitement. Such difficulty, such a challenge, how could it not excite him? However, brute force would be meaningless. Given the opponent's attributes, he could last at most 3 moves. So, system points. Qin Shen unhesitatingly invested his fate points into Shadow Step. There was no time to waste waiting for the trial to finish. Since that was the case, let's enhance the initial skill. Do you wish to consume 1 fate point to strengthen the skill Shadow Step? Qin Shen chose to confirm without hesitation. In the dim prayer room, Alia and the elders sat solemnly before the altar, staring intently at the 2 candle flames. At that moment, the candle flames flickered slightly, and the shadows beneath them began to twist. The elder's gray eyes widened. Is he preparing to pass the trial with 100% completion? Impossible, right? Alia's eyes also showed surprise. Is this truly an achievement that a mortal can accomplish? Hasn't no one from our shadow sect ever completed such a feat? Even if he is the special one, can he really achieve it? How could anyone defeat that monster at this stage? The elder's surprise gradually subsided, but his trembling voice betrayed him. Anything is possible, not to mention, that is the shadow of fate. Perhaps. Alia nodded. Ding! Congratulations, player, the skill Shadow Step has mutated into the Cloak of Dark Fate. Cloak of Dark Fate. Level: S-level type. Active skill effect. The user will be favored by fate and shadow, and the area they occupy will be a realm of shadows, impervious to even the fiercest sun. Can enter stealth mode at any time. Skills. Below S-level cannot see through it, and passive speed is increased by 100%. Cooldown: no cooldown. Mana cost: none. Additional description: due to the gift of shadows, your agility attribute +5, ignoring attribute limit restrictions, and while in stealth mode, each attack you make will add 3 layers of fate marks. Terrifying. This was the only thought in Qin Shen's mind. If this skill alone was impressive, what about stacking it with the other 2 fate-related skills? Especially the Fate Spear. As long as they were stacked, it would mean that every time Qin Shen attacked, even if it was just a basic attack, he could accumulate 6 layers of fate marks. Isn't such an effect terrifying? The damage caused by this would far exceed that of players of the same level. Even ordinary players several levels higher than him, without special talents, could never reach such damage. Qin Shen raised his head to look at Wang Ling across from him, flames igniting in his abyss-like eyes. This was the flame called ambition. If before acquiring this skill, he had to estimate how many moves he could withstand from Wang Ling, now he only had to estimate one thing. How long could this king endure under his assault? A smile curled at the corners of Qin Shen's mouth as his figure vanished into the shadows. If the disappearance of Shadow Step was like wiping water droplets off a table with a cloth, then the disappearance of the Cloak of Dark Fate was like a drop of ink merging into the vast ocean. The latter was far more natural and much harder to detect. After all, wiped water droplets leave behind stains, but how could one trace a drop of ink that has merged into the ocean? In the thick shadows, Qin Shen opened his abyss-like eyes. Completely different. He could feel that he was entirely different. If he were to make a metaphor, his previous stealth was like sneaking through a city illuminated by flashing neon lights while wearing night gear. Although the risk of exposure was low, it was particularly conspicuous. But now, he was in a moonless, lightless night, with nothing able to catch a glimpse of his trace. In the distance, Carlo, who was fixated on Qin Shen, froze for a moment. Disappeared? That trialist actually vanished right before their eyes, as if he had never appeared at all. But this was absolutely impossible. Which meant the opponent had used stealth. However, that was even more impossible, they were monsters born from the power of shadows. In terms of concealment, nothing in this world could surpass the power of shadows. So simple stealth was merely a ridiculous trick to them, even if it was shadow-powered stealth. Yet, something beyond reason appeared before them. Carlo felt its rigid, mechanical brain racing to comprehend everything happening before it. But there was nothing in its fragmented memory that could explain the situation. On the other side, Wang Ling, wielding a giant sword, also stopped, scanning the surroundings in confusion. This was a situation it had never encountered. Logically, shouldn't the enemy engage in fierce battle with it and ultimately be slain? So where was the enemy now? Wang Ling's gaze swept across the sand dunes within a radius of several hundred meters, yet it found not a trace of Qin Shen. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. Come out! Wang Ling roared loudly, and the yellow sand within a radius of several dozen meters surged around it. This was not a skill, it was merely the scene caused by its furious roar. This was the might of a level 20 elite monster, Wang Ling. Facing this terrifying creature, Qin Shen stepped forward from the shadows. A vicious dagger slashed across Wang Ling's thigh, and black blood gushed out, staining the yellow sand with the color of ink. Before Wang Ling could react, a deafening explosion erupted from the wound. 980. In the distance, Carlo watched in shock, unable to believe that someone could inflict such damage on Wang Ling at this level. Who was truly the monster, and who was the challenger? In stark contrast to Carlo's shock was Wang Ling's fury. You dare to offend the king? Wang Ling swung the shadow giant sword, and the sand, touched by the sword energy, instantly turned to smoke. This giant sword was 5 meters long, and with its terrifying swing speed, one could say that if one was even a little slow, they would inevitably take a hit. If it were a warrior class, such a move would likely result in instant death. Even a level 5 difference creates an insurmountable chasm, let alone a level 10. But the attack from the shadow of the king missed. Before it launched its attack, Qin Shen had already used the shadow cloak to slip into the shadows, also activating the left hand of fate. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item. Ancient Dawn Kingdom gold coin ×1. Item description: a coin from a perished kingdom, a valuable collectible for certain collectors. Shameless thief, you dare to offend the majesty of the king. The shadow of the king roared loudly, its voice so commanding that it could make lions cower and elephants tremble. Blood of the king. It plunged its giant sword into the yellow sand, and a thick shadow suddenly erupted from the sword, enveloping everything within 100 meters. This shadow seemed to bind everything within 100 meters like thick glue, even slowing down the movements of Carlo, who was watching the battle. Where are you? Come out! The shadow of the king shouted angrily, swinging its giant sword and sweeping away everything visible. Meanwhile, Qin Shen stood 100 meters away, witnessing it all. The shockwave from the blood of the king made the cloak behind him flutter slightly. When the breeze ceased and the cloak stopped moving, Qin Shen's figure vanished from the spot once again. He was like a nimble rabbit or a fierce hunting clouded leopard, weaving back and forth beside the shadow of the king. Whenever the shadow of the king attempted to attack him, Qin Shen always managed to escape the king's assault at incredible angles and speeds. -1020. -1310. -1570. The shadow of the king's health was visibly decreasing, yet it had not harmed Qin Shen even once. Fury. Uncontrollable fury. Even though it was already a lifeless being, a puppet filled with shadows. The shadow of the king still felt an uncontrollable rage, not directed at Qin Shen himself, but at this sense of powerlessness. Why? As a king, why must it endure this powerlessness? Ah! In the desert, the king's roar echoed, the sound of the giant sword slashing rang out repeatedly. A figure as small as an ant was battling against the giant king. Die! At that moment, the shadow of the king revealed its second skill. Must end with a sword. The shadow of the king swung its giant sword, drawing a circle around itself, and black sword energy spread outward in an arc, shattering every grain of sand that touched it into smaller fragments. Unfortunately, this sword energy still did not hit the enemy. When the sword energy dissipated, the shadow of the king plunged its giant sword into the ground, letting out its final roar. Die for me! Blood of the king! Black flames ignited on the giant king's body, dripping down like blood onto the ground. The sand on the surface was instantly burned to nothing upon contact with the flames. The shadow of the king drew out its giant sword, and just as it was about to leap into the air, a crossbow bolt struck its back. -500. You! Wang Ling roared in anger, just about to swing his giant sword when a deafening explosion sounded. Boom! 3000. The towering king, like a giant, could not utter his final words before his body suddenly exploded, showering the area with a rain of black blood. Xin Shen's figure appeared amidst the black rain, the ink-like droplets hitting him but failing to shake the abyss-like gaze in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying the trial elite monster Fallen King's Shadow and obtaining an S-level treasure chest. Congratulations, player, for increasing completion to 98%. It was only when the notification sounded that a slight flicker appeared in Xin Shen's eyes, completely pulling him out of the battle state. Ha! He exhaled softly. That was really impressive. A monster 10 levels higher than me is indeed powerful. I almost got hit. This was not false humility. If the king's shadow had truly struck him, with his current equipment and attributes, he would not have been able to withstand that blow. He would have been instantly killed. But the victor was him. The key point was that he had obtained another S-level treasure chest, which meant he was likely to gain new fate points. However, why was the completion still missing 2%? At that moment, Carlo interrupted Xin Shen's thoughts. I see, you are not a Shadows devotee, but a higher-level devotee? No wonder you could kill the king as a heartbroken person. Carlo's mechanical voice was filled with surprise, as if it were no longer a lifeless object but had become a true being. At this time, Xin Shen's gaze fell upon it. Speaking of which, the trial completion is still missing 2%. Could it be that this 2% is with you? Xin Shen's words were calm, but the sharpness in his eyes pierced toward Carlo like a blade. As long as it showed any sign of movement, this invisible edge would become tangible and kill it on the spot. Yes. Even in such a situation, Carlo remained honest. If you kill me, you will be able to complete all progress. It pointed to its chest. Then I'm sorry. The moment the words left his mouth, Xin Shen's figure vanished from the spot, and the sharp dagger pierced directly through Carlo's body. 1200. Carlo's eyes widened, seemingly completely unprepared for Xin Shen's decisiveness. You must remember, the Shadow Realm is not as simple as it appears. Remember to go to the City of Dawn. After saying this, Carlo's body suddenly exploded. Xin Shen was splattered with black blood, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Did he act too quickly? Listening to Carlo's words, it was clear there was a hidden task, yet he had struck before the background was fully introduced. Sigh. Being decisive in killing can sometimes be a bad habit. Xin Shen slapped his hand holding the dagger. It was truly a pure instinctive reaction. As soon as he heard, his body moved subconsciously, and unexpectedly, he had killed Carlo in one blow. Clearly, Carlo's attributes were all question marks. Logically, this situation should not have been a hidden boss, right? Yet he had taken it down in one hit? Just as Xin Shen was lost in thought, a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player, for reaching 100% trial completion. The trial task has been completed. Congratulations, player, for becoming the first level 11 player in the entire server. An announcement will be made server-wide. Congratulations, player, for receiving the 100% completion trial reward. Please accept it as soon as possible. Charge. Don't be afraid, these shadow wolves are nothing to worry about. In the deep cave, Wang Ling was commanding the players under him to launch an attack on the massive number of shadow wolves. The players, under his command, were organized in systematically slaughtering the shadow wolves. Looking at the fallen shadow wolves, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Ling's eyes. He would reach level 10 as soon as possible, and when that time came, he would definitely find Xin Shen and kill him 100 times. Otherwise, how could he possibly vent the anger in his heart? Server announcement. Congratulations to player Xin Shen for becoming the first level 11 player in the entire server. Wang Ling's pupils slightly constricted, and an overwhelming rage surged forth in an instant. Bastard! Son of a bitch! If it weren't for stealing our monsters, how could you level up so fast? You bastard! Wang Ling roared with a heart-wrenching cry. What could be more infuriating than someone you despise taking away what belongs to you? That person not only took away what was rightfully his but even advanced further with it. Just thinking about it made Wang Ling feel the blood in his body burning, as if it were about to burst through his veins and rampage. In his brain, he was furious. How could that bastard Xin Shen accomplish all of this? Just as Wang Ling was seething with rage, on the other side, Fong was also leading his team in a fierce battle against the monsters. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Xin Shen for becoming the first level 11 player in the entire server. The female archer, who was about to shoot a giant wolf, suddenly misfired and accidentally shot her arrow into the ground. Level 11? Her eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Not just her, but the others in the team felt the same way. After all, they hadn't even reached level 8 yet, while the other side had already reached level 11. Didn't that make their efforts seem like a joke? At the front of the team, Fong took a deep breath and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Keep leveling up." Yes. Everyone responded in unison, barely stabilizing their mindset and launching another attack. However, as the captain, Fong had his hands clasped behind his back, tightly gripping his fists. This rate of growth was just too astonishing. In a small chamber, a thick shadow appeared, bursting like a soap bubble, revealing Qin Shen's figure. By the altar, the elder and Alia, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and stared intently at Qin Shen. How did you accomplish all of this?" The elder stepped forward and grabbed Qin Shen's shoulder. "A 100% completion rate, even a chosen one couldn't reach such a level. How on earth did you achieve this?" At this moment, the elder could no longer maintain his composure, his gray eyes were filled with fervor and shock. But this was understandable, after all, this was something he had never heard of in his life. Initially, he thought that even if Qin Shen received the favor of fate, he could at most achieve 80% or even 90%. But he never expected that Qin Shen completed 100%. Faced with the elder's loss of composure, Qin Shen turned to Alia, hoping she would calm the elder down. However, Alia stood there in a daze. Her eyes vacant, showing no reaction to Qin Shen's gaze. She was completely lost in a stupor. Well, Alia was even more out of sorts. Moments later, the elder barely stabilized his emotions. "Qin Shen, with your trial completion, you will obtain an identity that is completely different from other celestial beings." In front of the dim altar, the elder's gray eyes were filled with fervor. "You will gain the qualification of an apostle." Beside him, Alia was taken aback. "Doesn't that mean my status is the same as his?" she stammered. It should be noted that she was the high priest here, with a lofty status, and the elder usually did not manage affairs, so she enjoyed a great deal of freedom. Unexpectedly, a peer-level individual, and a celestial being at that, suddenly appeared. How could she accept it? "Do you have any objections, Alia?" The elder's gray eyes focused on Alia, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "I have no objections," Alia replied, lowering her head. The elder glanced at Alia and turned to Qin Shen. "Your next task is to train hard and level up. The Shadow Sect will not hesitate to support you, and I hope you can remember this gift." A faint smile squeezed out of his wrinkled face. "In 3 months, you will know how precious this support is." "I understand," Qin Shen nodded. He knew the meaning behind the elder's words. 3 months later would be the time when the game of the heavens descended into reality. After the game descended in his previous life, many forces within the game also came into play. Without that, players would hardly be able to withstand those terrifying monsters and beasts. After all, how long had they been leveling up? Just then, the elder's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of irritation. "Alia." He turned to look at Alia. "There has been a disturbance in the abyss that the sect is responsible for. It seems you will need to take over the guidance for Qin Shen. The skill scrolls are ready, you can go to the storeroom to collect them shortly." After saying this, the elder gave Qin Shen a deep look, and then his body vanished into thin air. As before, Qin Shen had no awareness of his disappearance or appearance. "Do you want to rest for a bit? After all, you just went through the trial," Alia asked, tilting her head. Qin Shen nodded. Of course. He needed a sufficiently quiet space to rest and organize his rewards. Alia nodded slightly, leading Qin Shen through the church, finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous wooden door. "You can rest here, remember to call me when you're done." Alia pointed to the copper bell hanging at the top of the door. "Just knock and I'll hear it." After saying this, her body transformed into a shadow and dissipated. Qin Shen pushed open the wooden door, and the room's furnishings were unexpectedly cozy. A sturdy oak desk was placed against the wall, with an oil lamp on it. On the other side was a large double bed, with a soft, white mattress and bedding that would evoke a sense of comfort just by looking at it. Entering the room, he lit the oil lamp. Qin Shen opened his palm slightly, and a golden treasure chest appeared in his hand. This was the S-rank treasure chest obtained after killing the shadow of the king. Qin Shen had no intention of being gentle with it and directly used the left hand of fate. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the item pendant of the king. Item description: this is a tribute to a great king, but unfortunately, the image on this pendant has become blurred, making it difficult to glimpse the former glory of this king. If it encounters a suitable collector, this pendant will be quite valuable. A golden pendant appeared in Qin Shen's palm, the main body depicting a man holding a long sword. However, even though it was made of gold, the pendant was heavily worn, and even with Qin Shen's keen eyesight, He could not make out the man's features. Qin Shen did not linger on it and aimed at the treasure chest to use the left hand of fate again. Ding!
Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the item Shadow Fruit.
Item.
Description: a fruit condensed from the power of shadows. Eating it will increase critical hit rate and movement speed by 5% while in stealth mode.
Duration 30 minutes.
A fruit resembling a heart appeared in Qin Shen's palm.
He frowned slightly, feeling that his luck might be problematic. How could he draw 2 items in a row that were of low value? Or was he accumulating the prize pool? He did not hesitate or waver, and once again activated the left hand of fate. Ding!
Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the equipment Blood Ring of the Shadow King. Name: Blood Ring of the Shadow King. S-Class. Type: Accessory. Level requirement: None. Class restriction: None. Attribute bonus: all attributes plus 5-inch skill. Blood Revenge can mark up to 3 targets at once. The mark will not disappear for 72 hours and will continuously expose the target's location.
During the mark's existence, if an attack is initiated on the
target, their dual defenses will be reduced by 30%. A scarlet metal ring, as red as pigeon blood, appeared in Qin Shen's palm. Looking at the description of the ring, even Qin Shen couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his
eyes. Powerful. It was truly too powerful. The skill of this ring actually combined tracking and debuffing. The most crucial part was that this ring had no level restrictions. This meant that if it were given to a novice player, that novice could probably use this ring to easily slaughter high-level bosses. After all, this was a divine skill that could reduce the target's dual defenses by 30%. However, for Qin Shen, the intrinsic value of this ring was not the most important thing. The most important aspect was the bit of fate points he had stolen along with it. As long as he had fate points, he could turn any skill into an S-class or even higher level skill at any time. Such skills would grow with his level, making the long-term value of fate points even greater. Qin Shen took a deep breath, calming the turbulent emotions in his chest. Compared to his previous life, his growth rate was indeed too rapid, which made it hard for him to avoid feeling excited. But it was fine. Having obtained something good, feeling a little happy was not a bad thing, as long as he didn't lose himself in it. Then came the trial rewards. Qin Shen's gaze shifted to the panel 4. Opening the trial rewards. Would you like to open the trial rewards? Yes/no? Without hesitation, Qin Shen's finger pressed on yes.
Congratulations, player, for obtaining A-class skill, Shadow Judgment.
Shadow Judgment level.
A-class type, active skill effect, declare judgment on enemies with shadow power, dealing 200% dark attribute damage. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Cost, 400 mana points. Qin Shen stared at the skill description, momentarily stunned.
200% damage?
The damage dealt was calculated based on his base attributes, plus weapon damage and bonuses from hidden classes. Using this skill alone, it was likely that the damage could exceed 1,500 points. This didn't even account for his own critical hit and critical damage bonuses. If those were included, along with the fate mark, the damage would be overflowing. The key point was that this skill had no restrictions on melee or ranged attacks, meaning that whether Qin Shen used melee or ranged skills, the damage output would be equally terrifying. This was too frightening, right? The quality of this skill was almost approaching S-class. Was this the reward for achieving 100% trial completion? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Qin Shen, who had just finished checking the rewards and had closed his eyes to rest for only a few minutes, opened his deep black eyes again. What's wrong? He opened the door and asked Alia, who was outside. It was clearly her suggestion for him to take a break, yet it hadn't been long before she interrupted his rest. Alia looked at Qin Shen, slightly lowering her head, her watery eyes revealing a hint of apology. I'm sorry, but I have something that's really puzzling me, so I had to disturb your rest. She turned her palm over, revealing a blood-red ruby as vivid as pigeon blood. You found this gem in the Abyssal cave? That's right, from a wolf demon. Qin Shen nodded. Alia frowned slightly and shook her head softly, saying, Impossible, absolutely impossible. What's wrong? Hearing Qin Shen's question, Alia's brow relaxed a bit as she explained, It's nothing, I just can't understand why this ruby would be left there. This is the ruby I gave to my brother when he went to the City of Dawn, and I never expected to lose contact with him after that. And the next time I saw this ruby, it was in your hands. This item has my unique mark engraved on it, there can't be another one in the world. So you want to find out about your brother? Exactly. Qin Shen frowned slightly. Alia might not be able to accept what he was about to say, but he had to inform her of what he had learned. Do you think your brother could be that wolf demon? Qin Shen turned his palm over, revealing the proof of the Abyssal caves. Master and the property certificate for the City of Dawn.
These are items I obtained from that wolf demon. Alia stared intently at the two items
in Qin Shen's hand and shook her head firmly. Impossible, she said. My brother was already a level 60 monk when he went to the City of Dawn. The
gap between him and the wolf demon is as vast as heaven and earth.
Even if he unfortunately died, he would never become such a lowly monster. Qin Shen nodded, acknowledging this statement.
The gap between levels 5 was already significant, let alone the gap between level 50. Such a chasm
was indeed greater than the difference between heaven and earth.
I have another question. What exactly is the situation in the City of Dawn?
Qin Shen shook the two items in his hand. Even in his previous life, players knew very little about the specifics of the City of Dawn.
All he knew
was that it was one of the main cities filled with various rich items, and that obtaining a property certificate would grant protection from the
city. But beyond that, he knew nothing.
All this information came from NPCs, and no player had ever successfully reached the City of Dawn.
Not even
those T0 players. The road to the City of Dawn was too perilous. Without the map in his hand, even a strong T0 player would die.
Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would likely get lost. Do you want to go to that city?
Alia looked at the two items in Qin Shen's hand, her
watery eyes filled with complex emotions.
I advise you to give up this idea. It is the starting point of everything, and the secrets hidden there
are something I wouldn't dare to touch, let alone you now. Even with these two items, it would be the same.
She shook her head, pointing at the items in Qin Shen's hand.
Is that so?
Qin Shen looked down at the two items in his hand, his brow furrowing.
Could it be that these two items could only be used in the mid-game?
If that were the case, would they still be of great use to him then? Even with the experience from his
previous life, Qin Shen couldn't know this. After all, no one knew the situation in the City of Dawn, and he was no different. However, this matter is not absolute.
Arya shifted her tone. If you can reach level 30 within 3 months, you will have the opportunity to go to the City of Dawn. And you will gain a significant advantage in the upcoming great changes. Qin Shen raised his head, his eyes as deep as an abyss filled with contemplation. Could the City of Dawn be related to the game descending into reality? If so, how much benefit could he gain from it? Just then, Arya's words interrupted Qin Shen's thoughts again.
All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Arya said with a smile, tomorrow I will start giving you some tasks from the sect, and I hope you can hone your skills well in these tasks. Goodbye.
After saying that, Arya transformed into a shadow and disappeared before Qin Shen's eyes. Qin Shen merely lowered his head in thought, his abyss-like eyes revealing nothing.
Tianyao City, East District, grocery store. Bang!
A heart the size of a basketball slammed onto the sturdy oak table.
The stench of fresh
blood splattered everywhere, but the grocery store owner behind the long table was all smiles.
A heart of a horned beast? I haven't seen one of these in 3 years. He picked up the heart and placed it into a wooden barrel behind him, then began to wipe the long table with a cloth.
Heavenly man, I really didn't expect you to actually complete this task. 3 warriors have already died on this task, it seems. You are quite capable. In front of the long table, Qin Shen listened to the grocery store owner's praise, his abyss-like eyes showing no
emotion.
Pay me,
he extended his hand and said. He, how about 9 gold coins? I'm a bit tight on cash lately, I really can't spare more. Slap. Qin Shen simply slapped the parchment bounty onto his face. Pay me, or I will find other ways to collect my reward. The NPCs in this game were no different from real people, they would bargain as well.
So as a player, one must not be thin-skinned and must not let these NPCs take advantage, otherwise, they would really dare to cheat you.
Don't be so serious, I was just joking.
The grocery store owner tore the bounty off his face, took out 10 gold coins from his waist pouch, and placed them on the table. Qin Shen swept his hand, and the 10 gold coins disappeared from the table. Congratulations player for completing the task. Grocery store owner Booker's commission. Congratulations.
Player for gaining 10% experience. Congratulations player, level increased to level 19.
Qin Shen looked at the system panel and
let out a sigh of relief.
Finally level 19, he had managed to raise his level to 19 within a month.
Without the experience gain buff, it would
have been nearly impossible to reach level 19 in such a short time.
But even so, reaching level 19 had required tremendous effort. After
completing the trial task, he did not rest long before immediately starting on the sect tasks.
This was not the end. In addition to the sect tasks, he also took on many tasks within Tianyao City, and he completed them all perfectly. All for the sake of gaining enough experience. Stepping out of the grocery store, Chen opened his panel. He needed to plan his future development path based on his current overall attributes. Player, Chen. Thief of Fate, level 19, 0%, strength 71, plus 23, stamina 10, plus 31, spirit 10, plus 6, agility 98, plus 24, luck 12, health 10,000/10,000 mana. 5,000/5,000 skills, 1, Fate's Weapon, S rank, plus 3, passive skill, 2. Fate's Shadow Cloak, S rank, plus 5, class exclusive, 3. Fate's Left Hand, S rank, plus 2, 4. Blink. S rank, 5. Intermediate Identification, B rank, equipment, Mudplow Serpent Demon Leather Armor, Blood Ring of the King's Shadow, Mudplow Serpent Ring. Items, Map of Dawn City, Pendant of the King, Hellworm. Exclusive talent, Fate Points X1 class exclusive, critical hit probability 100%, skill points and attribute points gained are doubled. B rank attribute, Serpent of Rotation, after receiving fatal damage, can choose a random location within a 5-kilometer radius to resurrect at 30% state. Cooldown time 30 days. Special attribute, Assassination Rookie, skill damage receives a 15% increase. Looking at his attribute values, Chen lowered his head and pondered. Were his current attributes too extreme and specialized? However, for now, he hadn't considered developing other attributes. The enemies he faced were generally higher level than him and improving. Attributes other than agility and strength was meaningless. Even if he maxed out his stamina, he would never be able to withstand the boss's second attack. So it was better to maintain the development method of prioritizing agility and secondary strength. It is worth mentioning that players above level 10 only have 5 skill slots. Additionally, above level 10, only at level 11 will an extra skill slot be obtained, and then every 2 to 3 levels thereafter will grant another skill slot. This is precisely why Chen only learned one skill before reaching level 10. The skill slots were simply too few. Even now, he had only learned one additional skill, which was intermediate identification. The function of this skill is to preliminarily identify the quality and use of unknown items. This was quite useful for Chen, as some items had very little description. Closing his personal panel, Chen walked towards the city outskirts. However, before he could take a few steps, a system notification sound rang out again. This time, it was not personal, but a server-wide announcement. Server announcement. Currently, 30% of players have reached level 10 and the game system is officially open. Server announcement. Due to the official opening of the game system, the first large-scale server dungeon, Descend into Reality, will open in 60 days. Server announcement. The auction house is now open. The level leaderboard is now open. The continuous notification sounds were like a bombardment around Chen. In response, Chen calmly opened the level leaderboard. 1 ST place, Chen level 19, 0%. 9 TH place, Wang launching level 11, 5%, 10 TH place, Fong level 10, 55%. Looking at the names on the leaderboard, Chen raised an eyebrow. Most of the names on the list were familiar, the only issue being that even the second place was 8 levels behind him. Indeed, even the second place was only level 11, merely a matter of how much experience they had. This meant that he was undoubtedly a T0 player now. Just then, Chen's private message box popped up. This is a privilege only his close friend has, and he remembers he only has one friend. Chen opened the private message box, and the information inside was instantly laid bare. Fong, big shot, do you know the information about the first dungeon? The name of this dungeon that descends into reality sounds really creepy. Wow. Level 19? Could it be that Chen is an insider of the game? How did he level up so fast? I think it's possible, after all, the level up is abnormal, maybe. He wants the big shot to spend money, but this game doesn't have a recharge window. Can it still play this trick? In the wild, Fong looked at the chat panel in front of him, listening to the intense discussion among the team members, with a helpless expression. They were saying several sentences in a second, making his head feel chaotic. But he could understand, after all, his state was pretty much the same. Captain, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. The female archer bounced over to Fong's side, patted his shoulder, and asked, Yeah, Captain. The others also asked one after another. With such a big matter, shouldn't everyone discuss it freely and vent their thoughts first? Don't bother me, I'm waiting for a very important answer. Fong waved his hand. On the other side, Fong looked at the inquiries in the chat box, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As expected of a big shot who could rank T0 in the last life, his sense for the game is too sharp. Chen typed a few words in the chat box. As you think. On the other side, after Kong Fong saw these 4 words, he felt all the hair on his body stand up, and his heart was racing. But it wasn't excitement, it was an indescribable fear. His rosy complexion turned pale in the blink of an eye, and even his breathing began to quicken, trying to relieve the heaviness pressing on his chest. What's wrong, Captain? What happened? Faced with Kong Fong's unusual behavior, all the team members were confused. But the usually gentle Kong Fong ignored their words and struggled to type a few words. Kong Fong, what exactly is going on? Qin Shen, in 60 days, the world will change drastically, and reality will be reshuffled. Kong Fong, I understand, thank you, big shot. So it's true? On the other end, Kong Fong staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. With his current level, even if a mud snake demon of the same level unleashed a tail strike earthquake, it would never cause such a situation. Yet he almost fell. The reason for all this was just those short dozen words. What's wrong, Captain? The team members all gathered around to support the nearly falling Kong Fong. Looking at the teammates gathered around him, Kong Fong swallowed hard. These teammates were all his trusted confidants, people he knew in reality, which is why they teamed up to tackle this game together. Because of this, Kong Fong had the obligation to tell them the whole truth. A storm is coming. Captain, what do you mean by that? Is there a particularly big change in this game instance? The female archer asked, confused. Even if the changes are significant, the term change of the world doesn't quite fit, another person said. No, I mean the real world is about to change. Kong Fong shook his head. You all know that with our current technology, it's completely impossible to create such a game, and you've all seen the footage. Every time the gamepad appears, the camera malfunctions. Kong Fong continued, all of this means that this game is definitely not simple. And it might even affect reality. That's why I've invested so much manpower and resources into a game, because I know the opportunity to change the world lies within it. And just now, my suspicions were confirmed, but it's far more terrifying than I imagined. This world, Kong Fong looked at his teammates, is probably not false, but a real existing world. In 60 days it might really be as the system announcement says, the game will descend into reality. All the team members' expressions changed almost simultaneously, their eyes filled with fear, doubt, and panic. But without exception, their worldview was shaken. If this were something an ordinary person said, they would dismiss it as nonsense. But this was coming from Kong Fong, and they all knew how much power he held in the real world. A person like him, even if he said all chocolate was made of feces, they would most likely stop eating chocolate. Even if it contradicted common sense, they would believe it. This is the energy contained behind the name Kong Fong. And now, he said the game was about to descend into reality. Although most people couldn't help but feel skeptical. In contrast to their doubts, most of them also believed Kong Fong's words, because they had indeed sensed the strangeness of this game. What should we do then, Captain? The female archer bit her lip, her watery eyes filled with panic. I don't know what to do, but I know the most important thing is to focus on improving our strength. No matter what, this will increase our chances of survival in 60 days, Kong Fong replied. I understand, Captain, the female archer nodded firmly. Then let's level up together, the masked man said. That's right, everyone responded in unison. At this point, their levels had already reached level 10, but they had not entered the main city due to completing hidden quests. Let's go, the task is complete, and we should officially leave the novice village now. With a command from Kong Fong, all members of their small team almost simultaneously disappeared from the novice village. Meanwhile, in a city, Wang Ling sat on a bench by the street, his eyes slightly squinted. Those messages were actually true. The game will descend into reality in 60 days? It seems I can't waste any time, otherwise, how will I climb to a higher position? Wang Ling revealed an arrogant smile, his eyes burning with the flame of ambition. He wanted to reach a higher position, far higher than he was now. Tianyao City. Qin Shen closed the chat panel, preparing to continue with his next plan. He had already completed most of the valuable tasks in Tianyao City, including all the cult tasks of the Shadow Cult. It could be said that there were no suitable tasks left for him in the city, and he had already understood the situation in Tianyao City quite well. So next, Qin Shen's gaze turned to the outside of the city, a strong battle intent emerging in his dark, abyss-like eyes. It was time for him to embark on a crazy leveling journey again. And for him now, the most suitable leveling spot was undoubtedly the Falling Moon River outside Tianyao City. The Falling Moon River is the main water source for Tianyao City. Within Tianyao City, there is even a canal specifically connecting to the Falling Moon River. However, the end of this canal is blocked by 10 iron gates, with 2 soldiers armed with 8-meter-long spears standing guard beside each. Gate at all times. The reason such a water-fetching canal requires such heavy defenses is that a vast number of monsters inhabit the Falling Moon River. Beside the rushing Falling Moon River, towering giant trees hang down their branches. And a gentle, natural aura begins to spread. On one of the giant trees, Qin Shen gazes into the distance with eyes as deep as black abysses. By the river, a group of 2-meter-tall fishmen armed with iron harpoons are wandering. The scales on these fishmen are particularly thick and large, resembling ancient metal armor. Just a glance reveals their formidable defensive capabilities. Name: Silver Armored Fishman, Level 22, Normal, Health 15500/15500, Mana 4000/4000. Attack Power 600, Movement Speed 15, Defense 500, Skills: Indestructible, Harpoon Throw, Call of Friends. Indestructible. After use, the Silver Armored Fishman's defense will increase by 10. Harpoon Throw. The Silver Armored Fishman throws a heavy harpoon, dealing 110% damage to the enemy upon hitting. Call of Friends. If the Silver Armored Fishman feels its life is threatened, it will howl, summoning nearby Silver Armored Fishmen, who will gather within a radius of 500 meters. Qin Shen then shifted his gaze to another side, where a group of silver-white giant wolves were feasting on a giant elephant. This elephant stood 10 meters tall, its massive body impossible to exist in the real world. Yet, even such a giant elephant is merely food for this pack of giant wolves. Name: Silver Moon Giant Wolf, Level 25, Normal, Health 14,000/14,000, Mana 4,500/4,500, Attack Power 700, Movement Speed 30, Defense 300, Skills: Sharp Fangs and Claws, Wolf Howl, Silver Moonlight Blade. Sharp Fangs and Claws. The Silver Moon Giant Wolf enhances its claws to attack enemies, causing bleeding damage. Wolf Howl summons Silver Moon Giant Wolves within several kilometers. Silver Moonlight Blade emits a light blade from its mouth, with damage calculated based on strength attributes. His gaze wandered nearby, and with each movement, he spotted new monsters. This is the scene outside Tianyao City, and it is precisely why the canals of Tianyao City require so many large gates. The world of the game is filled with various dangers. Beasts, monsters, ghosts, undead creatures, all kinds of monsters roam the wilderness, isolating human cities, making the main cities appear like stars scattered across the night sky in this wild land. Although these cities can communicate and interact through the main city's teleportation array, the cost is very high. Therefore, whether players or game natives, most rely on the paths explored by predecessors to reach different main cities. It is worth mentioning that the novice village is a rather peculiar place. In his previous life, Qin Shen had never heard Jeet the menacing dagger sliced through the scales of the fishmen, their once proud scales proving to be more fragile than paper before the dagger. Yet even so, the lives of the silver-armored fishmen could not garner even a moment's attention from their assailant. Kill! 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 The shadowy figure darted among the gleaming fishmen, each swing of the dagger claiming a precious life. Congratulations player for killing a level 22 silver-armored fishman, gaining 5% experience. Bang bang bang! The silver-armored fishmen hurled harpoons, the massive harpoons embedding into the ground, causing the soft earth to explode into large craters. But their once proud harpoons could not even graze the assailants' clothing at this moment. The silver-armored fishmen could only watch helplessly as their kin fell, until it was their turn. Moments later, amidst the scattered corpses, Qin Shen strolled around collecting the treasure chests that appeared from the monsters' deaths. His abyss-like eyes showed no sign of wavering or joy, as if he were not facing a bloody battlefield, but a golden wheat field. After collecting all the treasure chests, Qin Shen's gaze turned to the distance, where the Silver Moon Giant Wolf resided. It was time to begin the cleanup. Who is it? How dare you slaughter my people? An astonishing roar erupted, and even the flowing Moonfall River trembled before such might, the surging waters rolling back in response to this power. Boom! A column of water shot up into the sky from the Moonfall River, resembling the breath of a giant dragon, and from this column emerged a fishman, 4 meters tall, shining silver like moonlight. Its scales were extraordinarily thick, resembling rocks piled upon its body, and just a glance revealed its formidable defense. Name: Silver-Armored Fishman King, Level 25, Boss, Health 50,000/50,000, Mana 7,000/7,000, Attack Power 1,200, Movement Speed 30, Defense 1,000, Skills: Indestructible, Harpoon Throw, Call of Friends, Master of Rivers. Indestructible. After use, the Silver-Armored Fishman King's defense will increase by 20%. Harpoon Throw. The Silver-Armored Fishman King will throw a heavy harpoon, dealing 150% damage to enemies upon hitting. Call of Friends. If the Silver-Armored Fishman King feels its life is threatened, it will howl, summoning nearby silver-armored fishmen, who will gather within a 10-kilometer radius. Master of Rivers can manipulate river water to attack enemies. Looking at the distant silver-armored Fishman King, a hint of light finally appeared in Qin Chen's indifferent eyes. What incredible luck! The first wave of monsters has already reached the red name value? In the game of the heavens, when a player continuously kills a certain type of monster, a mechanism is triggered, affectionately referred to by players as monster red name value. Whenever the red name value accumulates to a certain extent, the boss of that monster group will emerge to kill the player. Bastard, are you the one who killed my people? Die! The distant silver-armored Fishman King spotted Qin Chen's trace, letting out a roar as it raised its massive harpoon. Boom! The 6-meter-long harpoon flew out, soaring towards Qin Chen like a steel tree stump. Boom! At the moment the harpoon struck the ground, a deafening explosion erupted, turning everything within a 10-meter radius of the harpoon into tiny fragments too small to see with the naked eye. Yet the silver-armored Fishman King, responsible for all this, showed no sign of triumph on its face. Its fish-like, vacant eyes were now filled with trepidation. Because that person had vanished before its eyes. He actually just disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. What is going on? The silver-armored Fishman King looked around, and a voice that made its scales stand on end rang out. What are you looking at? The silver-armored Fishman King suddenly turned around and swung its massive arm at Qin Chen. But, Qin Chen faced the arm that tore through the air and exceeded the speed of sound without any fear. He actually advanced instead of retreating. The menacing dagger pierced through the thick scales in an instant. Sizzle, vivid red blood splattered out, and the silver-armored Fishman King's dazed eyes were now filled with rage. Bastard, die for me! Indestructible Lord of the Rivers! The scales on the silver-armored Fishman King glowed with a faint white light, and the dagger was actually stuck in the scales. A hint of surprise appeared in Qin Chen's eyes, but the river behind him had already churned up white waves. Boom! A water column several meters in diameter smashed toward Qin Chen, but just as the water column was about to touch him, Qin Chen vanished. Get out of here! The silver-armored Fishman King roared loudly, but before it could finish its words, an explosion interrupted it. Bang! The wound on the silver-armored Fishman King suddenly exploded, blood mixed with chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. 1700. Before the Fishman King could react, Qin Chen charged out from the shadows. After leaving another terrifying wound on the Fishman King, he slipped back into the shadows. Just like that, Qin Chen left a series of horrifying scars on the silver-armored Fishman King like a ghost. But the silver-armored Fishman King had no way to deal with him, only able to watch as more and more wounds appeared on its body and its health gradually decreased. The final blow. Detonate the fate mark. Bang! 3000. The silver-armored Fishman King's already dazed eyes completely lost their luster at this moment. Its massive body swayed unsteadily, and finally tilted forward, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit in the mud that had turned to sludge from the river water. At the same time, a golden treasure chest appeared on the ground. With a wave of Qin Chen's hand, the chest shrank to the size of a palm and flew toward him. Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing item Moonfall River Carp King ×1 item description, a special carp that grows in the Moonfall River. Consuming it grants the power within defense plus 10%. A particularly plump carp appeared in Qin Chen's palm, and his eyes showed no sign of wavering as he immediately stored the carp in his backpack. Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing equipment Fishman Horn. Name Fishman Horn, B grade, type offhand weapon equipment level 10 class restriction. None attribute bonus, spirit plus 5 special effect. When blown, it summons a silver-armored fishman to assist in battle. The silver-armored fishman will continuously consume its own mana while it exists. Qin Chen frowned slightly, having drawn 2 pieces of junk in a row made him doubt whether his luck was having issues. Or was it the same as before? Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing item guild contract. Qin Chen stared intently at the roll of parchment that had appeared in his palm, not blinking once. He actually managed to obtain this thing? In the game of the heavens, to establish a guild, one must leave the novice village, and there is an additional condition. A guild contract is needed to trigger the guild establishment quest. Only after completing these can a guild be considered truly established. Anything else does not count as a real guild. For example, the now well-known Dragon Walk Guild is nothing but a joke. It is not a formal guild at all. It can at most be considered a temporary alliance of several team groups, lacking recognition from the game system and unable to enjoy the so-called benefits. Therefore, the guild contract is extremely important because without it, establishing a guild is impossible. However, the drop rate for this guild contract is incredibly low. Even with a massive number of players, obtaining a guild contract is still exceedingly difficult. Not to mention in the early stages of the game, so Qin Shin speculated that the reason he was able to obtain the guild contract was likely due to a burst of his luck attribute. Could it be considered a stacking of the two previous junk items? But it's completely useless. Qin Shan raised the parchment in his hand. As a lone wolf player from start to finish, what use does he have for this? If he were still in the novice village, he would definitely toss this into his backpack and ignore it. But now it's different. Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes shifted to the auction house panel beside him. This guild contract in his hand should be the first guild contract in the game, although he, as a lone wolf player, cannot use it, others can. Outside the city, in the forest. Hold your ground. Lancers, do not retreat, these are just a pack of flame giant wolves. Wang Ling commanded over 100 players as they hunted dozens of flame giant wolves. This pack of flame giant wolves could spit fire from their mouths, and once it touched the skin, it would cause players to continuously lose health, making it particularly disgusting. Even Wang Ling, who loved to show off, dared not step forward, fearing that if he got hit, he might have to respawn. Bang! A fireball smashed against a warrior's shield, and the splattering flames accidentally landed on the warrior's foot. Almost instantly, his calf was engulfed in flames. What to do? What to do? Quickly heal me. I'm losing health, the warrior shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, two mages raised their staffs, one cast a water spell to extinguish the flames on him. The other cast a continuous healing spell to restore his health because even if the flames were extinguished, the ongoing damage from the burn would still exist. Continuous healing was necessary until the burn healed. This is why so many people feared the flame giant wolves, once attacked. At least 2 healing spells from teammates were required. And that was if they were quick enough, if not, or if the attack hit a vital part of the body, it would be fatal. Damn it, these monsters are so hard to fight, how the hell did that bastard level up so high? In the back, Wang Ling watched the battle ahead, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Do not retreat, if we retreat, we're all done for. Seeing the warrior players in front about to buckle under pressure and retreat, Wang Ling shouted loudly. With that, he charged forward, swinging a silver-white blade, while shouting, "Stop! Order to halt!" The moment he issued the command, dozens of flame giant wolves almost simultaneously stopped moving, even seeming to freeze in place. This was the effect of the order to halt. Taking advantage of this time, all players unreservedly used their strongest skills. Whirlwind slash. Thunder fire talisman. Autumn wind falling leaves slash. A dazzling array of skills was unleashed, and such a frequent attack rate had already depleted more than half of the flame giant wolf's health. At the moment the skills ceased, only a mere dozen flame giant wolves remained. Keep attacking. Wang Ling commanded, then ran to the back of the team, becoming a commander who didn't get his hands dirty. Moments later, all the flame giant wolves lay dead on the ground. Wang Ling personally approached, opening one treasure chest after another, only to find an assortment of bizarre items. But not a single good piece of equipment. Moreover, they were missing their most crucial item, the guild contract. Why did we only get one piece of equipment? Wang Ling gripped the long sword in his hand, his face looking worse than anything else. Name: Flame Giant Sword, C grade. Type: main hand weapon. Attack: 100-250. Equipment level: 15 class. Restriction: none. Attribute bonus: strength +5. Special effect: causes continuous fire damage to enemies when attacking. The president is fine, at worst, we can just fight a few more times. A player comforted Wang Ling as he stood beside him. I'm not angry about not getting the guild contract, I'm angry that we only got one piece of equipment. Wang Ling cursed, handing his old equipment to his deputy and equipping the new one. Just then, a server-wide message popped up in Wang Ling's chat window. He had set special alerts for such messages, fearing he might miss some crucial information. However, upon seeing the message, Wang Ling's face instantly darkened, darker than the bottom of a pot. Qin Shen, selling guild contract, those interested can see at the auction house. How did he get the guild contract? Meanwhile, a man over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique, raised the giant sword in his hand and swung it at the giant bear in front of him. Sizzle, vivid red blood splattered out, staining the man's heavy plate armor red. Yet he showed no sign of annoyance, the curve of his lips only rose further. Ha ha ha. Interesting, only monsters like this are worth it, those in the novice village are just trash. The man casually planted the giant sword into the ground and sat cross-legged. Just then, a player hurried over. President, someone announced in the whole server that they are selling a guild contract. Should we participate? Guild contract? The man tilted his head. I remember that establishing a formal guild requires this thing, right? Yes. Then of course. We need to check it out. If someone else snatches it first, once they grow strong, won't they just trample over us? The man stood up and pulled the giant sword from the ground. If Qin Shen were here, he would instantly recognize the man's identity. President of the Thunder Guild, Lei Yu. S-class talent, strength of a mountain hidden profession, berserker. Due to the announcement from Qin Shen, the presidents of the powerful guilds in the major cities all headed to the auction house in their respective cities. These auction houses varied in form and style, with some built in traditional Chinese architecture using wood, while others were constructed in Western Gothic style using marble. However, without exception, these auction houses were vast in size, far beyond what ordinary buildings could compare to. Moreover, the functions of these auction houses went far beyond that. They not only served the residents and players within the city but also offered online services, allowing players from different factions to communicate. Similar functions were also found in banks and bounty halls, among others. To achieve all this, an online auction hall was necessary. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the theater-like online auction hall, a buzzing sound echoed continuously as figures began to appear in their seats. Wang Ling made his entrance. Although his expression remained gloomy, his gaze swept around the surroundings. He disliked Qin Shen, but he did not dislike the guild contract, nor did he have any aversion to the name of the first guild, so he still came. Upon seeing a slender young man with shoulder-length hair, Wang Longxing's brows furrowed. Lu Shichuan is here too? Lu Shichuan, president of the Legion Guild. S-class talent, golden spear and iron horse hidden profession, champion marquis. This guy was not to be trifled with. They had clashed during their time in the novice village, and if he bid first, even if Lu Shichuan was not interested in the guild contract, he would likely raise the price. Wang Longxing shifted his gaze, and as he saw more and more familiar faces, the tightness in his brows could not be eased. So many people came to participate in this auction? Even if he managed to snatch the guild contract, it would probably cost him far more gold than before. At that moment, Lu Shichuan greeted Lei Yu. President Lei, you're here too. Yes, President Lu. Lei Yu looked at Lu Shichuan with a radiant smile. Let's duel outside the city sometime. I want to see who is stronger, you or me. Let's skip that. How much do you know about this Qin Shen? At this time, a man dressed as a mage joined the conversation between the two, causing the three guild presidents present to frown. The president of the Xianyuan Guild, Yang Tingyu. S-class talent, reversal of yin and yang hidden profession. Elementalist. Moreover, he was not just that, he was financially powerful, often using his wealth and reality to buy others' items. If that were all, it would be fine, but the most critical aspect of his character was his shamelessness. If someone had already agreed to buy a piece of equipment, he would still throw money at it to snatch it away, and even if he managed to buy it, the price would be significantly inflated. He was like a fly in the soup, disgusting but not deadly. I don't know much. Lei Yu turned to the others. Have you heard of him? No, I've never heard that name since I was born. Could he be from overseas? Lu Shichuan shook his head. Wang Longxing remained silent, harboring no good feelings towards Yang Tingyu. Is he really that mysterious? Yang Tingyu nodded slightly, tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Seemingly lost in thought. Oof, Wang Longxing coldly snorted, just a pretender. And we have so many people gathered here, yet he hasn't shown up for a long time. What does that mean? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the auction stage. Qin Shen looked at Wang Longxing, his abyss-like eyes filled with indifference. You, out. He spoke softly, as if he were dismissing not a top-tier character, but a small-time nobody who had somehow mixed in. Wang Longxing was furious, about to speak, but saw Qin Shen suddenly wave his hand. Buzz, Wang Longxing's virtual body disappeared on the spot, leaving him unable to utter a single word. The people present were all taken aback, exchanging glances but saying nothing. Alright, it's all settled. We don't need to let unrelated people disturb the mood. On stage, Qin Shen flipped his palm and took out the guild contract. My request is very simple, the highest bidder wins. Lu Shichuan was the first to speak. 100 gold coins. Ha ha ha. Lei Yu laughed heartily beside him. President Lu, you don't need to offer such a low price, do you? Wouldn't it be a joke if others heard it? I'll offer 500 gold coins. The auction house was immediately filled with gasps of surprise. Although it wasn't as valuable as it once was, a gold coin wasn't that expensive anymore. However, 500 gold coins were still extremely valuable, enough to buy many lives. And now Lei Yu casually threw it out, as if it were a pile of trash rather than the lives of several people. Lu Shichuan paid no attention to Lei Yu's words and calmly stated another number. 800 gold coins. The crowd gasped in astonishment. For most guild leaders, this amount of gold could be considered their entire fortune. But could they come up with it? Absolutely not. Because running a guild requires more than just a guild contract. You need to buy supplies for the members, right? You need to buy equipment for the members, right? If all the money is spent on this, there would be no ability to complete the guild establishment tasks later. So when the crowd, who had been eager to bid, heard this number, they immediately suppressed their restlessness. It seemed that only this group of super rich people could compete for the guild contract. Yang Tingyu glanced at Lu Shichuan. President Lu, you have quite the bold offer. Then I'll play along with you. 900 gold coins, he said with a calm expression. 1,000 gold coins. Lu Shichuan shouted. A hint of color gradually appeared on his face, as this was nearly all the funds he could mobilize. If he exceeded this amount, it would affect the guild's future development. 1,100 gold coins, Yang Tingyu said. Still calm. Seeing Lu Shichuan slump back in his chair, he realized he could no longer compete at this price. Seeing Lu Shichuan concede, Yang Tingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. This amount of gold was indeed at his limit. If Lu Shichuan dared to continue, he would not follow. Just as Yang Tingyu relaxed, an unexpected voice rang out. I'll offer 1,200 gold coins. Lei Yu raised his hand and shouted. Yang Tingyu nearly jumped out of his chair. Lei madman, are you crazy? 1,200 gold coins, can your guild still support that? That's none of your business. President Yang, are you still in? Lei Yu asked, twisting his neck. Yang Tingyu gritted his teeth but finally squeezed out two words, not in. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Lei Yu stood up and looked at the crowd in the auction house, who exchanged silent glances. Such a price was simply too high, so high that even if an ordinary guild pooled all its funds, it couldn't match it. And the top-tier large guilds couldn't possibly put all their funds into it either, so this price had no competitors left. On the stage, Qin Shen watched the crowd in silence, then waved his hand and tossed the guild contract to Lei Yu. This is yours now, he said. Beside him, Lu Shichuan saw this and waved at Qin Shen, saying, Qin Shen, are you interested in joining my guild? If you're willing to join, you can set any conditions. I could even give you the position of president, as long as I retain command. Lu Shichuan's words were like a thunderclap in the auction hall. He could even give up the position of president? It should be noted that the president is in charge of command, overseeing personnel changes within the guild as well as finances. This meant that Lu Shichuan was prepared to hand over all his assets to Qin Shen. That was quite a heavy bet, wasn't it? Yang Tingyu looked at Lu Shichuan with a ghostly expression but still followed up, saying, I can't offer such generous terms, but I can give you command. I can follow your lead in future battles. Lu Shichuan looked at him, confusion filling his amber eyes. Was that not generous? If he gave up command, wouldn't that mean he would be at the mercy of others during team battles? It seemed this guy truly believed he was not as strong as Qin Shen, otherwise, why would he propose such terms? The presidents of the second-rate guilds nearby were sweating at this exchange. They had also wanted to recruit Qin Shen, but seeing the president of a top-tier guild either giving up command or the president's position, how could they approach him without embarrassing themselves? Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, Qin Shen's dark, abyss-like eyes showed no sign of wavering. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to going solo and am not accustomed to teaming up with others. Lu Shichuan's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded. All right, in that case, if there are guild contracts in the future, please consider me first. Me too. Yang Tingyu raised his hand. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, who had received the guild contract, had already exited the auction house. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a series of buzzing sounds, only Qin Shen remained in the auction house. Ding! Lei Yu has transferred 1,200 gold coins to you, please check. Hearing the notification sound in his ear, Qin Shen's lips finally curled up slightly. With so much funding, he could finally strengthen his power further. Ding! You have a new private message. Looking at the private message box that popped up in front of him, Qin Shen paused for a moment, wondering what Fong wanted this time. He opened the chat box, and the content was quite interesting. Fong, big shot, are you interested in a dungeon quest? Qin Shen, ? This question mark had no other meaning, mainly, players gathered in different main cities. While things like auctions were manageable, dungeon runs couldn't be done online. As for teleportation, the cost was simply too high. Fong, big shot, are you in Tianyao City? Qin Shen, yes, what do you mean? Fong, then that's great. I'm also in Tianyao City. Big shot, do you know about the Void Rift? Void Rift. Xinshen stared at the four characters that popped up in the chat box, falling into deep thought. The Void Rift is a unique type of quest in the Zhutian game, serving as both a stand-alone dungeon and a task. In the Zhutian world, danger lurks everywhere. Outside the main city goes without saying, but even within the main city, dangers can arise, most of which come from the Void Rift. Every once in a while, a rift in the void would appear in a certain place within the main city. These rifts concealed various dangers and adventures, equivalent to randomly refreshed dungeons. However, the conditions for repairing these rifts were bizarre and varied. Sometimes they were filled with all sorts of monsters, and one would be killed instantly upon entry. Other times, one could simply take a few steps and perfectly clear the dungeon. It could be said that entering a rift in the void was entirely a matter of luck. Good luck could yield great rewards, while bad luck could result in a direct loss of 1% of life. Recently, Xinshen had also been searching for rifts in the void. But Tianyao City was too large, making it extremely difficult for one person to find a rift. Unexpectedly, he encountered Fong here. Xinshen typed a few words in the chat box. I understand, let's choose a place to meet. Fong, alright, big shot, how about the South City Gate? Xinshen, sounds good. South City Gate. Xinshen stood in the shadows, watching the two men and one woman approaching from a distance. Fong, just like in his previous life, was a stout man. However, unlike typical overweight individuals, he was not just fat in the belly but was plump all over, resembling a professionally trained wrestler. The other two were a female archer dressed in light leather armor and a man wrapped entirely in a cloak. Big shot Xinshen, it's truly a pleasure to meet you in person, Fong said with a warm smile as he extended his right hand. No need to keep calling me big shot, just call me Xinshen replied, shaking his hand before turning to the other two. Hello? I'm Shintinglan, the female archer said, extending her soft, white right hand with a smile. Xinshen merely shook her hand lightly before letting go. I'm Lu Jing, said the masked man. After the introductions, Fong mysteriously led Xinshen into a small alley within the city. This place was particularly secluded, close to the river that connected to the Falling Moon River. Xinshen even saw weeds growing in the cracks of the city wall bricks, indicating just how remote this area was, to the point that even routine maintenance had been neglected. This is the rift in the void that we discovered. At the deepest part of the alley, the mysterious rift in the void appeared in Xinshen's view. This crack resembled the marks left by branches sweeping through a river, and it looked like shattered colorful glazed tiles, shimmering with a captivating brilliance. Xinshen took a step forward, and a prompt immediately popped up in his view. Dungeon name, Rift in the Void, danger level, unknown, below level 25, limited number of participants. 4. Special note, the rift in the void connects to past timelines and is extremely unstable. There is only one chance to enter. Seeing the prompt before him, Xinshen suddenly understood why Fong had invited him along. This rift dungeon for levels below 25 was simply not something players at just a dozen levels could handle. After all, dying in the game not only deducted experience points but also reduced one's lifespan. While the latter might not be known to these players, the former was certainly clear to them. Xinshen, what do you think? Fong asked, pointing at the rift in the void. Do you want to join us in exploring this rift? Xinshen glanced at the other two. I have no problem, but are those two okay? Seeing the doubt in Xinshen's eyes, Fong quickly explained, they are capable, they are the strongest in my team besides me. That's good, Xinshen nodded, having no objections. It was just a dungeon below level 25, even if he went alone, he was confident he could solo it, so it was fine. Xinshen took a step forward, just about to enter the rift in the void, when Lu Jing spoke up beside him. How do we divide the items dropped by monsters in the instance? Especially in the case of a joint kill. Xinshen stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Lu Jing, his eyes as deep as a black abyss with no fluctuations. How do you want to divide them? His tone was gentle, lacking any sharpness. Lu Jing opened his mouth to respond, but Fong scolded loudly, why? Are you bringing this up? Don't you have any common sense? At this, Lu Jing immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. After Fong finished reprimanding him, he looked at Xinshen with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Xinshen, my subordinate doesn't know better. Please don't take it to heart. As for the dropped items, we can forgo them all. If there's something we need, we can buy it. After all, if it weren't for you, Xinshen, we definitely wouldn't be able to enter this instance. Fong withdrew his gaze and said, it's fine, let's talk about it after we clear the instance. Yes, let's talk about it after we clear the instance. Fong nodded repeatedly, then turned to Lu Jing and said coldly, "If you continue to be disrespectful to Qin Shen, then get out and don't participate in this instance." Lu Jing frowned, but he didn't dare to argue back and could only nod slightly. "I understand, Captain." After dealing with this matter, everyone stepped into the rift in the void, and a prompt sound followed. "Welcome 4 players to a historical fragment, the Vampire's Banquet. Clear condition, at least 2 of the 4 players must survive until the end of the banquet." The moment the prompt sounded, the consciousness of the 4 became hazy and blurred. Qin Shen opened his eyes to find that the towering city walls had vanished, replaced by rolling mountains and lush forests. A blood-red full moon hung in the sky, resembling a bloodshot eyeball watching everything on the ground, and just making eye contact with it sent a chill down one's spine. Shen Tinglan frowned slightly, worry evident in her watery eyes. "Oh no! It's actually a restricted-type historical instance fragment. I went to the library to check the information. This type of instance is the hardest to control. I've heard that some people have even encountered deities in such instances. Damn it, how did we end up with this kind of instance?" Lu Jing also frowned, but then his gaze shifted to Qin Shen, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. He wanted to see if Qin Shen could still maintain his composure now. "Aren't you strong? Aren't you a big shot? Can you still act tough now?" At this moment, Fong looked at Qin Shen and asked, "Qin Shen, what do you think?" Qin Shen simply pointed into the distance. With his keen eyesight, he vaguely saw a building in the darkness. "That should be where the banquet is held. Let's hurry, we can't delay the start." Fong followed the direction of his finger and saw faint glimmers of light in the distance. If it weren't for Qin Shen's indication, he probably wouldn't have noticed at all. Shen Tinglan and Lu Jing also looked over, but in their line of sight, there was nothing, so their gazes hesitated. "Let's listen to Qin Shen." As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen took a step forward, walking towards the distant building, and the 3 hurriedly followed. However, just after walking a few hundred meters, a silver giant wolf strolled out from the woods. This giant wolf stood 4 meters tall at the shoulder. Its massive size was intimidating, and just a glance was enough to instill fear. Name: Blood Moon's favored wolf. Level 25, elite, health 60,000/60,000 mana, 7,000/7,000 attack power, 1,000 movement speed, 40 defense, 700 skills. Blood Moon's Fury, Wolf Howl, Silver Fear. Blood Moon's Fury. The Blood Moon's favored wolf swings its silver claws, unleashing 3 blood-red blades of light, each dealing 100% damage based on its strength attribute. Wolf Howl. The Blood Moon's favored wolf howls, causing all living beings within a 30-meter radius to fall into a frenzy, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Silver Fear. The Blood Moon's favored wolf unleashes all its power, increasing all attributes to 150% of their original value, and it will unleash this power upon its enemies until death. After the outburst, the Blood Moon's favored wolf will enter a brief state of weakness. Entry: Frenzy. When it bathes under the Blood Moon, it will be influenced by the power of its bloodline, transforming into a silver giant wolf, doubling its health and attack power, and temporarily ignoring control skills. A level 25 monster. Fong and the others stared wide-eyed at the panel that appeared before them. It looked like an elite monster, but in reality, it was not much weaker than some of the lesser bosses. It's over, it's all over. They encountered such a powerful monster right at the start of the game, they had no chance of survival. We shouldn't have entered this dungeon. Now look, we come in and die right away. The Void Rift is just too difficult. Lu Jing complained, gripping his weapon tightly. Fong and Shen Tinglan remained silent, their eyes fixed on the distant Blood Moon's favored wolf. At that moment, the silver giant wolf slightly turned its head, its cold blood-red eyes locking onto the 4 of them. Just that one glance made the 3 of them, except for Qin Shen, feel their hair stand on end, their muscles tensing involuntarily. Fong shouted, "Everyone split up and run. If we can survive, we can gather information and see if we can clear this dungeon." As soon as he finished speaking and was about to start running, he noticed Shen Tinglan still standing motionless in place. "Xiao Shen, hurry up and go." Shen Tinglan merely pointed forward, her gaze vacant. Is that person Qin Shen?" Fong turned to look and saw a pitch-black figure behind the silver giant. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Qin Shen. Fong and Shen Tinglan were both taken aback. Did Qin Shen really have the confidence to challenge such a monster? On the other side, Lu Jing, who witnessed this scene, thought Qin Shen was seeking death. But if Qin Shen wanted to die, then let him, he wouldn't stick around. As Lu Jing turned around, a loud crash erupted behind him, a sound as deafening as thunder. Boom, he widened his eyes. Was the level 25 elite monster really this powerful? Was every strike so earth-shattering? Just as he was about to take a step, he realized Fong and the others had not followed. "Captain Xiaoshen, why aren't you running?" Lu Jing shouted. After saying that, he glanced back, and the foot he had just lifted froze in place, nearly causing the level 11 player to fall. How is this possible? How could such a creature exist in this world? Under the blood-red moonlight, a headless wolf's corpse was bleeding profusely from its chest, its body so terrifying that even in such a gruesome state, it still sent chills down one's spine. Yet, on this horrifying corpse stood a figure. This figure seemed so small compared to the wolf's corpse, yet it was standing on top of it. Congratulations to player Qin Chen for successfully slaying the level 25 elite monster Blood Moon's favored wolf and gaining 25% experience. Obtained B+. Grade treasure chest ×1. Tip: because you have slain the Blood Moon's favored, the hostility probability of the Blood Moon wolf clan has increased, while the favorability probability of the Blood Moon vampire creatures has increased. Listening to the prompt sound in his ears, Qin Chen looked up at the blood moon in the sky. Interesting. After saying that, he used the stealing ability on the B+ level treasure chest in his hands. Ding! Congratulations! Player, you have successfully obtained the item Blood Feast Invitation. Item description: you may be able to enter a building with it and receive the host's invitation. A red letter appeared in Qin Chen's palm. This red letter was particularly exquisite, with a circle of golden patterns embossed on the edge of the seal. Qin Chen glanced at the red letter and understood its significance. It should be related to completing the subsequent quest in the dungeon. So he put it away and used the left hand of fate again. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen the item Heart of the Blood Wolf. Item description: the core of the Blood Moon creature. Effect unknown. A heart the size of a basketball appeared in Qin Chen's palm. He glanced at the heart and unhesitatingly stuffed it into his backpack space. Since it was temporarily useless, he would just keep it for now. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen the equipment Blood Moon Fist Spikes. Type: main hand weapon attack, 200-300 equipment level 15 class restriction, none attribute bonus, strength. +5 special effect, each attack on an enemy causes bleeding. After 5 consecutive attacks, there is a 50% chance to trigger a critical hit. A pair of fist spikes appeared in Qin Chen's hands, which were essentially the exclusive weapon of martial artists. Other classes would find them cumbersome. After flipping his palm to store the fist spikes, Qin Chen looked again at the distant, vaguely visible building. The blood feast is indeed not that simple. Qin Chen turned to the 3 people in the distance, a strange look in his dark eyes. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, the banquet is about to start. Oh. The 3 who were frozen in place snapped out of their daze and hurried to catch up with Qin Chen. Although they didn't express any words on the surface, they had been communicating through the team's private chat channel. Fong, did you see that? I didn't even react, and Qin Chen had already killed that monster. The speed was too fast. How many times did he attack in a second? Shintinglan, as an archer, I couldn't see clearly either. Mainly, the attack frequency was too fast, and that final burst damage was too exaggerated. It directly emptied the health bar. Lu Jing, I didn't see anything at all. Speaking of which, how could that wolf's health be instantly depleted? It was only a few seconds, not even 10 seconds. As the group whispered among themselves, they drew closer to the building. Along the way, they encountered a few monsters, but they were hardly worth mentioning. As soon as Qin Chen made a move, he could eliminate them within 5 breaths. It was as if those monsters were not real monsters. Qin Chen was. It should be noted that there was at least a 5-level gap between Qin Chen and those monsters, yet he slaughtered them effortlessly as if they were mere vegetables. Before long, they finally arrived in front of the building and caught a glimpse of its full appearance. Under the scarlet blood moon, a manor made of pure white marble slowly came into view. Within the manor stood a Gothic castle, its spire-like dome pointing directly at the blood moon. Perhaps by coincidence, from the perspective of the group, the blood moon appeared particularly close to the castle spire, as if they were about to touch each other in the next moment. In front of the group, there was an iron gate, exquisitely crafted with intricate patterns, but the color looked particularly eerie, being blood red. Fong and the others looked at the bizarre atmosphere, their faces showing hesitation, not daring to step forward or knock on the door. After all, it looked scarier than a horror movie. Who would dare to go in? Qin Chen had no hesitation as he approached the door and rang the bell. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed from within the manor, causing Fong and the others to shiver. The atmosphere was truly frightening. Tap tap tap. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a pristine white robe, standing tall with a serious and stern expression, walked out. He scanned the floor with eyes as sharp as a hawk and said, I am the Count's butler. If you are here to attend the dinner, do you have an invitation? The moment the old man's words fell, the 4, including Qin Chen, felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. A sense of intense danger surged within. them, as if they were caught by a ferocious beast by the neck, yet not bitten. This old man, who claimed to be the butler, was definitely not simple, but why had the system provided no information? Qin Shen stared at him. The old man even made him feel as if he were facing an elder of the shadow cult, though not nearly as intense. Without hesitation, Qin Shen took out the blood moon invitation from his pocket. "This is my invitation," he said. The moment the invitation was revealed, the sense of danger that had enveloped the four dissipated. The old man looked at the invitation in Qin Shen's hand, waved his hand gently, and the manor's door opened automatically, while an invisible force took the invitation from Qin Shen's grasp. "The Count has been looking forward to your arrival. Please, esteemed guests, come inside," he said with a smile. Qin Shen entered first, followed closely by Fong and the others. The group followed the butler into the hall of the castle. The decorations in the castle hall were exceptionally luxurious, even the carpet underfoot was made of expensive, thick wool, all dyed red. There were also elegantly dressed servants cleaning or decorating the hall. However, it seemed that Qin Shen and the others were not the only guests tonight. In the hall, there was a long table with solid wooden chairs on either side, and people were already seated in those chairs. These people included an elderly man wielding a giant sword clad in plate armor and wearing a pointed helmet. This man was so old that even the flesh on his face sagged. Yet, even so, his arms were thicker than the thighs of an average man, and his rock-like muscles moved with a power that instilled fear. Next was a pair of sisters dressed in long skirts of black and white, whose exquisite and beautiful faces were strikingly similar, suggesting they were twins. Following the twin sisters was a beautiful witch in a black lace gown, with a voluptuous figure and a wide-brimmed black hat. She appeared to be around 40 years old, but her elegant demeanor and fair skin gave her a unique charm. Lastly, there was a young man in a white robe, with a detached expression. The butler gestured for the four to take their seats, and Qin Shen, of course, sat down without hesitation, while Fong and the others hesitated for a moment before also taking their seats. At that moment, the butler called out deeper into the castle, "My lord, the guests have arrived." As the butler's voice faded, a man dressed in a luxurious robe and holding a scepter slowly stepped forward. He wore a tall red ceremonial hat, his slender eyes slightly raised, always radiating a smile, yet making it impossible to discern his thoughts through his gaze. His eyes swept over Qin Shen and the others, causing their brows to furrow. For that gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly filled with a kind of greed. The Count nodded slightly. "In that case, let us begin." As soon as he spoke, Qin Shen keenly noticed that the butler and the servants had vanished at the same time. Now, the vast castle was left with only the Count and the guests. Qin Shen looked around at the others sitting in chairs like himself, all silent. He could see some of their faces changing, clearly even these people had not noticed the departure of the butler and the servants. At that moment, Fong, sitting next to Qin Shen, reached out from under the chair and quietly patted him. At the same time, a private message box popped up in front of Qin Shen. Fong, Qin Shen, I feel we might have entered the key plot of this instance. From the information revealed by the script's title, this banquet will definitely not be peaceful. Moreover, that Count is definitely a ghost, a vampire at that, considering the castle's style and his attire, he looks just like a classic vampire. The task also requires at least 2 people to survive until the end. I feel this banquet will not be simple as it progresses. Qin Shen smiled slightly. Of course, and you should be careful, blood banquets usually involve blood sacrifices. Fong's eyes widened, about to continue speaking, when the old man in armor spoke up. "My Lord Count, my only request for coming here is that you spare Nightlight Town from the blood tax for 100 years. Our demand is to be free from our family," said the pair of sisters in black and white dresses. "I seek the elixir of immortality," the witch said, resting her chin on her hand, revealing an enchanting smile. Only the young man remained seated, staring blankly, saying nothing. The Count seemed to ignore him, turning his gaze to Qin Shen and the others, while his finger pointed at several other guests. When his finger lingered on the old man in armor, the Count said, "He is a warrior from Nightlight Town, the most compassionate and powerful warrior in the area." When his finger rested on the twin sisters, the Count said, "And they come from a prominent family, chosen as marriage candidates due to their superior talents and beauty." At this moment, the Count looked at the witch, and she is a witch who has lived for over 100 years. Seemingly disregarding him, the Count also did not introduce the young man, but instead asked Qin Shen and the others. They each have their demands, participating in the blood banquet to fulfill their own purposes. "So may I ask, what about you four? You 4 travelers from afar, what is your demand?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the guests turned to look at Qin Shen and the others, as if waiting for an answer. Fong and the others instantly became tense, for as the Count revealed the identities of the others, information boxes popped up in front of them. Name, Bartle, level 50, strength, stamina, Mental. Agility? Luck? Health? Mana? Skills? Name, Chris, level 45, strength? Stamina? Mental? Agility? Luck? Health? Magic power? Skills? Aside from their levels, due to the significant level gap, they knew nothing about these guests. But just their levels were enough to leave them dumbfounded. All of these individuals were above level 40. What kind of dungeon had they entered? Even the level 40 professional showed such reverence towards the Count, needing his assistance. What kind of being was this Count? Just as Fong and the others were engulfed in panic and shock, Qin Shen calmly said, "On my way here, I killed a wolf. It seemed to be called the Blood Moon Favored." Wolf. May I ask if Your Excellency the Count knows what it is? As soon as he spoke, Lu Jing's expression changed dramatically. No way? It was called Blood Moon. This Count clearly looked like a vampire, so there must be some connection, right? Wasn't this asking for death? Upon hearing this, the Count's expression shifted slightly, then he revealed an even gentler smile. These beasts are evolved creatures influenced by the great Blood Moon, but they do not understand reverence and dare to desecrate the Blood Moon. You did well to kill it. At this point, the Count's smile grew wider. In that case, you are esteemed guests. You can be placed at the end of the line, and you may present your requests later. Placed at the end of the line? What did that mean? Fong and the others frowned slightly, while only Qin Shen lowered his head in contemplation. At that moment, the Count displayed a joyful smile, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Now I declare, the blood feast officially begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless streams of bloodlight surged from the floor and ceiling of the hall, the pungent and intense scent becoming almost sweet, beginning to spread throughout the hall. Qin Shen felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and even his ears fell into a state of deafness due to the appearance of the bloodlight. Faced with this situation, he could only close his eyes and tightly grip the dagger in his hand, ready to respond to any sudden developments. For a professional of his level, reliance on his eyesight was no longer absolute. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe a second, maybe a minute, but the stinging and deafness faded away. Qin Shen slowly opened his eyes, only to see a wide arena appearing before him. The solid wooden chair behind him had transformed into a high-backed seat. The soft cushion beneath him made him question whether this was an illusion or reality. At that moment, he saw the situation in the arena. At this moment, Bartle was raising an exaggeratedly large sword, facing a giant wolf standing on its hind legs. Including Qin Shen, their group looked down with curious expressions. Just then, a soft and sweet voice came from the side. "Are you curious about what we are doing?" Following the voice, Qin Shen looked over to see the sister in the white dress from the twin sisters speaking. "We are going to fight here." Chris propped her chin on her hand, her delicate cheeks marked by an air of aloofness. "You 4 are fighting for your own wishes, but what are you fighting for?" "Fighting for our own wishes?" Shen Tinglan tilted her head slightly, her watery eyes filled with curiosity. "That's right, didn't we just express our demands to the Count?" The corners of Chris's eyes lifted slightly, appearing both joyful and indifferent. Only those whose wishes cannot be fulfilled would step into the unreturning mountain to participate in the blood feast. Unfortunately, the theme of our competition this time is combat, fighting against the blood monsters under the Count. As long as we win, the Count will fulfill all the winner's requests within his capabilities. How does that sound? Not bad, right? After hearing Chris's introduction, Fong and the others all lowered their heads, lost in thought. The twin sister murmured softly, "You really know nothing at all. If that's the case, why come here to seek death?" Qin Shen said nothing in response, focusing instead on the battle below. At that moment, the old man named Bartle was still confronting the werewolf across from him, wielding a giant sword. This werewolf was completely different from the Blood Moon favored wolf they had encountered before, aside from standing upright. Its fur seemed to be soaked in blood, each strand appearing crimson. Perhaps due to the opponent's high level, and because the Count had not provided an introduction. The werewolf's attributes were not displayed. The standoff ended with Chris's words. Bang! Bartle pushed off with both feet, charging forward like a cannonball. The giant sword in his hand was as thick as a tree, uprooted from the ground, and when swung, it produced a violent sonic boom. This was the power of a level 50 warrior. Sizzle! The giant sword struck the blood-colored werewolf's head, instantly cleaving it in two, with crimson blood gushing out from the wound, the amount of blood particularly exaggerated. Thud! The severed body fell to either side, but Bartle, who had accomplished this, showed no sign of joy on his face. Holding the giant sword, his murky eyes were filled with vigilance. Just then, the blood-colored werewolf suddenly leaped out from the shadows, clawing at Bartle. Bartle leaned back, simultaneously swinging the giant sword in a Horizontal slash, once again cutting the blood-colored werewolf in half. Sizzle, crimson blood splattered all over Bartel's face, but he did not hesitate, suddenly turning around and swinging the giant sword behind him. Clang! The blood-colored werewolf caught the giant sword with its claws, revealing a sinister grin, its sharp teeth bared. Old man, even at your age, your reaction speed is still so fast? You've got some skill. As soon as the words left its mouth, the giant sword severed the werewolf's claws, cutting it in half once more. But the next moment, the blood-colored werewolf sprang out from some corner again. At this point, there was nothing on the ground except for a few pools of blood. Are we supposed to fight these monsters? Lu Jing's eyes widened in fear. He completely couldn't understand the monster's skills, clearly hit, how could it still come back to life? Moreover, if it were a monster of the same level, why was it severed in one blow? On the other side, Xin Chen, observing the situation on the battlefield, began to see some clues. The monster had already dodged before Bartel swung his sword. What was cut was merely a leftover clone. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been deceived by these tricks long ago, but Bartel was able to quickly discern the truth, truly a battle-hardened warrior. The battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate. No matter how quick Bartel's reactions were, how fierce his attacks, or how sharp his great sword, he had not managed to harm a single hair on that blood-colored werewolf. The outcome is clear, Bartel has lost, Xin Chen whispered as he watched the battlefield below. Isn't it still at a stalemate? What do you mean the outcome is clear? Lu Jing said, looking dissatisfied at the battlefield below. Besides, Bartel is clearly at an advantage, that werewolf can't possibly defeat him. In a battle of this level, does a level 19 player like you, Xin Chen, have the right to judge or comment? Always pretending here. The other contestants nearby turned to look at Xin Chen upon hearing this. Really? I also feel that Bartel is at an advantage, the middle-aged sorceress said. With a smile. Xin Chen remained silent, only watching the battlefield below. Die for me! Bartel roared loudly, swinging his great sword with all his might, the sword's phantom spreading around him in a 360-degree arc sword storm. Sizzle, the blood-colored werewolf was sent flying, crimson blood splattering everywhere, its muscular body crashing heavily against the arena wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the marble structure. Ha ha ha! The blood-colored werewolf pulled itself out of the wall, letting out a wild laugh. You're about to lose, and you're still laughing? Lu Jing frowned. No! The middle-aged sorceress's eyes widened. It's Bartel who has lost. How is that possible? Everyone except Xin Chen was taken aback. Although the battle had been at a stalemate, there was no doubt that Bartel was at an advantage. How could he have lost? Thud! The blood-colored werewolf walked towards Bartel, its clenched fist slowly opening, and a bloody, mangled heart fell from its palm. Goodbye, old man. At the moment those words were spoken, Bartel looked down at his chest. The sturdy plate armor on his left side had vanished, replaced by a gaping hole. Bartel's body swayed a few times, blood spilling from his mouth. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and fell to the ground. Thud! Bartel's robust body kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground, and the three from Fong, who had gradually relaxed, felt their muscles tense up again. Such a strong warrior had actually fallen to the blood monster. Could they still claim to be worthy of winning this contest? But what shocked everyone even more was why Xin Chen could predict the outcome of the battle. With his level, he shouldn't have the right to predict such high-level professionals. How could he have accurately foreseen the battle? Everyone looked at Xin Chen, but he remained silent, staring at the fallen Bartel. From the very beginning, the outcome of the battle had already been determined. Bartel was completely countered by the blood-colored werewolf, and his death now was merely the result of his rich experience. At that moment, the voice of the Count echoed above the arena. The outcome is clear, the next contestant may come on stage. The two sisters, Chris, then stood up from the viewing platform, their delicate faces showing no signs of fear. Shen Tinglan covered her eyes upon seeing this, fearing that the two sisters would meet the same fate as Bartel. At that moment, the blood-colored werewolf carried Bartel's corpse out of the arena, and two massive blood bats descended from the sky into the arena. These bats had a wingspan of about 7 meters and stood 1 meter 80 tall, appearing extraordinarily large even when their wings were folded. Compared to these two bats, the two sisters, Chris, looked utterly frail. Lord Count. One of the bats looked up at the Count sitting on a high-backed sofa. After I kill them, can I taste their blood? I haven't tasted maiden's blood in a long time. The Count maintained. A faint smile on his face. The victor has the right to decide everything. You can handle it as you see fit. Thank you, Lord Count. The bat revealed a sinister grin, making Shen Tinglan want to wash her eyes. Let's begin. Chris said. There was no trace of anger on her beautiful face, only calmness or perhaps a sense of assured victory. As soon as she finished speaking, the two bats vanished from the arena. Qinshan was the first to look up at the sky, and sure enough, the two bats flew into the air. They opened their gaping mouths, revealing sharp fangs. Sound wave shock. A visible sound wave shot out from their mouths, so powerful that it compressed the air, creating a layered effect. If it hit a person, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome end. In response, the Chris sisters stood still, and when the sound wave reached them, it instantly tore them into countless tiny fragments. No! Everyone in the arena widened their eyes. Those weren't tiny fragments, they were colorful butterflies. Countless colorful butterflies fluttered in the arena, while the two bats maintained their gaping mouths, frantically sweeping at these butterflies. However, it was of no use, they could only watch helplessly as the butterflies flew right in front of them. Bang bang bang! The moment the butterflies touched the skin of the two bats, deafening explosions erupted. Dazzling flames continuously lit up, making it impossible for the spectators to see what was happening on the battlefield. When the explosions ended, two charred corpses fell from the sky. As everyone focused, they were shocked to see that it was the two bats. A swarm of colorful butterflies flew towards the audience stands, dividing into two piles that landed on the seats previously occupied by the Chris sisters. Finally, these two batches of butterflies gradually solidified and collapsed, transforming back into the Chris sisters. Apologies for the spectacle, Chris said with a smile. Good technique, Qinshan praised. This move was indeed miraculous, appearing to be a lethal illusion, yet it was terrifying. Even he couldn't recognize what kind of hidden profession it was. However, this was normal. There were countless hidden professions in the world, and even the most well-informed person couldn't possibly know them all. The outcome is decided, the next contestant may enter, the count said again from above the arena. The middle-aged witch rose from her chair, gently waving a wand that appeared in her hand. She lightly pushed off the ground, and her whole body floated down into the center of the arena like a drifting umbrella, looking exceptionally graceful. At that moment, a man dressed in a blood-red robe, wielding two curved daggers, also entered the arena from the other side. This man was quite thin, to the point that the oversized robe clung tightly to him, making it seem as if there was not a person standing in the arena, but a coat rack. When the night wind blew into the arena, his blood-red robe rustled, and the silhouette it cast resembled that of a skeleton. Yet, his face appeared no different from an ordinary person in the eyes of the crowd. The witch glanced at him and gently waved her petite staff. Elemental summon. She slammed the staff heavily onto the ground, and the solid earth immediately began to rise, transforming into a massive giant. This was the earth elemental giant. The witch did not stop, she continued to wave her staff, and one by one fire giants, each 4 meters tall and engulfed in blazing flames, appeared out of thin air. Kill, the witch commanded, pointing at the dual-wielding man across from her. The towering earth elemental giant raised its enormous palm and struck at the dual-wielding man, while the fire giant on the other side lifted its fists and unleashed 2 columns of fire. Killing move. The moment she made her move, it was a killing move. The witch unleashed her strongest abilities, and it didn't stop there. At that moment, massive fireballs were gathering in the air. Each fireball had a diameter of 1 meter, and judging by the number of these fireballs, they could cover the entire arena. With just one hit, the dual-wielding man would die here. She gently waved her staff, and the fireballs came crashing down. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds echoed like cannon fire, each fireball capable of creating a crater several meters in diameter in the arena, with power even stronger than that of a cannon. Just as the fireballs were about to land, the dual-wielding man vanished. Where? The witch furrowed her brows, her gaze searching around the arena. Just then, a blade light like a full moon lit up. Sizzle, 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 2 curved blades shot out from the shadows, cutting through the air with incredible speed, delivering hundreds of strikes in just 1 second. The witch's body disappeared in an instant, with only the blood and flesh flying in the air proving her previous existence. Everyone in the audience stared wide-eyed. Was she killed in an instant? The witch, who could unleash such terrifying power, was actually killed in a split second. Was the gap between them so terrifying? At that moment, the dual-wielding man, with only half of his body remaining, crawled out from the shadows. His lower half had completely vanished, and he could only crawl with the help of his curved blades. I win, my Lord Count. The dual-wielding man looked up at the Count in the air. Well done, but you were a bit too lucky to achieve victory like this. The Count nodded slightly, extending his hand to point, and a beam of bloodlight flew from his fingertip, landing on the dual-wielding man. The dual-wielding man's incomplete body began to grow, becoming whole again. It was clear that the previous battle was a duel between glass cannons. Both sides had the ability to kill each other. In an instant, so if one landed a hit, the probability of death was high. The dual-wielding man bowed and then walked down from the arena with his blades in hand. The victor has been decided, the next contestant may come forward. The Count's gaze shifted to the young man in a white robe. The young man said nothing, stood up from his seat and leaped into the arena. Qin Shen looked at the young man, a hint of interest showing in his abyss-like eyes. He always felt something was off about this person, and now he could find out what was wrong through battle. At that moment, a prompt sound rang out. Ding! 30 days have passed, players can once again gain a talent. Thief of Heaven, Unknowable Level Effect. Every 30 days you can obtain a new SSS level talent. Fate Treasure Effect 1. After choosing a thief-related profession, the experience gain is increased by 10 times. Effect 2. All acquired professional skills can be enhanced and upgraded using fate points. Effect 3. At the moment of death, you can choose to return to the day determined by fate, fully revived. Once a month, January 1st, note, fate points can be obtained by stealing important items, completing significant events, etc. Current remaining fate points. 1. Qin Shen glanced at his talent information and then saw another panel. Would you like to acquire a new talent? Y/NYS. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the SSS level talent Fate Dice. Fate Dice Effect 1. You are favored by fate, luck attribute plus 20. Effect 2. In each battle, you can roll the dice once to gain instant fate points, 1 to 13 points, and S level or above skills in that battle will receive a corresponding point boost. Effect 3. Immune to any instant death damage. Qin Shen stared at the abilities of this talent, his eyes wide open. This talent was beyond his expectations. If the first two skills were somewhat understandable, the last one was just too exaggerated? It meant that even if the opponent was level 100, with SSS level talents and SSS level skills, plus various buffs, it would be impossible to take Qin Shen down in one hit. This ability was too outrageous, even giving him a glimmer of hope to challenge higher level monsters. Just as Qin Shen marveled at the power of this talent, a prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Due to player Qin Shen acquiring the new SSS level talent Fate Dice, the skill Shadow Judgment has gained the favor of fate and undergone a mutation evolution. Congratulations, player, Shadow Judgment has been enhanced and mutated into Fate Judgment. Fate Judgment level S level type, active skill effect, in the name of fate, declare judgment upon enemies. Dealing 200% attribute damage, which will trigger 3 times, with random attributes. Cooldown, 1 minute cost, 200 mana points unexpectedly. There was a pleasant surprise. Qin Shen looked at the skill description of Fate Judgment, a slight smile appearing on his lips. This skill was much more powerful than before, and most importantly, it saved him some fate points. Meanwhile, the Count floating high above looked thoughtfully at Qin Shen. Interesting, he murmured, a favored one of fate, huh? At this moment, the young man's opponent had already jumped into the arena, a warrior clad in heavy armor, wielding a giant sword. He was completely encased in thick steel, his muscles more exaggerated than Bartel's. Undoubtedly, he was a powerful warrior. Begin. Just as the warrior opposite began to speak, the young man suddenly moved. Bang! His seemingly ordinary finger effortlessly sliced through the warrior's plate armor, reaching flesh. Sizzle! The young man tore through flesh and pulled out the still beating heart, the crimson blood spraying from the wound, but was blocked by an invisible barrier flowing downward. The outcome is decided. The young man discarded the heart and looked up at the Count. My Lord Count, I have one. In the air. The Count gazed down at the young man, his slender eyes slightly raised, appearing quite pleased. Speak your request, and I will fulfill your wish. Yes. My Lord Count, the young man nodded, I truly admire your strength and hope to become a member of the Blood Moon clan. I am willing to become your progeny. The Count was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile. I see. He descended from the air into the arena. Then come here, and I will transform you into my progeny. Yes, my lord. The young man nodded, his smile brighter than the sun. He approached the Count, knelt on one knee, and the Count placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. Suddenly, the young man abruptly looked up, a silvery light igniting on his right hand, stabbing towards the Count's chest. Sizzle, like a hot knife through butter, the young man's palm effortlessly pierced through the Count's chest, and with a forceful grip, he tore out a heart that was as beautiful as a ruby. Everyone was taken aback, but the Count's reaction was the swiftest. Almost at the moment the young man pulled out his heart, he struck out with a palm. Bang! The young man was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the arena wall and creating a deep pit 10 meters deep. It should be noted that these walls were all made of marble, or rather, a stone that resembled marble but was even harder. And now, the Count was able to inflict such exaggerated damage with just a temporary counterattack, showcasing the extent of his power. Woo! At that moment, a loud roar echoed, and a giant wolf, 5 meters tall and shimmering silver like moonlight, leaped into the arena. The young man who had been lying in the deep pit had now vanished. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's you filthy heretics, you deserve to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Count pointed his finger, and a blood-red beam shot towards the silver giant wolf. The silver giant wolf opened its massive jaws and unleashed a silvery blade of light, easily neutralizing the attack. Bang! The blood-red beam and the silvery blade collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Ha ha ha! The silver giant wolf spoke human words, laughing heartily. They say how powerful you are, Count, but it seems you are nothing special. After saying this, it glanced at Qin Chen and the others. You dare to kill my kin? Remember this day well, for next year will mark the end of your lives. Fong and the others looked grim, primarily due to the silver giant wolf's threat, which was indeed too intimidating. Name: Blood Moon's favored wolf. Level 60 strength, stamina, spirit, agility, luck, health, mana, skills. Just looking at the level of this giant wolf reveals how powerful it truly is. The moment the silver giant wolf finished speaking, it suddenly turned its head towards the Count. Die, you damned bat! It sprang forward, its entire body glowing with silvery moonlight. The silver giant wolf missed its target, and the pale-faced Count hovered in the air, while blood-red light pillars poured down. Bang bang bang! The Count's blood-red light pillars descended with extraordinary speed, almost dozens falling every second. Each light pillar could leave a massive pit over 10 meters wide on the ground. The terrifying power was simply unheard of. Yet, even so, the silver giant wolf could easily dodge and weave, able to evade the next attack even if it landed in the deep pit created by the blood-red light pillar. The movements of both sides were too swift for Fong and the others to capture. But they also knew that once the Count was defeated, the silver giant wolf would surely slaughter them, so they were using their ranged weapons to attack the silver giant wolf. Why not engage in close combat? That silver giant wolf could probably kill them dozens of times with just a casual swipe of its claws. On the other side, the twins were also summoning a series of butterflies to attack the silver giant wolf. Unfortunately, the silver giant wolf completely ignored their attacks, allowing them to land on its body. The silver-white glow surrounding its body was enough to withstand all damage. Meanwhile, Qin Chen had moved away from his previous position and stood at the edge of the arena. This was because the battle between the two sides had already reached that area, and he had no choice but to leave. Notably, a transparent 13-sided die lay in his left hand. The shape of this die was quite strange. Entirely different from ordinary dice, perhaps it signified the oddities of fate. At this moment, the die's face was resting on 3 points. Fate die points 3. All S-level or above skills gain triple enhancement. Seeing this enhancement, Qin Shen's lips curled slightly as he aimed at the silver giant wolf and used the fate left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player, successfully stole equipment, Silver Moon's Fong. Name: Silver Moon's Fong. A level, type, accessory, level requirement, none, occupation restriction, none, attribute bonus, strength plus 10, special effect, wearing it increases defense by 10%, critical damage by 20%. A necklace embedded with a large wolf's fong appeared in Qin Shen's hand. He nodded in satisfaction at the necklace in his hand, then used the fate left hand again. However, this time the target of the theft was the Count. Almost simultaneously, the expressions of the silver giant wolf and the Count changed slightly. You shameless guy, without an ounce of warrior's honor, you dare to steal. Bah! You dare to call yourself a Count, you shameless thief. The battle between the two sides intensified, while Qin Chen quietly pocketed a golden dragon ring. Why not take it? Wasn't there a perfect opportunity? So he took it fiercely. Just then, the situation on the battlefield changed. The silver giant wolf hit down on the Count's lower body, and with a crisp crack, the upper and lower halves separated on the spot. The Count screamed loudly, while once again shooting out a blood-red light pillar. Bang! This blood-red light pillar entered through the silver giant wolf's shoulder and shot out from its hind leg. By the time it exited the hind leg, the pillar had expanded to a meter in size, instantly dissolving the silver giant wolf's hind leg bone. Woo! The silver giant wolf let out a howl, but at the same time, it swung its sharp claws to grasp the Count's head and squeezed hard. Bang! The Count's head exploded like a watermelon, staining the silver giant wolf's body red. Yet, even though it had achieved victory, the cost was exceptionally tragic. It was left with only 3 legs. But even with just 3 legs remaining, the silver giant wolf still moved its body and turned to look at Qin Chen and the others. At that moment, the two sisters, Chris, had transformed into a swarm of colorful butterflies and flew away. The silver giant wolf didn't even glance at them, and with a powerful push of its 3 legs, it lunged towards Qin Shan and the others. Qin Shan reacted the fastest, instantly slipping into the shadows. Next was Kong Fong, who threw out a coin and teleported away. Then came Shin Tinglan. She was an archer, high in output but particularly fragile, so she was especially skilled in displacement. With a powerful push of her legs, she flew out at an incredible speed. So, who was left behind? Lu Jing. He had just taken 2 steps when the silver giant wolf crashed heavily onto the spectator stands, swallowing him whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It chewed forcefully on the bones in its mouth, the crisp sound sending chills down the spines of everyone present. At that moment, it turned its gaze towards Kong Fong. Kong Fong's hefty body suddenly shook, and he hurriedly threw out coins to teleport to a farther location, but unfortunately, the silver giant wolf was faster. It lunged forward, opening its bloody maw as it soared through the air. Just as the silver giant wolf was about to reach Kong Fong, Qin Shan made his move. Detonate! Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions erupted on the silver giant wolf's body, turning its already blood-stained fur completely crimson. The violent explosion sent the silver giant wolf flying several dozen meters away. Had it not forcibly twisted its body and dug its sharp claws into the marble floor to increase friction, it might have flown even farther. The silver giant wolf stood in place, its pure white eyes shifting to Qin Shan. Is it you? You bastard. It spoke human words, slowly walking towards Qin Shan with confident and steady steps. Because it only needed 1 strike to easily disembowel this human and feast on the tender innards inside. At that moment, Qin Shan raised the crossbow in his right hand and shot a bolt at the silver giant wolf. The silver giant wolf revealed a disdainful smile, allowing the bolt to fly towards it, as such an attack was not worth dodging. Bang! The moment the bolt struck the silver giant wolf's body, a terrifying explosion erupted, flipping it over on the spot. Damn human! The silver giant wolf suddenly rose, letting out a furious roar of shame. But Qin Shan, who had been standing still, had already slipped into the shadows and disappeared. Damn it! The silver giant wolf's eyes glowed with a silver light, locking onto the trajectory of Qin Shan's escape. Within the vast shadows. Die! It opened its bloody maw, unleashing a blade of light. Bang! The light blade flew towards the ground where Qin Shan was, instantly tearing the ground apart and creating a massive pit several dozen meters wide. Terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. Such damage was enough to destroy everything. Even in the real world, aside from weapons known as nuclear weapons, there was probably no weapon that could create such a horrifying scene. Because this pit was blasted out of marble. Yet, a figure, small in comparison to the deep pit, stood at the edge. His dark cloak billowed in the night wind, making him appear particularly mysterious. Bang! The silver giant wolf did not hesitate, aiming at Qin Shan's direction, and once again unleashed a blade of light. At the same time, it pushed off with its 4 legs, its massive body lunging forward. This series of attacks was terrifying. Anyone who hesitated or faltered for even a second would die. Because even if one dodged the subsequent blade of light, the silver giant wolf's body was the strongest and most powerful weapon, capable of destroying any enemy. Only a warrior tempered like wrought iron could withstand such an onslaught, and coincidentally, Qin Shan was such a warrior. He slightly moved the hand crossbow in his hand and shot out a bolt. The bolt collided with the blade of light, erupting in a deafening explosion. Bang! The terrifying shockwave caused the hair on Qin Shan's head to flutter slightly, and then he slipped into the shadows, simultaneously using the left hand of fate against the lunging silver giant wolf. Thud! The silver giant wolf's massive body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Watching Qin Shan disappear from sight, it did not search for him but stood in place, opening its bloody maw wide. Dazzling silver light gathered in its mouth, dense as if it were a second moon. As the energy accumulated to its limit, it slowly turned its head to aim at Qin Shan in the shadows, as if that S-class stealth skill did not exist before it at all. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, but to everyone's surprise, Qin Shan was still alive. The silver giant wolf rolled out from the violent explosion, and even the energy it had accumulated in its mouth erupted, shattering all its teeth. Drip drip! Scarlet blood spilled from the silver moon giant wolf's mouth. At that moment, it looked as miserable as a decades-old wolf, its fangs gone, only able to rap its gums like an old man. 8,000. You should die. The silver giant wolf fell into an even more extreme rage, its roar deafening, even causing the shattered bricks on the ground to fly away. In the distance, after marking the silver giant wolf with the blood ring of the king, Qin Shan slipped into the shadows. Again. Whoop! The silver giant wolf howled, its moon-like eyes now filled with bloodshot veins, the madness contained within so intense that anyone who dared to meet its gaze would be filled with dread. dense. Moonlight then poured down, enveloping it. Accompanied by the moonlight, its withered muscles began to swell. Its already sharp and fierce claws became even sharper, and even the teeth that had fallen from its mouth grew back. All of this indicated one fact, that it had gone berserk. Moreover, unlike its kin, its berserk state was not merely bathed in blood moonlight, but rather, it devoured and absorbed the power of the blood. Moon. Die. The silver giant wolf opened its bloody maw wide, consecutively unleashing 3 crescent-shaped blades of light, which flew out in a trident formation, almost blocking all of Qin Shen's escape routes. Faced with the trident-shaped blades, Qin Shen stopped, his abyss-like eyes showing no emotional fluctuation. Boom! The 3 blades suddenly shattered, their terrifying power as fearsome as a large-yield missile. Instantly tearing apart everything within 100 meters, even solid marble and soil vaporized. Such a terrifying scene caused the 4 spectators in the distance to hold their breath. No matter how strong Qin Shen was, no matter how powerful he was, facing such a terrifying blow, he could only meet his demise. This was not his incompetence, it was the gap between levels, a chasm that ordinary people could never cross. Ha ha ha! The silver giant wolf laughed loudly, feeling that Qin Shen's life force had already vanished. Since that was the case, it was time to enjoy the remaining little dessert. The silver giant wolf turned its head to look at the remaining 4 people, or rather, the 2 besides the 2 sisters, Chris. In the blink of an eye, the silver giant wolf appeared in front of Shintinglan, its massive body blocking the moonlight, casting a large shadow over Shintinglan. Don't move, little mouse. Its voice was filled with arrogance. Don't disturb my meal, and don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Shintinglan drew a one-handed sword from her waist, gritting her teeth as she aimed it at the giant wolf in front of her. Although she knew she wouldn't die, the oppressive presence of the giant wolf was overwhelming. The silver giant wolf revealed a sinister smile, slowly opening its gaping maw, ready to swallow Shintinglan whole. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps came from behind the silver giant wolf, causing its massive body to tremble. At this moment, the wolf's swollen muscles had deflated, and the dazzling silver light surrounding it had dimmed. This meant its frenzy had ended, and even its health had returned to normal. Behind it, Qin Shen, barehanded, was walking towards it slowly, as if facing not a man-eating giant wolf, but an old friend. You survived? How did you survive? Why are you here to see death? The silver giant wolf turned to look at Qin Shen, its enormous eyes filled with arrogance. Although Qin Shen had indeed caused it some damage, those injuries were nothing more than mosquito bites compared to its powerful physique. Qin Shen looked up at the silver giant wolf. Although he was looking up, his gaze felt as if he were looking down. Seek death? I'm just here to end this battle. Ha ha ha. Looking at Qin Shen, who was so close, the silver giant wolf let out a hearty laugh. End the battle? Alright, I'll end the battle right now. Qin Shen, run! Shintinglan shouted from behind the silver giant wolf. Qin Shen had actually revealed himself to save her, which truly moved her, but the gap in strength between them was too great. The strongest Qin Shen should survive. Before Shintinglan could finish her thoughts, she saw the body of the silver giant wolf suddenly swell up, like a balloon. Fate mark. Fate judgment. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the silver giant wolf exploded like a bomb, soft flesh and blood splattering everywhere, like a rain of blood drenching Shintinglan. She stared wide-eyed, her pupils reflecting the damage marker that appeared above the silver giant wolf's head before it died. 50000. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the boss. Blood Moon's favored wolf, earning SS level treasure chest ×1. Congratulations, player, for gaining 200% experience points, successfully leveling up to level 21. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a level entry, the one who defies fate. Entry effect: when facing enemies of a higher level, all attributes will receive a temporary boost. The greater the level difference, the greater the boost, up to a maximum of 50%. This is impossible? The 2 sisters, Chris, transformed from fluttering butterflies into human form, their eyes fixed on the giant wolf's corpse not far away, their full chests heaving violently. That was a giant wolf that could rival the count, even slay him, yet it had died at the hands of Qin Shen, a guy who was barely level 20? Although he was now level 21, he had been level 19 before. That was a staggering difference of over 40 levels. How significant was such a gap? It was equivalent to the weakest level 1 goblin killing a level 40 professional. This was something that simply could not be accomplished, because even without equipment, the defense of a high-level professional was astonishing. Yet, such a thing had happened, right before their eyes. On the other side, Fong stood frozen, his mind blank. He was trying to think, attempting to comprehend what had just happened. Had they won? Lost? Or was this a hallucination born from his fear? If this wasn't an illusion, how could he possibly witness such a situation? Qin Shen had killed a level 60 blood moon favored wolf? Monsters of that level shouldn't be challengeable unless all players gathered together, and even then, they could be counter-killed, right? Qin Shen had done it alone? Was there a cheat in this game? If there was a cheat, he should know about it. No, this was the real world, there couldn't be cheats. Kong Fong's thoughts spiraled into chaos. So, what was the reaction of the closest person to the blood moon favored wolf, Shen Tinglan? She maintained her sword-raising posture. Her eyes wide open to the extreme, even as blood flowed into her eye sockets, it couldn't force her to close her eyes. She stood there like a statue, as if petrified. Shen Tinglan fell into a daze. After a moment, Kong Fong broke free from his confusion and jogged over to Qin Shen. Big guy, you're amazing. He reverted to his previous address, excitedly grabbing Qin Shen's hand. If it weren't for you, we would probably all be dead. That's right. If it weren't for him, we would probably all be dead. At that moment, an elegant and gentle voice rang out, causing the 4 survivors to freeze. Because it was the Count's voice. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the corner, and there stood the Count, ragged and with a large hole in his chest, walking out while clapping his hands. His slender eyes were filled with admiration, or perhaps greed, as he stared at Qin Shen. What a pity. The Count approached Qin Shen, grasping his shoulders, his gaze filled with reluctance. If it weren't for fate, I would have taken you as my favored one. You are truly exceptional. After the praise, the Count suppressed his reluctance and released Qin Shen's shoulders. Seeing the unharmed Count, the Chris sisters frowned slightly. As the strongest and the master of this place, it was shameless of the Count to let the blood moon favored wolf slaughter them. On the other side, Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan's expressions were also grim. The moment the Count appeared, they knew what it implied. The Count glanced at everyone, indifferent to their changing expressions, and said to Qin Shen, you have passed your trial, what is your request? My request is that I hope my companions can also pass the trial. Qin Shen glanced at Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan as he spoke. Everyone present was taken aback. They hadn't expected Qin Shen to make such a request, and Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan's faces showed their helplessness. They felt they had held Qin Shen back. Ha ha ha. The Count laughed heartily. They cannot pass directly. But I can lower the difficulty they face so their opponents will not be so strong. That works. Qin Shen nodded. At that moment, the Count snapped his fingers, and the once chaotic arena, more chaotic than Syria itself, gradually restored itself. It was as if this arena was not an inanimate object, but a living being that could grow flesh and blood. The battle reignited, and the first to take the stage was Kong Fong, facing a monster that resembled a muddy swamp creature. The characteristic of this monster was that it had no vital points, it could only be drowned in horrific damage, otherwise it would slowly regenerate health, which was very disgusting. However, this monster also lacked the ability to kill instantly, so it could only be said to be annoying, not particularly powerful. Die! Kong Fong threw a coin, which landed inside the swamp monster. Boom! The coin exploded on the spot, blowing a large hole in the swamp monster's body. 800. Qin Shen sat in the viewing platform, watching the damage with a satisfied nod. Although Kong Fong's damage couldn't compare to his, it was still impressive when combined with his unique talent. Soon, Kong Fong easily achieved victory in the battle. The Count kept his promise and indeed lowered the difficulty of the fight. This battle was simply a one-sided massacre. The last person to take the stage was Shen Tinglan. In the arena, she tightly gripped her longbow, skillfully dodging the attacks of the blood-colored werewolf across from her. Although this werewolf belonged to the same clan as the one that killed Bartle, the difference in combat skills and levels was simply too great. Shen Tinglan moved around the arena, and the specialized ambush blood-colored werewolf couldn't catch up with her. Boom! An arrow pierced through the blood-colored werewolf's claws and directly nailed into its forehead. The arrowhead made of special alloy penetrated the thick skull and deeply embedded itself in the brain. 1000. The blood-colored werewolf fell to the ground. And Shen Tinglan then slung her longbow behind her. I won, Captain. I won, Qin Shen, she waved at the two. Qin Shen merely nodded slightly in response, and at that moment, the system's prompt sound rang out. Historical fragment, the vampire's banquet is about to be cleared, please prepare to exit the instance. Listening to the system prompt echoing in their minds, the three exchanged glances. At the same time, they felt their thoughts becoming erratic, a sign that they were about to exit the instance. It seems you are about to leave, the Count said, looking at the three with a knowing expression, his slender eyes filled with amusement, especially towards Qin Shen. I have a feeling we will meet again. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Shen suddenly felt his mind plunge into a daze. But just before he fell into complete oblivion, he saw an image. Ah! The Count let out a piercing Scream, collapsing to the ground, his body and clothes turning into a pool of blood. In the sky, the blood moon hanging high transformed into a large and menacing eye, staring intently at Qin Shen. Congratulations to the 3 players for successfully clearing the historical fragment, the Vampire's Banquet. Instance rewards: Qin Shen A-level treasure chest ×1, Fong B-level treasure chest ×1, Shentinglan B-level treasure chest ×1. Ding! As you are the first batch of players to eliminate the Void Rift, each of you receives 500 reputation points. Special reminder, with this reputation, you can go to the Lord's Mansion in Tianyao City to claim further rewards. Listening to the continuous beeping sounds, Qin Shen did not pay attention but instead lowered his head in contemplation. The scene he had seen earlier still replayed in his mind, the fierce and crazed eye in the sky. How about we go to the Lord's Mansion first? At this moment, Kong Fong's words interrupted Qin Shen's thoughts. Sure, Captain. Shen Tinglan nodded. After saying that, the two looked at Qin Shen, seeking his opinion. I have no objections, let's go take a look. Qin Shen nodded. He was quite familiar with the procedures in this regard, but every city had its unique aspects, and perhaps Tianyao City would have what he needed. The 3 walked towards the Lord's Mansion, which was more of a city office than a mansion, merely serving a residential function as well. Moments later, a mansion covering tens of thousands of square meters, constructed entirely of white marble, appeared before them. The entrance of the mansion stood 10 meters high and was always open, with a guard in full armor holding a pure iron spear standing on either side. Just by their stance, it was clear that these 2 guards were undoubtedly seasoned warriors. Let's go in. Qin Shen took the lead and was about to enter the Lord's Mansion when he saw one of the guards blocking his way with the spear. What do you want? A muffled voice came from within the helmet. We are here to collect our rewards from the Lord's Mansion, the prestige rewards. Kong Fong quickly stepped forward to answer. The guard glanced at the other guard and then shook his head. We haven't received any orders. If you don't have proof, please leave. But we clearly can collect the rewards. Shen Tinglan couldn't help but say. I'll repeat myself, we haven't received any orders, so we won't let you in. If you insist on entering, please wait for us to receive orders. The guard spoke in a completely businesslike tone, his gaze particularly cold, clearly accustomed to such matters. So, we can only go back and wait for them to receive the information? Kong Fong frowned and asked Qin Shen. It seems that's the only option. Qin Shen nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned about this matter, he was just passing by to collect a reward. If he couldn't collect it, that was fine too. Qin Shen turned to head towards the Shadow Sect's base, but he heard a familiar voice behind him. Qin Shen? What are you doing here? Qin Shen turned around to see Aaliyah waving and walking towards him. We came to the Lord's Mansion to collect prestige rewards, but they haven't received the notice, so they won't let us in. Qin Shen replied honestly. Is that all? Aaliyah tilted her head, her watery eyes filled with confusion. That's it. Then it's no problem. I'm here, come in with me. Saying this, Aaliyah waved her hand at the 2 guards, signaling them to step aside, and then said to Qin Shen, next time you encounter this situation in Tianyao City, just tell them you are an apostle of the Shadow Sect, and they won't stop you. As soon as she said this, the 2 guards immediately stood even straighter and gave Qin Shen a standard salute. Sorry, Master Apostle, we didn't know your identity, we truly apologize, they shouted, their words filled with fear and respect. Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Qin Shen actually had this identity? Entering the Lord's Mansion, Aaliyah led the group into the left office area, where they found the official responsible for exchanging prestige. Behind a light red oak long table, a short and hunched old man looked at the 3 of them, then glanced at the documents on the table and said, How did you get in so quickly? I haven't had the chance to notify the guards yet. After saying this, he handed 3 crystal stones to the 3 people. This is the identity certificate of Tianyao City. You have gained 500 reputation points, and you will automatically obtain resident status. With this identity, you can purchase properties in the city and buy some equipment and items manufactured by the Lord's Mansion. If you want to see what equipment and items you can exchange for, just stick the identity crystal to your forehead. Qin Shen, upon hearing this, pressed the identity crystal to his forehead. In fact, the old man had not mentioned another method of use. That is, the identity crystal can also mobilize one's own mental power to enter the spirit, allowing one to view items. However, this method requires players to master their own mental power before they can use it. Qin Shen could certainly use it, but he didn't want to expose his secrets too much. At this moment, a panel popped up. Would you like to connect to the identity crystal? Y/N. Qin Shen naturally chose to confirm, and a panel filled with various texts and images suddenly appeared before him. Name: Tianyao Longsword, C grade, type, main hand weapon, attack, 300 to 350, equipment level, level 20, class restriction. None, attribute bonus, strength plus 20, special effect, each attack can deal light attribute damage, which will be calculated based on the user's strength. Exchange price, 400 reputation points, name, Tianyao. Potion, item description, after drinking, recover 2% of health per second for 1 minute, limited to characters below level 30. Exchange price, 50 reputation points, name, guild venue purchase voucher, item. Description, only those who possess this can purchase the venue needed for guild operations. Exchange price, 1000 reputation points. Xin Shen browsed through the reputation shop's catalog and ultimately chose to close. The reputation shop had all kinds of equipment, even items related to guild construction. But the only problem was that for him, these things were tasteless yet too valuable to discard. Compared to the equipment he currently possessed, the equipment that could be exchanged for 500 reputation points was simply not worth looking at, and as for the items needed for the guild, he didn't need them at all. Of course, there were still some good items in the reputation exchange system, but the required reputation points were too high, he couldn't afford them at all. Are you done looking? Aliyah sat in a chair, resting her chin on her hands, looking quite bored. I'm done. Xin Shen nodded. Then should we head back to the headquarters? Of course. Upon hearing this, Aliyah's watery eyes immediately curved into crescent shapes as she jumped up from her chair. Then let's hurry back. Xin Shen nodded and then said to Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan, goodbye. Goodbye. The two waved at him. Aliyah and Xin Shen walked side by side towards the outside of the Lord's mansion. What do you want to eat today? Anything is fine, I can eat anything. How can food be anything? If the food affects your mood, it will affect your performance in battle. But I won't let food affect my mood. Watching Xin Shen disappear from view, Shen Tinglan could no longer contain herself. Captain, do you know what an apostle is? Are they very powerful? Why did the guards at the entrance apologize as soon as they heard? Kong Fong, relying on his S-level talent, had perfectly passed the trials of the Golden Light sect in Tianyao City, and with a status not low, he was likely to know about this. I don't know, Kong Fong answered honestly, I'm currently just a level 1 believer, only slightly above an ordinary believer, and I don't know what an apostle is. Ha ha ha. The old man beside them, with a hunched back, let out a light laugh. You people from the celestial realm certainly wouldn't know what an apostle is. They are special believers with a status equivalent to that of a high priest among the major sections. They are the embodiment of the divine on earth, and their numbers are even fewer than those of the high priests. How could you possibly know? The high priest is the leader of a city's sect, and can even be said to be the local emperor. There can only be one high priest in a city, a position of immense prestige. And an apostle can actually hold a status equivalent to that of a high priest? Shen Tinglan's eyes widened. Then why did that high priest of the shadow sect just say that Xin Shen is an apostle? Crack, crack, crack. The hunched old man immediately straightened. His back and the bones throughout his body made crisp cracking sounds. What did you say? That kid is an apostle? He stared intently in the direction Xin Shen had gone, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Looks like Tianyao City is going to have some excitement. Seeing the old man's shocked expression, Shen Tinglan couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a cute and charming grin. Now you know how powerful we players are, right? On the street, Xin Shen looked at Aliyah beside him and suddenly said, do you know about Blood Moon, Blood Feast, and Blood Tax? Aliyah's eyes widened slightly. And she suddenly stopped, looking at Xin Shen. The void rifts you closed are fragments of history? That's right, Xin Shen nodded. Tell me your detailed experience, then I can explain the meanings of these terms to you. Xin Shen nodded, not hiding anything, and recounted all his experiences truthfully, as there was nothing worth concealing. After listening, Aliyah blinked her amber eyes, staring at Xin Shen as if she were looking at something extraordinary. What's wrong? Xin Shen asked. You really are impressive to have encountered a deity in the fragments of history and come out unscathed. Deity? Xin Shen frowned. Are you referring to that count? He can't even withstand a level 60 monster. It's him, but also not him, Aliyah said ambiguously. But what I'm more concerned about is the pair of sisters you met at the banquet. From your description, they seem to be the devotees of the twin sect, the so-called saints. How could people of that level seek the Blood Moon god for help to escape the twin sect? Throughout her speech, Aliyah maintained a black barrier preventing outsiders from hearing them, and they couldn't hear anyone outside either. At this point, a hint of worry appeared in Aliyah's eyes. You mustn't let others know about this. It's definitely a scandal. If the twin sect finds out, they will surely see you as a thorn in their side. Xin Shen frowned and shook his head. You must have misunderstood. I remember their request was to leave their family, it had nothing to do with the sect. Alia quickly waved her hand. You really don't understand believers at all. I punish you to go back and read through the rules of our shadow sect. For ordinary believers, a sect may indeed just be a sect, but for apostles and even those who are favored, it is. A strange light flickered in Alia's amber eyes. A sect is like a big family, or rather, a clan. Then what about marriage alliances? Qin Chen asked. Marriage alliances? Alia tilted her head, a hint of confusion appearing on her delicate cheeks. That might be some obscure terminology. The twin sect has certain rituals that use rare words to avoid outsiders knowing. So this term might not mean what you think. A marriage alliance could also relate to other rituals. In any case, just be careful with the twin sect. In that case, what was the last I saw? Upon hearing this question, a rare seriousness appeared on Alia's face. That was a deity, she said. The blood banquet you attended was held to please the deity, and the one truly making a deal with you was that count, not that count, which is why he had such confidence to fulfill all demands. At this point, Alia paused. Alright, no more talking. These matters should not be touched until you reach a certain level of strength. Otherwise, it might sometimes cause trouble. After saying this, she withdrew the shadow barrier outside, allowing the sounds of the outside world to flow back in. Qin Chen lowered his head in thought. Based on the information he had so far, he still could not understand what had happened to that count in the end. Did the deity descend using his body? Or was that deity himself? Even with the memories of his past life, he knew very little about deities. After all, in his previous life, he did not have the identity of an apostle. This information was undoubtedly the most secretive within each sect. How could it be easily obtained? However, for Qin Chen, what he was most concerned about was the count's parting words. I have a premonition that we will meet again. Just thinking of this sentence made his brows furrow. If this were an ordinary game, he would take this sentence as a deliberate ploy by the developers to mock the players. But this game was related to reality. What if it attracted some terrifying beings later on? That would be disastrous. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect, Alia greeted Qin Chen before hurriedly leaving. Qin Chen was glad to have some leisure time. After returning to his room, he took out the treasure chest obtained from this dungeon. First was the light golden A-grade treasure chest. Left Hand of Fate. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the equipment Blood Moon's Broken Blade. Name: Blood Moon's Broken Blade. A-grade. Type: main hand weapon attack. 1000-1500 level requirement. None job restriction. None attribute bonus. Agility plus 30. Special effect 1. Each attack will steal 15% of the enemy's health. If the player's health is full, the excess health stolen will automatically form a shield that can absorb some damage. Special effect 2. When under moonlight, attack speed and movement speed will receive a 20% boost. Equipment description. This is just a little trick of the deity, Distant Traveler. A dagger, entirely crimson and slightly transparent, appeared in Qin Chen's hand. Looking at the dagger, Qin Chen frowned slightly. The description of this equipment was truly unsettling. However, he didn't hesitate for long, and aimed at the A-level treasure chest, using the Left Hand of Fate once more. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item. High-level Blood Feast Invitation. Item description: an invitation to a mysterious banquet. Will you attend, traveler? A red invitation, resembling the Blood Feast invitation, appeared in Qin Chen's hand, but this time the golden patterns were even more intricate and exquisite. Qin Chen looked at the invitation in his hand, frowned slightly, and used the Left Hand of Fate on the treasure chest again. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item, Mysterious Blood. Item description: a vial of mysterious blood, composition unknown. A glass vial filled with red blood appeared in Qin Chen's hand. Looking at the glass vial on the high-level Blood Feast invitation, Qin Chen's frown deepened. He felt that the so-called Blood Moon God had set its sights on him. Otherwise, how could the equipment stolen from the A-level treasure chest be related to the Blood Moon God? But even if he was being targeted, good equipment still had to be used. At that moment, Qin Chen remembered the Blood Wolf heart he had obtained earlier. Such items were generally used as crafting materials. He would ask Alia when he had the chance to see if they could be made into equipment. He wasn't very clear about where to craft equipment in Tianyao City, mainly because he didn't know whose skills were better. Having broken the treasure chest, Qin Chen didn't immediately take out the SS level treasure chest but instead entered the bathroom. Whoosh! Warm water droplets sprayed from the showerhead, falling on Qin Chen's short black hair and flowing down, tracing over his solid muscles. This is the first time This was Qin Shen's first time obtaining an SS level treasure chest, so he decided to take a shower in advance, even though it was just a game. Most people might wash their hands when opening a regular game chest. So for a chest that could affect the real world, taking a bath and changing clothes was not excessive, right? After bathing and changing, Qin Shen took out the SS level treasure chest he had obtained. At this moment, the chest had undergone a significant change. Mysterious and noble purple patterns emerged on the golden chest. Left hand of fate. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen equipment Blood Moon Leather. Armor name Blood Moon Leather Armor A level, type Armor Defense 1500, equipment level 20, class restriction none, attribute bonus stamina plus 40, special effect 1 reduces 20% of the damage taken by the wearer. Special effect 2 increases the wearer's agility by 20%. Special effect 3 when the wearer attacks or is attacked, the armor will automatically negate one instance of damage of 3000 or less. This effect can trigger once within 3 seconds. Qin Shen placed the jet black leather armor on the bed and nodded in satisfaction. Although this was only A-level equipment, its actual attributes were already comparable to typical S-level equipment. Immediately afterward, he used the left hand of fate again. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen items Blood Wolf Legs ×2. Item description: body parts of a blood moon creature. Function unknown. 2 wolf legs appeared in Qin Shen's hands, which he casually tossed onto the bed. This was the same as the blood wolf heart he had obtained earlier. Although its function was unknown, it was essentially used for crafting equipment. Looking at the items on the bed, a rare hint of worry appeared in Qin Shen's eyes. Would this SS-level treasure chest not turn out well? Did he have such bad luck? Or was it just like before? Stacking knives? How could this be happening when his luck attribute had already been increased by 20? With a heart full of trepidation, Qin Shen aimed at the SS-level treasure chest that was about to shatter and used the left hand of fate once more. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the SS-level skill book Soul Shock. Skill name Soul Shock, skill effect, inflicts a soul-level policy on the enemy, causing them to be immobilized for 2 seconds and dealing damage equal to base attack ×3. Consumption none, cooldown time 5 minutes. Special note: this skill cannot be resisted by beings below divine level. Player successfully stole an SS level item, gaining fate points ×1. Qin Shen's eyes widened, and he even rubbed them in disbelief. An SS level skill? And with such a domineering effect? From the skill's effect, it was exceptionally useful for interrupting enemy actions or controlling them. But if that were all, it would at most be considered an A-level skill, as the duration of the skill was not long. However, the final note elevated this skill to SS level. Status: the inability to resist for beings below divine level meant that everyone Qin Shen encountered would be unable to withstand this skill, even that seemingly mysterious elder of the Shadow Sect. Of course, this was all under the premise that he excluded the blood moon he saw in the historical fragments. Qin Shen exhaled deeply, donned the blood moon leather armor, and used the Soul Shock skill book. Next, let me test your power. Qin Shen's chest heaved violently. He was too excited and couldn't contain his eagerness to try out the skill. With that thought, he immediately left his bedroom and headed outside the city. Riding out of the city, Qin Shen found a pack of silver moon giant wolves. Speaking of which, he had been curious since entering the historical fragments. What was the relationship between these silver moon giant wolves and the blood moon cursed wolves? After all, their skills and forms were too similar, the only difference being that the silver moon giant wolves did not have the frenzy skill. Qin Shen raised his crossbow and shot an arrow at one of the silver moon giant wolves. Boom! The silver moon giant wolf was blown away, letting out a mournful whimper. 8,000. This was Qin Shen's current damage. Even using equipment obtained from the novice village, his strike had wiped out more than half of a level 25 monster's health. If the opponent were a fragile mage player, this strike could likely kill them on the spot. Because a mage's defense could never be higher than that of a monster, the only class that might have higher defense than monsters of the same level was the warrior. This meant that as long as Qin Shen wanted, he could easily slaughter any guild in the game, regardless of their numbers. With a blank expression, Qin Shen aimed at a distant silver moon giant wolf and shot another arrow, ending its life. At that moment, the howls of wolves erupted, a series of dense howls like a string of firecrackers. Awoo! Hundreds of silver moon giant wolves howled as they charged out, raising clouds of dust like a stampede of horses. Each of these giant wolves, comparable in size to elephants, moved with surprising agility. The dense trees not only failed to hinder them but even provided cover. Qin Shen observed all of this, silently lowering his raised left hand and tightening his grip on the blood moon blade. This was his goal. He wanted to see how he would perform against the largest pack in the wild with his current strength. Qin Shen transformed into a shadow and darted into the midst of the Silver Moon giant wolves. Kill! 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 He leaped around the Silver Moon giant wolves like a specter, and with every thrust of his dagger, he easily inflicted terrifying wounds on these giant beasts. Not a single giant wolf could react to his speed. By the time they did, they were already suffering from excruciating pain. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. Massacre. It was nothing but a massacre. Not a single Silver Moon giant wolf could withstand Qin Shen's attacks. At this moment, they were no longer the massive predators that could hunt food at will, but rather the hunted monsters. Woo woo woo! At this time, the Silver Moon giant wolves let out a series of howls, and more gathered, the cacophony growing louder. Qin Shen frowned slightly. Judging by the sound of the howls, there were likely thousands of Silver Moon giant wolves nearby. With such a massive pack, why wasn't Tianyao City clearing them out? If this continued, wouldn't it endanger the lives of ordinary players? Even a guild would face life-threatening danger against such a large wolf pack. Though confused, Qin Shen gripped his dagger tightly, showing no sign of retreat. After all, wasn't this what he was pursuing? He was testing his own strength. Ignite! Boom boom boom! Dozens of Silver Moon giant wolves exploded on the spot under the effect of the fate mark, their massive bodies bursting like blood fireworks on the ground. In an instant, the Silver Moon giant wolves beside Qin Shen turned into broken corpses. He stood amidst the sea of corpses and blood, like an Asura born for battle from myth and legend. Finally triggered, Qin Shen looked up into the distance, where a silver-white giant wolf was slowly walking out. Its body was 2 sizes larger than its kin, and its claws were grotesquely sharp. This was what he had been waiting for. The racial boss. Name: Silver Moon Wolf. King, level 25, boss, health 100,000/100,000, mana 7,000/7,000, attack power 2,000, movement speed 45, defense 700, skills, sharp fangs and claws, wolf howl, silver moonlight blade, wolf king's fury. Sharp fangs and claws. The Silver Moon Wolf King enhances its claws to attack enemies, causing bleeding damage. Wolf howl summons Silver Moon giant wolves within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Silver Moon Light Blade spits out a light blade, damage calculated based on strength attribute. Wolf King's Fury. The Silver Moon Wolf King enters a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 200%. Such attributes for a level 25 monster were indeed excessive, and that last skill. Qin Shen shook his head. That skill was too overpowered. It seemed completely out of place for a level 25 boss. Even a level 30 boss generally wouldn't have such a skill. But it suited him perfectly. Qin Shen ignored all the Silver Moon giant wolves and charged straight at the Silver Moon Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, his blade pierced the neck of the Silver Moon Wolf King, slicing from its neck down to its hindquarters, creating a gaping wound several meters long. Crimson blood splattered from the wound, and the Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes widened, its silver irises suddenly filled with blood, making it appear particularly frenzied. One strike. Just one strike. The wrath of the Wolf King, which should only emerge when on the brink of death, was unleashed by Qin Shen's attack with just a single blow. It was evident how terrifying his current strength was. But even so, Qin Shen was not satisfied. Soul Shock. An invisible force spread from Qin Shen's body, touching the Silver Moon Wolf King. Its tensed body, poised to unleash its strength, was forcibly frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if its body was no longer its own, but a scene in a movie that had been paused. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shen dashed beneath the Silver Moon Wolf King's belly and slashed again with the Blood Moon's remaining blade, creating another gruesome wound. The games of the heavens were different from ordinary games. Not only skills could cause bleeding damage, but even normal attacks, as long as they could break through the enemy's flesh, could also inflict bleeding damage. So what was the difference between the bleeding damage from skills and that from weapons? The answer was the body's recovery speed. The higher the level of the practitioner or monster, the more exaggerated the body's recovery speed, so the bleeding effect from normal attacks often ended within a breath or even a second. However, Qin Shen did not care about this. Fate Mark 8000. Fate Judgment 60000. The first attack brought the Silver Moon Wolf King's health to a precarious state, but the second attack was not the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was the first elephant that could crush a healthy camel. The output of this attack was absurd, instantly turning the Silver Moon Wolf King into a cloud of blood mist, leaving Qin Shen momentarily stunned. It couldn't withstand that. Woo woo woo! At that moment, the howls of the Silver Moon giant wolves grew louder, even deafening. Moreover, Qin Shen heard that it seemed not only the silver moon giant wolves within dozens of kilometers were howling, but even those from farther away were joining in. No, I have to leave. After stowing away the treasure chest obtained from killing the Silver Moon Wolf King, Qin Shen quickly dashed toward Tianyao City. In the world of the heavens, the only thing one could not trust was experience. Because this world was a real existing world, not a true game, trusting one's experience could very well lead to a gruesome death. The only quality one could maintain was caution, only those who were careful could survive. Qin Shen was such a person, he had never seen a situation like this before, but it was fine. Slipping away was definitely the right choice. Moments later, Qin Shen rushed into Tianyao City, and the howls of wolves outside the city had not ceased, as if they were conducting a mourning or a funeral. The next day, Qin Shen was lying in bed, resting with his eyes closed, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Shen opened the door to find Aliyah standing outside. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a little matter I need you to take care of, Aliyah said, rubbing her forehead, looking quite anxious. I don't know who was hunting monsters outside the city last night, but those silver moon giant wolves howled all night, making it impossible for people to sleep, and it even alarmed the city defense army. You don't want me to investigate the source of this matter, do you? Qin Shen asked. Aliyah had indeed asked the right person, as the source of all this was most likely him. It was probably because he had killed the Silver Moon Wolf King that this situation arose. No, you misunderstood, Aliyah waved her hands repeatedly. It's just that the city defense army is on high alert, and I'm worried it might affect subsequent matters. Subsequent matters? Yes, subsequent matters. In Aliyah's amber eyes, there was not a trace of emotion. You have now reached level 20, and it's time for you to officially engage with the core of the Shadow Sect. In other words, you should fulfill your responsibilities to the sect. What is the core of the sect? What responsibilities do I need to fulfill? The core of the Shadow Sect is simple. Aliyah's red lips slowly moved, simply uttering two words: assassination. Just like the core of the Golden Light sect in the city is money, every sect has a different core, and these cores mostly symbolize the functions of the deities, at least most of them. Of course, not all sects are like this, it's just that you currently have no access to this information, so I won't explain it for now. At this point, Aliyah paused and pointed at Qin Shen. As for your responsibilities, it is to complete an assassination mission. Your target is a council member of Tianyao City, who is also the head of a small family in Tianyao City. I don't know who he offended, but someone is willing to pay 5,000 gold coins for his head. Aliyah took out a scroll of parchment from her bosom and handed it to Qin Shen. Qin Shen opened the parchment, and there was a portrait of a person drawn on it. The artist's skill was quite exquisite, as the portrait was so lifelike that anyone who didn't know would think it was a photograph. As the executor, you can receive 50% of the bounty, of course, provided you succeed in the assassination. Aliyah looked at Qin Shen. So, what do you think? Do you want to take on this task? Of course, Qin Shen nodded. Half of 5,000 gold coins is 2,500 gold coins, which is more than double the amount he received from the guild contract before. How could he possibly refuse? Alright, the back of the bounty note has the specific task location. You can handle the arrangements yourself. Qin Shen placed the parchment behind him and indeed saw a few lines of small text, clearly recording the target's name and home address, even including the time of activity. From this perspective, the Shadow Sect was quite considerate, and at the same time, the system prompt sound rang out. Ding! Triggering sect mission: assassinate Bran. Mission description: assassinate Bran, the head of the Bran family. Mission rewards: 2,500 gold coins, 30% experience. Sect reputation points times 800. After Aliyah finished explaining and was about to turn around, Qin Shen called out to her. By the way, do you know where I can find a qualified blacksmith? I have some materials that need to be forged into equipment. A blacksmith? Aliyah lowered her head in thought and then replied, the Hammer Blacksmith Shop in the eastern district of Tianyao City has a true master. You can go find him and have him forge equipment for you. Got it, thank you. In the Dongcheng district, outside the blacksmith shop. Qin Shen looked up at the blacksmith shop, entirely built of granite, and glanced at the plaque at the entrance covered in thick furnace ash before walking inside. Ding ding ding. As soon as he stepped into the blacksmith shop, a wave of scorching heat hit him. Following the heat, Qin Shen looked over. There, beside a massive forge, stood a strong, muscular old man swinging a hammer. Larger than a bull's head, striking a piece of iron on the anvil. The old man was bald on top, but his beard was particularly thick. Even his bushy white beard, which resembled weeds, was now soaked with sweat, occasionally dripping down. However, most of the sweat evaporated before it could reach the anvil due to the high temperature. Ding! After a crisp sound of striking, the old man stopped his movements and turned to look at Qin Shen. What do you want? He asked coldly. I came to ask you to forge equipment. I don't help strangers forge equipment, you can leave. The old man picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. I am an apostle of the Shadow Sect. Before Qin Shen could finish, the old man abruptly interrupted him. You're the newly promoted apostle? The one who passed the trial task with a 100% success rate? That's right. The old man widened his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Shen up and down, his gaze sharp as a steel blade. You don't look that strong, how could you achieve such a feat at level 10? Qin Shen remained silent and used intermediate identification. Name. Alfred level 55 strength? Stamina? Spirit? Agility? Luck? Health? Mana? Skills: Steel Forging Technique, Warhammer Charge, Heart of the Forge, Steel Heart and Iron Courage. Title: Master Blacksmith. Title: Heart of the Forge. Title: Hand of Burning Steel. Qin Shen looked at the dense array of skills and titles and nodded. It seemed he had indeed found the right person. This guy was a true master. Blacksmith, likely able to forge the most ordinary materials into superior equipment. It is worth mentioning that in the game of all heavens, aside from hidden professions, there are actually negative values, but the difficulty of upgrading secondary professions is different from leveling up and has its unique requirements. Moreover, these secondary professions often require talent, patience, and time. Therefore, in his previous life, Qin Shen had never heard of a player becoming a master blacksmith. This might be due to the short duration of the game, but the main reason was that the profession's advancement in this area was incredibly difficult. It was Alia who referred you, right? Alfred withdrew his gaze and raised the hammer. Again. Yes. In that case, I'll give her a favor and help you forge equipment, but my forging fee is not low, it requires 2,000 gold coins. And you need to provide the materials yourself. In addition, you need to pay me 800 gold coins in advance as a deposit. Regardless of whether you agree to forge the equipment later, this money will not be refunded. Okay. Qin Shen handed over the materials he had obtained along with the 800 gold coins to Alfred. He wasn't worried about the old man cheating him out of his money and materials because a true master blacksmith would disdain doing such things. But at the same time, he began to silently calculate. His assets would definitely cover the 2,000 gold coins, but after handing it over, he would be nearly broke. It seemed that task needed to be completed quickly, otherwise he wouldn't even have enough money to buy potions for healing. Alfred looked at the 3 Blood Moon biological items that Qin Shen handed over, and a hint of wariness appeared in his murky eyes. Go back first, and I will let you know when the forging is done. Alfred suppressed the wariness in his eyes and looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen nodded, without any hesitation, and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. After he left, Alfred gazed at the 3 items placed on the forging table, his brows furrowing into a knot. The Blood Moon's possessions, have those disgusting things resurfaced again? In the deep of night, at the Bran Manor. At the entrance of the luxuriously decorated manor, 2 guards holding long rifles were chatting, passing the lonely night. Why has the patrol frequency increased so much recently? Has something happened? You ask me, I don't know either. Isn't it nice to change shifts every 2 hours? Of course it's nice, but I'm a bit scared. I heard from a friend that this kind of situation usually means an assassin is coming. Assassin? Killer? Those little people who only attack from the shadows, what's there to be afraid of? While the 2 guards were chatting, a shadow quietly slipped through the gate into the manor, and they were completely unaware of it. Qin Shen moved slowly, his gaze sweeping across the manor. Although the Bran family was just a small family in Alia's words, in reality, they could be considered upper middle class in Tianyao City. They owned a manor covering dozens of acres, and even though it was already late at night, 4 patrol teams were frequently on the move. Moreover, all 20 members of these 4 patrol teams were above level 25. Among them, the strongest was the captain of the guard, who was as high as level 35. His profession was Holy Light Shield Guard, a class known for its absurdly high defense and health, and its skills could break the stealth effects of enemies. This guy released his skill every 5 minutes, and if a thief were to sneak in during that time, they would likely be exposed on the spot and then finally chopped by the guard team. However, all of this was irrelevant to Qin Shen, who swaggered into the manor, even stopping in front of the precious flowers to observe their varieties. This is the place, Qin Shen thought as he stood before a large door made of thick oak. This was the target location he had confirmed after observing during the day. In fact, he had the opportunity to kill the target during the day. But considering what Alia had said earlier, he felt he couldn't be so arrogant. What if there were experts in the city defense army who could see through his skills? So, to avoid such a situation, he patiently waited until night to act. Just as Qin Shen placed his hand on the doorknob to turn it, a voice from inside the room made him stop. Mr. Bran. About that matter 2 months from now. 2 months later? Could it be related to the game coming into reality? Qin Shen's mind raced, and in an instant, his entire body transformed into a wisp of shadow, flowing through the crack of the door. This was the effect of the advanced stealth skill, which not only concealed his form but also made his body seem non-existent, allowing him to enter various narrow terrains. It was this advantage that allowed Qin Shen to remain so calm. Inside the room, a large bed was set up, and in the center there was a tea table, clearly indicating that this was the owner's bedroom. Perhaps it was precisely because this was the owner's bedroom that it was the best place to discuss secret matters. By the tea table, 2 men were conversing. One of them was unmistakably Qin Shen's target, Mr. Bran, with a pair of distinctive mustaches and an elegant appearance. The other man was completely shrouded in a pitch-black robe, even wearing a black mask that made it impossible to see his face. Name, Bran. Flower swordsman, level 25 strength, 120 stamina, 60 spirit, 10 agility, 50 health, 20,000/20,000 mana, 5,000/5,000 skills. Dance of the flower sword, heart blooming, dual sword, piercing sword. Dance of the flower sword, a series of stabs and 3 slashes against the enemy, each attack dealing 150% strength damage. Heart bloom, by consuming one's own health points, one can enhance strength and agility attributes. For every 1% of health consumed, strength and agility increase by 1%, with a maximum increase of 50%. Dual sword provokes the enemy, forcing their attention to focus on oneself while applying mental pressure on the enemy. Each attack has a 5% chance to put the enemy into a frenzy state. Armor-piercing sword adds armor-piercing effects to weapons. Sword-type weapons can add a 30% armor-piercing effect. Looking at Bran's attributes, Qin Shen nodded. As expected of an official from Tianyao City, plus the leader of a family. Such attributes are indeed impressive, and he is a hidden-class flower duelist. He remembered that the flower duelist class is specifically designed for one-on-one duels. As long as it is one-on-one and at the same level, very few classes can compete with the flower duelist. Because they specialize in dueling and can temporarily boost a large amount of attributes, the only way to deal with them is to focus a large number of mages. In that case, the flower duelist without ranged means can only wait to die. Then, Qin Shen's gaze turned to the figure in the black robe beside him. His attributes popped up, causing Qin Shen's brows to furrow. Name? Exorcist, level 50 strength? Stamina. Spirit? Agility? Luck? Health? Mana? Skills? I've heard that this matter is not just about Tianyao City, even the other main cities are rubbing their hands together, waiting to get a piece of the pie. At this moment, Bran's words interrupted Qin Shen's thoughts. He observed the actions of the two, which happened in an instant, so they didn't even have time for a complete conversation. That's true, after all, it's a rare opportunity in 100 years. I've heard that the world where those celestial beings reside is quite prosperous, but the black-robed man nodded, his tone gradually revealing greed. There are only so many benefits. If others take a share, you and I will have to eat less. Moreover, those suppressed ghostly beings will also take this opportunity to break free from their restraints. In such a dangerous situation, fighting alone is indeed too foolish. Mr. Bran, the black-robed man said seriously, why not join forces with us and take a larger share of the benefits? Are you willing to see the Bran family continue to decline like this? I still remember how vast the Bran family's estate used to be. How has it become like this now? Bran lowered his head, his hands clasped together, rubbing them vigorously, reflecting his inner anxiety and conflict. All right. After a moment, Bran nodded, I agree, let's join forces. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed, you made the right decision, Mr. Bran. With that, he stood up from his seat. I will leave the specific cooperation matters for now. Someone will contact you later. Bran nodded, watching the black-robed man leave the room. Bang! After the door closed, Bran took out a beautifully crafted silver cigarette case from his pocket and pulled out a cigarette to light it. This cigarette was completely different from those in the real world. It had no filter, and the paper wrapping the tobacco was exceptionally hard, adorned with exquisite patterns. He took a deep drag from the lit cigarette, the swirling smoke revealing his owner's frustration. What are you planning to do together in 2 months? The descent of the celestial beings, the arrival of the new world, of course. Bran instinctively answered, still lost in thought about the previous question. But then he realized something was off. Who are you? Bran turned to the direction of the voice. How did you get into my room? In the corner of the room stood a tall, imposing man, arms crossed against the wall. As soon as he Finished speaking, Bran's hand was already on the sword at his waist, and just as he was about to draw it, the man vanished. Sizzle, a dagger, like a waning moon, sliced across his neck, and crimson blood gushed out. But Bran's long sword was already half drawn. Fate mark. Boom, a sudden explosion blew Bran and the chair beneath him apart. He was just about to get up when the man appeared again. You. Who are you? Fate judgment. Boom, Bran's body swelled like a balloon and then exploded, the drifting blood mist filling every corner of the room. You're not smart. Shin Shen looked at the spot where Bran had been, murmuring to himself. Something's wrong. Hurry over. Hearing distant voices, Shin Shen quickly began searching every corner of the room. Eventually, he found a beautifully decorated notebook in the bedside table. Confirming that there were no other items in the room, he tucked the notebook into his pocket and slipped into the shadows. Just then, hurried footsteps burst into the room. Mr. Bran. Shin Shen didn't bother to observe the expression of the arriving guards, he simply left the room. Congratulations, player, for completing the sect mission Assassinate Bran. Gain 30% experience points, sect reputation times 800. Ding. Triggered hidden mission. Investigate the descent change. Mission description. Investigate Bran's plot with the mysterious person. Mission reward. Hidden profession qualification test opportunity times 1. Looking at the mission panel, Shin Shen's gaze froze for a moment, a figure flashing through his mind. That figure always carried a sense of regret, causing a slight pain in Shin Shen's heart. But with nearly 2 months until the day of descent they spoke of, he wouldn't be completing this hidden mission for now. After all, investigating such matters requires waiting for the investigated to slip up, but now one of the 2 people in the know was already dead, and the other was at level 50. If he recklessly went to investigate and got discovered, it would lead to troublesome consequences. Shin Shen slipped into the shadows and made his way out of Bran's manor, returning to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. However, when he was about to return to his room, he found Alia leaning against the door with her arms crossed. She had her head slightly lowered, seemingly lost in thought. What are you doing here? Shin Shen stepped out of the shadows, and Alia suddenly looked up, gripping her dagger, but relaxed her arms upon realizing it was him. Your stealth skills are getting better and better, you even fooled me. It seems sending you to complete this task was indeed a good choice. With that, Alia sized Shin Shen up, her small, delicate nose twitching slightly. There's a smell of blood on you, and no injuries. If that's the case, does that mean your mission is complete? That's right, and I overheard Bran talking to a man in a black robe about the matter of the descent. Arya's expression changed slightly, becoming unusually serious. Tell me the details. Shin Shen recounted everything he had heard, omitting the hidden task he had received. After all, he was a player, while Arya was a native, and their interests were not entirely aligned. After listening to Shin Shen, Arya lowered her head and pondered for a moment before saying, although I couldn't gather more information, you did well. In an assassination mission, killing the target is the most important thing. By the way, since the mission is complete, it's time to settle your reward, but not just yet, the employer hasn't paid yet. You should receive 50% of the gold in about 2 days. Shin Shen nodded slightly, having no objections. This was the Real world, and it wasn't like in ordinary games where you could just click to receive your reward immediately upon completing a task. Especially with commission tasks, Shin Shen had even heard in his previous life of cases where the employer was killed after the task was completed, resulting in no reward. Although such occurrences were rare, they were not impossible. After discussing the task reward, seriousness and gravity returned to Arya's amber eyes. Now let's talk about this descent matter. Do you know who has put a bounty on Bran's head? Shin Shen shook his head. It's Breed. He is an important member of the lower house in Tianyao City and also Bran's political rival. The conflict between them arose from disagreements in the lower house regarding the descent. Bran advocates for military conquest, while Breed supports a more moderate approach, gradually encroaching on your world. Since neither side could convince the other, Breed put a bounty on Bran's head. Shin Shen listened to Arya's words, merely nodding slightly without any expression. In his previous life, most players and guilds were basically dependent on the major factions in the Celestial games. From the performance of these factions, they seemed to be moderates like Breed. But whether moderate or militaristic, their fundamental goal was to devour and assimilate Blue Star, even if Shin Shen looked at Arya, gazing at her beautiful face and those amber eyes. Even the Shadow Sect, which treated him quite well, had the same purpose, seeking to gain enough benefits from the feast of devouring Blue Star. And what should he do? Shin Shen silently clenched his fists, thinking, right now, I can't stop all of this, I can only watch it happen. But neither I nor everything I care about can be threatened by these guys. Powerful strength. He needed even greater power, only then could he seize fortune and stand against calamity. With this thought, Qin Shen took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Give me more tasks, I want to become stronger, he said to Arya. The tasks from the Shadow Sect were richer in experience than leveling up by killing monsters, and the risks were lower. Although Qin Shen could hunt monsters at will, all of this was predicated on those monsters being low-level ones deliberately left near the main city. If he ventured deeper, higher-level monsters would be enough to threaten him. The task is complete. In front of the shrine, Qin Shen said to Alia, who was praying so soon. Alia stood up, ended her prayer, and turned to look at the man behind her, who was as solid as an iron tower. I suggest you take your time completing tasks in the future, otherwise, it's not good for my eyes. What do you mean by that? Qin Shen tilted his head. Alia quickly covered her eyes and said, because you're too dazzling. You never miss a shot, and with a single strike, you've made it so that even Tianyao City and several nearby main cities know that our Shadow Sect has produced a genius assassin. They say you've never missed since your debut, not even leaving a trace, and some people have even inquired about you. It seems they want to poach you. Qin Shen looked at Alia's performance with a blank expression. After spending time together, he had come to understand this drama queen better. As long as she was fine, she would naturally stop once she had her fill. Now, a month had passed again, and he had used this time to continue improving his strength and level, which could be considered rapid growth. After having her fill, Alia sat down on a nearby chair and waved for Qin Shen to sit. After he sat down, she said, although I was joking just now, it wasn't entirely a joke. Do you know? Because of your recent actions, they've even given you a title. What is this title? Death Bird. Alia pronounced each word clearly. They say you bring death wherever you go. Just like a bird announcing death. I think that title is not good, it should be called Death Eagle, since you're so strong, or maybe Death Lion. Alia flexed her muscles, but Qin Shen was only listening to the notification sound in his mind. Congratulations, player has obtained the unique title Death Bird, B grade. Title trait, gain regional reputation plus 1,500 points. Covered area, all human main cities. Title skill, voice of death skill effect, the player can declare the death of an enemy. After declaring, the player can mark the enemy, and after dealing damage, the mark will trigger and cause secondary damage. Looking at the title skill, Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that completing tasks diligently did come with rewards. Moreover, his level had also increased. With a bit more effort, he would not be far from level 30, right? Player Qin Shen, Thief of Fate, level 27, 30%, strength 92 plus 40, stamina 10 plus 71, spirit 10 plus 30, agility 141 plus 54, luck 32, health 30,000/30,000, mana 10,000/10,000, skills 1, Fate's Spear S grade plus 3, passive skill 2, Fate's Shadow Cloak S grade plus 5, class exclusive 3, Fate's Left Hand S grade plus 2, 4, Blink S grade 5, Intermediate Identification B grade 6, Fate's Judgment. Equipment: Blood Moon leather armor, Blood Moon's broken blade, Blood Moon necklace, Blood Moon boots, Blood King's blood ring, Mud Snake ring. Items: Map of Dawn City, King's pendant, talent exclusive. Fate points ×2 class exclusive, critical hit probability 100%, skill points and attribute points gained are doubled. Title: Death Bird B grade attribute, Serpent of Rotation. After suffering fatal damage, can choose a random location within a 5-kilometer radius to resurrect at 30% state. Cooldown time 30 days. Special entry: Assassin Rookie. Skill damage receives a 15% increase. Qin Shen has now gathered a full set of level 20 equipment, along with 2 A-grade items forged from Alfred, making him a veritable equipment library. Coupled with far more additional attributes and titles than players of the same level, Qin Shen feels he doesn't need a full 3 months, just half a month will suffice to reach level 30. By then, there will still be more than half a month until the day of descent, and he will have to make a trip to Dawn City, as this city clearly hides a great secret related to the descent. Qin Shen clenched his fists, his abyss-like eyes filled with determination. Outside the city, Wang Ling crossed his arms, watching players battle a group of fiery red monkeys. Haven't you found out Qin Shen's identity yet? He turned to a nearby player, who was robust and exuded a sense of competence with every move, clearly a trained individual. No, we haven't found anything. Although this name isn't common, there are many people with the same name. We've checked, and there are almost no matches with Qin Shen's appearance. Did you use the official system? We did, but we just can't find him, the player replied. Hearing this, Wang Ling clenched his hands tightly, digging his sharp nails deep into his palm. Damn it, how can it be that after so long, you still haven't found this bastard's information? He has humiliated me repeatedly and even dared to publicly kick me out at the auction, making me lose Face. You can't even help me find him and take revenge. He glared at the player beside him. What use is it to keep you bunch of useless eaters? Tell me, what use is it to keep you around? The player knelt down with a thud. President, I assure you, I will do my utmost to uncover his identity. If that doesn't work, we can follow the official system's identity information and search one by one. Or find local tyrants in various places to see if there are any similar names. Watching him pat his chest in assurance, Wang Longqing's anger finally eased a bit. He shifted his gaze back to the battlefield ahead, gritting his teeth. Sheen. Fong. Don't think that just because your level is high now, you're impressive. There are always people stronger than you in this world. I will make you understand the price of daring to humiliate me, Wang Longqing. Outside Tianyao City. Qin Shen hid in the shadows, walking beneath the dense canopy. Dappled sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, falling on him like fish scales. Giant bulls, resembling small mountains, walked past him. The sharp horns atop these bulls were not the usual white but had a metallic sheen, and they had two tails, each ending in a white bony spike. Name: Iron Horn Bull. Level 30, normal, health 40,000/40,000 mana, 6,500/6,500 attack power, 800 movement speed, 40 defense. 1000 skills: Rampaging Bull Charge, Group Assault, Spike Tail Strike. Rampaging Bull Charge. The Iron Horn Bull attacks the enemy with its horns, dealing 170% strength attribute damage upon hitting. Group Assault. The Iron Horn Bull lets out a roar, and all Iron Horn Bulls within 100 meters will charge at the enemy together. Spike Tail Strike. The Iron Horn Bull attacks the enemy with the bony spike on its tail, dealing 90% strength attribute damage and causing a bleeding effect. Qin Shen strolled past the iron horned cattle, the distance between them so close that the tips of the cattle's tails could almost touch him. Yet these temperamental iron horned cattle were completely unaware of Qin Shen's presence. This was outside Tianyao City, in a forest to the east, known by the people of Tianyao City as the Forest of Beasts. The variety of animals here was vast, forming a complete ecological chain, but the most crucial point was that the monsters generally had levels above 30, making it a realm that ordinary humans and natives would absolutely avoid. The reason Qin Shen came here today was to acquire a mount, or, one could say, a pet. The role of mounts and pets was significant for players. Not only could they carry players for transportation, but they could even assist in battles. So even for a lone wolf like Qin Shen, there was a need for mounts and pets. According to the information from his previous life, monsters in the Forest of Beasts were particularly likely to yield rare mounts. Qin Shen had even heard of a lucky individual who obtained a mount with growth potential here, and if that were not enough, that mount could fly. Such an ability was enviable, as many monsters lacked flying capabilities. Once mounted on such a creature, ground monsters would find it difficult to catch up. Qin Shen avoided the wolves and leopards along the way and finally arrived at a clear lake. This place was called Clear Spring Lake, according to legend. The lake was once just a pool of clear spring water, but after someone struck the spring with a sword, it began to gush forth continuously. Clear Spring Lake was the most important water source for all monsters in the Forest of Beasts. Even the fiercest creatures would not easily engage in battle near it. The main reason was that the smell of blood would attract the monsters in the lake to join the fray, turning even predators into prey. A large group of iron-horned cattle gathered by Clear Spring Lake, drinking the sweet lake water. Occasionally one would bellow to communicate with a companion nearby. Qin Shen sat in a tree, pulling out a book from his pocket, flipping through it while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Near Clear Spring Lake, a group of monsters would arrive periodically, and Qin Shen even spotted an old friend, the Silver Moon Giant Wolf. However, this pack of Silver Moon Giant Wolves was of a higher level than those near Tianyao City, generally around level 30, and their physiques were more robust. Yet, Qin Shen had no interest in these seemingly imposing creatures. As the saying goes, copper head, iron legs, tofu waist. Wolves were inherently unsuitable as mounts, and the key was that they were not meaty. What if they were taken out in battle? At dusk, the evening glow painted the waters of Clear Spring Lake a crimson hue, resembling finely crafted velvet. Qin Shen had spent a whole afternoon there, during which he had read 3 different books, but even so, he had not found a mount that satisfied him. Is today going to end like this? Qin Shen closed the book and murmured to himself. If he couldn't find a satisfactory mount in the Forest of Beasts, where else could he look for one? He knew he would definitely find something satisfactory later on, but he wanted to find it now. Just as Qin Shen was about to put away his book and leave the Forest of Beasts, the beasts drinking by Clear Spring Lake suddenly scattered, letting out loud roars as if they had been extremely frightened. A sharp eagle's cry rang out, followed by the sound of flapping wings. Qin Shen looked up to see a large group of eagles and vultures circling in the sky, their bodies so large that each one's wingspan likely exceeded 10 meters. But what was most striking was their feathers, which shimmered with a metallic sheen. Name: Iron Feather Eagle Vulture. Level 35 health, 50,000/50,000 mana, 8,500/8,500 attack power, 1,200 movement speed, 400 defense, 1,500 skills. Eagle's Pounce. Iron Feather Storm. Eagles cry in the sky. Eagle's Pounce. The Iron Feather Eagle Vulture charges at the enemy, using its beak and sharp claws to tear at them, dealing 150% strength attribute damage with each attack. Iron Feather Storm. The Iron Feather Eagle Vulture sheds its feathers and attacks the enemy, each feather dealing 80% strength attribute damage and having a 30% penetration effect. Eagle's Cry in the Sky launches a sonic attack on the enemy. Enemies with a mental attribute not exceeding that of the Iron Feather Eagle Vulture will have a 20% chance of being stunned. Looking at the attributes of the Iron Feather Eagle Vulture, Qin Shen's eyes lit up. He had finally waited for this moment. The reason that lucky person in his previous life was able to obtain a growth-type flying mount was that there was a remarkable king among this group of Iron Feather Eagle Vultures. And within an egg that the Iron Feather Eagle Vulture King was hatching lay that growth-type flying mount. Qin Shen did not act rashly but stood by, waiting for the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures to drink water. The Iron Feather Eagle Vulture King did not appear, and he also did not know the location of this group of vultures' nest. Therefore, the best strategy was to follow them after they finished drinking. After a moment, the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures circling in the sky descended and began to drink the sweet lake water. Qin Shen took this opportunity to mark one of the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures with the blood ring of the King's shadow. The marked Iron Feather Eagle Vulture looked around warily, and after failing to find the source of its unusual feeling, it lowered its head to drink water again. This was a precaution, a way for Qin Shen to avoid losing track of them. After all, the movement speed of this group of Iron Feather Eagle Vultures was quite exaggerated, and he could not guarantee that he wouldn't lose them. Soon, the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures called out again and flew back into the sky, and Qin Shen, already in stealth mode, closely followed them. The speed of the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures was exceptionally fast. Qin Shen jumped back and forth among the thick branches and even used a blink spell just to barely keep up with their speed. Every time Qin Shen jumped up and landed, the sturdy trees, as thick as houses, would tremble slightly. Some keen monsters would follow the tremors in search of prey, but they found nothing and returned to their nests, waiting for the next passing prey. Qin Shen followed for a full half-hour before finally finding the nest of the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures. It was an isolated peak, with nests dug out by the sharp claws of the Iron Feather Eagle Vultures all over it. These nests were mostly lined with thick branches and various metal items including knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, and hooks. Only the center of the nests was lined with soft hay and furs, and these centers often contained one or several giant eggs the size of a soccer ball. Entering stealth mode, Qin Shen smoothly followed the cliff to find the extraordinary king. It was a giant eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters, its feathers now gleaming like metal, almost resembling silver. Name: Iron Feather Eagle King. Level 45. Boss. Health 70,000/70,000 mana, 10,000/10,000 attack power, 4,500 movement speed, 700 defense, 4,500 skills. Eagle's Pounce. Iron Feather Storm. Eagles Cry in the Sky. Eagle Strike in the Sky, Break Mountain and Cross Sea. Eagle's Pounce. The Iron Feather Eagle charges at the enemy, using its beak and claws to tear them apart, dealing 150% strength attribute damage with each attack. Iron Feather Storm. The Iron Feather Eagle sheds its feathers to attack the enemy, each feather dealing 80% strength attribute damage and having a 30% penetration effect. Eagle's Cry in the Sky launches a sonic attack on the enemy. Enemies with a mental attribute not exceeding that of the Iron Feather Eagle will have a 20% chance of being stunned. Eagle Strike in the Sky summons phantoms of the Iron Feather Eagle to charge at the enemy, each phantom dealing 200% strength attribute damage. Break Mountain and Cross Sea uses itself as ammunition to launch a desperate charge at the enemy. Upon hitting, its own health will drop by 50%, while the enemy will suffer 500% strength attribute damage. What terrifying attributes! Qin Shen looked at the Iron Feather Eagle King's stats and abandoned the idea of forcibly stealing the egg. With such terrifying attributes, it was impossible to solo kill it, as it was in perfect condition, unlike the Blood Moon affected wolf he had killed. Moreover, the nearby Iron Feather Eagles made killing the Iron Feather Eagle King an impossible option. So, after observing, Qin Shen devised his own plan to find a way to steal the egg and then escape using the terrain of the forest. The only problem with this plan was how to steal the egg. The Iron Feather Eagle King curled up in its nest, tightly guarding the giant egg beneath it, not moving an inch. In this situation, even if Qin Shen entered stealth mode, it would be impossible to steal the egg. After all, he couldn't possibly crawl under it to grab the egg, could he? This method had no operational feasibility, so he could only wait for an opportunity. Qin Shen took out a book from his backpack again and stayed above the cliff to read. The books he was reading were mostly about the customs and political situations between the major cities of this world. In his previous life, he could only say he had a rough understanding of these, not reaching the level of mastery. As he was a T1 player focused on leveling up, why bother with politics and customs? But now it was different, he was a T0 player, and a uniquely high-level T0 player at that. For someone of his caliber, not caring about these matters would mean they would start to care about him. Qin Shen read for a full 2 days. He needed enough time to determine the Iron Feather Eagle King's patterns of movement. This was not particularly difficult. For him, at his level, sleeping outdoors would not harm his body, and he wouldn't feel much discomfort. As for the irritability caused by long waits, in the past month, he had no idea how many assassination contracts he had, and once a target made him wait for a full 3 days before appearing. It wasn't that his stealth skill had failed, it was purely that the guy was wandering around outside the city and hadn't returned home. After observing for 2 days, Qin Shen confirmed the Iron Feather Eagle King's routine. It would go out to hunt every morning around 7 or 8 o'clock, and as soon as it caught food, it would rush back to enjoy it. During this time, it could last as long as 10 minutes or as short as 5 minutes. In other words, even if calculated with the longest time, he only had 10 minutes to escape. However, plans cannot be calculated this way, they must be based on the most dangerous scenarios, or else failure will follow. Another morning arrived, and the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King flew out of its nest. Each flap of its wings generated a powerful airflow, resembling a small storm. Whoosh! The fierce wind swept through Qin Shen's hair, causing the cloak behind him to flutter, but only he could hear it. This was the power of the shadow cloak of fate. Watching the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King grow smaller until it vanished from sight, Qin Shen immediately slipped into the nest. At the center of the nest, a giant silver egg with golden patterns lay quietly on soft furs. These furs included those of the silver moon giant wolf, the iron horned bull, and other animals, their variety so vast that Qin Shen had never heard of them before. But whether it was the furs or the nearby equipment, nothing could move him. He simply extended his hands and embraced the giant egg, which was the size of a basketball. Ding! Player Qin Shen successfully stole an A-grade Iron Feather Eagle Griffin egg. After careful nurturing, he will likely obtain a growth-type mount. This was it. A smile of joy appeared on Qin Shen's face. The 3 or 4 days of waiting had not been in vain. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shen cradled the giant egg and dashed out of the nest. The direction he was fleeing towards was Tianyao City. Along the way, whenever the cooldown for his blink spell was up, he would use it without caring about the mana cost. He even thought the cooldown was a bit too long and the distance too short, otherwise, how great would it be if he could just blink directly back to Tianyao City? As Qin Shen got closer to Tianyao City, he began to relax, but suddenly, an eagle's cry came from behind him. Qin Shen's body went rigid, and he pushed off with his feet, leaping towards another giant tree. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded as the giant tree he had just been on was pierced by a feather, followed by a deafening blast. The power of the explosion was immense. A giant tree with a diameter of 10 meters was blown to smithereens. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, just that one strike could have wiped out Qin Shen's health. The disparity in attributes was too great, just like the Blood Moon favored wolf from last time. Qin Shen simply couldn't engage. So how did he survive that attack from the Blood Moon favored wolf? Last time? He didn't survive. He used the attribute Serpent of Rotation. Want to kill me? Not so easy. Qin Shen pulled out a flying knife from his pocket and threw it behind him. The flying knife disintegrated in mid-air, transforming into dozens of identical flying knives. One-time consumable item, mother and son chain knives. Bang bang bang. The deafening explosions rang out, but a strong sense of crisis enveloped Qin Shen. In the next moment, he turned his head to see dozens of phantoms of Iron Feather Eagles charging towards him, and behind these phantoms was the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King leading over 100 Iron Feather Eagles. Shadows of iron-feathered eagles fell, effortlessly shattering towering trees that blocked the sky and sun, even affecting nearby giants. Boom boom boom. The fragments of the shattered trees spread out like shrapnel from grenades, carrying deadly lethality towards the nearby animals. Sizzle! A massive shard pierced the neck of an iron-horned bull, causing the powerful creature to let out a panicked moo and flee into the distance. Qin Shen could only desperately dodge and weave, memorizing the positions of the giant trees to barely conceal his form. But no matter how he hid, it was as if the Iron-Feathered Eagle King had locked onto him, each attack landing precisely where he had been. If it weren't for Qin Shen's agility and a pile of equipment, he would have surely perished under the Iron-Feathered Eagle King's assault by now. No! If this continued, he would eventually be caught. Qin Shen furrowed his brow, searching for a suitable target as he leaped between the giant trees, and finally found a group of fitting monsters. They were a pack of porcupines. Nearly 5 meters long, with quills thicker than a human arm. Name: Iron Spear Porcupine. Level: 30 health, 40,000/40,000 mana, 7,500/7,500 attack power, 1,200 movement speed, 35 defense, 800 skills. Iron Spear Piercing, Iron Spear Shield, Iron Spear Shooting. Iron Spear Piercing. Whipping their quills, each quill can deal 90% physical damage to enemies, plus 50% penetration. Iron Spear Shield. Curling up. They used their quills to protect themselves, increasing defense by 30%. Iron Spear Shooting. Shooting out their quills, each quill can deal 200% physical damage to enemies, while reducing their own health by 1%. Stopping when health drops to 50%. A good target. Qin Shen suddenly jumped over and began weaving through the Iron Spear porcupines. At that moment, dozens of iron feathers flew over, causing the porcupines to stir. But soon after, they stood their ground, raising their backsides. Boom boom boom. Iron Spear Shooting. Massive quills flew from them, shooting towards the iron feathers in the air, resulting in a violent explosion. Upon impact, without hesitation, Qin Shen passed through the Iron Spear porcupines and continued running towards Tianyao City. Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion rang out. Qin Shen turned back to see a dozen Iron Spear porcupines flying into the air. However, the remaining porcupines stood their ground, shooting their massive quills at the iron-feathered eagles above, showing no fear whatsoever. In this situation, over 100 iron-feathered eagles could only remain on the ground entangled with them, while the iron-feathered Eagle King continued to fly forward undeterred. The quills shot by the porcupines merely bounced off its massive body, causing little damage. Seeing this, Qin Shen could only quicken his pace, occasionally using his blink spell. But even so, the iron-feathered Eagle King was still closing the distance, the level and racial gap between them was too great. It wasn't that the iron-feathered eagles were a superior race to humans, but in terms of speed, birds were indeed more formidable than land mammals. Squeak! Hearing the eagle's cry behind him, Qin Shen's scalp tingled, and he quickly used his blink spell to appear hundreds of meters away. Boom boom boom. Turning around to see where he had just stood, he saw the shadows of 10 iron-feathered eagles crashing to the ground, producing a deafening explosion. The terrifying blast wave spread out, causing the branches of the giant trees within thousands of meters to shake, dropping countless leaves. Where the phantom fell, there remained a large pit several dozen meters wide. If he hadn't activated the blink spell just now, he would probably be dead by now. Qin Shen fled again, his gaze searching all around, but he could no longer find any race capable of blocking the Iron Feather Eagle King. Even the giant trees were becoming sparse, as he was about to leave the beast forest and reach Tianyao City. In the distance, above the walls of Tianyao City, a tall, thin soldier in plate armor handed a half-burned cigarette to a nearby soldier and said, "So boring, have you heard what the commander said? When are we going to clear out the monsters nearby? What are you thinking?" The short, stocky soldier took the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke, saying, "Everyone's been gearing up to welcome the arrival of the New World. Clear out monsters? Have you eaten too much?" "I really have eaten too much." The tall, thin soldier nodded. "After all, it's been a bit too boring lately. Not to mention clearing out monsters even." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place, his eyes suddenly widening. The short, stocky soldier nudged him and passed the cigarette. "What's wrong? It's your turn. You see what that is?" The tall, thin soldier pointed into the distance, and the short, stocky soldier looked in the direction he was pointing, instantly feeling the hair on his scalp stand on end. In the distance, a massive iron feather eagle, as large as a mythical bird, was flying rapidly towards Tianyao City, its speed so fast that it covered several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Not good, high-level monster attacking the city. He quickly pulled out a horn and blew it forcefully. The melodious sound of the horn rang out, and the sound of armor clashing echoed beneath the city walls as hundreds of soldiers in plate armor rushed up the stairs to the city walls. Their steps hurried. Some picked up bows and crossbows, some grabbed staffs, and others went to the ballista on the city tower, chanting spells to enhance it. "Be careful, be ready to notify more people to come for reinforcements," the short, stocky soldier shouted. At this moment, the tall, thin soldier, still observing the situation, nudged him. "What do you see over there?" "What now?" The short, stocky soldier followed his pointing finger and discovered a tiny figure dodging back and forth on the ground, evading the attacks of the Iron Feather Eagle King. "Damn it, what did that kid do? How did he get chased by the Iron Feather Eagle so far? Everyone get ready, once that kid dies, we go into battle mode. This Iron Feather Eagle is likely to attack us out of anger. Should we go save him?" the tall, thin soldier suggested. Save. My ass, by the time we get down from the city wall, he'll be dead. The fact that this kid has survived until now is already a huge feat. The short, stocky soldier waved his hand in refusal. Just then, a sudden change occurred in the distance. The Iron Feather Eagle King summoned dozens of phantoms, ready to smash down onto the ground. Faced with this situation, the short, stocky soldier shouted loudly, "Prepare!" As he looked at the increasingly close walls of Tianyao City, Qin Shen did not relax for a moment, because it was precisely at such times that one had to keep their mind tightly focused. Monsters were not fools, and high-level monsters were even more so. If one relaxed just because safety was near, then the monsters would make you understand what it meant to capsize in a ditch, what it meant for the sky to be high and the earth to be thick. Behind him, the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King let out a piercing eagle cry. Eagle cry long sky. Qin Shen suddenly felt a shock to his brain, and even his running motion froze for a moment. The Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King seized that instant Iron Feather Storm. The Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King's feathers trembled, and dozens of iron feathers fell from its body. However, it did not launch these iron feathers. Instead, it stood in place and condensed dozens of phantoms. Eagle strike long sky. Qin Shen's body felt as heavy as lead, wanting to take a step but unable to move. He was hit by a mental shock. Did it actually have this trick up its sleeve? Qin Shen turned around, facing the fury of the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King. The King of the Sky flapped its wings, and dozens of iron feathers along with dozens of phantoms of the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin suddenly smashed down. Bang! A terrifying firelight erupted, and the deafening explosion sound, accompanied by shockwaves, spread outwards, raising dust like a sandstorm. Yet, in front of everyone, Qin Shen was still running. Just at the moment of the attack, he had used the blink technique. In the sky, the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King looked at the reappearing Qin Shen, its sharp eyes showing no surprise, only a dazzling golden light ignited on its body. Qin Shen seemed to sense something and turned to look at the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King. Break mountain, penetrate sea. This was the trap set by the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King. It was waiting for the moment Qin Shen used the blink technique during such a long chase. It had already figured out the cooldown time of the blink technique. And now, it was time for the fugitive to pay. Boom! The Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King, glowing with dazzling golden light, charged towards Qin Shen, its speed so fast that it compressed the air like waves pushing forward. Having already reached the speed of sound, it now broke through the sound barrier. Seeing this, Qin Shen reacted with a speed far beyond human reflexes and activated his skill. Fate Mark. Fate Judgment. Bang bang bang. Intense explosions erupted, and the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King, glowing with golden light, suddenly veered off course, crashing into the ground in another direction. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose, vaporizing dozens of meters of ground instantly, and the terrifying shockwave sent Qin Shen flying. At the moment he was flung away, he stabilized his form and continued to run outward. Meanwhile, the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King, in the large pit, staggered out, its body covered in blood and looking particularly disheveled. Yet even so, it forced itself to fly into the sky. Once in the sky, the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King repeatedly let out sharp eagle cries and was about to dive towards Qin Shen. Just then, the short, sturdy soldier on the city wall shouted, "Stop! Iron Feather Eagle, you have entered the territory of Tianyao City. If you dare to attack, the city defense army will retaliate." As if to confirm his words, the soldiers operating the crossbows on the city wall turned their aim towards the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King. The Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King showed a hint of hesitation in its gaze, but then it flew towards Qin Shen again. Immediately, the crossbows on the city wall shot out thick bolts without hesitation. Before the bolts could hit, the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King let out a mournful cry, turning and flying towards the beast forest. Because Qin Shen had already used the blink technique to enter the city. Once inside the city, Qin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations player, you have successfully obtained an A-level monster egg Iron Feather Eagle Griffin egg. At this moment, the short and sturdy soldier quickly walked down from the city wall, closely scrutinizing Qin Shen from head to toe. Celestial? Yes. Qin Shen nodded. You have quite the ability to provoke the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King and still manage to run back to the city from the beast forest. After a compliment, the short soldier returned to the city wall with an indifferent expression. When he saw the tall and thin soldier, his expression suddenly changed. No way, he said to the tall soldier. Do you know what level he is? Level 27. Level 27 actually survived the pursuit of the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King. Is he some god's illegitimate child? Ha! He's only level 27? I thought he was at least level 35. At this moment, the soldier operating the crossbow also came over. The soldiers on the city wall began to discuss among themselves, especially about levels and skills. Not to mention level 27, even a level 40 professional would generally have to take a detour when encountering the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King. After all, that is not an ordinary level 45 monster, it is a boss-level creature, far stronger than an average level 45 monster, even comparable to a level 50 ordinary monster. Meanwhile, Qin Shen quietly slipped back to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. Entering his bedroom, he took a quick shower and then pulled out a few books from his backpack to read. This time, if he hadn't taken a crash course and learned about the detailed monster distribution and skills in the Beast Forest, he would probably have had to use the Serpent of Rotation once or even respawn from the Resurrection Point. After all, dealing with one Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King was already troublesome. If there were also hundreds of Iron Feather Eagles, wouldn't that be a disaster? Just as Qin Shen finished reading a book, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Shen opened the door to find Alia standing there. Oh dear. Alia placed her hand on her forehead, her delicate face full of irritation. You really shouldn't go out of the city these past couple of days. What's wrong? Qin Shen tilted his head. I don't know who it was, but they actually provoked the Iron Feather Eagle Griffin King, almost causing it to attack the city directly. This matter even alarmed the city lord. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that as soon as you leave Tianyao City and get near the Luoyue River, you'll be attacked by the Iron Feather Eagles. Several Celestials have already lost their lives, so you shouldn't go out recently. Oh. Qin Shen nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. This game is a real world, so while humans hunt monsters, monsters also hunt humans. It's just that most monsters don't have such a high hatred value towards humans because they also hunt each other. The current situation can definitely be said to be caused by Qin Shen. He felt a bit guilty for hindering others leveling up. Alia looked at Qin Shen's awkward expression, her watery eyes slightly squinting, filled with scrutiny. Your complexion seems a bit off. Alia looked Qin Shen up and down, then hesitantly asked, You didn't provoke the Iron Feather Griffin King, did you? That's right. Qin Shen nodded. Ha? Alia's watery eyes widened. Why would you provoke that thing? The Iron Feather Griffins are fast and numerous, handling them is particularly troublesome. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen simply took out the egg of the Iron Feather Griffin King from his backpack space. For this, Alia's eyes widened, her pink lips parted, and remained open for a long time. You actually stole the egg of the Iron Feather Griffin King? How did you find their nest? And how did you get this egg? Upon hearing this, Qin Shen showed Alia the blood ring of the king he had on his hand. I used the marking function of this ring while waiting for them to drink it clear. Spring Lake. Then I followed this group of Iron Feather Griffins to their nest. As for how I got this egg, Qin Shen paused for a moment and explained, I waited there for 2 days, confirmed the action time of the Iron Feather Griffin King, and then stole this egg. I didn't expect the Iron Feather Griffin King to seem to have locked onto me. Even when I put this egg into my backpack space, it could still track me closely. You have such guts? Alia pointed at Qin Shen's chest. You dared to steal their egg without investigating the Iron Feather Griffins? I did investigate and only dared to go after confirming their skills. Qin Shen took out a book from his pocket, the cover. Read Encyclopedia of Monsters in the Forest of Beasts. How can this kind of book be reliable? It doesn't go into detail at all. Alia knocked on the cover of the book and shook her head. This book definitely didn't tell you that the Iron Feather Griffin race has the innate ability to break illusions, right? No. Then that's it. This kind of general knowledge book has such shortcomings. I'll send you a few real good books later. Alia shook her head. You didn't even tell me and just dared to go. You have too much guts. Do you know that at the level of the Iron Feather Griffin King, even I can't escape its eyes using the shadow stealth technique? Your skill can only fool ordinary Iron Feather Griffins. At this point, Alia changed the subject, but you did quite well to escape from the Iron Feather Griffin King. If my level were the same as yours, I wouldn't know how to escape. Let alone fight it. At your level, you should be killed in one encounter. How could you possibly survive? Maybe I'm just too amazing, Qin Shen said. Alia immediately showed a look of disdain. How can a person praise themselves like that? Just speaking the truth. Alia didn't respond but instead asked, how do you plan to nurture this egg? I guess I'll hatch it using conventional methods. Qin Shen looked at the Iron Feather Griffin egg in his hand and replied, Don't you want to cultivate it into a special breed? Qin Shen looked up at Alia. Do you have a way? Of course. Alia nodded and poked the Iron Feather Griffin egg in Qin Shen's hand. Most avian creatures can be transformed into mounts with shadow attributes. We've cultivated iron-feathered griffins before, after all, their habitat is near Tianyao City. I remember the cultivation manual mentioned that a predecessor once cultivated the iron-feather griffin into a special breed, the shadow griffin. This breed, compared to ordinary iron-feather griffins, won't be too large, but it can learn the skills of the shadow sect, and is naturally close to shadow elements, making its movements quieter while flying in faster. Is it really that good? Qin Shen looked down at the iron-feathered eagle griffin egg in his hands. When the iron-feathered eagle griffin was chasing him, the commotion was almost louder than a bomber, but that was unavoidable. After all, when speed increases, it inevitably leads to friction and collision with the air, especially when reaching the speed of sound. If the speed were faster than that of the iron-feathered eagle griffin and significantly quieter, then the value of this mount would increase tremendously. So how should it be nurtured? Qin Shen shook the egg in his hand. The nurturing of pets varies greatly among different professions, and Qin Shen only knew the most common method. As for the unique nurturing method of the shadow sect, he truly could not comprehend or master it. How to nurture the shadow griffin is a secret of the sect, but since you are an apostle, you only need to hand the egg over to me, and I will take care of the rest, Aliyah said with a slight smile, her watery eyes fixed on Qin Shen, seemingly holding deeper meaning. I see, then I'll leave it to you. Qin Shen nodded and handed the iron-feathered eagle griffin egg to Aliyah. Aliyah seemed particularly surprised. When the massive egg landed in her hands, she stumbled slightly, almost falling. You? Aliyah looked at the giant egg in her hands and smiled helplessly. You really know how to give me trouble. After she stored the giant egg in her backpack space, she said to Qin Shen, I have one more thing to tell you. What is it? The elder has heard about your desire to go to the City of Dawn. He did not oppose it and asked me to provide you with a trial or an opportunity, a chance for you to quickly enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Qin Shen's dark abyss-like eyes. Then tell me about it. At the shadow sect's base, deep underground. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint buzzing sound emanated from a crack, which floated in the air, presenting a dark hue, looking quite eerie and profound. Just a glance at it gave an uncanny feeling as if it could suck one's soul in. Qin Shen looked at the crack in amazement. There's actually a void crack hidden underground in the sect's base? No, Aliyah shook her head. Strictly speaking, this can only be considered the entrance to a void crack. Normally, the appearance of a void crack is completely random, and there is only one chance to enter. However, the crack before us is an entrance to various void cracks. We call it subspace gap. Most major sects have one to some extent. It's not particularly rare. But that doesn't mean it's common. Such things generally only exist in the hands of major sects, as if left behind by deities to reveal certain gifts to their followers. Other forces, no matter how large, cannot possess a subspace gap if there are no deities present, and even contact with it is highly unlikely. Is it a gift from the gods? Qin Shen whispered. If he had not experienced a lifetime, if he had not seen such a vibrant and colorful world, such strange yet powerful practitioners, he would probably scoff at this term, having undergone modern education. But the gods in the world of the heavens are real and not illusory. So he believed Arya's words, and he believed them deeply. Even though the gods no longer walked among mortals, their power still shrouded the world. With this thought, Qin Shen's mind halted, and he turned to Arya and asked, which void rift does this subspace gap lead to? I need to know detailed information to prepare a strategy. Arya shook her head slightly, her watery eyes revealing no hint of concealment. I don't know either. Everyone's experience is different. The elder has been inside, but he never mentioned the specifics. He only said that his void rift was related to the birth of the Shadow Church, and the details have become classified information. Even I don't have the right to inquire. I went in once too, this is all I experienced, just an absurd and magnificent dream. When the dream ended, I came out with nothing gained, and regarding this dream, Arya lowered her head and thought, my memories are very few, just some vague fragments. So don't expect me to provide any strategies, only after you go in yourself will you know what the situation really is. I see. Qin Shen exhaled softly, I never fight an unprepared battle, but it seems I have no choice now. He was no longer the same as before. Not only did he possess multiple secret skills, but with his current rate of leveling up, even death wouldn't delay much. So what if this dungeon was dangerous? I wish you great luck in your martial endeavors, Arya waved at him. I just hope that when I return, you can help me hatch that mount. I can't guarantee that, after all, who knows how long it will take for you to come back? Arya said, hands behind her back, tilting her head, looking particularly cute. Wouldn't it be better if I came back early? Maybe I could even steal a bit of technique. Qin Shen smiled at her and then stepped into the void rift. A familiar sense of haziness surged into Qin Shen's consciousness. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. Stinging. Foul smell. The intense scent of sulfur bombarded Qin Shen's nose as he scanned this unfamiliar world with his abyss-like eyes. The ground, made of black basalt, was covered with slender streams of lava flowing slowly. Unlike water, these high-temperature lava rolled like giant serpents. Using the light emitted by the lava, Qin Shen looked up at the sky, but apart from a pitch-black void, he saw nothing. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Player has entered the first layer of the Hell Phantom world. Clear condition, survived for at least 3 days. 3 days? In that case, my supplies should be enough. Qin Shen murmured, but just after saying this, he raised his head to look into the distance. A fireball, 5 meters in diameter, with a terrifying temperature that distorted the air, was rapidly rushing towards him. In an instant, Qin Shen slipped into the shadows and fled into the distance, while the fireball accurately struck the spot where he had just been. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out, and a massive pit several meters in diameter appeared at Qin Shen's original location. Even the hard basalt could not withstand such a terrifying force. A hesitant voice came from not far away. Qin Shen turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a bizarre creature crawling out, with 6 arms, an upper body resembling a human, and a lower body like a snake. Although the creature's upper body was humanoid, its surface was covered in tough scales, and its head was similar to that of a snake. It was definitely not human. Name: Hellfire Serpent Demon Level 30 Health 35,000/35,000 Mana 6,500/6,500 Attack Power 900 Movement Speed 50 Defense 1,000 Skills Hellfire Ball Hell Lava Hellfire Explosion. Hellfire Ball summons a fireball to smash into the enemy, dealing 200% power attribute damage upon hitting, and for every 5 points of spirit attribute, this attack will gain an additional 1% damage. Hell Lava releases a large amount of Hell Lava. While in the Hell Lava, all attributes increase by 20%, and enemies in the Hell Lava will have all attributes reduced by 20%, dealing 10% power attribute damage per second. Hellfire Explosion explodes nearby magma or flammable objects within 100 meters centered on itself, dealing 150% power attribute damage to enemies. Tip: this is a monster born from the projection of Hell in the Phantom world. Hell projected into the Phantom world? Qin Shen chewed on these words. The secrets of this world were becoming more and more numerous, or rather, the secrets he discovered were increasing. The mud snake demon in the novice village also seemed to be a projection, while this was a world formed by the projection of the entire hell. How does this illusory world maintain its power? Qin Shen suddenly laughed. He truly couldn't understand this matter for now and could only put it aside. Thinking of this, he looked at the Hellfire Serpent demon, which was searching for him like a headless fly. When the Hellfire Serpent demon turned its head to look behind, Qin Shen struck. He flew out with incredible speed like a ghost, and a dagger resembling a waning moon pierced into the massive body of the Hellfire Serpent demon, leaving a terrifying and gaping wound. Blood, filled with the scent of sulfur, sprayed wildly, and the Hellfire Serpent demon let out a roar, causing the magma within dozens of meters to surge. However, in the face of all this, the black figure merely darted back and forth, effortlessly carving out gashes on its body. Bang bang bang! With more and more wounds, successive explosions erupted on the body of the Hellfire Serpent demon. Fate mark. Finally, with a deafening explosion, Qin Shen's figure reappeared. Congratulations to the player for killing the level 30 Hellfire Serpent demon, gaining 10% experience. Hearing the system prompt, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes. 10% experience? Qin Shen was particularly surprised because he had killed level 30 monsters before, but comparatively, the experience from monsters in this hellish phantom world was too much. It should be known that reaching his level required a massive amount of experience, and this was with a 10x experience buff. For an ordinary player, killing this monster would only yield 1% experience. But even so, this experience was still quite considerable, as generally, level 30 monsters would give them at most 0.5% experience. The only downside is that there won't be any treasure chests dropping, right? Qin Shen glanced at the corpse of the Hellfire Serpent demon and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and walked outside. Not long after he stepped out, a humanoid monster covered in pus and sporting a large belly blocked his path. Name: Hell Pus Abomination Level 30 Health 55,000/55,000 Mana 7,500/7,500 Attack Power 800 Movement Speed 30 Defense 1,200 Skills Flesh Wall Exploding Pus Flesh Cannon Flesh Wall strengthens its body to gain 150% defense. For every 10% of health consumed, increases defense by 20%. Exploding Pus detonates the pus on its body, dealing 150% spell damage and 30% ongoing corrosion damage to enemies. Flesh Cannon pounces forward, detonating all the pus on its body, dealing 300% spell effect to enemies, while reducing its health by 99%. The pus on the Hell Pus Abomination constantly used a foul-smelling liquid, and a normal person would likely get goosebumps just from a glance. But in Qin Shen's eyes, which were as deep as a black abyss, there was nothing. He simply moved forward, lurking in the shadows, continuing onward. As he passed by the Hell Pus Abomination, Qin Shen suddenly moved. Zzzzz, like a nimble bird or a tiger hunting its prey, he effortlessly left a terrifying wound on the Hell Pus Abomination's body. In just 3 breaths. In merely 3 breaths, Qin Shen easily slaughtered this monster like a lamb ready for slaughter. At the moment the fate mark detonated, its massive body instantly turned into a blood firework. Congratulations, player, for killing the level 30 Hell Pus Abomination, gaining 10% experience. Qin Shen didn't even glance at the corpse and continued forward, stepping onto the path of slaughter. Congratulations, player, for killing the level 30 Hell Eagle Claw Demon, gaining 10% experience. A monster, resembling an eagle all over, but with a half-human body at the neck, died under Qin Shen's dagger. Congratulations, player, for killing the level 30 Hell Mole, gaining 8% experience. A mole with layers of thick skin, resembling a soft shield, exploded into pieces. Congratulations, player, for killing the level 30 Hell Armored Giant Ape, gaining 5% experience. A giant ape clad in armor, pounding its chest and roaring, suddenly lost its head. Zzzzz. In the shadow of a piece of basalt, Qin Shen leaned against the basalt, skewering chunks of meat with a long sword and roasting them over the magma. The meat sizzled and oozed oil dripping onto the magma and igniting flames, with the swirling tongues of fire licking the meat and releasing a strange aroma. Qin Shen quickly brought the meat to his mouth and took a bite, the strong sulfur taste causing him to frown slightly. At this moment, his appearance was no longer as pristine as before he set out. His hair was disheveled, his face weary, and the only thing unchanged was his pair of abyss-like eyes. These eyes had never shown a hint of retreat, they were filled only with determination. Qin Shen chewed slowly on the sulfur-flavored flesh before swallowing it. Indeed, it's a creature from hell. The combat experience compared to creatures from the outside world is vastly superior, almost causing me to capsize. Qin Shen muttered to himself, looking at the meat skewer in his hand, which was the flesh of the hellish creature he had just fought. As he pushed deeper into hell, the monsters he encountered, though not much higher in level, were all rich in combat experience and fierce in their skills. It looks like an ordinary panel, but when it comes to fighting, it's as tough as a boss. So Qin Shen's progress in the strategy behind him slowed down significantly, and he even encountered an ambush from hell creatures. A full 5 hell creatures teamed up to ambush him, nearly sending Qin Shen away. But he was skilled enough to barely turn the tables and counterkill with the last bit of his health. But I guess it's a blessing in disguise? Qin Shen opened his attribute panel. Player Qin Shen, Thief of Fate, level 33, 60%, Strength 108 plus 50, Stamina 10 plus 80, Spirit 10 plus 40, Agility 173 plus 90, Luck 32, Health 40,000/40,000 Mana, 12,000/12,000 Skills 1, Fate Spear S rank plus 3, Passive Skill 2, Fate Shadow Cloak S rank plus 5, Class Exclusive 3, Fate's Left Hand S rank plus 2, 4, Blink S rank 5, Intermediate Identification B rank 5, Fate's Judgment S rank 6, Soul Shock SS rank, Equipment, Blood Moon Leather Armor, Blood Moon's Broken Blade, Blood Moon Necklace, Blood Moon Boots, Blood Ring of the King's Shadow, Mudplow Snake Ring. Items, Map of Dawn City, Pendant of the King, Talent Exclusive, Fate Points ×2 Class Exclusive, Critical Hit Probability 100%, Skill Points and Attribute Points gained are doubled. Title, Harbinger of Death. Title Effect, Gain Regional Reputation plus 1,500 points. Title Skill, the player can declare the death of an enemy. After declaring, the player can mark the enemy, triggering a second damage after dealing damage. A rank entry, the reversed. When facing enemies of a higher level, all attributes will receive a temporary boost. The greater the level difference, the greater the boost, up to a maximum of 50%. B rank entry, the rotating snake, after suffering fatal damage, can choose a random location within a 5-kilometer radius to resurrect a 30% condition. Cooldown time 30 days. Special entry, Assassination Rookie skill. Damage receives a 15% increase. Looking at his attribute values, Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction. This was the result of his hard work leveling up during this time. With that thought, he finished off the meat stuck on his sword and stood up. Alright, next I should try to deal with that guy. With that, he slipped into the shadows and walked deeper into hell. On the other side, the outside world was buzzing with the update of the level leaderboard. In the wild. Ha ha ha. That felt good. It's rare to see such a powerful wild monster. A mad laugh echoed through the forest as Leiyu, a muscular figure resembling a small giant, swung his giant sword and knocked a rhinoceros to the ground. His strength was so great that he sent the 5-meter-tall, 10-meter-long giant rhinoceros flying. The terrifying force wrapped around the rhinoceros smashed several thick giant trees. Just as Leiyu was about to pursue the victory, he suddenly noticed that the giant rhinoceros had become motionless. And he sighed, why is it so easy to beat? And why am I so unlucky? The strong players aren't here with me, just a bunch of weaklings. Just as Leiyu was feeling down, a voice came from behind him. President, the information on the level leaderboard has been updated again. Updated again? Is it Qin Chen again? Leiyu planted his giant sword into the ground and scratched his head as he asked. Yes, President, I just checked the level leaderboard and found that his level has reached 33. Such a big gap? What level is his talent at? SS level? It can't be SSS level, right? That would be too exaggerated. Leiyu scratched his head. Puzzled, but the more he spoke, the more excited he became. What do you think it feels like to fight against a level 33 player? Can he take me out in one hit? Looking at the excited Leiyu, the player could only helplessly say, President, you can't just think about fighting all the time. People like that shouldn't be easily offended, you have to consider the development of the guild. I will consider it, but sparring isn't really an offense, right? I haven't sparred with a master of that level before. Wang Longxing's level won't fight with me, and I've been itching for a fight lately. Leiyu suddenly relaxed his whole body and lay on the ground with his legs in the air. I really want to have a fight, I really want to see just how strong he is. President. The person could only call out helplessly. The level leaderboard was not only of concern to Leiyu. In fact, he wasn't even the most significant among those paying attention to the leaderboard. Bang bang bang. The dense array of mages, like cannons, covered the distant monster horde, blasting the monsters away. Behind the mage array, Wang Longxing looked at the level leaderboard, gritting his teeth. His teeth were clenched so tightly that they made a cracking sound. Level 33? How did his level rise so quickly? At this rate, won't his level pull ahead of us by 10 levels? Wang Longxing looked at his think tank beside him, his gaze particularly sharp. What do you think? How did he level up so fast? Clearly, I've been grinding monsters day and night in the best way possible. Sleeping less than 4 hours a day, relying entirely on potions for meals, and spending all the remaining time grinding monsters. Did you miscalculate? Isn't my leveling efficiency already at an unoptimizable level? At this point, Wang Longxing's eyes gradually turned red. I'm not trying to compete for the top of the leaderboard, I just can't swallow this anger. I refuse to accept Qin Chen. What right does he have to compare with me? Can he compare with my family background? Can he compare with my effort? He should be inferior to me in all these aspects. Why can he firmly occupy the first position? Why does he dare to look down on me? Wang Longxing's last sentence was almost a roar, his chest heaving violently, revealing how heavy his suppressed anger was. At this point, Wang Longxing looked up at the think tank. I don't care what methods you use or what ways you find, you must help me surpass him. Yes, President, the think tank responded loudly. Deep in the first layer of phantom hell, Qin Chen hid in the shadows, observing the distant monsters, even holding his breath. A giant spider web covering an area of several thousand meters lay across the middle of the canyon. On this giant web, a giant spider with a diameter of about 10 meters curled its body, sucking on food wrapped in green webbing. Name: Venomous Spider King. Boss: Level 35 Health, 55,000/55,000 Mana, 8500/8500 Attack Power, 2500. Movement Speed: 55 Defense, 2500 Skills: Poison Mist, Deadly Kiss, Web, Screaming Hell. Poison Mist. The Venomous Spider King sprays a cloud of poison. Any creature within the mist will take 120% poison damage. Deadly Kiss. The poisonous Spider King attacks enemies with its minions, dealing 80% piercing damage, while additionally inflicting 120% poison attribute damage. Web. It sprays a toxic web that traps enemies while injecting venom into them, causing enemies to suffer 80% poison attribute damage every second. Screaming Howl. Emits a piercing howl with a 15% chance to instill fear in enemies. Once in fear, their muscles will become rigid, rendering them unable to act. For skills? Qin Chen frowned slightly. Along the way, he had encountered many level 35 monsters, but this was the first one with 4 skills. Logically speaking, at level 35, a monster would typically have at most 3 skills. To have 4 or even 5 skills, it would need to be level 40 or above. It seemed that escaping to regroup was the right choice, otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Just moments ago, while he was engaged in a fierce battle with a monster, the poisonous Spider King suddenly sprang out from the shadows and shot a web at him. Qin Shen erupted with power, instantly killing that monster and severing one of its legs before using a blink spell to escape, not even having time to check the attributes of the poisonous Spider King. His condition was too poor, the continuous battles had drained all his supplies, and continuing to fight would only bring harm, not benefit. With this in mind, Qin Shen slipped into the shadows, moving step by step toward the poisonous Spider King. Left Hand of Fate. He did not recklessly launch an attack but instead used the Left Hand of Fate to steal items from the poisonous Spider King. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing an item unfertilized spider egg. Item description: a high-energy food rich in protein, produced and consumed by the poisonous Spider King. These eggs will only have life when it dies. A large spider egg appeared in Qin Shen's hand, about the size of a grapefruit. Just as he was putting the spider egg into his backpack, he suddenly felt a slight sting in his forehead. He looked up sharply to see the Spider King raising its rear and shooting out a green web. In a split second, Qin Shen pushed off with his feet, narrowly avoiding the web. Puff! The web fell to the ground, and the terrifying poison immediately corroded a large pit into the basalt ground. Qin Shen continued to slip into the shadows, but he noticed that whenever he moved, the poisonous Spider King, lying on the giant web, would seem to sense something and look up at him. Those 8 pairs of eerie green eyes fixed on him sent chills down Qin Shen's spine. No! This type of insect monster shouldn't possess such a high-level eye talent. He could believe that avian species had it, but spiders? He simply didn't believe it. Yet the facts were right in front of him. The poisonous Spider King seemed truly capable of detecting his position. What was going on? Qin Shen stared intently at the poisonous Spider King, thousands of strategies racing through his mind. A final strategy flashed through his mind. The spider relies on its silk to sense external activities, so how large could the web of such a massive spider be? Was the web he saw truly the entirety of what this spider had woven? With this thought, Qin Shen casually pulled out a flying knife from his pocket and immediately threw it into the air. One-time consumable item, mother and son chain knives. A single flying knife transformed in midair several times, becoming 10 flying knives, which then plunged into the ground with immense force. Puff puff puff. Almost instantly, the venomous Spider King raised its rear and sprayed out large webs at the landing points of the 10 flying knives. The speed at which it sprayed the webs was incredibly fast, and given the vast coverage of the webs, an ordinary person would likely be enveloped and turned into a puddle of blood on the spot. Seeing this, Qin Shen's lips curled slightly as he reached down and tapped the ground a few times. Sure enough, the venomous Spider King immediately turned its head, fixating on Qin Shen, but due to the distance, it did not rashly spray its webs. Observing all this, Qin Fong lowered his head to examine the ground, even pulling out a dagger that resembled a crescent moon, cutting into the hard basalt ground. Sizzle! The blood moon's blade sliced through the ground, exposing the internal structure of the dark basalt, thick strands of silk that had corroded the basalt, forming an interconnected web structure. Qin Shen extended his dagger to cut the web, and the venomous Spider King suddenly raised its head, extending its massive legs to crawl down the web suspended in the air. Qin Shen ignored it and focused on the internal web, noticing that the cut web was gradually secreting new silk, joining together. So that's how it is. Qin Shen watched the web, gently prodding it with his finger, while the distant venomous Spider King hurriedly quickened its pace towards him. He realized why the venomous Spider King had suddenly attacked while he was fighting another monster. It must have sensed the enemy's location through the vibrations of the silk. If that was the case, then it would indeed be difficult for Qin Shen to approach. After all, blending into the shadows only partially altered his physical form and did not mean his mass completely vanished. As long as there was mass, movement would inevitably create vibrations, and once vibrations occurred, they would be detected by the silk underground. This was a natural restraint on all creatures walking on the ground. If an ordinary player came here, they would likely fall before they could uncover all these issues. But unfortunately for the venomous Spider King, it encountered Qin Shen, a top-tier expert who had climbed to T1 level despite being a month behind in his previous life. The best strategy to deal with such a monster was to create misjudgments through repeated ground attacks. Qin Shen walked step by step towards the venomous Spider King, but his manner of walking was quite strange, resembling a dance as he tapped the ground with his toes. During his movement, Qin Shen occasionally tossed stones of varying sizes nearby, all made from cutting the black basalt, each quite heavy. This forced The venomous Spider King to be unable to determine where his true self was and where the stones landed. At that moment, the venomous Spider King halted, raising its rear to spray dark green webs towards Qin and the places where he had thrown the stones. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The venomous webs had a strong corrosive property, eroding the black basalt and producing white smoke, making a sound like roasting meat. Yet, not a single web landed on Qin. Before the webs could touch the ground, he used a teleportation technique to move 100 meters away. Before moving, he actually threw a large number of stones into the air, causing the venomous Spider King to frantically spray webs. Qin did not move again, he simply stood in place, silently drawing his dagger and aiming it at the venomous Spider King. Because it had already entered Qin's kill range. Qin suddenly took a step forward, his body as swift as an arrow released from a bow, or rather, he was an arrow. At that moment, his body was compressed to the limit, his left arm pressed tightly against his body, with only his right arm holding the dagger aimed forward. This entire process transformed his body into a streamlined shape, maximizing his speed. However, just as the dagger was about to touch the venomous Spider King, it opened its fearsome mandibles. Toxic mist. Dark green mist erupted from the venomous Spider King's mouth, and the moment the mist sprayed out, Qin leaped back. Because the moment that dark green mist touched the ground, it immediately corroded the basalt into pockmarked pits, making it clear to anyone that its toxicity was incredibly strong. The venomous Spider King recklessly sprayed toxic mist around its massive body, completely enveloping itself in the poisonous fog. Anyone attempting to attack would have to endure the corrosion of the mist, which would inevitably lower their own state before the battle even began. What a terrifying combat intelligence! But Qin also possessed a combat intelligence that could be considered terrifying. He pulled the trigger on the level 20 crossbow he had obtained, and a bolt shot out instantly. Boom! The shockwave generated by the explosion of the fate mark immediately blew away the toxic mist surrounding the venomous Spider King, exposing its massive body. Almost the moment the bolt was fired, Qin charged down at the venomous Spider King. Screaming howl. The venomous Spider King let out a roar, the piercing howl causing Qin to frown slightly. But he still pressed on, charging towards the venomous Spider King despite the unpleasant sound. Sizzled blue-green blood sprayed out, almost splattering all over Qin. But he had no time to feel disgusted, no time to clean himself. Instead, a transparent die appeared in his palm. This transparent 13-sided die finally landed on 3. Fate die result 3. All S-level or above skills gain triple enhancement. Qin looked at this number, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he activated his strongest skill. Soul Shock. An invisible wave surged towards the venomous Spider King, causing its body to freeze in place. If the original effect of Soul Shock was to cause a 2-second immobilization effect on the enemy, plus triple the base damage, then what would the effect be when tripled again? The answer was a 6-second immobilization effect plus 9 times the base damage. At the moment he used Soul Shock, his body suddenly shot out. He darted around the massive body of the venomous Spider King like a nimble swallow, effortlessly slicing open gaping wounds. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the massive body of the venomous Spider King collapsed. Blue-green blood splattering everywhere, painting the ground with blue paint. Congratulations player for killing the level 35 venomous Spider King, gaining 40% experience. Congratulations player, level increased to level 34. Watching the slowly dissipating body of the venomous Spider King, Qin realized that the entire world was collapsing. Accompanying the collapse of the world was the scene emerging from the depths of the Shadow Sect's underground. Congratulations to the player for successfully clearing the first level of Phantom Hell. Dungeon reward, Hell Invitation. Item description: since you have received an invitation from Hell, why not visit Hell as a guest? Are you afraid? A pure black invitation, with only a golden imprint on the edge, appeared in Qin's hand. He looked at the Hell Invitation in his hand, slightly taken aback. How did another invitation come? Last time he cleared the Void Rift, he received a high-level Blood Feast invitation, and now he got another one? But it didn't matter. Compared to that blood requirement letter, the value of this Hell Invitation seemed trivial. However, the most crucial point was that with his current strength, he was still not ready to venture into the real Hell, which was far more dangerous and terrifying than Phantom Hell. At this moment, Qin's body had completely detached from that phantom world. Sitting on a chair, the bored Alia suddenly jumped up. You're so slow. I've been waiting for you for several days. Did you encounter any danger? Hearing Alia's inquiry, Qin shook his head and said, No, I just wanted to gain more experience. Alia nodded slightly, her watery eyes fixed on the Hell Invitation in Qin's hand, her pretty little face full of surprise. Where did you go? You can get a Hell Invitation at just over level 30?
The Hell Invitation is a highly valuable item in the hands of those above level 40, as the monsters in Hell are generally
above level 40, and they do not group together.
Their inherently fierce and combative nature makes them the best targets for leveling up. For those wanting to quickly increase their levels,
such a Hell Invitation is priceless. Alia looked at the Hell Invitation, her watery eyes blinking slightly, filled with desire.
But she suppressed this emotion and said, "You must keep this.
Hell Invitation's safe, you can use it when you reach level 40. I know. Qin Shen nodded slightly, shaking the Hell Invitation in his hand. He certainly understood its purpose. After Qin
Shen put away the Hell Invitation, Alia's expression became serious, her pretty little face full of earnestness. You have now fulfilled the agreement to reach level 30 within 3 months.
So are you going to Dawn City next?
Qin Shen and Alia locked eyes, his abyss-like gaze unwavering, instead conveying a fierce fire that ignited within her heart.
Of course, he said. Alia
slightly averted her gaze and took out a scroll of parchment from her bosom. Here, this is the map my brother used back then.
Be careful on your way. Qin Shen nodded and took the map,
noticing that the information on it was more detailed than the one he had received.
Thank you. Who told me to be the high priest? This is just part of my duty, Alia said with a smile. Then thank you, high priest. Qin Shen nodded and walked outside with Alia.
On the way out, he sent a message to Fong through the chat channel.
I have a batch of equipment to sell. Xiaoshan, take out the scout on the opposite side.
Outside a troll camp, Fong pointed at the lookout tower across.
After saying that,
he turned to Lu Jing beside him. Wait a moment, you first apply a blind effect on the enemy, and the warrior will take the damage for
you. Yes, Captain. Shen Tinglan and Lu Jing nodded.
Just as Fong was about to give the next order, he had just uttered a word when he stopped. He opened the private chat channel, his eyes widening slightly.
What's wrong, Captain? Hurry and give the order. Hearing Shen
Tinglan's urging, Fong shook his head and said, Don't disturb me for now, I have something to handle. After saying that, he typed a few words in the private chat channel.
Fong, a batch? Qin Shen, yes, are you interested in taking it all?
Fong, of course. Of course, but what level are these equipments? Qin Shen, around level 20, I haven't looked closely.
Fong, in that case, how many? Gold coins per piece? Qin Shen, 300 gold coins per piece.
On the other side, Fong's breathing suddenly became heavy.
Level 20.
Equipment at 300 gold coins per piece would probably be snatched up instantly on the market. Even the worst whiteboard equipment at level 20
costs 270 gold coins. Why is this happening?
Because the drop rate for equipment is very low, and the drop rate for the same level equipment
is even lower.
Now that players are almost leveling up to 20, if this continues, there will soon be a shortage of equipment and the prices
of these items will likely rise again.
After confirming, Qin Shen immediately sent all the equipment he didn't need to Fong.
In
the dense forest, a huge treasure chest appeared out of nowhere, catching the attention of all the team members.
Captain, did you buy equipment again?
Shen Tinglan looked at the large chest on the ground, blinking her watery eyes and asked.
Yes, I bought another batch from Qin Shen. Fong nodded and then opened the chest, displaying all the equipment inside. In an instant, everyone present widened their eyes.
The colorful hues burst forth from the chest, revealing all kinds of equipment: axes, swords, armor, bows, and crossbows, everything
one could imagine. This is... Shen Tinglan picked up a bow, her eyes widening. Level 20 equipment? Name, Silver Moon Longbow, B grade.
Type, main hand weapon, attack, 600 to 700, equipment level, 20, class restriction, none, attribute bonus, strength plus 20, special effect. Each attack has a 30% chance to deal a critical hit, and each critical hit increases the holder's strength attribute by 10%. Skill, Silver Moon Protection, skill effect, provides a shield equal to 40% of the user's health, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes.
Such good equipment, Captain, where did you get it?
Shen Tinglan asked, lovingly stroking the longbow in her hands.
I got it from Qin
Shen, be careful, this is equipment worth 300 gold coins. Fong replied, while starting to count the number of items in the chest.
There were actually a total of 15 pieces.
Nearby team members gasped at the sight of the equipment in the chest.
How much would all this equipment cost? Wouldn't this empty our coffers? Is Qin Shen that amazing? This equipment is enough for all of us to upgrade to new gear.
While the team members were praising, Lu Jing just stood by with his arms crossed, stubbornly remaining silent.
He was dissatisfied
with Qin Shen, but in this situation, he couldn't speak ill of him, so he simply chose to stay quiet.
At this moment, Fong transferred all the gold coins for the equipment to Qin Chen. His own talent was related to money, and since a considerable amount of time had passed in the game, he had managed to save up this much gold. Ding! Fong has transferred 4,500 gold coins to you, please check. Qin Chen heard the prompt in his mind and nodded in satisfaction. He was about to take this money to buy supplies when he saw that Fong had sent another message in the private chat channel. Fong, Qin Chen, selling so much equipment at once, what are you planning to do? Qin Chen, head to the city of Dawn. Fong. Is that the most mysterious city so far? Qin Chen, that's right. Fong, if you succeed in getting there, can you exchange some information with me? I can buy it with money. Qin Chen, we'll talk about it then. In the overgrown wilderness, Qin Chen held a long knife in his left hand, cutting down the thorns along the way. In his right hand, he held the map that Aaliyah had given him before setting off. This can only be described as barely walkable. Where is the road? It's merely a route, Qin Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the beast path beneath his feet, yet there was no sign of wavering in his abyss-like eyes. Move forward, move forward, move forward. Aside from moving forward, it seemed he had forgotten everything else. Qin Chen swung the long knife in his hand, effortlessly severing the thorns along the way, like a pioneer clearing the path for others. Before setting off, he had used the rebirth effect from the Treasure of Fate, determining the location and date to be the day he departed from Tianyao City. If he were to die on the road, it would simply mean returning to Tianxia City without losing any experience points or fate. Therefore, on this journey, aside from enduring loneliness, he was unlikely to encounter danger, or even if he did, the cost would be minimal. Because of this, Qin Chen advanced without any psychological burden. At that moment, several wisps of smoke in the distance caught his attention. A forest fire? No, a forest fire wouldn't produce such columns of smoke. Could there be a village here? With this confusion in mind, Qin Chen continued forward, as those wisps of smoke were on his path. Soon, Qin Chen's vision opened up, revealing a village before him. Outside the village were hundreds of acres of golden wheat, which, when the wind blew, formed rolling waves, looking particularly beautiful. Behind the wheat field was a clear stream, beside which stood 3 or 4 water wheels. Whenever the stream flowed, these water wheels would turn, scooping up buckets of clear stream water. Behind the stream were dozens of houses made of stone, with solid wooden planks on their roofs instead of thatch, looking quite exquisite. There really is a village? Qin Chen was suddenly intrigued. He had been traveling for 3 or 4 days, without seeing a single person along the way, and had been sleeping in the open every night. It was truly rare to find a village here. With this thought, Qin Chen walked towards the village, but just a few steps in, before reaching the wheat field, a notification sound rang in his mind. Player has discovered an unknown wonder, Puppeteer's Puppet Village, gaining 50 reputation points. Puppeteers. Puppet Village? Qin Chen chewed on these words, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. From the very beginning, he had known this village was definitely unusual, or rather, something was off. After all, this area was either inhabited by powerful monsters or filled with deadly poisonous swamps. How could an ordinary village possibly exist? Yet, Qin Chen still chose to approach, as there might be hidden quests. However, from the current perspective, this village seemed too strange. If he entered, he feared it would lead to trouble. With this thought, Qin Chen retracted his steps. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a farmer, carrying a hoe, walked over. He wore a bright smile, but his eyes were filled with malice and resentment. Friend from afar, you've come such a long way, such a hard journey, you must be tired, right? The farmer pulled out a piece of jerky from his pocket. Chewing as he spoke, why not come into the village and have lunch with me? Qin Chen's abyss-like eyes showed no fluctuation, only slowly shaking his head. Seeing that Qin Chen was unmoved, the farmer's smile remained. But the malice in his gaze became more pronounced. Not coming in? If you don't come in, you won't escape. Everyone who sees this village eventually becomes a villager here. You want to escape? Ha ha ha. The farmer laughed heartily. That's impossible. After saying that, he shouldered the hoe and turned to walk out of the village, seemingly abandoning his previous thoughts. Qin Chen, having heard his words, turned and left, completely dismissive. But at the same time, the muscles all over his body tensed slightly. Because he had used such tactics before, relaxing the enemy's vigilance in advance, and then striking to kill. He was all too familiar with such methods. Just as Qin Chen took a few steps, his pace suddenly halted. He realized that he had already crossed the village's fence and entered the wheat field. The space has changed? Qin Chen frowned slightly. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the farmer who had left earlier laughed loudly from the side, his gaze growing increasingly malicious. Qin Chen, however, paid him no mind and continued to take a step forward. Then he found himself even closer to the village. Interesting, no wonder it's called a weaver. It turns out it changes the rules nearby? The one who weaves the rules. Qin Shen muttered to himself, while the farmer on the other side became intrigued. He explained, the first rule of this village is that any guest who sees the village must enter. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen simply pulled out the Blood Moon's remaining blade from his pocket and aimed it at his neck. It really was a different kind of trap, but it didn't matter, he still had a backup. Just as Qin Shen was about to exert force to kill himself and return to Tianyao City, he found that no matter what he did, the dagger could not pierce his neck. It wasn't due to any resistance, but at the moment of the stab, the distance between the dagger and his neck seemed to stretch infinitely. The farmer across from him showed a mocking smile. The second rule, only the enforcers can manipulate life and death here, even if suicide is not allowed, he said word by word. Qin Shen's gaze swept over the village, his expression showing no signs of wavering. From the current situation, this village and the surrounding area had already become the realm of this so-called weaver's rules. So escaping was no longer possible? After all, he had already seen this village. Since that was the case, he might as well experience just how powerful the rule enforcers in this world were. Qin Shen turned and entered the village, striding forward. After crossing the wheat field and leaping over the small stream, hundreds of rules surged into Qin Shen's mind in an instant. These rules covered all aspects such as having to eat bread every morning, needing to wipe after using the toilet, speaking loudly and clearly, and having to exercise vigorously once a day. These rules included the two that the previous farmer mentioned, effectively restricting people's behavior from all angles. Follow me, there are empty houses over there. From behind, the farmer with the hoe approached, his face beaming with a smile, but his eyes still full of malice. Qin Shen was not surprised by this, as he usually had a poker face, and at this moment, his smile was equally radiant. The 174th rule: everyone must smile brightly in front of others, even strangers. It was precisely because of these disgusting village rules that the farmer had become this way. As for why he was so kind? Because the 199th rule: newcomers to the village must be warmly guided and cannot be neglected. At noon, the blazing sun was roasting everyone on the ground below. Qin Shen lifted his hoe to loosen the soil in the newly cultivated vegetable garden, while pulling out the weeds by the roots and tossing them onto the ridge. This way, the scorching sun would dry out the weeds, and eventually, they would wither and naturally decompose into fertilizer. After clearing the weeds, he carried a bucket of water to irrigate the garden, and after watering, he had to go to the nearby forest to chop firewood. Thus, he busied himself all day, buying a piece of bread and a bowl of wheat porridge from the village baker, barely filling his stomach. Before returning home to sleep on a bed made of wheat straw, he worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, a cycle that repeated itself. For a full 5 days, Qin Shen strictly followed the rules, mainly because not following them was not an option. His body would force him to act like a puppet. But on the 6th day, the constraints that bound him vanished. "Hey, you're awake." As Qin Shen stepped out of his house, a farmer who was cleaning a piece of wild boar meat greeted him, then lowered his head to continue scraping the pig's hair. "Yes, I'm awake too," Qin Shen nodded. He didn't want to greet anyone, but rule number 10, one must be polite and greet someone the first time they meet each day. Due to the existence of this rule, Qin Shen felt that he, who was originally a bit taciturn, was starting to turn into a social butterfly. What's going on today? Why didn't I wake up early? Qin Shen recalled the days before when he would get up at 4 or 5 in the morning. The farmer raised his head, his gaze filled with resentment, as if he were a wolf ready to devour. Rule number 15, one must answer inquiries. Everyone should have the awareness of being a teacher. Because today and tomorrow are rest days, no work. If there's something you're interested in, go ask someone else. I'm busy right now, but of course if you ask me, I will answer. After finishing his reply, the farmer lowered his head and continued scraping the wild boar hair. Qin Shen nodded and began to wander around the village. For instance, he visited the fishermen in the village, who often spent the whole day fishing in the small creek at the village entrance. Qin Shen often saw him, but due to work, he never had the time to visit. Arriving at the creek, Qin Shen saw the fisherman lying on the ground, a blade of grass in his mouth, looking utterly bored. "Are you not fishing today?" Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, the fisherman jumped up from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. "Ha, you can't work every day, right? Besides, who would actually enjoy their job?" he said with a beaming smile. Qin Shen nodded. He realized that the villager's resentment was not directed at him, but was purely a form of anger, a kind of hatred. After 5 days of experience, Qin Shen deeply understood this feeling of being unable to act on one's own accord. It was infuriating. "In that case, what do you usually do?" "I don't want to do anything, I just want to daydream." The two chatted back and forth like this, and the fisherman seemed to enjoy the conversation. Perhaps because there were rarely any outsiders in the village. After extracting all the information he could from the fisherman, Qin Shen moved on to the next villager. Fruit farmer, lumberjack, baker, librarian. Qin Shen spent 2 days gathering the general information about the villagers. You've actually been in this village for 127 years? Qin Shen asked the librarian in front of him, whose skin was delicate and exceptionally fair. The petite librarian nodded and said in a youthful voice, yes, I've lived here for 127 years, and during this time, the guy who created the village has never shown up. It's as if this place is just a playground he casually set up. Of course, it's also possible that he's somewhere observing us, mocking us. The librarian said, her clear eyes revealing fatigue. Don't you hate it? I can see your gaze is different from others, there's no hatred in your eyes. Qin Shen asked the petite librarian. She looked up, her smile particularly radiant. I absolutely hate weavers, but I've been here for 127 years, and I've gotten used to it all. I've even forgotten how to hate others. So it's not that you've never hated, but that you've hated for so long that you've grown too lazy to hate anymore. I see. Qin Shen nodded slightly. From the information he had gathered, he had gained a certain understanding of this weaver. First, the highest level in the world of the heavens is level 60, above level 60 is the gradual approach to divinity, even becoming a deity. This process is called approaching divinity, and those who reach this level are called approaching deities. So the weaver is most likely a level 60 or higher approaching deity. To leave this village, one must break the village's rules. However, the hundreds of rules set by the approaching deity would tightly restrict all residents. Want to break the rules? Are you trying to match wits with an approaching deity? That's simply impossible. Because of this, such a long time has led the villagers to develop a different mindset. They particularly enjoy luring outsiders into the village to become one of them, as this not only allows others to empathize with them but also brings in new information. This behavior can be described as quite malicious. However, Qin Shen did not comment on this. After all, in such a twisted environment, twisted people are bound to emerge. Qin Shen. At that moment, the librarian's words pulled Qin Shen from his thoughts. Her cute and charming face was beaming with a bright smile. Do you want to leave here? Don't think about it, stay and accompany us old folks. One day, you will grow older than I am now, and then you will have to say to others what I told you today. And remember to tell those newcomers not to harbor any fantasies about trying to leave the village. The librarian pointed to the books in the library. These books cover everything, even knowledge on dealing with approaching deities. In 127 years, I've read almost all of them, and they're nearly worn out. But even so, I haven't found any way to escape, so give up. Only by giving up hope can one avoid despair. Qin Shen looked at the librarian, at her radiant smile, at the sadness in her eyes. Is that so? Qin Shen smiled sincerely. I don't think so. The rules woven by the weaver have loopholes, it's just that you can't do it. Can't do it? The librarian tilted her head slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shen pulled out a high-level blood banquet invitation from his pocket. Yes. Qin Shen unhesitatingly broke the seal of the invitation. He never specified that villagers can't be guests. Before Qin Shen's words faded, a dazzling blood light burst forth, instantly enveloping him. Bang! A rift in the void exploded. And the blood light wrapping Qin Shen immediately dove into the rift. Almost at the same moment, a prompt sounded in Qin Shen's mind. Player has entered the blood banquet, please meet at least one requirement of the blood moon god. Under the cold moonlight, a luxurious manor stood at the end of the road. Dense forests flanked the road, with tall, sturdy trees twisting in bizarre shapes, enough to send chills down anyone's spine at just a glance. Coupled with the occasional howling sounds, those with a timid heart would have likely fled in terror. Qin Shen stood at the entrance of the manor, gazing at the familiar sight before him, his brow slightly furrowed. At this moment, the grand doors of the manor were wide open, seemingly welcoming anyone to visit. Yet, in such a manner, not a sound could be heard, with only the flickering candlelight inside proving that the manor was not abandoned. Creak! Creak! Just then, the sound of rolling wheels echoed behind Qin Shen, and he turned to look. A classic luxurious carriage, entirely blood-red with golden thread patterns embossed on its surface, was approaching from behind. The carriage passed by Qin Shen and finally stopped at the manor's entrance, the door opening automatically. A woman dressed in a white lace gown and wearing a wide-brimmed white hat stepped down from the carriage. She was voluptuous and beautiful, with light blue eyes that slightly tilted up, containing a gentle smile. The woman looked at Qin Shen, tilting her head slightly, causing her wide-brimmed hat to tilt as well. She quickly adjusted it. and asked, "Are you also a guest attending the blood feast, my lord?"
Qin Shen glanced at her without answering, instead surveying the luxurious carriage, noting that there were no horses or any livestock in front of it.
From
this, it was clear that it must be a magical carriage, a very expensive one at that. The woman looked at Qin Shen, her red lips curling into a smile as she said, "Let's go inside together, the blood feast is about to begin.
And it's not good for guests to be late. The host will be angry."
Only then did Qin Shen come to his senses, nodding as he walked toward the manor, the woman hurriedly covering her wide-brimmed hat to follow.
"What's your name?" the woman asked, looking at Qin Shen. "Qin Shen. Oh, a rare name. I'm Cynthia." "Hello, Cynthia," Qin Shen nodded.
Cynthia slightly inclined her head, her face beaming with a radiant smile. "Hello, Qin Shen."
The two walked side by side toward the manor.
Meanwhile, in a nearby puppet village, a man removed his straw hat, his brow slightly furrowed. He looked toward the direction of the library and said, "Is it possible for someone to escape the
rules of this village? How can that be?"
The moment his words fell, his body vanished from the spot. At the castle gate within the manor, an elderly man dressed in a sharp suit had been waiting for a long time.
Upon seeing
Cynthia and Qin Shen approach, he turned and opened the castle door. Inside the spacious and luxurious castle hall, adorned with thick carpets, dancers in splendid attire twirled gracefully, swaying their soft waists and
showcasing enchanting dance moves.
Guests raised their wine glasses, sipping the crimson wine within. However, when the door opened, all eyes turned to see Cynthia and Qin Shen, before they resumed their conversations.
Only a
pair of sisters in black and white long dresses looked at Qin Shen with confusion.
"Clarice, haven't we seen this guy somewhere before?"
"Clea,
I feel the same way, but I can't remember where."
Their gazes were fixed on Qin
Shen, their watery eyes filled with curiosity. Qin Shen, sensing their attention, looked toward the two, his face suddenly showing surprise. Were they not the Clarice sisters? They were actually in this scenario too? Cynthia,
noticing Qin Shen's gaze, followed it and, upon discovering that the Clarice sisters were also watching Qin Shen, her lips curled into a slight smile. At that moment, a door deep within the castle opened, and a man wearing a red top hat and a luxurious red robe stepped out. He held a scepter in his left hand and a tall wine glass in his right, filled to the brim with a scarlet liquid that looked particularly enticing. This man was the Count who presided over the blood banquet that Qin Shen attended last time. At that moment, the Count set down the scepter, which had a large ruby embedded at the top, standing upright on the ground. Then, he tapped the wine glass, and a clear sound immediately rang out. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of the tapping caused the discussions at the banquet to come to an abrupt halt, and all the guests turned their attention to the Count in unison.
"Welcome, everyone, to the blood banquet. We will now officially enter the preparation stage of the banquet." After the Count finished speaking, he tapped the tall wine glass in his hand again, and the surrounding scene began to change. Qin Shen felt his consciousness pause for a moment, and then he discovered that he and the other guests were now above the surface of the sea. The seawater beneath their feet seemed to solidify as if it had become tangible. And they could feel a rebound force when they stomped on it. At the same time, Qin Shen keenly noticed that the blood moon above them had become exceptionally large, as if he could reach out and touch it. The rich moonlight made the scenery on the sea surface clear as day. Beside him, Cynthia sighed as she looked at the blood moon above, saying, "No matter how many times I witness it, the great power of the divine always amazes me, allowing us to arrive above the Siberian Sea in an instant." Siberian Sea? Qin Shen looked at Cynthia. "Isn't this an illusion?" "Illusion?" Cynthia smiled slightly, her wide-brimmed hat swaying. She pointed to the east of the sea, where there was a tall tower, which appeared to be hundreds of meters high just by sight. That is the skyward sea tower built by the fairies. This sea tower can only be seen above the Siberian Sea. How could it possibly be an illusion? Qin Shen nodded slightly, but thought to himself, a skyward sea tower built by fairies? What kind of world is the celestial realm? How many races are there that I do not know of? Cynthia looked at Qin Shen, her gentle, watery eyes filled with curiosity. "What's wrong? Haven't you heard of the fairy sea tower?" Qin Shen merely smiled and said nothing. At that moment, the Count spoke again. "Welcome, everyone, to my banquet. For example, Chief Cynthia, it is truly an honor to have you here." He pointed at Cynthia, and although his tone was very polite, there was no respect in his slender eyes. Then, the Count turned his gaze to a man cloaked in black robes, with a dagger at his waist. "By the way, I am also grateful that Master Assassin Blake is willing to attend my humble banquet. Of course, I must also emphasize a distinguished guest, our apostle from the Blood Moon Sect, Ladies Chris and Playa. They are among the few esteemed figures in our sect, so I hope everyone will show mercy and not be too violent towards them." After the count finished speaking, he began to introduce the guests at the banquet one by one. The riders of the Siberian Sea, the mad swordsmen of the forest, each identity was more distinguished than the last, each title more resounding. Meanwhile, Qin Shen stood in the corner, as if forgotten. After introducing everyone, the count paused and floated in front of Qin Shen. Distant guest, I said we would meet again, didn't I? He smiled, looking particularly gentle and kind. However, Qin Shen took a step back and bluntly said, to be honest, I really don't want to see you. Ha ha ha. The count laughed heartily. This is all the arrangement of fate. As a favored one of fate, you should accept it. Qin Shen remained silent, his abyss-like eyes devoid of any emotion. All the guests participating in the blood banquet turned to look at Qin Shen, their gazes filled with scrutiny, curiosity, surprise, and difference. Who is he? Do you know him? I don't know, but why is the count being so polite to him? A favored one of fate, which sect is that from? He doesn't look strong. Does he deserve such treatment from the count? Beside them, Cynthia's eyes widened as she looked Qin Shen up and down, her gaze filled with disbelief. In response to everyone's scrutiny, Qin Shen maintained a calm demeanor, but there was an added chill in his gaze directed at the count. This guy is probably doing this on purpose to draw attention to him. I wonder what this behavior is all about. Could it be related to the upcoming blood banquet? The count noticed Qin Shen's gaze, and the smile in his slender eyes became even more pronounced. Ladies and gentlemen, he suddenly spoke, you have come here to participate in the training, each with various demands. That's fine, the god of the blood moon can fulfill everyone's requests, but before that, please first satisfy the requirements of the deity. Do your utmost to please him. The smile on the count's face shifted from a gentle smile to a bloodthirsty grin. The sharp teeth that were exposed sent chills down one's spine at just a glance. Now, the count slightly bowed. Please turn this place into a true blood banquet. Only the last 5 survivors will be qualified to make requests to the deity. As soon as he finished speaking, the count transformed into a swarm of bats and flew into the air. The crowd exchanged glances, and Cynthia even smiled. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and in an instant, a water column surged up from below, reaching a height of 100 meters. The sea, which had been as hard as stone, now became as soft as usual. Ha 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 ha. I am the rider of the Siberian Sea. This is my home ground. A man covered in fish scales, with webbed hands and feet, let out a wild laugh. As the water column appeared, everyone scattered, and the count in the distant sky opened an umbrella, letting the salty sea water hit the umbrella surface with a patter. Qin Shen and Cynthia took cover in the same direction, exchanging glances without choosing to strike. Shall we cooperate? Cynthia adjusted her wide-brimmed hat and asked with a smile, a hint of danger flickering in her watery eyes. Of course. Qin Shen nodded and suddenly raised his hand, shooting a crossbow bolt at Cynthia. Boom! A figure was sent flying, the mark of fate suddenly detonating, and bright red blood erupted from the wound. Meanwhile, Cynthia tossed aside her white-brimmed hat and kicked Qin Shen. Boom! That strong, powerful thigh kicked a contestant flying, the terrifying force even producing a sonic boom. The two exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, then immediately engaged in a fierce battle with their previous enemies. Fight, fight, fight. The vast sea was visibly filled with chaos. The contestants were using every means at their disposal. The rider of the Siberian Sea pulled out a horn from his chest, summoning a group of massive whales. These whales, with tough skin and thick flesh, suddenly leaped out of the sea and crashed down heavily, with one contestant being smashed into the deep sea by a leaping whale. Even with the robust physique of a professional, the terrifying water pressure, combined with the biting of the whale pod, left his chances of survival minuscule. Ha ha ha. The rider laughed heartily, waving his hand to unleash dozens of water columns that erupted, affecting every competitor. Such water columns wouldn't cause much harm, but they would disrupt the rhythm of the battle for both sides, making it quite disgusting. Seeking death. The master assassin suddenly emerged from a water column, stabbing at the rider. The rider immediately conjured a water shield, and the sharp dagger struck the shield, creating a sense of stagnation. Ridiculous fool. The rider slightly curled his fingers, flicking them to shoot out dozens of water columns that pierced into the master assassin. The master assassin's body was instantly riddled with dozens of holes. The penetrating power of these water columns was so strong that one could even see the night sky behind him through those holes. But, in the rider's astonished gaze, the master assassin's body transformed into a cloud of mist and dissipated. Sizzle! A dagger pierced through the rider's body, and the master assassin immediately appeared behind him. Kid, didn't your mentor ever tell you not to be so arrogant? Yet the rider suddenly transformed into a mass of water and plunged into the sea. Such scenes were happening everywhere. For high-level professionals, trying to kill each other was not a simple task. High above, the Count, almost merging with the blood, gently swirled the goblet in his hand, watching the bloody battle below, occasionally sipping from the wine in his glass. Moments later, sizzle, scarlet blood splattered out as Qin Shen casually discarded the head in his hand, looking towards the next enemy. The person opposite also casually tossed away the fish-finned head in his hand, which was unmistakably the rider from the Siberian Sea. "Kid, do you want to fight me?" The master assassin noticed Qin Shen's gaze and tossed his dagger, asking in a hoarse voice. Qin Shen nodded. "Don't you think having two masters from different assassin factions at this blood banquet is a bit excessive?" "Master?" "The master." Assassin laughed heartily. "Just you?" Qin Shen said nothing, merely shooting out a crossbow bolt. Bang! The master assassin swung out a flying knife, and the crossbow bolt immediately collided with the flying knife, producing a deafening explosion. At that moment, the ease and even disdain on his face vanished, replaced by a heavy seriousness. Because Qin Shen had slipped into the shadows. Interesting, the power of shadows? But it doesn't seem like. The master assassin's voice was hoarse, and just as he finished speaking, a dagger shot out from the shadows. Clang! The two daggers clashed together, erupting in dazzling sparks. Qin Shen's figure emerged from the shadows, and the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Clang, clang, clang. The two daggers collided, sending sparks flying, as if a blacksmith was hammering a glowing red iron block. Detonate! Qin Shen suddenly triggered the fate mark. Bang! The body of the master assassin shattered like a balloon, black, muddy chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. Qin Shen frowned slightly and suddenly dodged, and before him appeared the attributes of the master assassin. Name: Blake, Phantom Assassin, level 45 strength, 180 stamina, 50 spirit, 40 agility, 270 health, 55,000/55,000. Mana 15,000/15,000 skills, Shadow Infiltration, Phantom Substitute, Shadow Piercing, Phantom Clone, Multiple Shadow Blades, Shadow Trap, Phantom Domain. Shadow Infiltration, infiltrate into nearby shadows, reducing one's presence. As long as you don't move, you can perfectly merge with the shadows. Phantom Substitute, when attacked, you can consume mana to condense a Phantom Substitute to block damage, while you only take 5% of the damage. Shadow Piercing, teleport behind the enemy and launch an attack, dealing 200% damage based on agility. Phantom Clone, create a clone that possesses all your skills, but its attributes are only 80% of the original, and its health is only 10% of the original. The clone will attack or move according to the original's commands, with a limit of 1. Multiple Shadow Blades, launch an attack on the enemy, while your shadow and the enemy's shadow also attack the enemy. Each attack will deal 150% damage based on agility. Shadow Trap, manipulate the enemy's shadow to bind them. If the enemy forcibly breaks free, they will take damage equal to 100% of their strength attribute. Phantom Domain, expand your shadow to form a unique space with a diameter of 100 meters. Within this domain, your attributes will increase by 150%, and there will be no limit on the number of clones, but mana will still be consumed. Title: Master Assassin. Title: Phantom Master. Just from the skills, Blake truly deserves the title of Master Assassin. But what Qin Shen was concerned about was not these. He only needed to know one fact from these skills. Blake was not dead. He must be lurking in some shadow, ready to launch an attack on Qin Shen at any moment. An interesting enemy. Qin Shen's lips curled up as he suddenly turned and stabbed behind him. Ding! The tips of two daggers clashed together, creating dazzling sparks. Shadow Piercing. Blake's eyes widened to the extreme. This was the first time since he obtained the title of Master Assassin that someone could block his shadow piercing. Phantom Clone. A shadow identical to Blake leaped out from behind Qin Shen, stabbing at his back. In the face of this move, Qin Shen simply shot a crossbow bolt backward. The bolt hit the Phantom Clone, and the fate mark immediately detonated. 5500. The Phantom Clone shattered on the spot, and Blake's eyes widened as he suddenly retreated. Qin Shen swung his dagger, ready to stab him, but suddenly found his legs immobilized. Shadow Trap. Multiple Shadow Blades. At this moment, Blake lunged forward, and his own shadow condensed into his form, stabbing at Qin Shen. At the same time, a shadow appeared behind Qin Shen, stabbing at him. 21000. Seeing the shadows overlap, they instantly pierced through the leather armor on Qin Shen. Such terrifying damage causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Blake landed a hit but did not pursue, instead, he leaped back. Phantom Domain. The shadow behind Blake immediately spread out, enveloping Qin Shen. A black space with a diameter of 100 meters appeared, and Blake finally breathed a sigh of relief. His voice was hoarse, and his smile was unrestrained. You really are a tough one. You've scared me. The equipment on you looks quite good, otherwise, how could you keep up with my speed? But unfortunately, Blake shook his head, the gap in our strength is too great. To be bridged by just a couple of pieces of equipment. The fact that you can force me to use the phantom domain is something to be proud of. Xin Shen merely extended a finger to wipe away the blood. At the corner of his mouth. Looking at the blood on his hand, he nodded slightly. You're quite good. For such a long time, you're the first assassin to injure me. This will be a significant mark in your life. Blake frowned slightly. Kid, are you naturally foolish? The one who controls life and death now, it's me. Is it? A transparent die appeared in Xin Shen's hand, and the number on the die stopped at 5. Fate die roll 5. All S-level or above skills receive a 5-fold boost. Xin Shen looked at the number on the die, his palm slowly tightening into a fist. It's over, he said. What's over? Blake frowned, feeling a vague sense of unease, as if a guillotine was poised at the back of his neck. But he was the one with the advantage, this kid was just bluffing. With that thought, Blake split off dozens of clones within the phantom domain. The clones crawled out of the shadows like ink, each wielding a menacing dagger. Die. This is my strongest strike, you should be proud. Blake raised his dagger. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of clones lunged at Xin Shen, including Blake himself. Their speed was at its peak, causing the air to erupt with a deafening roar. Without a doubt, this was the strongest strike. Just then, an invisible wave radiated from Xin Shen, enveloping the dozens of clones, including Blake. Soul shock. Bang bang bang. Due to the effect of the soul shock, the dozens of clones exploded on the spot. Blake stood frozen in place, unable even to widen his eyes. At that moment, his mind was blank, and he couldn't even feel fear. Xin Shen walked slowly to Blake, looking at him, who was completely stiff, and said, "This is my strongest strike, you should be proud. Although you only have a little blood left, this is my respect for you. Fate. Judgment." Bang! Blake's body suddenly exploded, and a mist of blood spread throughout the phantom domain. Xin Shen simply sheathed his dagger and shook his head gently. Another master has fallen. In the world of assassins, to earn the title of master, one needs not only exceptional combat skills but also rich theoretical knowledge and even the ability to teach several outstanding disciples. And now, a master assassin had died in this blood feast, which was indeed a bit cruel. With Blake's death, the phantom domain dissipated, and several gazes from the outside turned to look. Blake is dead? The 4 people outside stared at Xin Shen, their eyes filled with disbelief. Blake was a renowned master assassin, how could he possibly die at the hands of a level 34 guy? But the fact was laid out before them, and they could only accept it. On the other side, Xin Shen looked outside and found that the battle had already ended. The sea was littered with severed limbs, and from time to time, carnivorous fish would bite and drag those broken bodies down below. Accompanied by the tearing of these carnivorous fish, the blood from the severed limbs would further seep out, dyeing the waters an even deeper shade of red. The battle was indeed fierce. Had a victor been determined so quickly? Xin Shen looked at the 4 survivors on the field and saw that they were mostly familiar faces. Cynthia had survived, but her wide-brimmed hat had several new holes, and her white lace gown was stained with blood, indicating that she had not won this battle easily. The Chris sisters had also survived, and their skirts were intact. The only issue was the complex emotions reflected in their gazes, leaving one to wonder what they had experienced during the fight. Or perhaps they were feeling conflicted due to the choices they currently faced? They were old friends, but Xin Shen never fully understood this pair of sisters. Perhaps only they could truly understand each other's feelings. As for the last survivor, it was a middle-aged man with a broadsword slung over his shoulder, clad in plate armor, and with a resolute expression. His name was John. This man's level was frighteningly high, reaching level 50, and his combat power was likely off the charts. Yet, even such a strong warrior had terrifying holes in his thick armor. Just a glance revealed how intense the battle had been. In the sky, the Count, almost blending with the blood, dropped the wine glass from his hand and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I truly witnessed an extremely exciting battle. This banquet is quite satisfying. So now, the Count descended from the sky to the surface of the sea, adjusted his red high hat, and said, "You may state your demands." John suddenly knelt on one knee, speaking in a tone that could be described as pleading, even humble. "I hope the Blood Moon God can protect Nightlight City. We are willing to pay taxes if necessary. We seek the mercy of the divine." The Count smiled slightly, his narrow eyes shifting to Xin Shen. "What do you think? Such a demand, such a wish?" Xin Shen did not answer directly but turned to John. Was Nightlight City previously called Nightlight Town? John's eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, it was called that over 100 years ago. Later, Nightlight Town gradually developed and grew into what is now Nightlight City. Upon hearing this, Xin Shen recalled the warrior who had participated in the blood banquet to eliminate the blood tax of Nightlight Town. He was an elderly warrior, and to this day Qin Chen remembered his name, Bartle. From the current situation, it seemed that someone else had participated in the blood banquet later and successfully removed the blood tax, otherwise, Nightlight Town could not have grown into a city. But what exactly had happened? Why did those who had escaped the blood tax now yearn for it? What a pity. The Count shook his head, chuckling lightly. Humans are always like this, endlessly cycling through history. But since it is a request from the victors, I will reluctantly agree. Thank you, my Lord Count. John rose and performed a hand-over-heart salute. At this moment, the Count turned his gaze to the Chris sisters. What is your demand? He pointed at the two with his staff. The Chris sisters exchanged glances and said in unison, our demand is simple, to be able to separate from each other. What do you think of their demands? The Count looked at Qin Chen again, a richer smile in his slender eyes. Qin Chen shook his head slightly, saying nothing. He truly could not understand the demands of the Chris sisters. Last time at the blood banquet, they wanted to leave the Gemini sect. And now it had turned into separating from each other. Their intentions were indeed hard to fathom. Alright, it seems you have already given your answer. The Count turned to the Chris sisters. Are you really not planning to retrieve that sealed memory? The two sisters exchanged a glance and shook their heads together. The Count chuckled lightly. Then you can leave now, I have fulfilled your demands. As soon as he finished speaking, a rich bloodlight enveloped the Chris sisters, and their figures vanished from the spot. After watching them disappear, the Count turned his gaze to Qin Chen. Distant guest, you have witnessed their departure from the Gemini sect and their separation. Then 1,000 years later, you will witness their reunion. Cynthia's eyes widened, staring at Qin Chen as if looking at an ancient monster. Such a long time, even gods would age a bit. Could Qin Chen really witness all this across such a vast span of time? Alright, the trivial matters are done, now it's time to ask about your demands. What do you wish to obtain? Upon hearing the question, there was no wavering in Qin Chen's abyss-like eyes as he answered truthfully, I want the ability to leave the Puppeteer village, nothing else. The Count shook his head with a light laugh. This time you really have given me a tough problem. An ability to leave the realm of gods is no small matter. Even if the Puppeteer is just a newly ascended god, this is still quite a troublesome issue. Qin Chen suddenly realized that it was a realm set by the gods. No wonder it was so troublesome, with so many rules, and they never cared. It turned out they were gods. Having reached this level, they could indeed set rules as they pleased. But there was one question, since the other party was a god, why could the Blood Moon god ignore the rules and pull him into this scenario? At this moment, Cynthia's eyes widened even more, and she pulled down the wide-brimmed hat on her head to cover her face. This guy had actually provoked two gods at once and was still alive and kicking. What kind of ability was that? The key was that she had gotten involved with him. She hoped it wouldn't attract the attention of the gods. Can't you give it? Qin Chen stared at the Count and asked. No, of course I can. This is the Blood Moon's blessing, please enjoy it. The Count flipped his palm, and a blood-colored crescent-shaped accessory appeared in his hand. Qin Chen walked up to the Count and took the accessory from his hand. Congratulations, player has obtained S-level skill Guidance of the Blood Moon. Skill name Blood Moon's Guidance skill effect. After using this skill, you can forcibly escape your current predicament, usable once a month. Qin Chen finished reading the skill description and nodded in satisfaction. With this skill in hand, he should be able to successfully escape from the village of the Weavers. He raised his head and waved to the Count, saying, I should be leaving now. Leaving? The Count raised an eyebrow slightly, his slender eyes glancing at Cynthia beside him. Don't you want to hear Cynthia's request? The requests of the victors are always valuable. Qin Chen showed a look of confusion but said nothing, only looking at Cynthia. Facing the gaze of the two, Cynthia took a deep breath. I want to establish a city, hoping that the gods led by the Lord of the Blood Moon will not interfere and will not meddle in the city's development. Ha ha ha. The Count let out a low chuckle, lightly clapping his hands. Interesting, very interesting. At this point, he glanced thoughtfully at Qin Chen and continued to ask Cynthia, so, what do you want to name the city you wish to establish? Dawn, let's call it the City of Dawn. Cynthia looked at the Count, her light blue eyes filled with a steely determination. Qin Chen was slightly taken aback, just about to speak when the Count interrupted him. A good name. In that case, let the banquet come to an end. As soon as the Count's words fell, Qin Chen felt his consciousness plunge into a haze. When he awoke again, he found himself outside the library. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the blood feast. Dungeon reward. The notification sound echoed in his ears, but Qin Chen's gaze did not linger on it for even a second. Bang! Qin Chen's figure vanished from the spot, a massive stone fell from the sky and crashed to the ground, followed by a figure landing on the stone. He took off his straw hat to fan himself, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Looking particularly curious. Interesting, shadows? Or fate? The farmer put the straw hat back on, his gaze no longer filled with the resentment of the past, only calmness and curiosity. A crossbow bolt shot out from the shadows, aimed directly at the farmer's temple. Clang! The farmer waved his straw hat effortlessly, blocking the bolt, the crisp sound of metal ringing out, the soft straw hat suddenly becoming remarkably hard for a moment. How rude! The farmer put the straw hat back on his head. After we worked for 5 days, is the first move a killing blow? You were the one who attacked first. Xin Shen's voice came from the shadows all around, and the farmer could only keep turning his head to listen. So fast? He smiled. In the next moment, a white thread shot out from his right wrist, piercing through one shadow before quickly retracting and piercing through another shadow. Zzzzz, in the blink of an eye, a web made of white threads formed outside the library. Outside the library, villagers were watching the battle from a distance. Is farmer number 1 that strong? By the way, why is he fighting farmer number 2? Not sure. Did farmer number 2 offend him? Doesn't the village rule say fighting is not allowed? How can they fight? You try hitting me once. Just as the villagers were testing whether they could attack each other, the farmer suddenly pulled the thread in his hand, and the large net instantly shrank, almost cutting everything within its range into pieces. Boom! Houses made of dozens of stone blocks began to collapse, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, making a thunderous noise. The farmer retracted the thread, looking at his white, smooth palm, which had no trace of blood, and frowned slightly. Where did you hide? Mud plow trap. Blood revenge. Sound of death. In almost an instant, Xin Shen, hiding in the shadows, unleashed 3 skills. The effects of these 3 skills were control, defense reduction, and secondary damage. The ground beneath the farmer's feet turned to mud, and the mud clung to his legs, rendering him immobile. However, there was no panic on the farmer's face, for he had already caught sight of Xin Shen's trajectory the moment he used his skills. So this is where you are? The farmer threw out a thread, which unexpectedly transformed in mid-air into a giant net that enveloped him. Xin Shen no longer concealed himself, suddenly bursting forth from the shadows, his speed so great that the surrounding air twisted. Sizzle, like a crescent moon, the dagger sliced through the farmer's body, creating large wounds. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, yet he appeared unfazed, as the white thread wove through his body, instantly stitching the wounds closed. Such tricks shouldn't be used against me. The farmer smiled slightly, as the thread in his hand shot out, piercing through the stones on the ground. Those shattered stones unexpectedly combined on the spot into towering humanoid figures, their joints faintly visible with flowing white threads. Thread puppets. Bang! The stone puppet swung its massive arm down at Xin Shen. He bent down to dodge, the gust of wind from the giant stone arm causing his hair to sway. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. Xin Shen did not attack the stone puppet, as their health bars were absurdly thick, but instead charged directly at the farmer. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, 10000. 10000. 10000. Due to the mud trap, the farmer could only stand still, allowing Xin Shen to launch his attack. Yet there was no panic on his face, only curiosity and appreciation. Not bad, the damage is sufficient, the speed is fast, but unfortunately. Before the farmer could finish his sentence, Xin Shen detonated the fate mark stacked on him. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the farmer's body burst apart like a rag, but what splattered out was not blood, but large clumps of thread. It was as if Xin Shen had not exploded a living person he had been with for days, but merely a puppet made of thread. Is it finally dead? Xin Shen murmured as he looked at the stone puppet beside him, now motionless. Tap tap tap. Just then, light footsteps sounded, and Xin Shen suddenly turned his head. He saw the petite librarian approaching him, cradling a thick, leather-bound book. It's very dangerous here, you shouldn't come too close, Xin Shen advised the librarian. She tilted her head slightly, her smooth shoulder-length hair swaying, her beautiful green eyes filled with curiosity. Is it dangerous? Who are you referring to? The librarian surveyed the area and finally pointed to herself. The one in danger is me, right? You've fallen into my trap. She revealed a sweet smile. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, the clump of white thread that had exploded from the farmer suddenly sprang up, ensnaring Xin Shen and quickly transforming into a giant cocoon. The giant cocoon wrapped around Xin Shen like a silkworm cocoon, leaving only his face exposed. The librarian approached Xin Shen, looking up at him with her head slightly tilted. I'm curious, why do you have the scent of the blood moon god on you? Qin Shen looked down at the librarian, his abyss-like eyes devoid of any emotion. Do you want to know? He asked. Of course, the librarian nodded slightly. Then you should. Answer my question first, why are you pretending to be a victim? Because if I don't act like a victim, I wouldn't be able to talk to people normally. Wouldn't everyone just be two-faced with me? That would be a bit boring, don't you think? I'm not just a bookworm. The librarian raised the book in her hand, blinking her eyes, looking particularly cute. I have another question. What? Is your true form male or female? Guess? Qin Shen frowned slightly. If the librarian's true form was male, that would be quite disgusting. But even if she were female, he couldn't muster any fondness, she was just an old woman trying to act cute. Disgusting. Can you answer my question now? The librarian asked, tilting her head with her hands behind her back. It's simple, I received an invitation to the High Blood Feast. An invitation to the High Blood Feast? The librarian's eyes widened in surprise, her emerald green irises filled with astonishment. That's a very rare thing, you actually. She lowered her head, mumbling to herself, unaware that Qin Shen's gaze had already changed. Puff! At that moment, the giant cocoon tightly wrapped around Qin Shen suddenly collapsed inward, falling to the ground like a piece of clothing being swiftly removed. The librarian's eyes widened, and she soon felt an unusual sensation in her body. Mud trap. Blood revenge. Sound of death. The solid stone path beneath her feet turned into mud, and the mud tightly bound her legs, rendering her immobile. Interesting, you can actually escape? The librarian waved her hand, summoning a pile of giant stone puppets again. At the same time, the giant cocoon on the ground dispersed into a massive web. This web nearly covered the entire village. Once it was laid down, even those hiding in the shadows would have no chance of escape. On the other side, Qin Shen stepped out from the shadows, a transparent die appearing in his hand. Fate die roll 6. All S-level or above skills gain a 6-fold bonus. Looking at the number that appeared on the die, Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been 3 times, this battle would have been tough, but with 6 times, he could still manage to fight back. Do you want to continue fighting? Qin Shen asked the librarian across from him. The librarian merely opened the book in her hand, looking down, allowing the giant stone puppets beside her to charge at Qin Shen. What a pity! Qin Shen's figure suddenly vanished from his spot, and the librarian's eyes widened as a dagger effortlessly sliced through her neck. I was just waiting for the cooldown of the blink spell. As soon as the words left his mouth, bright red blood sprayed out. The librarian extended her hand, her small, white palm glowing with dazzling white light. But before the light could surge forth, a violent explosion erupted. Fate mark. Fate judgment. Bang! The terrifying explosion sounded, and the librarian was instantly blown away, her body covered in fine cracks like porcelain. How is this possible? The librarian dropped the elaborately bound sheepskin book, which had become a burden to her in that moment. With your level, it's impossible for you to unleash such terrifying damage. What on earth is going on? In response to the inquiry, Qin Shen simply used his final move. Soul shock. Bang! The librarian's ceramic-like body shattered on the spot. Congratulations, player. For killing, gaining 70% experience. Congratulations, player, level up to level 35. Qin Shen discovered that there were strands of silk inside the body. It seemed this body was also a puppet. So, are there other puppets among the remaining villagers? Qin Shen turned to look at the villagers watching from a distance and suddenly noticed the ground beneath his feet was trembling. Rumble, what's happening? I don't know. Is it an earthquake? Listening to the panicked shouts of the villagers in the distance, Qin Shen immediately slipped into the shadows and headed towards the village exit. But just like before, every time he reached the village entrance, he found himself unable to leave, as if he was heading deeper into the village. At this moment, the earth was shaking, terrifying cracks appeared on the village's stone path, as if signaling an impending crisis that was hard to resist. Guidance of the Blood Moon. Qin Shen did not hesitate to activate the skill he obtained from the Blood Feast. A rich blood light instantly enveloped his entire body, propelling him out of the village like a jet engine. Bang! Qin Shen's feet hit the ground, the terrifying force causing his feet to sink into the soil. Rumble! A deafening roar echoed, and Qin Shen turned around to see a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters had appeared behind him. Even the nearby towering mountains seemed small in the face of this terrifying pit. But Qin Shen had no time to lament the village's disappearance. He quickly slipped back into the shadows. Buzz! A buzzing sound arose, and a pair of pure white eyes appeared among the clouds. These eyes were so enormous, they seemed like an ocean floating in the sky. Qin Shen hid in the shadows, not daring to move, fearing that the owner of the eyes would unleash divine power and obliterate him in one strike. He had already spent a lot of time on this matter and did not want to retrace his steps. The pair of pure white eyes swept across the ground, scanning back and forth a few times before closing again. Qin Shen stayed in place, waiting for a moment, and after confirming the eyes would not appear again, he continued to advance in the shadows. Although the other party had disappeared, what if they were just playing guerrilla tactics? So the best approach was still to hide in the shadows and move forward, while Qin Shen also began to speculate about the identity of the owner of the eyes. Is it the Weaver? Or someone else? Qin Shen in the shadows frowned slightly. He could not be 100% sure that the pair of eyes belonged to the Weaver, because the noise from the village's destruction was simply too great, so great that there was no way to conceal it, meaning if there were powerful professionals nearby, they could also be spying. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Qin Shen's mind. Congratulations player for successfully escaping the Weaver's puppet village, receiving reward S-level treasure chest ×1. Qin Shen looked at the golden treasure chest in his hands, slightly surprised. He really hadn't expected that just leaving this village would yield an S-rank treasure chest. It seemed this village was more troublesome than he had anticipated. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. If he hadn't possessed the Blood Feast invitation, allowing him to make demands of the master of the Blood Feast, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave here anytime soon. In fact, he might not be able to leave for a long time, as these rules were set by a deity, not just a near god. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He should first see what rewards he could get from this treasure chest. Qin Shen aimed the treasure chest in his hands with the left hand of fate. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing equipment Puppeteer's Horn. Name: Puppeteer's Horn. A rank, type, offhand weapon, level requirement, none, class restriction, none, attribute bonus, all attributes plus 15, special effect, summons a puppet of the same level as the user using nearby elements. The puppet will completely obey the summoner's commands. Note, the number of puppets is limited to 1, and the same level effect is only valid below level 60. A delicate ivory horn appeared in Qin Shen's hand. He played with it for a moment before putting it into his backpack. This equipment was indeed quite good, but it wasn't at the level of divine gear. After all, the summoned puppet was only of the same level as the user. This meant that the puppet would likely have the same stats as an ordinary monster, with perhaps a few additional traits based on the element. For example, a water element would be resistant to physical attacks, while a fire element's attacks would have a burning effect. But aside from that, it was just an ordinary monster of the same level, only useful as a meat shield, with no other purpose. Thinking of this, Qin Shen once again used the left hand of fate on the treasure chest in his hands. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing equipment Puppeteer's Gloves. Name: Puppeteer's Gloves. A rank, type, armor, level requirement, none, class restriction, none, attribute bonus, all attributes plus 20, special effect 1, enhances the puppets you control, increasing their attributes by an additional 150%. Special effect 2, the controlled puppet will randomly gain one of the holder's skills. Looking at the gloves that appeared in his palm, Qin Shen frowned slightly. How could 2 consecutive pieces of equipment be this good, and both related to the Puppeteer? Surely the next item wouldn't be something particularly terrible? With that thought, Qin Shen didn't hesitate and aimed the S-rank treasure chest with the left hand of fate. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing item Puppeteer's Class Change Doll. Item description: a class change item for the hidden subclass Puppeteer. Using it will grant you this subclass. A delicate doll, intricately connected, with numerous threads at its joints, appeared in Qin Shen's palm. He was momentarily stunned by the sight of the doll. He truly hadn't expected to be so lucky as to obtain a class change item for a subclass. Would you like to acquire the subclass? Y/N, yes. The small doll transformed into a burst of white light and dissipated in Qin Shen's palm. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the subclass Puppeteer. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the skill Puppet Threads. Congratulations, player, for an additional plus 30 to all attributes. Such a significant increase in attributes? Qin Shen clenched his fist and said he had never heard of this subclass name before, but just from the attributes it provided, it was undoubtedly a top-tier subclass. Judging by the name, Qin Shen deduced that this class was likely a special branch of the mechanic subclass. In his previous life, he had encountered a special branch of the mechanist, the puppet mechanist. That player was exceptionally skilled at creating puppets, whether they were explosive puppets, combat puppets, or guardian puppets. He was particularly proficient. This meant that whenever this player made a move, he could directly suppress a small guild, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Just based on this secondary profession, he had built a tremendous reputation, to the point where one could say his secondary profession surpassed his main profession. Thinking of this, Qinshan suddenly used the puppet silk thread, a white thread that sprang from his fingertips and wrapped around a distant tree. Following that, with a slight exertion, the terrifying force instantly cut the distant tree into chunks. Is this the most basic effect? Then what about the deeper effects? Qinshan looked at the skill introduction for the puppet silk thread. Puppet silk thread level A type, active skill effect, shooting out a thread can easily cut through objects, with the strength and length of the cuttable object calculated based on the output of mana. At the same time, this thread can manipulate inanimate objects, turning them into puppets to attack enemies. The level of this puppet is consistent with the player's level, and due to skill limitations, the maximum number of puppets is 2. Qinshan nodded in satisfaction at this skill effect. If he added the horn and gloves he had obtained earlier, he would be able to summon 3 puppets in total, and they would be 3 puppets capable of having their own skills. Altogether, such puppets could cause quite a bit of trouble for opponents of the same level. The opponents Chen referred to were those who, like him, possessed SSS level talents, or those strong enough to match his power. Having obtained a new skill, it's time to give it a try. Qinshan hurried forward, still following the path on the map, but intentionally observing the monsters along the way. Eventually, he found a monster that satisfied him. In the dense forest, a massive armadillo was using its sharp claws to break a giant tree and stuff it into its mouth. It chewed on the tender green leaves of the tree crown as if to it, a giant tree was merely a crisp and juicy lettuce or green onion. Name: Mountain Crossing Armadillo level, 45 health. 55,000/55,000 mana, 8,000/8,000 attack power, 2,500 movement speed, 40 defense, 4,000 skills, earth burrowing, iron armor defense, indestructible. Earth burrowing: the mountain crossing armadillo burrows into the ground to evade enemy damage, during which its defense is enhanced by the power of the earth, increasing by an additional 50%. Iron armor defense: the mountain crossing armadillo uses the power of the earth to increase its defense by 30%. Indestructible: the mountain crossing armadillo swings its claws, tearing apart all enemies it encounters, with all enemies touched by its iron claws suffering 200% strength attribute damage. Qinshan stealthily approached the armadillo, then revealed himself right in front of it. The armadillo, which was munching on the treetops, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qinshan, and immediately swung a thick tree branch at him. However, before the branch could hit Qinshan, a white silk thread suddenly wrapped around it, slicing it into equal pieces. Puff puff puff. In the next moment, the white silk thread passed through the pieces of the tree branch, then suddenly tightened, transforming them into a humanoid puppet. This wooden puppet was tall and robust, but compared to the nearby armadillo, it looked like a dwarf. Bang! The wooden puppet swung its arm and punched the armadillo right on the nose. Puff! Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and the massive armadillo actually rolled away on the spot. Roar! The armadillo let out a roar and lunged at the wooden puppet, swiping its claws and sending it flying. The wooden puppet flew backward, crashing into several trees before finally stopping. At this moment, the wooden puppet, with cracks appearing on its surface, slowly clenched its fist. Fate mark! Bang! The armadillo was sent flying, and the terrifying explosion even blasted a huge pit in its thick shell. Qinshan, watching from a distance, nodded slightly, satisfied with the performance of the wooden puppet. Although the puppet's level was low, when paired with the puppeteer's gloves, it could unleash remarkable effects. After all, this was his skill, capable of allowing a low-level wooden puppet to challenge high-level monsters. Roar! The armadillo let out a loud roar and charged at the fallen wooden puppet. Unbreakable! Its claws dug into the wooden puppet, and with a sudden burst of strength, it tore it into pieces, the terrifying damage even causing the surrounding trees to fall. The armadillo looked at the shredded wooden puppet and let out a somewhat human-like sigh of relief. Just then, applause came from the side. Clap clap clap. Qinshan walked out, clapping his hands, and praised like a mastermind, "You did quite well, managing to take down my puppet." The armadillo's eyes widened in shock, and it suddenly lunged at him. Seeing this, Qinshan took out a horn and blew into it with all his might. Wooed! The soil on the ground and nearby tree fragments mixed together, transforming into 3 earthwood hybrid puppets. Go! The 3 earthwood hybrid puppets rushed forward, immediately beating the armadillo until it was bruised and battered. Moments later, accompanied by a mournful cry from the armadillo, it fell heavily to the ground, unable to escape in time. Qinshan casually picked up the treasure chest that the armadillo dropped and set off on his journey again. But this time, it was not him cutting through thorns, but the 3 puppets he summoned. Even when encountering fierce monsters, he would first use the puppets to engage in battle, rather than personally stepping forward with a dagger as he usually did. This was a practice of his skills. After all, even the most skilled craftsmen would fail to perform at their peak if they did not practice their Skills. On the way to the City of Dawn, Chen occasionally had to flee. Why is this so troublesome? Chen fled desperately, occasionally using the horn on him to summon a wooden puppet to fend off enemies behind him. Squeak, a creature covered in golden feathers, resembling the mythical pang bird, was flying at high speed. It spewed out golden flames, effortlessly turning the forests along the way and the wooden puppets behind Chen into ashes. Faced with such a formidable enemy chasing him, Chen could only jump into a large lake marked on the map, hiding within it. The golden pang bird opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a continuous stream of golden flames into the giant lake, the high temperature gradually heating the water. Roar! At that moment, a unicorn dragon burst forth from the lake, immediately engaging in a fierce battle with the pang bird. Seeing this, Chen hurriedly fled towards the direction of the City of Dawn. After running for several dozen kilometers, he finally dared to glance back and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Along the way, he had merely passed by the nest of the golden-feathered pang bird, and feeling excited at the sight of the hunt, he had planned to acquire a new mount. Originally, the pang bird had flown out, but just as he entered the nest, a phantom of the pang bird suddenly charged out, engaging him in combat. After he finally managed to destroy the phantom, the real one returned. This led to the earlier scene, and Chen had no choice but to flee desperately, as the pang bird was a formidable level 60 creature. A monster of this level, especially a boss, was simply beyond his capability to contend with. Other than running away, Chen had no other options. Thanks to the tall trees lining the road to the City of Dawn, he barely managed to survive using the unicorn dragon. Goodbye, Brother Jiao. Chen took one last look at the earth-shattering battle in the distance before turning away and continuing towards the City of Dawn. Days passed without him knowing how many. Now at level 37, Chen sat on the shoulder of a puppet, savoring the roasted fish in his hands. Although at his level, he no longer had an absolute dependence on food. Not eating for an extended period would still lead to a decrease in his attributes. So before setting out, Chen had prepared a large supply of provisions, but he never expected the journey to be so arduous and perilous. Sometimes he had to use the delicious supplies to lure monsters away from his path, and at other times, he had to rely on the supplies to remove negative statuses from himself, such as bleeding effects or curses. Throughout this journey, he truly broadened his horizons. The monsters along the way were incredibly diverse, far exceeding his expectations. Monsters from Eastern mythology, monsters from Western mythology, everything one could imagine was present. When Chen had eaten the roasted fish down to the bones, he suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. A grand road paved with stone slabs appeared at the end of the path, and there was a signpost on this road. The signpost bore the inscription, City of Dawn. Chen waved his hand, and the massive puppet instantly turned into a puddle of mud. He slipped into the shadows and swiftly advanced in the direction indicated by the signpost. Before long, a magnificent city built of pure white marble came into view. This city loomed over the land, resembling an indestructible giant turtle, or a divine shield capable of withstanding all harm. Is this the City of Dawn? Chen stepped out of the shadows and walked towards the City of Dawn step by step. However, as he drew closer to the City of Dawn, a strong sense of unease enveloped him. Chen fixed his gaze on the distant City of Dawn and saw that the towering city gates stood wide open like a small mountain. Yet, there were no soldiers with weapons guarding the gates, nor was there anyone entering or exiting. It was as if this place were a dead city. Chen slipped into the shadows, tightly gripping the Blood Moon's remaining blade in his hand, inching closer to the City of Dawn. He had spent so much time on the way to the City of Dawn, there was no way he would return empty-handed. Even if the path ahead was fraught with danger, even if it was the lair of the golden-winged pang bird, he dared to venture forth. If he didn't have such courage, how could he have reached the level of a T1 player in just a month, relying solely on his A-level talent? As Chen approached the city gate, just as he was about to step through, a notification sound echoed in his mind. High danger. Area ahead, player level too low, please proceed with caution. Do you wish to enter? Confirm/no. Chen gripped his dagger tightly, a rare look of surprise and confusion appearing on his face. At his current level, even in his previous life, he could barely enter the T1 level. In this life, he was even at a unique T0 level. Yet, with such a level, he was being warned by the system that his level was too low to enter the City of Dawn. Was the City of Dawn truly a den of dragons and tigers? Chen pondered for a moment. First, he had set a respawn point in Tianyao City, and he had also received guidance from the Blood Moon during the Blood Feast. With these two skills, even if the city gate was a giant mouth conjured by a flood dragon, he wouldn't lose much. Since that was the case, he could still take a chance. Without hesitation, Chen turned and stepped back. Skill name, Guidance of the Blood Moon. Skill effect, using this skill allows you to forcibly escape your current predicament, usable once a month. Currently on cooldown, will complete in 2 days. The Guidance of the Blood Moon had not yet completed its cooldown, so he would have to wait 2 days for the skill to be ready. 2 days later would mark the beginning of a new month. And it would also be the time he had spent a full 2 months in the game. By then, he would not only gain new talents, but all his skills would also be off cooldown. So there was no need to rush, he could enter the City of Dawn after everything was ready. With this thought, Qin Shen began to walk outside the City of Dawn, looking for suitable monsters to level up. In fact, at his level, unless he was challenging higher level foes, even with 10 times the experience, ordinary monsters wouldn't give him much experience. But as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he might as well consume every bit of it. In Tianyao City, the Shadow Sect's base, Aliyah knelt before the shrine, her hands clasped together, praying with her eyes closed. Just then, an old man cloaked in black robes appeared out of thin air. His face was deeply wrinkled, as if carved by a knife. This showed just how long this old man had lived. Where is Qin Shen? The elder looked around, sensing that Qin Shen was not present in Tianyao City, and thus inquired. At this moment, Aliyah finished her prayer, rose from the mat, and replied, "He has gone to the City of Dawn." The elder's eyes widened, filled with urgency. "How could you let him go to the City of Dawn?" he shouted. "What's wrong with that?" Aliyah tilted her head, looking confused. "Don't you understand? The City of Dawn is no longer a place where living beings can tread." The elder sighed, holding his forehead. "Advance, advance, advance." In the dense forest, a warrior clad in plate armor waved a flag continuously. Hundreds of players formed a tight formation, stepping forward one by one. Before them, a group of goblins, also clad in plate armor, stood ready with weapons. Mages, initiate the attack. Warriors, form ranks, prepare to meet the enemy's charge. Wang Ling stood at the front of the line, loudly issuing orders as all the players lined up according to his instructions. He retreated to the back of the line and sat on a chair that the players had brought over. Wang Ling propped himself up on the chair, staring blankly at the battle situation ahead. "What's wrong, President?" his subordinate asked, noticing Wang Ling in a daze. "I can't figure it out, that bastard Qin Shen, how did he level up?" Wang Ling reacted and pointed at the level leaderboard with a fierce expression. Normally, even if someone cheats in a game, it shouldn't be possible to create such a huge gap with the players. But somehow, this guy has actually opened up a 20-level gap with us. I don't believe this is something that can be achieved under normal circumstances. At this point, the veins on Wang Ling's forehead bulged, and even at this moment, the anger in his heart had not dissipated in the slightest. "Let me tell you, if you can't find out his identity now, then keep investigating for me. I must make him understand the price of offending me, Wang Ling. I must make him regret his actions in the real world." "Yes, President," the subordinate replied loudly. With an answer, Wang Ling began to massage his temples, his gaze fixed on the time when the game would descend into reality. He had to gain an advantage in this game, otherwise, the power he held in reality would likely dissipate as well. Meanwhile, in a dark underground ruin, Fong lit a campfire and used a small knife to cut a piece of hard beef into the pot, letting it boil. The team members sat around the hanging pot, relying on the flames to dispel the moisture on their bodies. At this point, their clothes had already become wet due to the dampness in the underground ruins. How much longer is this dungeon going to last? I feel like I'm about to grow mushrooms on me. Just endure it. Although this maze-type dungeon is time-consuming, our levels are also increasing quickly. Don't mention it. I don't even want to think about levels right now. I just want to get back to the surface, take a good shower, and sleep. In response to the team's comments, Fong remained silent, continuing to cut the beef in the pot. His gaze was fixed on the level leaderboard, looking at the name that shone like a brilliant star. Rank 1, Qin Shen, level 37, 80%. "I hope everything goes well for him," Fong said quietly, cutting the dry beef with force. There was about a month left until the game would descend into reality. At that time, the world would turn upside down, the old order would be destroyed, and terrifying monsters would wreak havoc in reality. So the stronger Qin Shen was, the better. Only a strong person like him could provide more support to their world and help establish the broken order a little earlier. Therefore, Fong never commented on the criticisms about Qin Shen on the forum. True strong individuals are always lonely, misunderstood by others. Their only motivation to move forward may just be the ideals in their hearts. After cutting the last piece of beef, Fong clapped his hands and said, "Finish eating quickly, let's clear this dungeon early and get back to the city to rest." "Yes, Captain," the team members responded loudly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye and a new month arrived. In front of the city gate of Dawn City, a man cloaked in black, towering like an iron tower, was gazing at the towering gate. Although he was staring at the gate, his gaze seemed somewhat distracted, clearly focused on something else. Ding! 30 days have passed, players can obtain talents again. Would you like to acquire a new talent? Y/NYS. Congratulations! Player, you have obtained the SSS level talent Historian. Historian Effect 1. Whenever you enter a historical instance, you will inherently gain a significant advantage. Effect 2. The rewards you receive after clearing a historical instance are doubled. Effect 3. After paying a price, you can choose to summon characters from past historical instances to assist you. Exaggerated. Abnormal. Every time Qin Chen obtained a new SSS level talent, he would gain a new understanding of this level of talent. Especially this talent, which specifically targeted historical instances. It should be noted that among many instances, historical instances are the hardest to fathom. Mainly because how could a blue star person possibly understand the history of the myriad worlds? Not to mention that the history of the myriad worlds is particularly complex. Since Qin Shen crossed over, he had only experienced 2 historical instances, encountering characters who were more powerful than the last, each with increasingly illustrious titles. The Saints of the Twin Cult, the founders of Dawn City, and even the Blood Moon God, who was high above, completely unfathomable. Now, with the support of this talent, as long as Qin Shen encountered the advantages of historical instances, he would easily outpace others. However, none of this was the most critical for Qin Shen, as the previous effects could at most be considered S-level talents, or SS-level talents. The last effect was what brought the greatest advantage to this talent. This effect could actually allow him to summon characters from the instances he had experienced to assist him. Did this mean that if Qin Shen was willing to pay the price, he could even summon the Blood Moon God? Of course, if he really wanted to summon a deity, the price to pay would likely be considerable. But even so, this effect was incredibly overpowered. Qin Shen took a deep breath, calming his thoughts. He opened the skill panel, confirmed the other skills, especially after the cooldown of the Blood Moon's guidance was complete, and then stepped forward into Dawn City without hesitation. Ahead is a high-risk area, player level 2 low, please proceed with caution. Would you like to enter? Confirm/no. Qin Shen chose to confirm, and then, due to an invisible force stopping him, his foot, which was suspended in midair, suddenly stepped down. Fresh giant bull meat, buy 1 pound today and get half a pound free. Just peeled unicorn wolf skin, only 1 gold coin each. If you want to set up a stall, do it properly. Why encroach on someone else's spot? As Qin Shen stepped into Dawn City, the noisy voices immediately filled his mind. At the same time, the empty city instantly became crowded, even reaching the point of shoulder to shoulder. In front of him stood 4 guards in plate armor, each holding a long spear. One of the guards immediately raised a hand to remind Qin Shen, the city gate is for entry, do not approach if you have no business. The guard's words jolted Qin Shen awake. He was clearly entering the city, yet after stepping through the gate, he found himself in a state of exiting the city? Was it an illusion? Or spatial magic? Qin Shen frowned slightly. Skills of this level were still too far from him. Not to mention breaking it, even understanding it would be quite difficult. Moreover, the most crucial point is, if it were an illusion or spatial magic, why would these guards treat him as someone leaving the city? Could it be that they simply could not, or rather, were unable to perceive that he had entered from outside the city? If that were the case, wouldn't this city be completely unguarded? Qin Shen nodded at the guards and turned to walk into the city. At this moment, Qin Shen felt that the clues were like a tangled mess, utterly impossible to untangle. He had no idea what had happened in the City of Dawn. Why were the city gates unguarded? Why did the city appear empty when viewed from the outside? These confusions constantly lingered in his mind, but the most pressing matter was to increase his understanding of the City of Dawn. Qin Shen began to wander around the City of Dawn, and the sights within were truly bizarre and varied. There were ancient Chinese noodle stalls, Western, medieval bakeries, and even modern-style restaurants, exquisitely decorated and looking quite upscale. After a moment, Qin Shen stopped in his tracks, fixated on an outdoor kitchen where something was being cooked. They placed a steak, about the size of 2 palms, on the grill, brushing it with a secret sauce while it cooked. Once the secret sauce was applied, the steak took on an amber-like hue, and as it was grilled over the charcoal, a strange aroma wafted out. Qin Shen swallowed hard. If he were in Tianyao City, he could have resisted the temptation of this steak. However, on his journey here, he had eaten almost nothing but tasteless barbecued food, roasted chicken, roasted duck, roasted fish, roasted rabbit. He had lived like this for nearly a month, and now a sumptuous barbecue lay before him, making it hard for Qin Shen to resist. But, considering the current situation in the City of Dawn, he suppressed his appetite and refrained from acting rashly. What if there was a problem? Dong! At that moment, a melodious and heavy bell rang from deep within the city, and Qin Shen keenly observed that when the bell sounded, everyone nearby froze for a moment. Following that, they began to return home in an orderly manner. Like robots, even the patrolling guards were the same. The bustling street became empty in the blink of an eye, turning quiet and desolate. Qin Shen stood still, watching all of this, his brow slightly furrowed. What are you doing here? At that moment, a hoarse voice came from behind Qin Shen. He turned around to see an old woman with a cane, her back hunched. The lines on her face were deep and crisscrossed, and her hunched back made it clear how old she was. You should hurry home, otherwise, you'll be punished soon, the old woman reminded him. Punished? Qin Shen sharply caught those two words. What happened? Why would there be punishment? The old woman glanced worriedly in the direction of the bell. This isn't a place for talking, come home with me, and I'll explain later. Qin Shen looked the old woman up and down, then nodded. All right. What a good child, the old woman smiled. Come with me. The old woman led Qin Shen into an old, narrow alley. The two of them twisted and turned through the dilapidated alley until they finally arrived in front of a somewhat shabby brick house. Although it looked a bit worn, the house appeared quite tidy from the outside, clearly showing that someone had been taking care of it, which indicated the owner's diligence. After the old woman took out a copper key and unlocked the door, she stepped inside first, with Qin Shen following closely behind. Qin Shen glanced around the room and noticed that the furniture was made of oak, albeit a bit old, with a thick layer of patina on the tables and chairs. He didn't observe for long before turning his attention back to the old woman, voicing his earlier confusion. Why do we have to return home after the bell tolls, and what exactly is the punishment for not doing so? The old woman listened to him, her face revealing a knowing expression. I wasn't mistaken, you are indeed an outsider. Only outsiders would be unaware of the rules of Dawn City now. At this point, she let out a low, ominous laugh. Qin Shen remained silent, simply watching her. Now let me tell you the reason. Why must you return home? Why is there a punishment for not returning home? This is a rule that only outsiders do not know. The bell signifies the hunt. The old woman strolled around the room, resembling a leopard on the prowl. When that bell tolls, it means the hunter's time to hunt has come. Those who remain outside will be seen as prey by the hunters and will ultimately perish. Only those who stay at home will not suffer the hunter's harm. At this point, the old woman paused, a strange smile creeping across her face. But in this city, who isn't a hunter? The moment she spoke, her face suddenly swelled, as if something abhorrent was lurking beneath her skin. Now, I shall begin my hunt, the old woman roared, but in that instant, Qin Shen, who stood opposite her, vanished. White threads suddenly emerged from nowhere, wrapping around the old woman's body. Sizzle, the white threads tightened abruptly, cutting into the deformed old woman's body, leaving her covered in wounds. Crimson blood flowed freely, and before the old woman could make her next move, a dagger, resembling a waning moon, materialized from the shadows and slashed at her neck. Destiny mark. Destiny. Judgment. Boom. Boom. Two explosions rang out, and the old woman's deformed body was instantly blown to pieces. A notification sound echoed in Qin Shen's mind. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the level 40 remnant soul of a Dawn City survivor, gaining 1% experience. Congratulations, player, for obtaining temporary residence rights to this house. Whoosh! Just then, a chilling wail echoed from outside, followed by a deep rumbling sound. No, it wasn't a rumble, it was the sound of continuous hoofbeats. Qin Shen hurried to the window, a chilling aura following the sound of the hooves as it approached the room. He peered through the window crack and saw dozens of bizarre, grotesque creatures, completely devoid of human form, riding monstrous beasts that resembled warhorses, wandering the streets. They were called monsters because, although they had human shapes, they were covered in sharp, menacing bone spurs, and their flesh hung loosely, rotting beyond recognition. As for the warhorses beneath these monsters, they were a direct manifestation of the beasts, with sharp, thick tusks and bodies covered in crimson scales, all showcasing their bloodthirsty nature. At that moment, Qin Shen also caught sight of the attributes of these hunters. Name: mutated residents of Dawn City. Level 60 health, 150000/150000 mana, 70,000/70,000 attack power, 10,000 movement speed, 700 defense, 7,000 skills, Iron Cavalry charge, sweep across the army, unstoppable. Iron Cavalry charge. Charge at the enemy on a warhorse, stabbing them with a spear. Once the spear hits the enemy, it will deal 200% strength attribute damage. Sweep across the army, swing the spear to release a blade of light, dealing 170% strength attribute damage to everything that comes into contact with the blade. Unstoppable, burn your own health to launch a desperate charge at the enemy. If the enemy is hit by the spear, it will deal 400% strength attribute damage, while your own health decreases by 60%. Such terrifying attributes. At that moment, the hunters in the distance seemed to sense something and rode their warhorses toward Qin Shen's direction. Qin Shen stood still, staring intently at the approaching monsters. After a moment, the hunters reached the house, circling it twice before leaving directly. Qin Shen watched them depart, letting out a sigh of relief. Dong dong dong, soon the melodious and deep sound of bells rang out again. The hunters on the street seemed to receive some kind of command, rushing toward the direction of the bell, raising clouds of dust. That made it hard for ordinary people to open their eyes. After the hunters disappeared, the city residents opened their houses, small vendors set up their stalls again, and patrolling guards continued to patrol the streets with their spears, as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this, Qin Shen opened the door and was about to head to the street when he keenly noticed a movement inside the house. He turned to look and saw the old woman he had killed earlier now appearing in the room again. However, her body appeared transparent, looking particularly ethereal. Moreover, she showed no awareness of Qin Shen's presence, as if he did not exist, or perhaps she had forgotten what had happened before. Qin Shen glanced at the old woman and stepped out, leaving the house. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Player's temporary residence time has expired. And the temporary residence qualification has been lost. Qin Shen paid no attention to the prompt and slipped into the shadows, moving toward the direction of the bell. He needed to investigate the source of all this. He wanted to know what secrets were hidden behind it. As Qin Shen continued forward, the pedestrians on the road gradually thinned out, and the vendors disappeared without a trace. Gradually, the street became quiet. Again, as silent as a graveyard in the deep mountains with no one to pay respects. Moreover, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly dilapidated. Qin Shen saw that the marble houses had actually suffered damage. The large pieces of marble were covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if they had been subjected to some kind of destruction, or perhaps merely eroded by the passage of time to become this way. Seeing this, Qin Shen became even more vigilant. At this moment, at the end of the road, a clock tower gradually emerged. The surface of the clock tower was covered in thick dust, as if no strong winds had come to this place for hundreds of years. Qin Shen continued to move forward, attempting to approach the bell tower. Just then, a hoarse and deep voice rang out. "Outsider, stop here, the area ahead is not one you can reach." Qin Shen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure draped in a gray robe standing beneath the bell tower. He stood motionless, his presence so faint that it was hardly distinguishable from the dust if he hadn't spoken. Even someone as sharp as Qin Shen might not have noticed him. However, it seemed he hadn't noticed Qin Shen either. Qin Shen fixed his gaze on the gray-robed man, shifting his body back and forth, but found that the man's gaze did not follow him, it remained fixed in place. If that was the case, then this gray-robed man had only sensed someone approaching but had not detected his presence? At that moment, Qin Shen's vision also displayed the attributes of the gray-robed man. Name, Third Sage, Altered State, Level? Strength? Stamina? Spirit? Agility? Luck? Health? Mana? Skills? The third sage stood still for a moment, and after sensing that Qin Shen had not left, he snorted coldly. "Humph, since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bronze bell atop the tower began to swing on its own, emitting a melodious and deep chime. Boom! The sound of thunderous hooves echoed down the street, and Qin Shen looked up to see dozens of hunting cavalry charging forward on monstrous warhorses. They raced towards the city like flying birds, and one of the hunters happened to pass right by Qin Shen. Suddenly, he halted his warhorse, lowered his head, and sniffed carefully, his rotting nostrils twitching slightly as if he had truly caught a scent. The third sage in the distance saw this and sneered, "Although I don't know what ability you used to conceal your form, these hounds are all carefully trained by the city lord. Their sense of smell is incredibly sharp. If they catch even a single hair of yours, even if you were buried hundreds of meters underground, they would dig you out to devour your bones." At that moment, the hunter stopped sniffing, controlling his monstrous warhorse to stomp towards a certain spot. Bang! The marble floor could not withstand the assault of the warhorse's massive iron hooves and shattered on the spot, sending tiny fragments flying everywhere. But strangely, Qin Shen did not appear as a result of this attack, which surprised the third sage not far away. "Ha!" He tilted his head slightly, and even though his face was covered by a mask, his eyes revealed obvious surprise. At that moment, the hunter seemed to have suddenly been stimulated, controlling his warhorse to trample around, eager to destroy everything in sight.
Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a prompt sound echoed in Qin Shen's mind.
Ding! Congratulations!
Player, you have successfully stolen an item. Coins from the City of Dawn times 1560. Item description: coins from the City of Dawn, perhaps you can use them at the market? A delicate silk pouch appeared in Qin Shen's palm. Without hesitation, Qin Shen stored the silk pouch in his backpack and continued to use the left hand of fate on the hunter. The hunter was startled, frantically controlling his warhorse to trample and destroy everything nearby. But Qin Shen was completely out of its attack range. At that moment, Qin Shen was crouched 100 meters away, calculating the amount he had stolen.
Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully stealing an item. Coins of Dawn City times 100. Item description: coins from Dawn City, perhaps you can try using them at the market? For some unknown reason, the items stolen from this monster were mostly these coins.
However, Qin Shen did not expect to get rich by stealing from hunters, so he was not discouraged by this. After the 13th successful theft, Qin Shen stepped out from the shadows. The hunter suddenly turned its head, fixating on its prey, its twisted crimson eyes filled with madness and excitement. It had finally found its prey.
Qin Shen seemed completely unaware of this, merely gazing at a transparent die in his palm.
At this moment, the die showed a 5.
Fate die result 5. All S-level or above skills gain a 5-fold bonus. Die. The hunter let out a roar that
was not human, clamping its legs tightly, and the warhorse beneath it surged forward like an arrow released from a bow.
Unstoppable.
With just the first move, this frenzied monster unleashed its strongest
attack, recklessly burning its own life.
Unfortunately, so-called gamblers always end up losing everything in a gamble.
Fate mark. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, sending the hunter and its warhorse soaring into the air, flipping away. Such a shocking explosion even tore off one of the hunter's arms.
That arm, hanging with rotting flesh, flew out like a spear, embedding itself into the wall of
a stone house hundreds of meters away.
After the explosion, the hunter regained its senses, grabbing the reins of the warhorse with one hand, forcibly restraining its restless steed.
At this moment, the one-armed hunter gently caressed the scales of the warhorse beneath it, holding its iron spear with the remaining arm.
Qin Shen locked eyes with it, despite the height difference suggesting he was looking up. His gaze felt as if he were looking straight ahead or even down upon it. The disparity between them was so vast, whether in level or apparent attributes, the gap was like the distance between heaven and earth. Yet, despite this difference, Qin Shen's gaze remained one of condescension. This was a look that could only be cultivated through absolute confidence and strength.
It was this very gaze that caused the hunter to lose its already limited rationality. Iron cavalry charge.
Like a beast, the warhorse charged again, its massive hooves pounding the ground, causing tremors akin to a minor earthquake.
Qin Shen stood still, not moving an inch, not even raising his dagger. Was he going to face this charge with his bare body? No. Qin Shen's lips suddenly curled upward as he used his usual skill. Judgment of fate. Boom!
A terrifying explosion instantly tore apart the mount beneath the hunter, the beast-like warhorse dying on the spot from the blow.
Thud!
The blood-soaked hunter fell to the ground, one of its legs now completely gone, making it look particularly disheveled. Meanwhile, Qin Shen stood like an iron tower, watching the bloodied hunter. At this moment, the identities of hunter and prey had completely reversed.
Bang!
At that moment, the remaining leg of the hunter suddenly exerted force, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. It held a gun in one hand, and an overwhelming power gathered at the gun's tip, causing the
iron spear to sway. Bang!
The spear tip struck the ground, instantly creating a massive hole with a diameter of 10 meters.
However, the spear did not hit Qin Shen.
Just before the tip was about to pierce him, he
slipped into the shadows. At the moment the spear struck down, a transparent dagger pierced into the hunter's neck.
Sizzle, the dagger tore open the gaping wound, and bright red blood sprayed everywhere.
Yet, even
in such a situation, the hunter was still able to open its blood-filled mouth wide and bite towards Qin Shen's arm. In response, Qin Shen simply aimed his crossbow at the hunter's eye socket and forcefully pulled the
trigger.
Sizzle, the bolt shattered the hunter's skull, and with the explosion of the mark of fate, it instantly lifted the monster's cranium. On the other side, the third sage widened his eyes. This was a level 60 hunter. How could it possibly lose to this level 37 guy? The gap between level 60 and level 37 was beyond description, an absolutely insurmountable difference. Yet, this very gap was unfolding right before his eyes. Interesting, but they are called hounds not just because of their keen senses, but also because they possess tenacious vitality. As soon as the words fell, the hunter's already long neck elongated even further. Like a nimble swimming snake, along with its remaining leg and arm.
At that moment, it suddenly swung its arm, the arm along with the iron spear whipped towards Qin Shen like a whip, sweeping across thousands. The whip was the only supersonic weapon that humanity could create before entering the firearm era, so what speed would a level 60 monster's whip, made from its own body, achieve? The answer was dozens of times the speed of sound. Even with Qin Shen's neural reaction speed, he could only see a blur coming towards him. During this time, his body was completely immobilized, not because he was scared, but because the speed of the whip was simply too fast for even his agility to evade. Crack! After a loud bang, Qin Shen was sent flying backward, feeling a fiery pain on his left side, and a metallic sweet taste filled his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries. Thud! Qin Shen crashed heavily to the ground, swallowing the blood in his mouth, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only excitement. That's right, he was excited. As a top-tier player, an exceptional warrior, he hadn't encountered an opponent that thrilled him like this in a long time. After all, the enemies he faced either crushed him or were crushed by him, neither type of battle provided any sense of exhilaration. Qin Shen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the hunter across from him as it displayed its mangled limbs again, a smile appearing on his face. That's right, it has to be in this full glory to be interesting, otherwise, what's the difference from a one-man show? Qin Shen slipped into the shadows, and the hunter lost track of him once more. However, at this moment, the hunter, with its arms dragging on the ground, had already devised a countermeasure. It swung its whip-like arm, the long spear also flailing wildly. Within a radius of several meters around the hunter, it had completely become a death zone. Even the air would be violently ruptured under the terrifying swings, let alone a human body. So, if Qin Shen wanted to attack, he would have to forcefully break through such a terrifying offensive. But doing so was akin to seeking death, wasn't it? Qin Shen crouched by a window of a house, watching the hunter recklessly sweeping away everything around it. As a top assassin and killer, he was never short of patience. In fact, his usual combat style was not that of an assassin at all, but rather that of a warrior or ranger. An assassin is supposed to unleash all their damage in a short burst. If the enemy does not die, they immediately flee and wait for their skills to recover before launching another attack to kill the enemy. Unlike Qin Shen, who, although able to slip into the shadows, would occasionally jump out to engage in melee with the enemy. For a profession as fragile as an assassin, such a method of attack was far too dangerous. After observing for a moment, Qin Shen suddenly leaped out, shooting a crossbow bolt into thin air. Mud trap! Accompanying the shot of the crossbow bolt, the ground beneath the hunter turned into a quagmire, trapping it. But the hunter seized this opportunity to catch Qin Shen's trajectory, swinging its arm and throwing the iron spear in its hand. Bang! The iron spear missed, plunging into a building and directly piercing two large holes in its wall. Yet Qin Shen had somehow crossed dozens of meters in a short time, arriving right in front of the hunter. No, he had used a blink spell. You lost. The moment Qin Shen's words were uttered, the dagger once again sliced across the hunter's neck, but before making contact, he had used two skills: Death's Whisper, Blood Vengeance. Sizzle! The dagger cut deeply into the hunter's neck, blood gushing out like a fountain, its arms flailing wildly, resembling a dying octopus. Fate's Mark. The hunter's head exploded on the spot, spinning a few times in the air before landing on the ground. In the distance, the third sage's eyes widened in disbelief. The hunter had already shown its strongest form, yet it was still defeated by this outsider? Who exactly was he? Why did he possess so many powerful skills? Some of those skills were not even meant for someone of this level to have. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying a level 60 mutated resident of Dawn City, earning S-grade treasure chests ×2. Congratulations, player, for gaining 100% experience points and successfully leveling up to level 38. 2 treasure chests? Qin Shen listened to the notification in his mind, casually sheathing the dagger back at his waist. He thought to himself, could it be that Dawn City has become a special historical dungeon? Before Qin Shen could figure out the intricacies, a furious roar suddenly interrupted his thoughts. You dare to kill the residents of Dawn City? Do you know this is a crime punishable by death? He saw the third sage suddenly float into the air, dark clouds gathering in the sky, dazzling lightning flickering within the clouds like thick silver dragons. Qin Shen sprinted away, pushing his legs to their limits. But when he turned to look behind him, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The brilliant lightning had already filled the sky, illuminating the ground as if it were daytime. In the next instant, countless bolts of lightning came crashing down. Boom boom boom, the earth trembled, and the old houses shattered under the thunder, the stone-paved ground showing a honeycomb pattern from the strikes of lightning. Qin Shen dodged left and right, and with his rich experience in evasion, he barely survived amidst the dense thunder. After this bout of thunder, the third sage still hovered in the air, scanning the ground with his gaze. You're still alive? You really know how to hide, but unfortunately, you won't be able to do so for long. With that, the third sage raised his arm, and dazzling lightning once again gathered in the dark clouds, waiting for the thunder to strike, ready to turn Qin Shen to ashes. Faced with this scene, Qin Shen used his crossbow. Bang! The third sage waved his hand, easily blocking the bolt while simultaneously pinpointing Qin Shen's location. Just as he was about to unleash the thunder, Qin Shen appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Blink! Soul shock! The third sage's body stiffened on the spot, unable to even move his eyeballs. Qin Shen flew towards him, ready to swing the dagger in his hand, but suddenly discovered a horrifying scene. The thundercloud above released automatically. Bang bang bang! Qin Shen's body was torn apart in the dazzling lightning, and he didn't even feel pain before turning into a pile of ashes. Revolving serpent. Qin Shen's body reappeared not far away, looking at the distant third sage, his gaze still filled with surprise. He actually had a skill that automatically released once controlled? But this was not the time for surprise. Qin Shen glanced at the third sage hovering high in the air, his brow furrowed. Due to the opponent's high altitude and the delay in his resurrection time, he had no chance to attack before the true effect of the soul ended. At that moment, one of the third sage's fingers suddenly moved. He had recovered. The third sage felt the sensation of regaining control over his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Even I couldn't stop it? At his level, even a similarly ranked powerhouse couldn't control him for this long, let alone that outsider of over level 30. The third sage suddenly realized that the knowledge he had accumulated over his long years was of no help to him at this moment. But he looked down at Qin Shen, his gaze sharp. This ends here. The lightning in the dark clouds became dazzling once more. Seeing this, Qin Shen sighed. It seemed he could only use this move. Please select a dungeon. Second Blood Feast. Please select a summon character. Cynthia. Cost, drop 1 level. Will you pay? Yes. You have dropped to level 37. Qin Shen extended his hand and swiped through the air in front of him, and the invisible air immediately cracked, bursting forth with a light that seemed both colorful and pale white. Seizing this opportunity, he reached into the crack and pulled a woman out. The woman wore a wide-brimmed hat and a white lace long dress. It was Cynthia, whom Qin Shen had encountered in the last blood feast. In the air, the third sage was about to wave his hand to let the lightning fall when his body suddenly froze, his eyes behind the mask wide with disbelief. The third sage slowly descended from the sky, fixated on Cynthia, who had just been summoned and looked completely bewildered. Lord of the city, is that you? He asked with a hand over his chest. Cynthia, faced with the question, could only look around in confusion, then turned to Qin Shen. Oh, I see, I really didn't expect you to have the power to summon history. The third sage stood aside, seeing that Cynthia completely ignored him, and took another step closer to the two. He stared intently at Cynthia, sizing her up as if confirming something. But after looking her over repeatedly, he murmured to himself, Is it? Is it not? Although he was confused, his gaze was particularly resolute, as if he had seen some undeniable truth. Cynthia watched the third sage approach and instinctively took half a step back before looking at Qin Shen. Who is he? And where is this place? To this question, Qin Shen answered truthfully, This is the City of Dawn. Many years later. Cynthia's eyes widened, her light blue irises filled with surprise and disbelief. She suddenly turned to the third sage, her brows furrowing more intensely. You are Carl? How did you end up like this? And why are you wearing such tattered clothes? Upon hearing this, the third sage's eyes were filled with excitement. City Lord, this is all due to the blood tax. We originally thought it was fine, but after it developed to its peak, things went wrong. After that great change, the City of Dawn became the center of humanity, and we thought our strength was sufficient, but we never expected it to turn out like this. To be honest, I think we shouldn't have agreed to let you seek the Blood Moon God. None of these deities are good. The third sage's words were particularly disordered, lacking any order or logic compared to ordinary speech. Most importantly, he concealed a lot of information, leaving Qin Shen looking bewildered. Not just him, even Cynthia appeared confused. Wait a minute, I know about the blood tax. This should be related to my seeking help from the Blood Moon God, but why did it cause all of this? Cynthia frowned and asked, logically speaking, even if the blood tax is paid for 1,000 years, it shouldn't turn you into this. The third sage became even more agitated upon hearing this. Haven't I been saying this? It's because the Blood Moon disappeared, and you, City Lord, went into seclusion. Then we thought we didn't need to pay the blood tax anymore. After all, our strength was already sufficient, and with the Blood Moon gone, was there still a need to pay? But unexpectedly, since we stopped paying the blood tax, strange things began to happen in the city, and it only got worse. The third sage's mental state was clearly abnormal. He paced back and forth in place, appearing almost frantic, clearly agitated by discussing this matter. Who decided not to pay the blood tax? Cynthia keenly grasped the crux of the issue and asked. The great sage. And then what happened? Then, because of these strange occurrences, we had to shut down the teleportation array, cutting off contact with other cities, as we were worried these strange events would spread to other cities. Cynthia frowned slightly, as if she was gradually piecing together the situation. It should have been after she established the City of Dawn, relying on hard work and the protection of the Blood Moon God, that the City of Dawn grew and prospered. Then turmoil arose in this world, even making the rising City of Dawn the central city of humanity. But even such a prosperous City of Dawn was not without flaws. The flaw was the blood tax owed for seeking the help of the Blood Moon God. Later, when the Blood Moon disappeared, she also went into seclusion for some reason. This led to the Great Sage, who took over management, unilaterally deciding not to pay the blood tax anymore. Cynthia pressed her forehead, her beautiful light blue eyes filled with complex emotions. I really don't know whether to criticize you or to criticize myself. After all, it's also my fault for not making things clear to you, she said. The blood tax is not just a simple tax, it is also a curse of the Blood Clan. They use human bodies as vessels for sustenance, and when the time comes, they will inevitably collect. Don't even think about refusing to pay. Even delaying will result in fierce retaliation and curses. Moreover, the disappearance of the Blood Moon does not mean that the blood tax is cancelled. How can you act so arbitrarily? At this point, Cynthia sighed helplessly again. The third sage lowered his head, his eyes behind the mask filled with guilt and entanglement. I should have stopped the great sage, but I feel that even if I went back to that time, I would probably find it hard to stop him. Why? Cynthia asked. The city lord. The third sage replied. At that time, the City of Dawn was the central city of the human race. If we paid the blood tax, how would other cities view us? How would we face the doubts and questions from our own kind? So this matter was not only agreed upon by the great sage, the other 9 sages also agreed, just not as firmly. After saying this, a glimmer of hope lit up in the third sage's eyes. City Lord, since you have appeared now, you must have a way? It seems you really are a bit out of your mind. Cynthia shook her head. I am just a historical projection pulled out from the past. The memories I possess are probably from hundreds or even thousands of years ago for you. She smiled, a hint of regret showing in her light blue eyes. I cannot help you in this state, but... Cynthia turned to look at Qin Shen. He might have a way to solve all this. Seek his help. The third sage nodded slightly, his gaze filled with disappointment. I understand, I will. He looked at Qin Shen. I will give it a try. Moments later, the third sage led Qin Shen deeper into the City of Dawn. At this point, Cynthia's projection had already disappeared, and at the moment she vanished, Qin Shen could clearly see the reluctance in the third sage's eyes. The two walked silently toward the core area of the City of Dawn, where the old scenes had vanished, replaced by a more repulsive sight. On the dark, damp street, a monster lay on the ground, emitting faint breathing sounds. The monster's head had transformed into dozens of slimy tentacles, each ending in a grotesque, blood-red eyeball. Its body was hideously deformed, covered in a slime similar to that produced by decaying corpses, and just a glance was enough to make one feel nauseous. Name? Mutated state, level? Strength? Stamina? Spirit? Agility? Luck? Health? Mana? Skills? Qin Shen passed by the monster, his gaze sweeping over a collar around its neck. This collar was made of metal, entirely silver white, and its surface was engraved with intricate patterns. Occasionally, golden light flickered within these patterns, indicating that a vast amount of energy was running through it. The two continued forward, and Qin Shen occasionally spotted a twisted monster, all of which had metal collars around their necks. It was likely because of these collars that the monsters had not run out to wreak havoc. Qin Shen scanned the street, which was in stark contrast to other places in the City of Dawn, as this street was always shrouded in shadows. Coupled with the viscous slime oozing from those strange creatures, large patches of moss thrived in the corners. After observing for a moment, he turned his head again to look at the third sage. Do you know about levels above 60? He wanted to gather more information and intelligence from this high-level expert. Levels? The third sage turned his head. Aren't you aware? I only know that those above level 60 are called near-gods. Qin Shen was not lying, as in his previous life, no player, no matter how hard they tried, could reach the realm above level 60. Then you are indeed quite ignorant. As the third sage continued forward, his tone had returned to being cold and hoarse. Levels below 60 are extraordinary, levels 60 to 120 are called legendary, and levels 120 to 180 are referred to as near god. As for levels above 180, they are called deities. There are even higher realms above deities, but that is a world I cannot glimpse. So what level are you? This question was quite sensitive, and the third sage turned to glance at him, level 117. Upon hearing this answer, Qinshen suddenly realized why the third sage had taken him out in an instant. Such a level difference was truly a gap between heaven and earth. Qinshen's level barely exceeded a fraction of the others. How could he possibly compete? No wonder the third sage could withstand the mark of fate, as he simply did not care about such levels of attack. At this moment, the third sage seemed to notice the change in Qinshen and praised, "For someone below level 60, you are indeed powerful. Very few can reach such a level with such a low rank. Moreover, with the intertwining powers of fate and shadow, to withstand your attack, one would need to be at least level 70 or 80. Especially that last skill you used." The third sage's gaze revealed a hint of lingering fear. If a similarly ranked expert had used such a formidable skill, he would have been dead by now. In response to this praise, Qinshen remained non-committal. After passing through several streets, the two finally arrived at their destination, a small alley at the very end. Qinshen's eyes widened as he stared at everything before him. The air was thick with a strong, pungent, and even slightly sweet scent of blood. And at the heart of this bloody aroma, a blood-red embryo, pulsating like a heart, was present. This embryo seemed like some kind of fetus, or perhaps a giant egg laid by some creature, entirely blood-red and covered with a thin membrane. But the most crucial part was that this embryo would occasionally expand and contract, resembling a living heart. The next moment, a familiar prompt echoed in Qinshen's mind. Player. Near God level artifact, the divine instrument of the Blood Moon Lord. Name, the divine instrument of the Blood Moon Lord level? Health? Mana? Attack power? Movement speed? Defense? Skills? Item description: a blood tax artifact brewed by the Blood Moon Lord over thousands of years, can be used for divine descent. Qinshen frowned slightly at the attribute panel that popped up. It was the first time he had seen an item with attribute values. The key point was that it not only had attribute values but also seemed to possess health points. It was as if this was not an item, but a living creature. At this moment, the third sage looked at the blood-colored embryo and said, "This is the monster formed by the blood tax of the city of Dawn, constantly draining the life force of all its residents. Those who are first affected become the monsters you see. And this process has been ongoing for 1,000 years. At this point, the third sage paused. "We have always wanted to remove this tumor. But aside from watching it grow, we have no way to do so. Neither magical attacks, physical attacks, nor mental attacks have any effect on this thing, as if it does not exist in this world. Of course, there is a way to make it leave, but that method is to wait for it to mature and leave on its own, a condition we cannot accept." The third sage looked at Qinshen. "Do you have any solutions?" Qinshen shook his head slightly. At level 37, how could he have the strength to deal with a divine vessel? Just then, Qinshen suddenly noticed that a skill in his skill bar was flashing with light. The skill was Guidance of the Blood Moon. As this skill began to glow, the blood-colored embryo started to pulse faster. Bang bang bang! The sound of a heartbeat emerged, like the war drums beating before a battle, shaking Qinshen's insides with discomfort. The third sage stared intently at the blood-colored embryo. Suddenly turning to Qinshen, "You really have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head in supplication. "Please lend your hand. Help the millions of residents of the City of Dawn." Qinshen looked down at him, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he had been caught in some design since he decided to go to the City of Dawn. No. It should be since he first stepped into the Blood Moon instance. He had fallen into some kind of scheme, every step calculated so precisely that he had no way to avoid this situation. Such calculating ability was not something an ordinary person could achieve. It could only be the layout of a deity, he murmured, then said with determination, "Then I want to see what you are really up to." Guidance of the Blood Moon. A thick blood light enveloped Qinshen's entire body, causing him to slightly levitate, almost flying away. But at that moment, the blood-colored embryo's pulsation became even more pronounced. Bang bang bang! The rapid heartbeat shook the nearby tiles, causing cracks to appear, and the wall showed signs of damage. The body of the blood-colored embryo was covered in a rich bloodlight and visible veins, as if it were about to explode at any second. At the same time, the dark sky above suddenly revealed bright moonlight, and a blood moon appeared. These scenes seemed to herald the emergence of a terrifying entity that should not exist in this world, a being known as a deity. Qin Shen looked at everything before him, his mind racing, ultimately arriving at an unexpected conclusion. Please select an instance. Second Blood Feast. Please select a summon character. Cynthia. Cost, drop 1 level. Do you wish to pay? Yes. You have dropped to level 36. Qin Shen reached out to tear through the void, pulling Cynthia out once more. Cynthia looked around at her surroundings, stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Why did you call me out again? Now is not the time." For that, Qin Shen said seriously, "I ask you, in the Blood Feast, is the deity you seek the Lord of the Blood Moon?" "Of course. Besides the Lord of the Blood Moon, it could also be." Cynthia lowered her head, her eyes revealing a look of astonishment. "No. No." Beside him, Qin Shen nodded slightly and said, "Just as I thought." When he first entered the Blood Moon instance, he had seen the silver giant wolf in opposition to the Lord of the Blood Feast. At that time, the Count had angrily denounced the silver giant wolf as a heretic, a term not used lightly. Only those within the church who held doctrines contrary to the mainstream teachings would be referred to in such a manner. Did this mean that both sides originally belonged to the same sect? Thus, a plausible inference emerged: the deities of the Blood Moon lineage were never just one, and they were not harmonious with each other. With this thought, Qin Shen began to summon the instance character again. Please select an instance. Second Blood Feast. Please select a summoned character. Lord of the Blood Feast. Cost, Guidance of the Blood Moon, drop 5 levels. Do you wish to pay? Yes. You have dropped to level 31. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the air beside Qin Shen. A man wearing a red top hat, dressed in a luxurious red robe, and holding a scepter stepped out. He looked at Qin Shen, his slender eyes slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "Thank you for your summoning, favored of fate." After saying this, he took off his top hat and bowed. The third sage, seeing the Count appear, immediately tensed up, his muscles rigid as if facing a formidable enemy. So powerful. Too powerful. The third sage took deep breaths, trying to ease his tension and unease. From the Count, he felt a sense of intimidation that threatened his very life. Such a strong being was definitely close to a deity. But why? Why would such a powerful being show such respect to someone who was only a little over level 30 like Qin Shen? Was it because he was favored by fate? Just as the third sage was pondering this, Qin Shen spoke, "No need to be so polite, I only hope you can live up to the reward I offered." Throughout his speech, his abyss-like eyes showed no emotion, only calmness. Of course, the Count replied with a light laugh. He walked to the blood-colored womb, and a look of disgust appeared in his slender eyes. What a shameless fellow, so greedy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly extended his finger, piercing into the blood-colored womb, and crimson blood immediately flowed out. But this blood was entirely different from ordinary blood. It was exceptionally thick, resembling melted red syrup. As the syrup-like blood flowed out, a rich blood light illuminated the sky, and the previously emerging blood moon became as bright as the sun. The third sage felt as if ants were crawling all over him while looking at the bright blood moon, but Qin Shen remained completely unaffected. Seeing this, the Count revealed a sickly, manic smile. "Ha ha ha! Want to stop me? Unfortunately, you no longer have the right to do so." He withdrew his hand, opened his mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs, and began to bite into the blood-colored womb, sucking greedily. Gulp, gulp. The clear sound of swallowing echoed, and with each swallow, the blood-colored womb visibly shrank until it turned into a loose, lightweight skin. The blood moon above gradually dimmed in the process, eventually disappearing completely. The Count looked at the skin on the ground, elegantly picked it up, and then, as if performing a compression technique, rolled it into a size no larger than a palm before stuffing it into his mouth and swallowing it effortlessly. Was it really that easy? The third sage watched as the blood-colored womb, which had troubled them for many years, was so easily resolved, his shock impossible to conceal. But what shocked him even more was what kind of price such a powerful being had to pay to be commanded. Why did Qin Shen pay such a huge price to help the city of Dawn? Was it because of his bond with the city lord? The third sage looked at Qin Shen. Who exactly is the city lord's person? At that moment, the Count, having finished his business, raised his scepter and drew a blood-red crack in the air. He elegantly doffed his hat and said to Qin Shen, "Until we meet again, favored by fate." With that, he stepped into the crack. The third sage beside him was about to say something to Qin Shen but suddenly fell silent. Qin Shen seemed to sense something and turned his head, only to freeze in place. Because the scenery before him was rapidly changing, as if it had experienced thousands of years in an instant. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The 4 seasons changed rapidly, with the great trees shedding leaves and then sprouting new ones, only to shed them again. Weeds grew on the ground, then withered to death, followed by a thick blanket of snow. A variety of scenes unfolded, almost impossible to describe in words. At the same time, a series of system prompt sounds echoed in Qin Shen's ears. When the change stopped, Qin Shen suddenly realized that he had reappeared outside the City of Dawn. Ahead, the City of Dawn still stood like a giant beast on the earth, its walls made of pure white. Stone remained pristine, as if enchanted with a spell that could make it eternal. Only the towering shrubs and thorns by the city walls could barely tell the tale of time's passage in the City of Dawn. Did I pass the level? Qin Shen murmured to himself as he gazed up at the City of Dawn, then silently withdrew his gaze to look at the series of system prompts before him. Player has assisted in completing the task of Li Dai Tao Jiang, level increased to 40. S-level skill, Guidance of the Blood Moon, lost, new S-level skill obtained, Key of Light. Key of Light, after using this skill, you can choose an effect and make it take effect. Effect 1, forcefully exit the current environment or dungeon. Effect 2, choose a destination for teleportation. Can be used twice a month, February 2nd. Congratulations, player has obtained a special certificate, Resident Certificate of the City of Dawn. Item description, this certificate is just a proof, but the proof of being a resident of the City of Dawn seems quite rare. Congratulations, player has reached level 40, please complete the breakthrough task as soon as possible to continue leveling up. Qin Shen looked at these rewards, a rare smile appearing on his face. He had originally thought it would take a long time to level up to his previous level. Unexpectedly, completing this dungeon had instantly raised him to level 40, which was truly a cause for celebration. However, what surprised him the most was the Key of Light. This skill perfectly replaced the Guidance of the Blood Moon and even added an extra teleportation function, which was simply too powerful. As for the Resident Certificate of the City of Dawn, Qin Shen was unsure of its current use. After all, due to the blood tax, the City of Dawn might not recover in a short time, or it might have already been effectively destroyed. In that case, this Resident Certificate could only serve as a memento. Finally, there was the breakthrough task, which also required completing a fixed process like before, and that meant he should return to Tianyao City. Qin Shen took one last look at the City of Dawn before turning back to the path he had come from. However, during his walk, he opened his attribute panel. After all, having leveled up meant he should allocate some points. Player, Qin Shen, Thief of Fate, level 40, 0%, Strength, 158, plus 100, Stamina, 40, plus 100. Mentality, 40, plus 65, Agility, 239, plus 150, Luck, 62, Health, 50,000/50,000, Mana, 15,000/15,000, Skills, 1, Fate Spear, S-level, plus 8, Passive Skill, 2. Shadow Cloak of Fate, S-level, plus 13, Class. Exclusive, 3. Left Hand of Fate, S-level, plus 7, Active Skill, 4. Blink, S-level, 5. Intermediate Identification, B-level, plus 2, Active Skill, 6. Fate's Judgment, S-level, plus 7, Active Skill, 7. Soul Shock. SS level, plus Active Skill, 8. Silver Key. Equipment, Horn of the Puppet Mechanic, Gloves of the Puppet Mechanic, Blood Moon Leather Armor, Blood Moon's Broken Blade, Blood Moon Necklace, Blood Moon Boots, Blood Ring of the King's Shadow, Mudplow Snake Ring. Items, Currency of the City of Dawn, Map of the City of Dawn, Pendant of the King, Talent Exclusive, Fate Points ×2, Class Exclusive. Critical Hit Probability 100%, Skill Points and Attribute Points gained doubled. Title, Harbinger of Death, Title Effect, Gain Regional Reputation plus 1,500 points. Title Skill, Players can declare the death of an enemy. After the declaration, players can mark the enemy, triggering the mark to deal secondary damage after inflicting harm. A-rank trait, Reversal of Fate, when facing enemies of a higher level, all attributes will receive a temporary boost. The greater the level difference, the larger the boost, up to a maximum of 50%. B-rank trait, Serpent of Rotation, after suffering fatal damage, you can choose a random location within a 5-kilometer radius to resurrect at 30% health. Cooldown time, 30 days. Special trait, Assassination Rookie, skill damage receives a 15% increase. Qin Shen used all his attribute points and the skill points he had accumulated because he was about to break through the tier task, and he wanted to reach his perfect state. At the same time, he still had 2 fate points left, so he decided to enhance the skills that had not been upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, player! The skill, Intermediate Identification, has evolved into Eye of Fate. Eye of Fate. Level S-type, active skill effect 1, peering into others with the power of fate, you can glimpse all information about others unless their level exceeds yours by 40 levels. Skill effect 2, there is a high probability of discovering the enemy's flaws. Once you attack the enemy's flaw, it will deal a critical hit with 100% certainty. Cooldown time, no cooldown mana cost, none terrifyingly strong. Chen nodded. It seemed he had not wasted his fate points, as this skill was incredibly powerful. However, he did not dwell in this joy for long and immediately used a fate point on another skill. Ding! Congratulations, player! The skill Blink has evolved into Shadow of Fate. Shadow of Fate. Level S-type, active skill effect, after use, you can blink in any direction within a 500-meter radius. Skill effect 2, each blink will generate a fate arrow, with a maximum of 3 arrows able to exist simultaneously. Each arrow will deal 300% agility attribute damage to the enemy. Cooldown time, 1 second. Mana cost, 100. Shen looked at the enhancement of Blink and his abyss-like eyes slightly lifted, revealing a hint of a smile. With this, he could abandon the crossbow equipment he had been using all along. Since such equipment was particularly rare, Shen was still using level 15 gear. This skill would compensate for his shortcomings, not to mention the increase in teleportation, distance and cooldown speed. If he had this skill during the battle against the third sage, even if he couldn't severely injure him, at least he could have chipped away at some health. Alright, it's time to leave. Shen took a step forward and used the silver key. A dazzling white light immediately enveloped his entire body, making him shine like a star, akin to the dawn before the break of day. Boom boom boom, huge fireballs streaked across the sky, crashing into the wooden camp, instantly smashing large holes into the earthen walls. Rumble! The walls collapsed, and goblins clad in armor, wielding inferior weapons, jumped out from the gaps, shouting in an unknown language. Charge! Wang Ling roared loudly, swinging his sword to unleash a wave of sword energy that sliced into a goblin's body. 1300. Gah! The goblin let out a scream, its shrill voice echoing for miles, as the sword energy carved a deep crack into its armor. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ling struck the goblin's neck with his sword, decapitating it on the spot. Charge, charge, charge! Wang Ling shouted, and the soldiers behind him surged forward like a tide, launching a fierce assault on the goblins. The battlefield devoured goblin lives like a meat grinder, especially Wang Ling, who had essentially shed his role as commander and transformed into a fierce warrior at the front lines. Sizzled, Wang Ling severed a goblin's arm with his sword, the crimson blood and severed limbs becoming his stepping stones, visibly increasing his experience points. Just then, a furious roar came from within the walls. Damn humans, your opponent is me. A 2-meter-tall, muscular goblin, resembling a giant, leaped out from the walls. Name, Goblin Giant Warrior, Boss, Level, 20, Elite, Health, 30,000/30,000 Mana, 10,000/10,000 Attack Power, 1400 Movement Speed, 20 Defense, 200 Skills, Random Bludgeon, 1 Force. Breaks the Army, Bone Crusher. Random Bludgeon, the Goblin Giant Warrior swings its spiked club to perform 4 chaotic attacks on the enemy, each dealing 80% of its strength attribute damage. 1 Force breaks the army. The Goblin Giant Warrior charges its spiked club, and upon hitting the enemy, it will deal 120% of its strength attribute damage, with the attack area determined by the fan-shaped area hit when the Goblin Giant swings the club. Bone Crusher, the Goblin Giant Warrior charges up and, upon completion, will unleash 3 attacks on the enemy, each dealing 130% of its strength attribute damage. What a terrifying enemy! Wang Ling gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If he failed this challenge, he would definitely drop a level. Such a situation was completely unacceptable for him now. After all, he was close to reaching level 20, and if he dropped a level and lost that experience, he could even disappear from the leaderboard. But because of this, he had to challenge this monster, otherwise, how could he ever hope to catch up to Chen? Come at me! Wang Ling shouted, swinging his sword and charging at the Goblin Giant Warrior. Ding! The Goblin Giant Warrior easily blocked his attack with its rough iron spiked club. You hairless monkey! Dare to oppose me! The Goblin Warrior's face twisted into a cruel smile as it swung its iron club, aiming a blow at Wang Ling's head. Random Bludgeon! Whoosh! Wang Ling dodged to the side, the wind from the swinging club even drying the sweat on his forehead. Stop! He shouted, and the Goblin Warrior indeed halted. Order and prohibition! Seizing the moment, Wang Ling thrust his sword at the Goblin Giant Warrior's neck. A sword seals the throat. The long sword pierced into the throat of the Goblin Giant Warrior. Just as the tip was about to strike the cervical vertebra, Wang Ling found that he couldn't push it in at all. Ha ha ha! The goblin giant warrior gripped the sword tightly, and even though the blade cut through his palm, he laughed heartily without a care. I am the victor, the goblin giant warrior shouted, swinging the pure iron. Wolf Fong clubbed towards Wang Longxing's head. Shattered to pieces. Faced with this situation, Wang Longxing could only abandon his long sword and dodge backward. Unexpectedly, the goblin giant warrior suddenly changed tactics and swept horizontally, aiming to smash his waist. If this hit landed, even if Wang Longxing were level 20 instead of just level 19, he would still suffer severe injuries. Just then, an arrow shot towards the goblin giant warrior. Bang! The arrow pierced through flesh, causing its movements to momentarily halt. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Longxing retreated just in time to barely avoid the goblin giant warrior's attack. Everyone, surround and attack it. With Wang Longxing's command, the mages and archers in the distance immediately began to focus their fire on the goblin giant warrior. Continuous spells struck it, and even the robust goblin giant warrior saw its health bar rapidly decrease. Taking advantage of this moment, Wang Longxing thrust out a sword at the last critical point of the opponent's health bar. 500. The goblin giant warrior staggered back a few steps, angrily shouting, "You coward!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Longxing thrust out another sword, instantly emptying its health bar. The goblin giant warrior collapsed to the ground. And a disdainful smile appeared on Wang Longxing's face. Only the victor is worthy of calling others cowards, he said. The reason he could rise on the level leaderboard was not due to his superior skills or S-class talent. It was because he had vast resources at his disposal. He could command others to weaken high-level monsters to low health before he swooped in to reap the rewards. That was the reason he could ascend the level leaderboard. Those fools who could only rely on their own strength to achieve their goals were nothing but lowly underlings. Congratulations player, you have killed the level 20 goblin giant warrior. Congratulations. Player, your level has increased to level 20. Congratulations player, your ranking on the level leaderboard has improved by 1 position. Listening to the continuous system notification sounds ringing in his mind, Wang Longxing took a deep breath. He had finally leveled up. With this, the gap between him and Qin Shen was only a little over 10 levels, and although that gap was significant, he could still catch up. Thinking of this, Wang Longxing gradually retreated behind the warrior players and opened the level leaderboard. Ha! Wang Longxing's eyes widened as he stared at the name shining with golden light on the leaderboard. 1 ST place, Qin Shen. Level 40, 0%, how is this possible? Jumping 3 levels all at once? Even a level 1 player couldn't level up that quickly. The once proud Wang Longxing suddenly felt like a defeated rooster, his head drooping in dejection. This scene was not unique to Wang Longxing, the other guild leaders were similarly affected. Lei Yu looked at Qin Shen on the leaderboard and swung his greatsword even faster. Lu Shichuan, holding a spear, charged into the wolf pack, taking down several vicious wolves in one go. Meanwhile, Yang Tingyu unleashed a powerful move amidst the assault of several goblin shamans, clearing their health bars in one strike. Have you found out? Where does this wave of fate come from? In a dimly lit room, several individuals dressed in white robes and wearing masks were gathered around a long table discussing. Could it be related to the City of Dawn? There seems to be a problem there. At the end of the long table, an old man in a white robe embroidered with specks of gold slightly nodded. There is this possibility. Continue to closely monitor the City of Dawn while investigating the source of the fluctuations in fate. Please remember the purpose of our Fate Hermits Association. Yes. Tianyao City. Qin Shen walked on the solid stone path, looking at the neatly maintained Tianyao City outside the walls, devoid of towering shrubs and thorns, and let out a long breath. It really feels like returning to the human world. During this time on his journey to the City of Dawn, he had always felt like he was wandering in hell. This hell had flowers, trees, and green grass. But it also had man-eating monsters and various dire situations that could extinguish one's will to live. And now he was back in the human world. Qin Shen walked towards the city, and the guards standing beside the city gate recognized him and waved to greet him. It's been a long time, celestial being. Where have you been? I went on a long journey. Welcome back to Tianyao City. In front of the Shadow Sect's residence, Alia was sitting cross-legged on a bench. She was playing with a dagger in her hand, occasionally sharpening the blade on a whetstone to increase its sharpness. She seemed particularly bored, her black eyes scanning the pedestrians on the street, sometimes cutting off a strand of her hair to test the sharpness of the dagger. At that moment, Alia's black eyes suddenly froze, fixated on a pedestrian on the street, a look of joy appearing in her gaze. Qin Shen, she jumped up from the chair and shouted. Alia rushed towards Qin Shen, but after just a few steps, her pace gradually slowed down. How did you level up to 40? She scrutinized the approaching Qin Shen, her eyes filled with suspicion. You didn't secretly use some forbidden technique, did you? Otherwise, logically, leveling up should get slower, so how come you got faster? Qin Shen could only roll his eyes at this. Yeah, I used a forbidden technique that I absolutely shouldn't have used. So, are you going to clean up the sect? Alia took several steps back, her eyes glistening with tears, looking completely incredulous. How could this be? How is it possible? How could you become this kind of person? I will never let someone who uses forbidden techniques go. She tightened her grip on the dagger, her tone harsh. Are you done playing? Qin Shen asked, spreading his hands, but Alia, as if deflated, sheathed the dagger behind her waist. Can you not say such things until you're done playing? It ruins the atmosphere. I was planning to spar with you for a round or two to test your current strength. Maybe not, I'm afraid I might hurt you. By the way, did you discover anything in the City of Dawn? At this question, Qin Shen shook his head and said nothing. Not willing to talk? Then come with me, the elder is back. When he heard you went to the City of Dawn, he was really scared, even lost a few strands of hair on the spot, so he asked me to bring you to the prayer room as soon as I saw you. I see. The two chatted idly as they made their way to the small prayer room of the Shadow Sect. Upon entering the prayer room, Qin Shen saw the elder kneeling in front of a mat, praying to the god of shadows. After the prayer, the elder stood up and looked at the two. The moment he looked at Qin Shen, the elder's eyes almost visibly filled with blood vessels, until they covered the entire eyeball. Bang! The intense pressure caused a spurt of blood from the elder's eyes, and he quickly covered them. Elder? Alia exclaimed, and Qin Shen frowned slightly. What was happening? Why did the elder's eyes bleed the moment he saw him? Qin Shen, the elder shouted in the sternest tone, you must not speak of your experiences in the City of Dawn, absolutely do not reveal it to anyone. Even the fact that you went to the City of Dawn should be known by as few people as possible, do you understand? Facing the inquiry, Qin Shen nodded and said, I understand. Hearing this response, the elder relaxed, removing his hands from his eyes. Although his eyes remained tightly closed, it was clear that his condition had improved significantly. In that case, there's nothing else. You should continue to enhance your strength, there's less than a month left until the Great Change. Qin Shen nodded, I understand, but can you tell me the details of the Great Change? That way, I can prepare myself. No, the elder flatly refused Qin Shen, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this matter cannot be disclosed. Do you understand what I mean? Of course. As Qin Shen nodded, he began to contemplate another matter. That was a hidden task he had received earlier, the task that came after killing Councilman Bran, investigate the coming change. Initially, he had delayed this task because he needed to quickly level up and head to Dawn City. After all, investigating a task without clues was incredibly difficult. And the time spent was enough for Qin Shen to level up. But now it was different, he had already completed his investigation in Dawn City, even though this trip had inexplicably involved a deity and ended in a muddled manner. But it didn't matter, he had free time now. Qin Shen and Alia left the prayer room, leaving the elder alone inside to recover. Are there any tasks recently? During their walk outside, Fong turned to Alia and asked. Tasks? A whole bunch. Alia stretched lazily, but none of them are suitable for me, they're basically all just errands. In that case, are there any tasks related to the Bran family? Upon hearing this, Alia's black eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled like a cunning fox. Why do you ask that? She placed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, and with each step, her smooth black hair swayed like a rocking horse. I just need to check on something, what's wrong? Do you want to know more details? Alia tilted her head slightly and then shook it with a smile. I'm not interested in your affairs, I'm just curious if you've heard any news. As soon as she finished speaking, Alia flipped her hand, and a scroll of parchment appeared in her palm. Recently, a task related to the Bran family has coincidentally appeared, and it's a rare anonymous task. While speaking, she had already shoved the scroll into Qin Shen's hand. Qin Shen knew that once he opened the parchment to check the task details, he would have accepted the task. But so what? He broke the wax seal on the parchment and slowly unfolded it, revealing a line of large characters before him. Task requirement, completely annihilate the Bran family. This line of large characters was entirely red, as if written in blood. Who issued the task? Qin Shen looked up at Alia, who seemed to have anticipated everything. Guess? Alia smiled. Seeing Qin Shen's expressionless face, she reined in her smile. Can't you just let me have some fun? Since you want to know, then go check out the spin bar. Spin bar? Late at night. The neon lights are flashing, and a huge round table-shaped sign spins along with the flickering lights. Qin Chen and Kong Fong walk side by side. The reason he called Kong Fong along is that he is more familiar with this place. After all, he is well informed. It is worth mentioning that Qin Chen also learned from Kong Fong about the true nature of the Zhuang bar. It seems to be just the largest bar in Tianyao City, but it also serves as a hub for information dissemination, which is not surprising to Qin Chen. Because places like bars are always like this. Under the flashing neon lights, two muscular men in white robes, with arms as thick as an average person's thigh, stand on either side of the bar entrance. As Qin Chen and his companion approach, one of them reaches out a hand. Entrance fee, 1 gold coin, he says. Kong Fong casually pulls out 2 gold coins from his pocket and tosses them to the two men before walking in without hesitation. The basic consumption in this bar is 1 gold coin, so as long as you successfully enter, you don't need to pay for ordinary drinks and food, you can just take them, Kong Fong explains to Qin Chen as they enter. What about these? Qin Chen points ahead. Kong Fong quickly looks forward and sees 2 women with golden hair, their curvaceous figures partially visible under thin veils, approaching them. 2 handsome gentlemen, are you planning to spend the night alone? One of them pretends to stumble forward. Qin Chen reaches out to support her, deliberately maintaining her balance to prevent her from falling into his arms. The woman looks up, blinking her watery eyes, revealing an innocent expression. Thank you so much. I wonder if you need my gratitude. But I'm very poor and have no money, so. As she speaks, she starts to lift her skirt, and Qin Chen quickly steadies her. No need, I'm looking for John. Upon hearing this, the blonde woman rolls her eyes, then go find him yourself. With that, she links arms with her companion and gracefully walks away. Qin Chen is indifferent to this, leading Kong Fong to their reserved seats while rejecting all drink promotions and enthusiastic waitstaff. Soon, a tall, middle-aged man in a leather jacket, revealing 2 white tattooed arms, approaches. He has a clean, reflective bald head and a flirtatious smile on his face. This man is John, whom Qin Chen and his companion are waiting for. Hello, gentlemen. Looks like you're right on time, I arrived 5 minutes early. John casually sits on the sofa, snapping his fingers to cast a spell that blocks outside sounds and prevents others from eavesdropping. This kind of spell is very common in this bar, though some people use it for other purposes. What can I do for you? John looks at Qin Chen and asks directly. The reason I came to find you is simple, I want you to investigate who issued the extermination task against the Bran family to the Shadow Sect. John's brows immediately furrow, scrutinizing Qin Chen from head to toe. You seem to be one of the Shadow Sect, why do you need an outsider like me to investigate this? Because this is an anonymous task, and I don't want to violate the sect's rules, Qin Chen replies honestly. John shows hesitation, taking his time to respond to Qin Chen. Seeing this, Kong Fong quickly says, money is not an issue, we will offer you a satisfactory deal. Kong Fong, you misunderstand, John waves his hands repeatedly. This isn't about money, it's that such matters are strictly taboo. After all, if they wanted to hide their identity, why would they choose to remain anonymous? If discovered, I would also have to pay a price, unless what? Kong Fong presses. John suddenly leaned back, picked up the wine glass on the coffee table, and said, unless you can help me get rid of someone, as long as you can help me deal with him, I will naturally fulfill your requests. Who is it? Qin Chen suddenly asked from the side. Ha, I like your way of speaking. The person I want you to deal with? John pulled out a spell photograph from his pocket, is him. In the photo was a tall, thin man with a mustache. His name is Henry, my arch-nemesis. He disrupts my business, and I can't stand him. If you can take care of him, then I'm willing to resolve your troubles. But you need to be careful, Henry is not only a news dealer but also a highly skilled thief. If you alert him and let him escape, it will only lead to extremely crazy retaliation. John said seriously, so please be very careful. Kong Fong looked at Qin Chen, asking for his opinion. Sure, you can receive news of his death tomorrow, but you need to provide me with his exact location because finding someone is too troublesome. Of course. In Tianyao City, West District. Under the cold moonlight, in an ordinary stand-alone house, an intense battle had just come to an end. Sizzle, a woman cloaked in black used a dagger to slice open the man's neck, and bright red blood sprayed out, splattering onto the disordered and broken furniture in the room. Huff, the woman discarded the corpse, looking at the damaged furniture and the scarred floor, a self-deprecating smile appeared behind her mask. She walked to the door, just about to open it when she suddenly jumped back into the shadows. The next moment, Qin Chen emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing the situation in the room, he smirked and pulled out the photograph from his pocket. "Interesting," he whispered. Since the target had already been dealt with, there was no need for him to stay. Qin Shan put the photo back into his pocket and was about to turn to leave when a shiny silver dagger suddenly shot out from the shadows. He turned to dodge, the dagger barely grazing his cheek. However, the dagger's owner did not give up. After one round of attacks, there was another. The dagger was suddenly pulled back and aimed at Qin Shan's neck. Qin Shan simply drew the Blood Moon's remnant blade to block the strike. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and instead of retreating, Qin Shan advanced, directly stabbing the dagger toward the female assassin's chest. At that moment, the female assassin used an extremely peculiar footwork to evade Qin Shan's attack. This was not a skill, merely a technique. The world of the heavens is not just a simple game world, while techniques may not achieve the exaggerated effects of skills, they can sometimes turn the tide in battle. Those who overly rely on their skills and talents will eventually stumble in technique. But Qin Shan was not among them, he was a true master of technique. The female assassin approached like a spirit snake, her dagger was her venomous Fong, biting towards Qin Shan's neck. In response, Qin Shan simply kicked back, successfully dodging the dagger, and used his foot to lift a wooden board from the ground to smash it towards the female assassin. The female assassin quickly dodged, but Qin Shan seized the opportunity to launch an unending assault against her. The neck, the chest, the abdomen. Qin Shan unleashed a storm of attacks targeting these three areas, throwing the female assassin off her rhythm, forcing her to respond hurriedly. In fact, the female assassin's own skills had already been honed to a proficient level. The only problem was that Qin Shan's style was too unpredictable. The techniques he employed were not only those of the Shadow Sect but also the myriad combat skills he had refined in his previous life. This was true combat skill, something the natives of the myriad worlds found hard to achieve, as they could not resurrect after death. The two entangled and bit at each other like deadly venomous snakes. As if engaged in an intense dance, the entire process flowing smoothly yet revealing a deadly threat at every turn. The female assassin quickly retreated, but Qin Shan pressed forward relentlessly, refusing to give an inch. The more she fought, the more chaotic it became, and she simply abandoned her defense, recklessly stabbing towards Qin Shan's neck. Unfortunately, she did not notice that Qin Shan's leg had already extended out. He suddenly kicked out, and the female assassin lost her balance, falling forward. Almost at the same moment, the dagger in Qin Shan's hand was thrust out, aimed directly at the female assassin's neck. When the dagger pierced the skin at the female assassin's neck, Qin Shan suddenly stopped. "I lost." The female assassin straightened her body, removed the mask from her face, revealing a gentle and beautiful visage. From her appearance alone, no one could imagine that this beauty possessed such ruthless skills. "You must be the celestial being that the sect recently found, the one known as the Deathbird." "That's right." Qin Shan nodded. "I didn't expect there would be a Shadow Sect member assigned to the same task as me. Now our tasks are both considered complete. Are you trying to steal my credit? Despicable guy." The female assassin laughed. In fact, from the moment they met, both sides had already recognized that their movement techniques belonged to the Shadow Sect, and because of this, neither chose to use their skills, otherwise, the commotion would have been earth-shattering. At the very least, this building would have been reduced to rubble. "Hello, my name is Lillian, but I'm not a member of the Shadow Sect from Tianyao City, I'm from Songhai City." Songhai City. Qin Shan chewed on these words. He had heard of this city, rumored to be by the sea, often troubled by giant whales. Therefore, the people from this city generally possessed some combat skills used at sea. "How did you end up here? I remember these two cities are not close." Qin Shan asked. "What else could it be for?" "For the task, of course." Lillian shrugged in response. "Then I won't say more. Goodbye." Qin Shan waved to Lillian and then slipped into the shadows. Lillian watched Qin Shan's departing figure, curiosity flickering in her emerald eyes. She murmured to herself, "We will meet again, Deathbird. This is what you wanted." Qin Shan conjured a magical projection photo and placed it on the table. Looking at the photo on the table, John stroked his smooth bald head, revealing a hearty smile. "Alright, I'll tell you right away who issued this task." John once again cast a silence spell. It was the previously assassinated Congressman Bran, my former partner Ferando. He pronounced each word with particular seriousness. "Who is this person?" Fong asked. "Who is this person?" John raised an eyebrow, leaned back against the chair, and took a swig of the fiery drink before saying, as they say, collusion between officials and businessmen. "This guy is a merchant, and a pure merchant at that. Unlike Mr. Bran, this fellow Ferando never gets involved in politics. At most, he engages in financial transactions with some political figures to achieve his own ends. And the main business, the Processing and selling of monster furs, is that kind of beast skin, like those magical beasts and demon beasts. You people often go out of the city to hunt, you must sometimes receive similar tasks, right? Ferando is the merchant who collects these furs, but John took another swig of his drink at this point. But what? Fong quickly asked. The reason he agreed to have Qin Shen contact John was not just because of their past friendship, but also because Qin Shen hinted that this matter was related to the impending change. How could he not pay attention? But Ferando's background seems to have some issues. He comes from outside Tianyao City, but I can't find any specific information, John said as he downed his last drink. Upon hearing this, Fong looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen picked up the round wine glass. The rough, uneven crystal glass felt slightly warm in his hand, though he couldn't tell if it was due to a magical effect. It's fine, he'll reveal it himself, he'll tell us everything he knows. Qin Shen did not drink the bright red wine but gently swirled it while speaking to himself. After that, the two bid farewell to John. John merely sat on the sofa, gently swirling the half-full drink, watching the two figures leave, shaking his head. Another cycle has come. Outside the bar, the sky was already breaking dawn, but darkness still enveloped the earth. Fong rubbed his hands and said to Qin Shen, "How about I investigate Ferando first?" "Sure, contact me privately then," Qin Shen nodded. With that, he stepped into the shadows. On the way to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect, there were flickering neon lights and streetlights bright as day. Yet Qin Shen moved like a shadow, never illuminated, just continuing forward. Arriving at the entrance, Qin Shen glanced around but did not find Alia. At this hour, that lazy bugger should still be asleep. He sat on the sofa at the entrance, waiting for a moment before suddenly having a thought. Hasn't it been a while since he should check out the real world? With that thought, Qin Shen's body suddenly vanished from the spot. It is worth mentioning that the multiverse game can be logged in and out at any time, but Qin Shen had been immersed in the game for over 2 months. To save time. Because entering the multiverse game was not just a matter of consciousness entering, the entire body entered, and the game pod merely maintained a false body to confuse the outside world. However, once the game descends into reality, it won't be so troublesome. He can enter the game in his true form with just a thought, without needing the game pod to maintain the illusion. But by that time, the death penalty would also be more severe. Exited the game. The game pod, entirely made of metal, slowly opened. Qin Shen looked up at the pristine white ceiling and moved his hands and feet slightly. Although he had been in the game for over 2 months, he felt no discomfort. His body was still as strong as it was in the game. Even his skills remained the same. Puppet thread. A white thread extended from Qin Shen's hand, wrapping around a dusty cup not far away and bringing it over. He looked at the cup and forcefully exhaled. The breath he released was stronger than that of a powerful hairdryer. In an instant, it blew the dust off the cup clean, even stirring up the dust on the floor. In response to all this, Qin Shen waved his hand, using the thread to transform miscellaneous items like cardboard and cups in the room into a puppet about half his height. He commanded the puppet to clean the room while he personally wiped down the dusty tables and chairs with a cloth. He and the puppet even shook out the bedding to remove the dust. Although he probably wouldn't be sleeping in that bed for a while, it was still better to keep it clean. After finishing, Qin Shen wiped the dust from his forehead and waved his hand, turning the puppet that had accompanied him for a long time back into a pile of garbage and paper cups. Although he had been using this skill for a long time, he occasionally forgot to summon it during battles. Mainly because against stronger enemies, summoning this puppet would also lead to it being instantly killed. So, Qin Shen rarely used it, but upon reflection, this skill could actually be used to delay or deceive enemies. So how should he incorporate it into his skill framework? Sitting on the clean chair, Qin Shen pondered this question. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Knock knock knock. After the knocking, a charming voice immediately followed. Qin Shen, where have you been for the past 2 months? Why haven't you said a word? I've come to find you several times. You're not trying to sneak out on the rent, are you? No, I'll be right there. Qin Shen got up from the chair and opened the door. Outside stood a beautiful woman in a purple long dress, glancing sideways at Qin Shen, her watery apricot-like eyes sizing him up. She had a round, smooth face like a goose egg, a long neck like a swan dancer, and her chest and thighs were plump and full, resembling ripe peaches, as if a gentle squeeze would release their juice. Long time no see, landlady. Qin Shen smiled gently and greeted her. The landlady frowned slightly. I'm not married, why do you keep calling me landlady? Just a playful title. Get lost. Lu Yuegue shot Qin Shen a glare. By the way, have you been working out? You seem a bit taller and stronger. Qin Shen lowered his head, leaned closer to Lu Yuegue, and smiled. Is it really just a little? Lu Wagui made a face of disdain and pushed against his chest, only to find that the Qin Shen she could easily push around was now as immovable as a wall. She pushed harder, discovering that Qin Shen still didn't budge, as if she were pushing against an iron wall. Qin Shen simply let her push without caring. The landlady was the owner of the building where Qin Shen lived, a super rich young woman who, despite appearing mature and charming, was actually the same age as Qin Shen. He often teased her about this, which usually led to a round of witty banter. Although their relationship seemed poor on the surface, they actually got along very well. Lu Wagui took good care of Qin Shen and even allowed him to delay his rent payments. Just not long after the game descended into reality in the last life, Lu Wagui died in the tide of monsters for Qin Shen. A hint of regret flashed in Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes, but it was only for a moment. Since he had been reborn, it meant that things could still be turned around, so there was no need to dwell in regret. The best way to handle things now was to resolve them as quickly as possible. Just then, Lu Wagui looked at the pensive Qin Shen and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Tell me, where have you been for the past 2 months? You didn't secretly run off to the gym and work out hard for 2 months, did you? Working so hard, could it be that you have a woman you like?" Seeing the suspicion in Lu Wagui's eyes, Qin Shen quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I've been busy with other things." After saying that, Qin Shen slightly turned to her and said, "Some things are too private, why don't you come in and I'll tell you?" Lu Wagui immediately took a step back, her gaze filled with even more suspicion. "What are you going to do?" she asked, looking wary. "I'm going to explain it to you." Qin Shen sighed. Why were the women he encountered always like this? Only then did Lu Wagui reluctantly relax her guard and enter Qin Shen's room. "Oh, it's quite clean, looks like you put in some effort to tidy up." Lu Wagui clasped her hands behind her back, commenting on the cleanliness of the room like a hostess, but it didn't matter, after all, she was indeed the owner of this room. Qin Shen closed the door, and Lu Wagui quickly turned around, looking at him warily. "Now, let me tell you what I've been doing for the past 2 months. Qin Shen said seriously, "I've been playing games for the past 2 months. Playing games the whole time? What have you been eating and drinking these 2 months? I haven't seen you order takeout." Qin Shen just smiled slightly at this. "Have you heard of the All Heaven game?" "All Heaven game?" Lu Wagui tilted her head. "I've heard of it. It's the game that's been really popular lately. But even if that game is popular, it can't make you not eat or drink for 2 months, right? Is there some nutrient solution hanging in that game warehouse?" "No, it's because I'm in the game world." As soon as he said this, Lu Wagui showed a strange expression, as if to say, "Are you crazy? You don't believe me?" "Of course I can't believe it, you've been playing too much, play less, it's not good for your brain." "Alright, I'll prove it to you." Qin Shen extended his hand, and Lu Wagui blinked her watery eyes, looking at his outstretched palm without any reaction. At that moment, a white thread suddenly flew out from Qin Shen's hand, wrapping around a cup behind Lu Wagui and quickly retracting back to him. "Now do you believe it?" Lu Wagui's eyes widened, her water-like eyes filled with surprise. "Are you Spider-Man?" "Of course not." Qin Shen covered his forehead, looking helpless. "Forget it, it does look a bit like Spider-Man, let me show you something else." Qin Shen picked up the dumbbell that had been gathering dust in the room for a long time. With a slight exertion of his hands, the 2-kilogram steel dumbbell instantly deformed. Even so, he did not stop. He continued to apply force with both hands, squeezing and twisting the hard steel as if it were clay, until it transformed into a glowing red sphere before he finally stopped. Qin Shen picked up a cup, filled it with water from the bathroom, and then, in front of Lu Wagui, tossed the iron ball into the cup. Sizzle! The hot iron ball immediately reacted violently with the cool water inside, producing a large amount of steam. "Now do you believe it?" Qin Shen looked at the astonished Lu Wagui. In fact, when he twisted the dumbbell, Lu Wagui was already so surprised that her mouth hung open. And when he rolled the dumbbell into a sphere and even put it in the water to produce steam, she was completely engulfed in shock. You got all this from the game?" Lu Wagui began to speak incoherently. "Did you cross over into the game, work hard, become a top powerhouse in that world, and then come back? In the end, you want to use the power you gained in the game world to change your situation in real life?" Looking at Lu Wagui, who was in a state of confusion, Qin Shen could only flick her forehead. "Ow!" Lu Wagui covered her head and let out a muffled grunt, tears welling up in her eyes, making her look incredibly cute. "Can you stop overthinking?" Qin Shen sighed. "I didn't cross into the game, this game is a real world. All players who enter this game can receive the same treatment as I do, so there's no need for you to be so shocked." Upon hearing this, Lu Wagui's eyes lit up. "You mean, I can have such abilities too?" "Yes, as long as you want." Qin Shen nodded. Then I need to hurry and register an account. Lu Yuegue rushed towards the door, but Qin Shan reached out to stop her. What's wrong? Lu Yuegue asked, turning to look at his strong arm. Don't be in such a hurry. Give me some time, and I'll get you a hidden class. Hidden class? You mean one of those particularly rare and powerful classes? Exactly. Lu Yuegue paused for a moment, her gaze towards Qin Shan becoming strange, and even her slender finger began to play with her hair. Why are you being so nice to me? Of course, I want to thank the landlady for the delicious food you bring every week and the occasional grace of letting me delay my rent. Hearing this, Lu Yuegue rolled her eyes. Are you really that easily bought? I'm really sorry, I'm someone who can be easily bought, Qin Shan laughed. Alright then, I hope my bribery works. You have to find me a particularly powerful class. Of course. Qin Shan watched Lu Yuegue leave, sat on the bed, and extended his hand to create another puppet. The puppet began to rearrange the items in the room according to Qin Shan's wishes, while also starting to clean up things that had not been tidied before. For example, packing up trash or throwing unwanted items into the garbage bin. Moments later, there was another knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. What's wrong? Qin Shan got up from the bed. Come here for a little favor. Lu Yuegue's voice came from outside the door. Qin Shan opened the door to see the landlady standing outside with a food box. You must have not eaten for a long time, right? Lu Yuegue raised the food box in her hand. I made a little extra, so I thought I'd let you taste it. Qin Shan took the food box and opened it, discovering a variety of dishes inside, such as braised lamb, stir-fried beef with scallions, and cola chicken wings, which are loved by both the elderly and children. Is this it? Qin Shan frowned slightly and asked teasingly, if you want to win people's hearts, at least you should have some hard dishes like bird's nest soup, garlic steamed abalone, or braised prawns, right? Humph. Lu Yuegue widened her eyes, her watery apricot-like gaze filled with dissatisfaction. Whether you like it or not, it's up to you. Saying this, she was about to take the food box back, but Qin Shan hurriedly stopped her. No, I was just joking. Why are you acting like a cat? You get all riled up if things don't go your way? Qin Shan shook the food box in his hand. I will eat it all with great respect, so don't worry, landlady. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me lady. Got it, landlady. Before Lu Yuegue could transform into a witch, Qin Shan quickly closed the door, avoiding a situation that would have his life points. Opening the food box, Qin Shan arranged the dishes on the table one by one and picked up his chopsticks to savor them. It really is the landlady's cooking. The braised lamb was slightly spicy like before. The stir-fried beef was a bit overcooked, and if it weren't for his current level being so high that he had iron teeth and copper teeth, he would definitely ask Lu Yuegue for compensation for tooth wear. As for the cola chicken wings, the landlady must have used a big bottle of cola again, because whenever she did, she tended to misjudge the amount, making the wings overly sweet. This flavor was something Qin Shan hadn't tasted in years, but for some reason, he felt as if he had just tasted it a few days ago. Qin Shan finished all the dishes, even cleaning up the 2 large bowls of rice. At his current level, even if he ate all the food, it wouldn't affect his body at all. In fact, if he relied on food for energy, these dishes might not be enough. After all, when he unleashed all his strength, it would probably be more astonishing than the explosion of dozens of tons of gasoline, and such a body required an incredible amount of energy. However, the food in the game could compensate for all of this, and he didn't know what their energy source was, but even eating ordinary food could meet the requirements. After finishing the last bite of rice, Qin Shan controlled his puppet to clean the food box and plates. Once they were clean, he placed the food box on the table, preparing to send it to Lu Yuegue next door. At that moment, a message popped up in the chat box. Fong, the investigation has news. Let's meet at the entrance of the commercial street in Tianyao City. So soon? Qin Shan was slightly taken aback, but without any hesitation, he lay down in the game pod. He wanted to see where this seemingly small businessman, Flander, got the money to issue a mission to completely exterminate the Bran family. Tianyao City, at the entrance of the commercial street. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and due to the scarcity of entertainment facilities, the citizens had risen early to begin a new day of life. Qin Shan weaved through the crowd, clearly tall and sturdy like an iron tower, yet his presence felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. This was a skill of concealment, one that required years of practice to achieve, and even superhuman physical qualities to master, something that ordinary people could not accomplish. This concealment skill had its own unique advantage compared to other skills. It would not be detected by reconnaissance type abilities. For instance, if Qin Shen had only used this skill to infiltrate when he assassinated Bran, he likely would not have been discovered. However, this all depended on the guards being blind, as this was merely a technique to reduce presence, not a technique for invisibility. Qin Shen found Kong Fong outside a cafe not far from the entrance. He was holding a cup of fragrant, rich coffee, sipping it lightly. It is worth mentioning that the coffee varieties in the Celestial Era were completely different from those on Blue Star, or rather, this was not coffee at all. After all, whose coffee is sweet even without sugar? How's the situation? Qin Shen sat down opposite Kong Fong and took a sip from the cup of coffee that Kong Fong had already ordered. The coffee was quite good, with the temperature and sweetness just right. I've checked him inside and out. This guy is definitely not a good person. Kong Fong added a sugar cube to his cup and said, Ferando is not just involved in the fur trade, he's not a simple merchant at all. According to my investigation, this guy is colluding with Congressman Bran, secretly engaging in slave trading, and this business is not just related to the two of them, but also to a mercenary organization called the Greedy Wolf. And they do both legal and illegal things. Slave trading. Qin Shen grasped the spoon, stirring the coffee in his cup, his dark eyes devoid of any color. Slave trading existed in the celestial world, and it was even legal. Most of the major cities, including Tianyao City, allowed such trade. But the prerequisite for all this was that the slaves being sold could only be residents from outside the main city, while selling formal residents of the major cities was absolutely illegal. However, only educated residents of the main city could fetch high prices, because those outside the main city had generally not received any education and could only be used for hard labor and menial work. As for why there was no training? Because raising children would incur significant costs. If it were adults, the results would be too slow, and it would also be a considerable expense, which is why the slave trade involving capturing residents of the main city occurred. With this thought, Qin Shen's mind began to expand. Since these guys were treating slave trading as their main business, why were they placing such importance on the matter of descent? Could it be they were planning for a cross-world slave trade? In his previous life, he seemed to have heard some similar rumors, but these were merely hearsay and had never been confirmed by the players. Moreover, he was struggling to protect himself, so he had no time to care about matters unrelated to strategy. Unexpectedly in this life, he encountered this issue again. Kong Fong's face visibly darkened, clearly realizing the complexities involved. He glanced at the nearby shops, his gaze particularly sharp. Ferando is currently in that shop over there. If we act, we should be able to kill him within 5 breaths, but Kong Fong looked at the citizens walking through the commercial street and shook his head slightly. It's daytime now, and this is one of the most prosperous places in the city. If we act, the city defense forces are not to be trifled with. Of course, let's wait then. Qin Shen nodded slightly, savoring the mildly sweet coffee in his cup. As a top assassin, he was never short of patience. Waiting half a day was nothing to him, and even a week would not faze him. The two sat in the cafe, waiting for Ferando to appear, occasionally ordering a dessert. Fortunately, Tianyao City had a slower pace of life, and it was common for people like them to spend an entire day in a cafe. This also helped avoid the risk of exposure. Evening. Just as Qin Shen was enjoying a piece of cream cake, Kong Fong suddenly patted his shoulder. That guy has come out. Qin Shen merely scooped up a spoonful of cream cake and stuffed it into his mouth, then glanced sideways. A middle-aged man emerged from a nearby shop. He wore a luxurious blue silk robe and a monocle over his left eye, exuding an air of grandeur. This man was none other than Ferando. At that moment, a beautifully decorated four-wheeled carriage slowly approached Ferando. The carriage was pulled by 4 white horses, and just a glance revealed its opulence and luxury. After scanning the surroundings, Ferando climbed into the carriage. Once the carriage had traveled a short distance, Qin Shen and Kong Fong hurriedly followed. The carriage moved at a speed neither fast nor slow, equivalent to a normal person's sprint, so the two found it easy to keep up. However, the carriage was heading out of the city. Qin Shen and Kong Fong followed closely, and as they passed through the city gate, the guards on either side reminded them, "It's getting late, it's dangerous outside. You two should be careful." Since it was dangerous outside, where was this carriage headed? The two kept close behind until they had left the city gate for a while when Kong Fong suddenly stopped. His brow furrowed, his gaze filled with suspicion. Why do you think they're going outside the city? Are they planning to feed monsters? This doesn't feel right, or have they discovered us? That's a possibility. Qin Shen nodded slightly. If he encountered an enemy tailing him, he would also lead them outside the city to deal with them. Considering this possibility, Qin Shen said to Kong Fong, "You should head back. I'll go into stealth mode and track them." Okay. Fong did not refuse, the gap in their levels was indeed too great, and even following along would likely just be a burden.
Once Fong returned to the city, Qin Shen slipped into the shadows and caught up to the carriage at an incredible speed. The carriage maintained its previous speed for a while, before gradually slowing down until it came to a stop. However, this place looked completely wild, there were no houses, and even the road was overgrown with weeds, clearly on the outskirts of Tianyao City's territory. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Shen quickly approached the carriage, and when he was just a step away, he could faintly hear the conversation inside. The flies have been shaken off, now we should talk about business. Hearing this, Qin Shen immediately understood that the people inside the carriage had definitely discovered his and Fong's following. What surprised him the most was that there seemed to be more than one voice inside the carriage. Well then, I would like to ask you some details such as how to sell those goods after they are transported across borders? And how to prevent them from escaping. You should know that these celestial beings can basically reset their state after dying, which makes handling them particularly troublesome. You actually care about this, just hand over the goods to us, and you can wait to collect your money. We'll take care of the rest. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice said, we already have a good understanding of the situation in that world. Their technology is highly advanced, even more prosperous than our world. The only gap is in terms of military power. Their original physical quality is weaker than the weakest monsters in this world, but they do have things similar to equipment. So while you can capture them in large numbers, you also need to be a bit careful on your side. I understand. In fact, this kind of enemy is the easiest to deal with, using some specialized spells to control or suppress them is enough. Then I will wait and see. I can take in as much cargo as possible, how many gold coins you can get depends on your own ability. The two then chatted about some trivial matters such as routes and logistics. From this perspective, they actually seemed quite professional as they paid attention to these details, unlike those third-rate merchants who only do one-off deals. After the conversation ended, the sound of the carriage door opening was heard, and a figure in a black robe stepped down from the carriage. He wore a mask on his face, glanced around for a moment, and only after confirming there was no one around did he continue walking towards the city outskirts. The carriage from Ferando then slowly turned and headed towards Tianyao City. Seeing this, Qin Shen chose to follow the figure in the black robe. This guy was likely the core of this event. The black-robed man moved swiftly through the forest, almost every breath and blink, allowing him to cover dozens of meters. If one wasn't careful, they would likely be shaken off. But Qin Shen, being an agile assassin, was able to closely follow the black-robed man, even walking alongside him. As they proceeded, the two arrived at a valley within the forest. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Shen looked at the scene not far away, his dark eyes wide open. In the distance, a manor made entirely of white stone stood tall, its towering walls coiling on the ground like a giant snake, stretching for miles. Qin Shen scanned the manor and estimated that its area probably reached several dozen hectares. Outside the main city, there were indeed many human settlements such as the Nightlight Town where Qin Shen first encountered a historical instance, which could also be considered a type of human settlement. However, 99% of these gathering places were composed of ordinary people who could not qualify for entry into the city, or were simply made up of fugitives and villains, or wild men who appeared from nowhere. The scale of such settlements was generally not large, and their living standards were far below that of the main city. Therefore, they had no ability to establish such a luxurious manor with such a vast area, and such a luxurious manor held no significance for them. From the information above, it could be inferred that the owner of this manor was likely either rich or noble, and with the black-robed man heading straight here, Qin Shen speculated that this manor was probably the stronghold of these slave traders, or at least an important base. Thinking of this, Qin Shen closely followed the black-robed man towards the manor. At this moment, the iron-cast gate of the manor opened automatically, revealing the interior scene. But strangely, the manor was completely empty, with only a white ground paved with marble slabs. Qin Shen frowned slightly. Logically speaking, from the outside, such a luxurious manor should not present such a scene. Not to mention, when he observed from a distance earlier, he had seen many luxurious houses. Although he couldn't understand what had happened here, Qin Shen still followed the man in the black robe into the manor's gate. As he passed through the gate, a faint sense of obstruction emerged, making Qin Shen feel as if he had crossed a thin membrane, almost like passing through foam. The interior scene then appeared before his eyes. Hundreds of people were managing everything within the manor. They wore uniform white clothing, but the fabric of these garments looked terribly coarse, as if hastily made from dyed burlap. The faces of these people maintained a sweet smile at all times, yet their eyes showed no spark.
The sweeping servants meticulously cleaned the dust on the ground. Even though the remaining dust could be blown away with a single breath, they still persisted in their sweeping. The tall gardener held scissors, trimming the branches and leaves of the shrubs in the flower beds, his movements precise and filled with order. Even if there were discrepancies on the shrubs that were difficult for the average person to discern, he remained dedicated to trimming them neatly and uniformly until they were indistinguishable to the naked eye. Such order, such regulation, was almost robotic. But Qin Shen could tell that these people were not robots, they were genuine living beings. So why were they behaving this way? Qin Shen lowered his head in contemplation, and then suddenly widened his eyes as a famous skill gradually emerged in his mind. Mind cleansing technique. This was a signature skill of a large cult known as the Intelligent Human Sect. Although the name of this sect sounded like one that provoked deep thought or increased wisdom, it was entirely different. The purpose and doctrine of the Intelligent Human Sect was that wisdom was the source of all troubles, and by removing wisdom, one could attain supreme bliss. Even so, this sect was widely spread outside the main city, and there were even a considerable number of followers within many main cities. And the mind-cleansing technique was the most fearsome skill of the Intelligent Human Sect, as it could erase a person's mind and dominate their will, turning them completely into puppets, even regulating their daily actions. It could be said that once one fell victim to this technique, they would completely become a slave in body and mind to another, without even a thought of resistance. Because of this, the notorious reputation of the Intelligent Human Sect was known far and wide, and major cities banned this sect, even listing its followers on wanted lists for years. Thus, it was an evil organization that was as infamous as criminal groups like the Hell Path and Original Sin Society. So behind these people, it's actually the Intelligent Human Sect? Qin Shen murmured to himself, that could be a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Qin Shen no longer stayed in place and once again chased after the man in black. Before long, the man in black arrived at a magnificent mansion deep within the estate, winding his way into a rather secluded room. Qin Shen followed him inside and saw that there were already two people waiting inside. "Stoke, why are you so late today?" A tall, thin man in grey robes poured a glass of crimson wine into a tall goblet and handed it to the man in black named Stoke. "Sorry, my lord, I encountered some flies on the way and spent a bit of time shaking them off, which delayed me," Stoke said as he sat down, respectfully accepting the wine and downing the crimson liquid in one gulp. The grey-robed elder filled his glass again. "Did you give anything away?" He wore a smile that was barely perceptible, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Of course not, I made sure no one was following me before I came, and I even took a few extra turns in the mountains," Stoke replied, his face showing no signs of fear, his answers flawless. "That's good. How is the matter with the Bran family being handled?" The grey-robed man nodded, shaking the goblet as he watched the crimson liquid cling to the sides and slowly flow down. "The task issued by the Shadow Sect of Flandre will not take long. The Bran family will be wiped out soon." "The Shadow Sect, huh?" A hint of nostalgia appeared in the grey-robed man's eyes. "They are extremely skilled in assassination. It seems we will receive good news before long." "Ha ha ha." He suddenly let out a dark laugh. "In that case, the subsequent matters should go smoothly as well. Please remember, both of you." The grey-robed man looked at Stoke and then at the other person in the room. This person was shrouded in a black robe, wearing the same mask as Stoke, making it impossible to discern age or gender. Every arrival is an opportunity, and it is the only path to ascension now. The master has waited a long time for this chance. And we must not let anyone disrupt our plans. If there is. He mimicked a knife with his right hand across his neck, slowly gliding it, "then eliminate them for me, regardless of whether this person is your friend, family, he said decisively. "We will certainly follow your teachings." The two black-robed individuals in the room bowed in unison. The grey-robed man nodded in satisfaction and asked again, "By the way, Stoke, there are 21 days until the day of arrival. We need to infiltrate the new world together in Tianyao City. May I ask, have you dealt with those counselors?" "Of course, my lord." Stoke nodded. "2/3 of the people in the lower council of Tianyao City have already been handled by Breed. At that time, we just need to blend into the lower council to enter the new world." The grey-robed man slightly inclined his head, his bald head shining under the candlelight. Qin Shen listened to their conversation in silence, not even revealing much of his thoughts. What he saw of the grey-robed man's attributes was name, level, strength, stamina, spirit, agility, luck, health, mana, skills. Qin Shen had now reached level 40, and with the effect of the Eye of Fate, it meant that this seemingly frail bald man was at least level 80. Such a character, along with the two beside him who were no less than level 50, was something Qin Shen could not handle. To avoid being discovered, he even stopped his mental activity, otherwise, Top-tier experts could sense hostility and discern the enemy's direction.
At that moment, a system notification sound echoed in Qin Shen's mind. Player has completed the investigation task,
The change of arrival. Task. Reward, hidden profession qualification ×1.
Hearing the notification, Qin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This task was finally resolved.
He then stayed in the room, listening to the conversation of the three, but
their discussion lacked substance, merely revolving around some business matters and operations. It really made one wonder how they had achieved their levels. They seemed more like merchants than professionals.
After
confirming that no valuable information could be obtained, Qin Shen quietly slipped out of the room when a servant came in with drinks. Since there were barrier and silence spells in the room, it would be difficult for him
to sneak out without opening the door.
On the way back to Tianyao City, Qin Shen was particularly cautious, staying in the shadows the entire time, even when sending a message to Fong.
Wait for me at the cafe, I have news to tell you.
Upon returning to Tianyao City, Qin Shen revealed himself only in a secluded alley near the cafe. Entering the cafe, Fong had been waiting for a long time. This time he also ordered 2 cups of coffee and added an unusually large amount of sugar to his cup.
What did you find out?
Fong stirred his coffee, and from the action and frequency of stirring, he seemed quite anxious.
The lower council has been
infiltrated by the intelligence sect to the point of being a sieve. 2/3 of the council members have been bought off. When the day of arrival comes, the people from the intelligence sect will blend in and enter Blue Star together. This statement was like a bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing Fong's hands and feet to tremble. He picked up his coffee cup, the murky, dark coffee shaking in the cup, reflecting the owner's
mood. The intelligence sect, isn't that the infamous evil organization?
An evil organization known for human trafficking and manipulating politics has infiltrated Tianyao City so thoroughly. This is no small matter. Qin Shen looked at the spilled coffee on the table and took out a few napkins to clean it up.
Why are you shaking?
You just need to report this matter truthfully, there's no need to be afraid.
Fong glanced at Qin
Shen and shook his head. I'm not afraid because of the intelligence sect, I'm afraid because of their actions. Such an evil organization is extreme, but they must be driven by profit.
If that's the case, then what about more legitimate organizations? Even if their methods are a bit gentler, isn't their attitude towards Blue Star just a big cake?
Qin Shen was slightly taken aback. He really didn't expect Fong to deduce the
whole picture from such fragmented information.
Yes, even if there are deities in this world, most people in this world are motivated by profit. That's just the way it is.
What are you planning to do?
Qin Shen smiled slightly, picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and said in a calm tone, it's not about what I should do, but what you plan to do. Fong looked at Qin Shen. You are the highest level player among all. Sooner or later, your strength will reach a point where you can confront these organizations.
How will you deal with them then?
Faced with the question, Qin Shen merely stirred his coffee, not answering immediately.
What should he do? This matter is too distant. It's not something to discuss now. You should go back and I'll handle the follow-up. After finishing his coffee in one gulp, Qin Shen said to Fong, I understand. Fong got
up, paid for the coffee, and left with a worried expression. Qin Shen, with his hands in his pockets, walked towards the shadow cult space. Entering the dimly lit church, he saw Alia sitting bored on a bench, even
chewing on a malt candy. Are you this idle every day?
Qin Shen sat down beside her, looking at Alia, who was lazily chewing candy and flipping through a book.
Yeah, I'm quite idle.
As the high priest, I rarely
have work opportunities. Besides reading and practicing combat skills every day, what else can I do? Alia closed the book, spreading her hands in a nonchalant manner. Then I'll find you some work. There was no
emotion in Qin Shen's abyss-like eyes. I want to know which member of the upper house is closer to the shadow cult. Alia immediately sat up straight, looking at Qin Shen with a serious expression.
Why are you asking this? What happened?
I found a gathering place for the intelligent cult outside the city, and I discovered that 2/3 of the lower house are colluding with the intelligent cult.
Is the information reliable? How did you find out? Alia's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. I heard it with my own ears. This is a magical snapshot, take a look.
Qin Shen took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Alia. She looked at the dazed, smiling crowd in the photo, and her brows furrowed.
This really looks like the effect of a mind-cleansing spell.
Now tell me the details. Which people in the lower house are colluding
with the intelligent cult?
I'm not too sure, but the councilman Bran I killed before and his opponent were involved.
Ha!
Alia blinked her watery eyes. Are you saying that Councilman Breed is also involved in
this? Aren't they opponents? Why are they secretly colluding with the intelligent cult? Alia twirled her shiny black hair with her fingers, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. No, this matter is too troublesome. It's beyond what we can handle. We need to see the elder. Alia got up from the bench and led Qin Shen into the prayer room. In the dim room, the elder knelt on a cushion, praying to the god of shadows. At this moment, his eyes had returned to normal, even brighter than before. What brings you here? The elder slowly rose from the cushion upon hearing the noise behind him. Given his slow movements, it was hard to imagine that this elder was a powerful practitioner whose level Qin Shen couldn't even perceive. Elder, it seems Tianyao City is about to face trouble. Alia briefly recounted what Qin Shen had said, while also showing the magical snapshot. Looking at the dazed, smiling people in the photo, a hint of indescribable light flickered in the elder's murky eyes. The intelligent cult, huh? This is particularly troublesome. It seems I need to have a talk with an old friend to see how to deal with them. Before that, the elder looked at the two. You must be careful. If you fall into their trap, it will be troublesome to handle. Understood, the two replied in unison. Alright, I'll go meet my old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder took a step and vanished into thin air. Even at this level, Qin Shen still couldn't catch a glimpse of the elder's trace, which meant that if the elder wanted to kill him, he could probably end the fight within 3 breaths. This also means that the elder might be a powerhouse on the same level as the third sage of the City of Dawn, or even stronger. But now is not the time to think about these things. He needs to focus on matters related to himself, specifically the level 40 breakthrough quest. Qin Shen looked at Alia. I've reached level 40, it's time for the breakthrough quest. Why don't you lead me there? Alia blinked her watery eyes, looking particularly innocent. You idiot, didn't you see the information about the breakthrough quest? For the level 40 breakthrough quest, you need to find a void rift yourself. I know, but as an apostle, shouldn't the sect arrange a void rift for me? You fool, void rifts appear randomly. Even a powerful sect like the Shadow Sect can't keep track of them in real time. Unless you go to that void rift underground again, but I'm sorry, the subspace rift is under maintenance and temporarily closed to the public. If you're willing to wait a few months, it's not impossible. Alia spread her hands, showing a helpless expression. Well, it seems I have to find it myself. Qin Shen nodded and was about to walk out when he saw Alia extend her arm to block him. Don't be in such a hurry. I've been feeling a bit restless lately, how about we practice together? Qin Shen looked at Alia, whose attributes were all question marks, and shook his head. If you want to bully weaklings, I still recommend you go find those people on assassination missions. Alia immediately looked at Qin Shen with disdain. You're such a hopelessly boring man. I think someone as foolish as you should have gone extinct a billion years ago. I'm not trying to bully weaklings, I'm just helping you improve your strength. I will only fight you at a slightly higher level than yours each time. Isn't that good? Is that considered special training? Qin Shen tilted his head. Exactly, you can think of it as a form of special training. Alia nodded slightly. Then let's go to the training room, Qin Shen said. Alia smiled helplessly, clasped her hands behind her back, and followed Qin Shen into the training room of the Shadow Sect. The training room of the Shadow Sect was a circular space made entirely of pure steel, with a diameter of at least 100 meters. The thickness of the walls was immeasurable, but Qin Shen estimated it to be at least 60 centimeters thick. With such a massive training room, Qin Shen really didn't know how it was constructed. At least with the technology level of Blue Star, it couldn't be made. However, this was considered normal. The technological development of the myriad worlds was very distorted, with the technology tree in combat far surpassing that of Blue Star. But when it came to livelihood and entertainment, the myriad worlds fell short. Do you want to strike first, or should I? Alia, with her hands behind her back, tilted her head to look at Qin Shen, her watery eyes slightly raised, resembling a smiling fox. I'll strike first, but let's agree in advance that we can't use overly dangerous skills. That's fine, but isn't your advantage in skills? Wouldn't that be too unfair to you? Alia tucked her hair behind her ear, asking in a teasing tone. In response, a dagger suddenly sprang out from the shadows. Clang! The two daggers clashed violently, igniting dazzling sparks. Arya twisted the dagger in her hand, striking down at Qin Shen's neck like a venomous snake. Qin Shen dodged, simultaneously flashing several meters away, shooting out a murky arrow. Fate arrow. Arya smiled slightly at this, easily evading the attack released at such close range, and slipped into the shadows. Do you know how to deal with a master who excels at stealth? Arya's voice came from all directions, making it impossible to determine the source. I really don't know. The last time I encountered one, I could only wait for him to initiate an attack before I could counter. Qin Shen shook his head. The assassin master from the second blood banquet was indeed a formidable opponent. He had only managed to slay him by taking advantage of his skills. Counterattack, huh? That's indeed a good method, but another way to respond is to launch a wide area attack, though you probably won't be able to use that. After all, you're only good at one-on-one. Arya sprang out from the shadows, her dagger tracing a graceful arc in the air, like a venomous snake revealing its fangs. Assassin! Clang! Qin Shen extended his dagger to block the strike, feeling the immense force transmitted through his arm, and he frowned slightly. This was no longer the strength that someone slightly stronger than him could exhibit, right? He could only deflect the dagger to dissipate the force, but the next moment, Arya's attack came again. This time, she was coming from above. Qin Shen looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in his abyss-like eyes. Eye of Fate. Identify weakness. He seized Arya's flaw but did not launch an attack. Instead, he slightly shifted his body to the side while blocking the incoming attack. Clang, clang, clang. Every clash of their daggers sent forth brilliant sparks. Their movements were so intense and rapid that it left ordinary people dumbfounded. After a moment, Arya stopped, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. She exhaled deeply and said, "It's exhausting to suppress my strength and fight you. How about we use our full strength? For a match?" Looking at the eager Arya, Qin Shen simply sheathed his dagger at his waist. "Forget it, I've already had enough training. You're just doing this for your own enjoyment." Hey, Arya pouted, revealing an exceptionally cute expression. "You're such a boring man." Yes, I'm the world's most boring man. Qin Shen waved his hand at Arya. "No more talking, I should go look for the void rift now." Arya watched Qin Shen leave the training room, her black eyes calm as water. "Can you help me look for the void rift when you have time?" Outside the training room, Qin Shen typed these words to Kong Fong in the chat box. "Kong Fong, got it, I will send all my people to help you look for it, and I will also ask others to see if there are any news about the void rift. If there is, I will buy that void rift. Qin Shen, then I'll trouble you. I will pay you a commission when the time comes." Kong Fong, "Sure, and remember to give us a little more discount next time you buy equipment." Qin Shen, "The discount I've given you is already quite generous. At most, I'll wave you 100 gold coins next time." Kong Fong, "Okay." After finishing the chat with Kong Fong, Qin Shen began to stroll around the city, inquiring with some intelligence agencies. He knew about the location of the void rift. But unfortunately, the appearance of the void rift was truly something that could only be encountered by chance. It was not something one could simply obtain at will. Moreover, the most important thing is the void rift. Even if no one goes to conquer it, there is a great possibility that it will disappear due to its unstable nature. For this reason, the void rift is a particularly luck-based dungeon, not something you can just find whenever you want. Qin Shen wandered around the city for 2 days, during which he even went to find John with Kong Fong once. As a result, when this information dealer heard they were looking for the void rift, his face wrinkled like a bitter melon, only saying he would help inquire but didn't dare to guarantee they would definitely find it. "How's it going? Haven't found the void rift yet?" On the balcony of the Shadow Cult's church, while Qin Shen was lying there soaking up the sun, Alia sat down on the lounge chair beside him. Qin Shen looked at her helplessly. "How many battles have I fought with you these past 2 days? Aren't you satisfied yet? Battles of that level?" Alia raised an eyebrow. "Do you think that kind of battle can satisfy anyone? But if I go all out, I'm afraid I might hurt you, and you could also hurt me." Qin Shen picked up a juice nearby and took a small sip in response. "Indeed, let's leave it at that for now. Your leveling speed is very fast. I believe it won't be long before you catch up to me." Alia nodded slightly, and from her slightly squinted eyes, she seemed quite pleased with Qin Shen's response. "Maybe." Qin Shen remained non-committal. At that moment, a private chat window popped up in front of him. He quickly clicked to open it. Kong Fong found the void rift, and no extra payment is needed because it was found by our own people. Qin Shen, got it, I'll head over right away, and I've transferred the commission to your account. Qin Shen casually swiped and transferred 500 gold coins to Kong Fong's account, without even blinking. Although Kong Fong's team wasn't constantly helping him look for news about the void rift, after all, it was a small team of over 10 people, so this commission was worth it. "Are you leaving?" Alia stretched lazily, seemingly sensing the joy in Qin Shen's heart. "Yes, after I conquer the void rift, maybe I can have a proper match with you." Qin Shen got up from the lounge chair, his robust body, like an iron tower, cast a large shadow over Alia. "Then I'll be looking forward to it." Alia took a sip of juice. Qin Shen didn't respond further because he had already jumped down from the church's towering height of over 100 meters, disappearing into the shadows. He swiftly moved towards the location Fong mentioned, eventually arriving at a dark and secluded alley. Why does the void rift always appear in places like this? Qin looked at the void rift shimmering with colorful light as he stepped out from the shadows. The group waiting nearby turned to look at him, their eyes showing slight surprise. Because none of them had noticed Qin stealth skill. What level must his stealth skill have reached? After greeting Fong's group, Qin took a firm step towards the void rift. A system prompt sound immediately rang out. Instance name, Fragments of Lost History *13. Quest, survive for 7 days under the pursuit of the 7 deadly sins until the end. Clear condition, stay alive. Listening to the voice in his ears, even though Chen's thoughts were in a daze, he couldn't help but ponder the upcoming situation. Historical instance? 7 deadly sins? Another survival mission? Generally, such survival missions are extremely difficult, mainly because the enemies that appear are often particularly troublesome. For example, the silver giant wolf that Qin encountered during the first blood banquet. Just thinking about such an enemy made Qin feel troubled. Just then, another prompt sound rang out. Player talent historical recorder effect triggered. Entering historical type instance, gaining a significant innate advantage. Congratulations player, you have obtained the identity, Son of the Lord of Woyo City. As the prompt sound ended, Qin consciousness gradually shifted from a haze to clarity. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a large goose down bed with a bottle of murky bitter potion beside the pillow. The smell alone was enough to evoke its taste. Young lord, you're awake? A call made Qin look towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a nearly 2-meter tall, extremely robust middle-aged man, his muscular body covered in thick plate armor, and on his back was a giant sword the size of an ordinary person's head. Just from this attire, it was clear that this man was definitely an extraordinary warrior. Name, Belado, Berserker, level 97 strength, stamina, spirit, agility, luck, health, mana, skills. Hint. This person is the Grand Steward of Woyo City, the absolute confidant of the Lord. Seeing the last hint, Qin's gaze relaxed a bit. After all, since Belado was the Lord's confidant, he was naturally also a confidant of this young lord, and from the current situation, he should be in a state of just waking up from a coma. Since Belado didn't act against him while he was unconscious, it meant that the possibility of betrayal was minimal. However, starting off with a legendary level Berserker assistant, this SSS level talent is too powerful, right? Qin raised his eyes to Belado. What's the situation now? Very bad, extremely bad. Belado shook his head while sitting in a chair. Even such a powerful warrior had a face full of worry at this moment. Tell me what exactly happened. My mind is a bit confused right now. Perhaps the previous events have affected my memory. Qin reached out to touch the wounds on his body and inquired of Belado. With the current situation unclear, he just happened to use this as an excuse to gather more information and intelligence. Young lord, how much have you forgotten? Belado asked with a worried expression. I'm afraid I've forgotten everything. My memory is still stuck before everything was peaceful. If it weren't for seeing the potion by the bed and your words, I probably wouldn't even realize what had happened. Damn it, they must have used a spell to affect your mind. Belado cursed fiercely, then began to explain. The lord has gone missing, so the management of Woyo City has fallen into your hands, but unexpectedly, before you could take over the command of the city guard, you were attacked. As he spoke, veins bulged on Belado's forehead, resembling a centipede. It's all the fault of those damned original sin cultists. They are causing chaos all over the city, and the entire city has become a mess because of their disruption. And that's not all. During your coma, young lord, I sought help from the Elder Council, but their attitude was very ambiguous. They were completely unwilling to help me stabilize the situation in the city. Qin lowered his head in contemplation, his mind racing as he processed the information in Belado's words. Their enemy is actually the original Sin sect? This is a notorious evil organization, on par with the intelligence sect that Qin encountered before. This sect believes that the 7 deadly sins are the origin of everything and that they are part of human nature, so rather than suppressing them, one should indulge and expand them. The closer one gets to the source, the stronger one becomes. It is worth mentioning that the original Sin sect has divided into many factions based on the 7 deadly sins, with the largest faction being the Lust faction. Just as Qin was deep in thought, scenes like a comic strip began to unfold in his mind. It seems this talent also has a function for recalling past events, which is only normal. After all, it is an SSS level talent. Qin reviewed the information in his mind and quickly pieced together the current situation. The reason for the current predicament is that Wuyo City, as an independent main city, has been targeted by the original
Sin believers in recent years. These shameless individuals want to turn this city into their free city, so they have been secretly developing their power to cause trouble.
Even some members of the Elder Council of Wuyo City have been dragged into this.
The city lord had been investigating this matter, but mysteriously disappeared some time ago. It is known that he is a legendary shadow assassin, yet he vanished without a trace.
Soon after, the heir, the young lord, was attacked and has been in a coma ever since. During his coma, the situation in Wuyo City rapidly deteriorated, and it has now reached a precarious state. Qin Chen frowned.
Slightly, this situation is indeed dire, and even for him, it would require considerable effort to handle.
Bellato.
Qin Chen was about to give Bellato an order when a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door.
Chief, it's bad.
It seems there has been a mutiny in the city guard, please hurry and take a look.
Hearing the shout from outside, Bellato's expression changed.
Young lord, the city guard is our most important force, so we absolutely cannot afford to lose them. Saying this, he stood up seriously and said, you should rest well, I will go see what has happened. Qin Chen shook his head, his eyes dark and resolute.
No need. I have mostly recovered.
Let's go together, my presence will also reassure the soldiers of the city guard.
All right.
Bellato nodded and turned to the door, instructing, quickly prepare the carriage.
Before long,
Qin Chen left the city lord's mansion and boarded a luxurious and opulent carriage, heading towards the eastern part of the city. The military camp of the city defense forces is located in the eastern area, covering a large expanse of hundreds of hectares, filled with various military facilities. However, as Qin Chen's carriage approached, the once solemn military camp erupted with earth-shattering shouts and cries of battle.
Kill him. Chop this dog bastard into pieces. Quick, cut off his head.
Hearing the rising shouts of slaughter in the military camp, Bellato's expression changed. He suddenly leaped out of the carriage, with Qin
Chen closely following.
The coachman, who was about to get off to help Qin Chen, saw him fly out with incredible speed. The young lord is so fast, he exclaimed in surprise. The two rushed into the military camp, where thousands of city guards were fighting each other, armed and clad in armor. Their weapons were stained with blood, and some had limbs severed by others. It was evident that this was a real battle. But why was there such fratricidal chaos among the city guards, who should have been like brothers?
Everyone, stop.
Bellato roared like a roaring dragon, his voice so loud that it even stirred up the dust.
In the training ground.
As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out like a fierce tiger, drawing the giant sword from his back. Bellato swung the giant sword, each swing sending several city guards' weapons
flying. During this time, some people recklessly attacked Bellato.
In response, Bellato extended his arm, as if forged from steel, grabbing the attacker and slamming him to the ground.
Bang! The stone-paved ground
instantly created a deep pit several meters wide, with shattered bricks flying everywhere, hitting the nearby guard's armor and creating numerous small dents. The city guard fainted on the spot, and seeing this tactic work, Bellato used it to slam all the stubborn guards who insisted on fighting into the pit. Only then did the fighting city guards stop their actions, staring at Bellato motionless, barely regaining
their senses. Tell me what the hell is going on?
Bellato sheathed his bloody giant sword and cast a knife-like gaze at the city guards. One of the guards stepped forward, pointing at another group and shouting,
"It's all their fault. We were training well, and they were over there pointing fingers, saying this isn't right, that isn't right. Don't we know our true level? Do we need them to point fingers? I think they just deserve a beating."
"Bullshit." Someone from the other group immediately stood up, retorting,
"We were kindly guiding you, and you turned around and said your level is higher than ours. If you really
were better, how come your people fell first? As the saying goes, if your level is low, you should humbly seek advice, yet you question our level instead.
I think you new recruits are just jealous of our experience.
Let me tell you, we veterans have fought our way out from among thousands of troops alongside the Lord. We are definitely better than you new recruits. And you worthless ones not only refuse to listen to the guidance of your seniors but also dare to insult us. You completely deserve a beating."
Bellato frowned slightly. Was it really for this reason that the city guards would fight each other?
What a joke. But the reality was right in front of him, making Bellato feel something was off.
"You scum, we have already proven ourselves with our swords, and you dare to bully us like this? Insult?
I merely exposed your jealousy." At this moment, the two groups of city guards began to accuse and insult each other again, with some people's eyes filled with bloodshot anger, even placing their hands on the hilts of their swords,
looking ready to fight again. "Stop."
At that moment, a gentle voice came from the side as Qin Chen slowly walked into the military camp, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers of the city defense.
At the same time, he released a soul deterrent in a broad manner, but did not push this skill to its limit, only unleashing 1/20th of its effect. Invisible waves spread out, and the fierce-looking city guards were momentarily stunned, followed by the anger on their faces dissipating. Confusion and panic immediately appeared in their eyes. What just happened? Why did they clash with their comrades, even causing physical harm to each other? Watching everyone regain their composure, Belado looked at Qin Shen. Young lord, fortunately you are here, otherwise I fear I wouldn't have been able to control them. You couldn't control them in the first place. Qin Shen shook his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the city defense soldiers. Their anger is not self-generated, but comes from external influences, or rather, he enunciated each word, the influence of the original sin spell. This is also a common tactic of the original sin sect, infiltrating the enemy's ranks in advance and using emotion-influencing spells to incite infighting. From their behavior, it seems that there are original sin cultists of the pride and jealousy faction hidden among the city guards. Just as his words fell, a cold swordlight erupted from the crowd, like a silver dragon leaping out of a cold pool. Watch out! Belado shouted, but compared to the attacker, he was too far from Qin Shen, and could only watch helplessly as the attack landed on Qin Shen. Bang! The sword light tore through the ground, sending countless stones flying, and the attacker's eyes widened behind the helmet, filled with disbelief. A sword strike so close, so fast, actually missed? How could this be possible? Suspended in the air, Qin Shen shot out a white thread wrapping around the attacker's thigh, and then suddenly tightened. Sizzle, bright red blood splattered from the point of the thread, covering the ground. Just as the attacker was about to flee, Belado had already arrived. He raised his giant sword and pierced through the attacker's body from behind, blood gushing out like a fountain, dyeing the giant sword into a blood sword. Pulling out the giant sword and casually severing the attacker's head, Belado then stepped forward, looking at him with concern. Young lord, you weren't hurt, were you? No, I was on guard the whole time. That's good. Belado nodded. I really didn't expect your speed to be this fast. Let's not talk about that, there might still be original sin cultists hidden among the city guards, and we need to find them. Upon hearing this, Belado frowned slightly, deep in thought. Isn't there a way to find them? Qin Shen turned to look at Belado. Belado shook his head slightly. Young lord, you know that these original sin cultists appear no different from ordinary people, and even their spells are mostly cast using emotions as a medium. So conventional methods can't detect them at all, whether it's the holy light sect's evil detection skills or other means, they can't reveal their identities. Emotions. The two words Qin Shen muttered suddenly sparked a realization. I think I have a way. He looked at Belado.